It's Lonely to Be Invincible Chapter 1 to Chapter 83. The Desert Valley. The sky was gray, and the smell of blood permeated the air. Sounds of fighting could be heard everywhere. Am I King living in a dream? A young man could be seen lying on the blood-stained ground. While no one was paying attention to him, the young man grabbed a handful of blood from a corpse and smeared it on his face. The people here don't care about their lives at all. The young man had delicate features, and his long hair was tied behind his back. He opened his eyes and observed his surroundings. In the distance, a sword could be seen slicing countless people into halves. There was even a beast covered in black scales. The ground trembled when it stepped on the ground. It was like hell on earth. "Mom, I want to go home." The young man's name was Lin Fan. He had no idea how he ended up in this dangerous world. 3 days ago, he was still playing games at home. He fell asleep while playing, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. What followed was a flood of memories that did not belong to him. The owner of this body was also called Lin Fan, and he looked exactly like him. Even the birthmark on his neck was the same. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. What's going on? At the same time, the place he was in was called the Magnificent Flame Sect, just like the sects in novels. The Magnificent Flame Sect had been established for 130 years. The great Emperor Xianxia had led countless unyielding people to overthrow the cruel system and build the country that everyone hoped for. But because of its low overall strength, the sect was eyed by other sections. Those sects were greedy for the wealth in this land, and they had been harassed by foreign enemies for many years. Initially, this had nothing to do with Lin Fan. But when he found out about his identity and situation, he was dumbfounded. He was now an ordinary disciple, and he would be joining the team to fight the invaders 3 days later. When he heard the news, he tried his best to escape. But the security here was too strict. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. When he arrived at the battlefield and witnessed the cruelty of the war, he laid on the ground and pretended to be dead, hoping that he could survive. "Mommy, who can wake me up from my dream?" Lin Fan cursed in his heart, shivering. "If you want to transmigrate, at least bring me to a better place." "What's with this situation? Are you kidding me?" Bang! A figure flew over from afar and landed heavily beside Lin Fan. "You're playing dead." The figure that fell from the sky had a pale face, and a large amount of blood was gushing out of his chest. What scared Lin Fan the most was that there was a silver horn growing out of his forehead. Could he still be considered King human? Lin Fan said, "Bro, can you slow down a little? You're already coughing up blood. Why don't we just lie down and wait for it to end?" "Alright." What Lin Fan didn't expect was that this guy actually agreed to it. Then, he turned around and said, "The weather is really nice." Just as the man was mumbling to himself, Lin Fan picked up the sword beside him, flipped over, and stabbed it into the man's heart. The silver-horned man's eyes widened in disbelief, and he loosened his grip on his weapon. In the end, he only said one word. "Black. Do you think I'm stupid? You wanted to kill me just now, didn't you?" Lin Fan had never killed anyone before, but in this chaotic world, he did not want to die, nor did he want to be hacked to death. His memories told him that he would die if he didn't attack. Then, he quickly laid on the ground like a corpse. Damn, how am I going to survive till the end? Killed a body-tempering stage 3 living being. Points plus 30. Who's talking? Lin Fan was shocked by the sudden voice in his head. If not for the intense battle around him, he would have stood up to investigate the situation. Just then, he heard the voice in his head again. Name, Lin Fan. Cultivation, body. Tempering stage 1, plus, experience points, 0 points, 31 eternal lucky draw. Lin Fan realized that a wheel had appeared in his head, and there were all sorts of things on it. Just then, the needle started spinning at a very fast speed, and he couldn't even see it clearly. Even though he didn't know what it was, his strong ability to accept it made him realize that he could also have something powerful. Obtained eternal buff, immortal body. Immortal body, you won't die even if the world is destroyed. Resurrection time, 10 seconds. Lin Fan felt that there was a change in him. There was a strange power in his body. What's going on? He was a little dumbfounded. This development was too illogical. An undying body? Could it be that I'm really immortal? Why is there a bright spot in the sky? Am I going to wake up? Lin Fan laid on the ground, looking at the bright spot in the sky. It was flickering, and it was getting bigger and bigger. When he saw the bright spot clearly, his face turned pale. Oh my God, who's so unscrupulous? I'm just lying down, how can I get into trouble? Poochie, feeling himself being pierced by the long sword falling from the sky, he despaired. Am I going to die just like that? 10 seconds later. Why am I alive again? Lin Fan opened his eyes and looked at the long sword in his body. He didn't feel any pain at all, and his mind was still clear. He held the sword with one hand and pulled it out. Blood spurted out, but he didn't feel any pain, and he felt that the wound had healed in an instant. At this moment, he was excited. Could it be that the immortal body was real? Could it be that I really have a cheat code? Suddenly, a figure fell in front of Lin Fan. No, I can't fall, I can't. The person who fell had a look of unwillingness in his eyes. He held a purple ball in his hand and stared into the distance. On the battlefield, there was a gigantic beast that slaughtered countless of its people. Lin Fan looked at the fatty in front of him and felt that he looked familiar. According to the memories of the previous owner, this fatty was usually fierce and quiet, and he trained himself crazily. Now, his abdomen seemed to have been injured by a sharp weapon. Blood flowed everywhere, and his face was pale. Fatty, play dead. Don't die. Lin Fan whispered. The fatty's expression changed slightly, and he stared at Lin Fan. He didn't expect anyone to be alive. Then, his eyes flashed with disdain and anger, but his injuries were too severe, and he didn't even have the strength to be angry. No, I have to destroy that gigantic beast. If they break through, our family and friends will all die in their hands and be enslaved by them, Lu Qiming said in a low voice. But what shocked Lin Fan was that the fatty in front of him seemed to have gotten some sort of strength from somewhere and shouted at him. You can't be so cowardly. If everyone is like you, the magnificent flame sect will be finished. Our future, and even our descendants, will all be enslaved. Lin Fan stared at the fatty in front of him, dumbfounded. Indeed, he's fierce and quiet, but what he says sounds so righteous. Under Lin Fan's gaze, the fatty tried to stand up, but his abdomen was bleeding profusely. Every time he moved, he would bleed profusely, and he fell to the ground again. His eyes were filled with boundless unwillingness and despair. In the end, he slowly closed his eyes. However, it was at this moment that Lu Qiming suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a hand grabbing the item in his hand. You're right. If I don't go to hell, who will? Leave such a difficult mission to me. If I die, you must remember me and burn some joss paper for me every year. Lin Fan's only thought now was to leave the battlefield as soon as possible. You guys can fight if you want. What has it got to do with me? Furthermore, he had the undying body. The world was so big, was there any place that he, Lin Fan, couldn't go? At this moment, he was very interested in this world. Of course, he wouldn't be interested if he didn't have this golden finger. You. Lu Qiming looked at Lin Fan in shock. He didn't expect his compatriot to be so courageous. Lin Fan said with determination. The wind blows, and the water turns cold. I will not return. I'm going. Live on with my will. Lu Qiming's face turned even redder. In his mind, Lin Fan's words kept reverberating. You must live. Tears streamed down Lu Qiming's face. Without even turning his head back, Lin Fan ran off into the distance. Live your ass. I'm going to run. That giant beast in the distance was really King huge. It was at least dozens of meters tall. Not only was it tall, it also looked like Godzilla. Although Lu Qiming couldn't move, he looked at the figure in the distance with anticipation. It was basically impossible to destroy that gigantic beast, but he still held on to his last bit of hope. Suddenly, Lu Qiming saw the figure fall. As it was too far away, he didn't know what happened. No. Lu Qiming gritted his teeth and closed his eyes in despair. But suddenly, he looked into the distance in shock. The fallen figure stood up. He vaguely saw that the figure's back was already dyed red with blood. F***ck. It's a sin to have too many people. You never know when you'll be killed. Lin Fan cursed. He didn't pay attention and was stabbed in the back. Luckily, the immortal body was reliable. He revived after 10 seconds. Without a second thought, he turned around and ran. Die. Before he could run far, he was slashed again. This time, it was on his neck. Even if it didn't hurt, the blood was too much. Lu Qiming saw the figure fall again and was in despair. But not long later, he saw the figure stand up shakily. Lu Qiming clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. He was so moved that he cried. His opponent fell down again and again, but stood up again and again, until he could no longer see his back. What kind of willpower made him so persistent? Lu Qiming gritted his teeth. Your willpower is as heavy as a mountain, but I will try my best to pass it down. Along the way, Lin Fan didn't know how many times he had been killed, but each time, he relied on the immortal body to revive. But even if he had the immortal body, it wasn't reliable. How could he keep getting killed? At this moment, Lin Fan sprawled on the ground. Kicking his legs, he crawled slowly. Voldemort had appeared. The surrounding people were fighting in full swing. How could they notice the existence of a Voldemort demon at their feet? Hee, this is much better. As long as I don't get killed. Lin Fan smiled. He felt that he was too smart. Not long later, Lin Fan looked up. The gigantic beast was right in front of him. The beast was extremely ferocious. God knows how many people were killed with a single stomp. 4 figures floated beside the beast. They stared at the sky, as if they were defending against attacks from the sky. Lin Fan crawled slowly, not attracting anyone's attention at all. Even the 4 figures floating beside the gigantic beast didn't look down at the situation below. Perhaps to them, the person below was nothing to worry about. Just then, the beast stomped on Lin Fan. Although it didn't step on Lin Fan, the strong force caused Lin Fan to vomit blood. Lin Fan cursed in his heart. He died instantly. When he came back to life, he saw the beast in front of him and chased after it. The ball in his hand was a human upper-class support item created by the blacksmiths of the Magnificent Flame sect after countless days and nights. Its main function was to coordinate with the Divine Yuan cannon to locate the target. Lin Fan stood between the beast's legs and raised his hands. He took a deep breath and pressed the start button. A touching sentence came to his mind. Fire at me. His voice was so loud that it could be heard all over the battlefield. Boom, the huge cannon's muzzle contained a terrifying power, which then shot straight into the clouds. What the F***ck? Isn't the cannons firing way too fast? Although he had an immortal body, he did not want to sit and wait to be blasted to smithereens. Suddenly, Lin Fan realized that there was a hole at the base of the beast's tail. It was shrinking and tightening like a chrysanthemum. Without any hesitation, Lin Fan threw it in. The beast trembled slightly. It was as if something that shouldn't have entered an important part of its body. It felt itchy. I'm going. Lin Fan turned and ran, leaving this place behind. Lying on the ground, Lu Qiming, who had lost all hope, looked up when he heard Lin Fan's voice. I did it. He couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. I will remember you for the rest of my life. Lin Fan's actions affected everyone in the Magnificent Flame sect, and their combat power increased. How is this possible? The 4 figures surrounding the gigantic beast looked on in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, they fled into the distance. The ground shook. A strong force swept across everything. Lin Fan was already far away. When he turned around, he was blown into the sky by the strong force. I want to fly higher. After a long time. When Lin Fan opened his eyes, he was dumbfounded. Where am I? Where the F***ck did you blow me to? But when he looked into the distance, he couldn't help but complain. Holy shit. To think that I would be blasted so far away just now. But now that everyone thinks that I'm dead, I can sneak away. Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. This immortal body is awesome. At least I won't die in the future, and I can even have fun. That's right, when I was being slashed, something incredible seemed to have appeared. At this moment, the scene he was looking forward to suddenly appeared in his mind. Name, Lin Fan. Cultivation, Body Tempering Stage 1, plus, Experience Points, 100 points, 30 holy sh*t, this thing is a little high-end. Lin Fan's tolerance was quite strong. He didn't find the image strange at all. Instead, he felt that it was impossible for a handsome man like him to not have a cheat. Otherwise, if I don't have a cheat, I might as well end my life with a slash. His 30 points seemed to have been obtained after he killed that person earlier. But what's with the experience points? The number was like a duck egg, and it seemed to have increased a little when I was killed. When he saw that the cultivation was only body tempering stage 1, he wanted to curse. How weak was the original owner of this body? He was so weak, and his cultivation was the weakest. What a headache. Clearly, when he was on Earth, he had such a happy life. Didn't he just sleep, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself in this damned place. If he was invincible and arrogant, he could still reluctantly accept it. But now, what the hell was this? What's with the plus behind the cultivation? Lin Fan was confused and tapped on it. Something unbelievable happened. Cultivation, Body Tempering Stage 2, plus, but the experience points turned into a duck egg once again. Damn. Lin Fan's breathing quickened. At the same time, he felt a change in his body. A warm feeling spread through his body, as if he had become stronger. He clenched his fist. I'm much stronger than before. Awesome, brother. Haha. Lin Fan laughed out loud. He felt that he was about to reach the peak of his life. Based on this situation in novels, the main characters had to cultivate by themselves. But now, with just a little bit of his hand, he could raise his strength. He wanted to ask who else could grant him death, but very quickly, he calmed down. My experience points were 0 before, but it turned from 0 to 100 after being slashed by others. It seems like being killed can also increase my experience points. But it shouldn't be the only way. I have to find out more about it. As for the points, he didn't really understand what they were for. Logically speaking, there should be a points mall or a lucky draw gift pack, but there were none of those. He was a little disappointed. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Lin Fan was lying behind the rock. With just one look, he was stunned. What was going on? Why were all the people he saw on the battlefield running in his direction? Could it be that his previous heroic actions had saved the entire world? Looking at the situation around him, there was no way out at all. If he were to bump into them, he might not die, but if he were to be captured alive, he would be in deep trouble. I want my freedom. Determination flashed across Lin Fan's eyes. Without hesitation, he banged his head on the rock. Bang! Awesome, Lin Fan. Fresh blood flowed everywhere. I can't waste it. Lin Fan wiped the blood off his face. His eyes rolled back, and he stuck out his tongue. Then, he lay on the ground like a corpse. The voices were getting closer and closer. Run. The magnificent flame sex people are crazy. How can we be defeated? How could this be? Damn it. Look, there's a magnificent flame sect disciple here, but he's dead. Damn it, these bastards. Even if they die, they won't let you rest in peace. Puke, Lin Fan, who was pretending to be dead, cursed in his heart. He felt like he had just been killed. Why are they so perverted? I was just lying down, and you guys are torturing me. What a bunch of bastards. But even so, he still did not move. If they find out that I'm still alive, I'll be in big trouble. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Experience points, 10. Just as I expected, my experience points have increased. This damn magnificent flame sect disciple, I'm going to turn you into a corpse. What the heck? Lin Fan could not take it anymore. How dare this guy kick my brother, but forget it, I'll just bear with it. When I reach the peak of my life, I'll definitely kill you all. But what surprised Lin Fan was that his experience points did not increase this time. It seems like he can only increase it by being killed. Let's not stay here. Let's go. Just slash each of them once. Dismember them directly. Okay. Just then, something that angered both humans and gods happened. The thugs would raise their knives and chop the corpses on the ground whenever they passed by. They were dismembering the corpses. However, his experience points were still increasing. +10+10. However, the immortal body had a 10-second blank period, which meant that the user would be dead within those 10 seconds. Therefore, if someone tried to kill him, he would not gain any experience points. Not long later. The noise was gone. Lin Fan opened his eyes immediately and rubbed his head. Which bastard tried to kill me? I almost got a concussion. But I'm fine now. It seems like the Magnificent Flame sect has won, or else they wouldn't have run away. Lin Fan checked his experience points. I've reached 150 points. Lin Fan counted and realized that he had been killed 15 times. He tapped on the plus sign again, but there was no response. I guess it's because I don't have enough experience points to level up. Forget it, I should think about where I should go now. A gust of cold wind blew, and Lin Fan felt a chill down his spine. But he was dumbfounded. His clothes were tattered after being killed so many times. He covered his crotch shyly and looked around. It's better to find something to hide from. Lin Fan was really thankful for the Japanese clothes on Earth. He took off his clothes and wrapped his crotch up. Done. According to the memories of the previous Lin Fan, the Magnificent Flame sect wasn't peaceful now. Even if a war broke out, it would be dangerous to go anywhere. But I can't go back. It's not easy for me to come out, so I have to wander around alone. As the saying goes, swing your tail and you will be unstoppable. The world is so big, and it's an unfamiliar world. I have to find a new life. With my ability, I won't be afraid that I won't be able to reach the peak of my life. But soon. Lin Fan gave up on the idea. He hid in a corner and looked at the scene in front of him. Without hesitation, he turned around and left. The Magnificent Flame sect is safer. And I'm a hero. Why don't I welcome him? There might even be girls who worship me. I can solve the problem of their lives. I'm excited just thinking about it. Where are they? When Lin Fan returned to the battlefield, there was no one there. There was not a single corpse. I might not have counted how many people were sacrificed, but the battle was intense. At least tens of thousands of people had died. How long have I been unconscious? Isn't it too fast to clean up the battlefield? It had been 3 days since Lin Fan came to the Magnificent Flame sect from Earth. Naturally, he did not feel any sense of belonging. However, it was too dangerous ahead, and with his current strength, he could not protect himself even with the immortal body. Therefore, it was better for him to return to the Magnificent Flame sect. I look left and right, but I don't even have a single piece of clothing. What the hell? If someone were to see me dressed like this, they would laugh their heads off. The Magnificent Flame sect's base is just ahead. I wonder what will happen there. After a long time. Stop right there. Who are you? Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in front of Lin Fan. They were holding weapons in their hands, staring at Lin Fan warily. Lin Fan screamed in his heart. I finally see you. We're on the same side. Don't be rash. Lin Fan said hurriedly. Just when he was about to take out the evidence, he suddenly remembered that he was only wearing a cloth to cover his crotch. A skinny man looked at Lin Fan warily. Why is he dressed like this? He then said in an unfriendly tone, how can you prove that you're not a spy? Lin Fan was speechless. Spy my ass. If I were a spy, would I come dressed like this? What an idiot. I feel that this kid is of unknown origin, and he looks so wretched. Why don't we just kill him? The taller man suggested. That's not a good idea. The skinny man said. What's wrong with that? The taller man said. I'll cut him in half, and he'll be dead. Hearing their conversation, Lin Fan flew into a rage. I worked so hard to find you, and you want to kill me? I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. What are you trying to do? How can you make me so disappointed? I just killed that beast with my life, and now that I'm back, you want to kill me? Lin Fan shouted. As soon as these words were released, the two of them were immediately shocked. The skinny man stared at Lin Fan in disbelief. You're the disciple who shouted shoot at me? Who else could it be other than me? I even gave up my life just to let you guys live. To think that you guys would still want to kill me. Heartache, this is way too heartache. Forget it, I'll just leave. Lin Fan's face was filled with sorrow as if he hadn't expected this to happen. He turned around and left. Just as Lin Fan was about to turn around, a hand grabbed onto his arm. Lin Fan chuckled. Little brats, just a few words from yours truly is enough to make you guys feel guilty. As expected. Junior brother, please don't be angry. Senior brother, and I really didn't know. The skinny man felt extremely guilty. The way he looked at Lin Fan changed. How could they not know that it was all thanks to the nameless disciple that they were able to win this war? If it wasn't for that disciple, who knows what the final outcome would have been? Lin Fan turned around suavely. If that's the case, then I'll forgive you. The tall male disciple was very strong. He grabbed Lin Fan's shoulder and glared at him. Junior brother, I just said that I'll kill you. Don't take it to heart. I'm just that rude. Lin Fan thought to himself. Why does this big guy seem to have a screw loose in his head? But he had a plan now. Even though he had the immortal body and was not afraid of death, it was too dangerous outside. If he was kidnapped, he wouldn't be able to escape. After thinking about it, he felt that this place was safer. It would give him a chance to escape. May I know the names of the two senior brothers? I mean Xiao Tian, the skinny man replied. He had long hair and a feminine look on his face. My name is Gao Dazhuang. Just call me Dazhuang. We're family from now on. If you need anything, feel free to look for me. I, Dazhuang, love to help people. This name was exactly the same as the person himself. He was so King strong, and a little silly. Also, who the hell is family? Even if you want to get close, you can't do it this way. But looking at the situation, the two of them seemed to be quite friendly. I'm Lin Fan. Suddenly, Yin Xiaotian exclaimed. Oh yeah, Dazhuang, take junior brother Lin with you. I'll inform senior brother now. After saying this, Yin Xiaotian ran away. Senior brother Dazhuang, what's going on with senior brother Yin? Lin Fan was confused. Gao Dazhuang patted Lin Fan's shoulder. Junior brother, you're a hero. You've made a great contribution. All the senior brothers are looking for you. Isn't it just a small matter? Why is he doing this? Lin Fan thought to himself. Under Gao Dazhuang's lead, Lin Fan passed through many checkpoints. According to Lin Fan's memory, this wasn't the magnificent Flame Sect's headquarters. It was a temporary camp set up by the two sects during the war. But what made Lin Fan feel a little awkward was that this Gao Dazhuang was too ostentatious, shouting at everyone he met. Junior brother, you're the hero who killed the war beast. In any case, as long as it was a person, they would all be staring at him. However, their gazes were filled with admiration. Lin Fan couldn't help but puff out his chest proudly. To be able to enjoy the treatment of a hero before he escaped was a pretty good choice. Soon, they arrived at the camp. This camp was very different from the ancient TV dramas on Earth. Don't expect it to be a tent. Instead, there were many ancient buildings that were majestic. This was especially so for the command hall in the middle. It was even more majestic and extraordinary. Senior brother, he's the one. Yin Xiaotian appeared with a man beside him. He could not help but look at Lin Fan. You're Lin Fan? The man looked at him suspiciously. He was a little confused. How could he survive the God Essence cannon? Yes, senior brother. I'm afraid I'm Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled. How did you survive? The man asked. Senior brother, you have no idea how intense the battle was. Senior brother Lu Qiming wanted to use his own life to destroy the war beast. But who would have thought that senior brother Lu would be slashed and unable to move? Hence, without any hesitation, I hugged that thing and charged towards the war beast. When the God energy cannon attacked, I ran and lost consciousness. When I woke up, I didn't know where I was blown to. It's a pity that my clothes were gone. The man was dumbfounded. How could this happen? The Divine Yuan Cannon was a mystic middle-grade weapon. It could unleash terrifying power with a large amount of Yuan crystals. Even a body-tempering Stage 9 cultivator like him, who was about to become an Earthstar border cultivator, would not be able to withstand a single shot from it. In the end, he could not understand what had happened. He could only attribute it to luck. Good, very good. With a disciple like you, the Magnificent Flame sect will be able to protect the sect. The man patted Lin Fan's shoulder happily. Junior brother Lin, I will remember this contribution. When we return to the sect after the battle, I will reward you accordingly. Junior brother Yin, take junior brother Lin back to rest. Yes, senior brother. Yin Xiaotian nodded and smiled. Junior brother Lin, let's go back and change. Lin Fan was still in a daze. I've done so much for the Magnificent Flame sect, and you're going to dismiss me with just one sentence. Didn't you say that I'm a hero? Damn, there's no future. There's really no future. It's better to go out and mess around. Lin Fan was disappointed. I thought that I would be able to reach the peak of my life. On the way. Senior brother Yin, who's that senior brother? Lin Fan asked. That's senior brother Feng Qing. He's only been in the sect for 2 years, but he's already a body-tempering Stage 9 cultivator. He's half an Earthstar border cultivator. Da Zhuang and I have been in the sect for 3 years, but we're still only in body-tempering Stage 6. I wonder when we can become as strong as senior brother Feng Qing. Lin Fan mumbled. You've only reached body-tempering Stage 9 in 2 years? If I were you, I would be invincible. But luckily, I have a golden finger now. It's not a problem for me to become a strong cultivator. With junior brother Lin's ability, you will definitely become an Earthstar border cultivator. Da Zhuang laughed. P.S. New book, please recommend it. As for updates, the new book will be updated twice a day, and the old book will be updated 4 times a day. Don't worry. Junior brother Lin, you can stay here for now. There are some clothes in the closet. Yin Xiaotian felt guilty for suspecting Lin Fan of being a traitor. Lin Fan had destroyed the giant war beast with his life, yet Yin Xiaotian still had such thoughts. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. Lin Fan looked at the house in front of him. He was satisfied. Senior brothers, where are you going? He asked. Da Zhuang and I are on duty today. We have to go back to our post later. We will come and talk to junior brother tomorrow. Yin Xiaotian turned and left. Lin Fan still had a lot of things to figure out. He needed some time alone. Take care, senior brothers. Lin Fan smiled and waved. Yin Xiaotian and Gao Dazhuang turned around and looked at Lin Fan curiously. Junior brother Lin, is there anything else? Huh? Lin Fan was taken aback. I didn't say there was anything else. Nothing. Take care, senior brothers. Take care, junior brother Lin. What the F***CK? Didn't take care mean for you guys to take care? Why do you think I have something else to do, back in the house? It might be simple, but it was clean. Lin Fan quickly took off the cloth that was covering his crotch and changed into his new clothes. My image will be tarnished if I don't dress like this. Forget it. I need to see what the effects of the golden finger are. The system did not respond. There was no response from the golden finger. With a thought, the interface appeared in his mind, and the scene from before appeared in his mind. Name, Lin Fan Cultivation, Body Tempering Stage 2, plus, Experience Points, 150 points, 30 Talent, Immortal Lottery, Bronze, 100, Silver, 300, yet to be unlocked. There was a huge change in the data on the interface. There were 2 new categories, Talent and Treasure Chest. There was no need to explain the immortal body, as he already knew about it. The lottery seemed to be about using points. Previously, he had drawn an eternal grade item. It seemed that his luck had been quite good. However, the lottery series did not have an eternal grade item yet. But the experience points made me speechless. I can't be hacked to death every day, can I? At least there are other ways. Dong. Dong. Dong, the sound of a great bell could be heard. Her voice was resounding, shocking the soul, and even more so, there was a sense of alertness. Lin Fan fused with his original memories and suddenly understood. This was the unique bell of the Magnificent Flame sect. It would ring at certain times, be it in the sect or on the battlefield. The purpose of the Magnificent Flame sect was to encourage the disciples to cultivate hard and increase their strength. Only a strong body could lead to a strong sect. This was the Magnificent Flame sect's motto. By the way, every Magnificent Flame sect disciple will have to learn a skill set when they enter the sect. Body refining art. Lin Fan searched through his mind and finally found the cultivation skill. Regardless of the level of the Magnificent Flame sect's disciples, they all needed to cultivate the body refinement technique to enter the sect. The body tempering realm was divided into 9 layers. There was not much difference between each layer, but it would make the body stronger and stronger. In the end, the bones, marrow, internal organs, etc., would become indestructible. Of course, this was just an exaggeration. No one could cultivate to the state of invulnerability, but they could hone their body to the extreme to prepare for the Earth Star border realm. According to the records, the body tempering stage 9 was a threshold, and one had to pay a huge price to cultivate to the body tempering stage 9. Damn, there's only one skill set in this world. I'm so poor. If I can get a peerless skill set from the lucky draw, I'll be so lucky. Lin Fan thought to himself. Forget it, I'll give it a try. If my cultivation speed is too slow, I'll just kill myself. That's good enough. Now, he already knew that the situation was very unsafe. What they were facing was the invasion of the Sunshine sect. In their memories, the Sunshine sect was close to the Magnificent Flame sect. However, the Sunshine sect's territory was small, and they lacked resources. However, there were many elites in the Sunshine sect, and they were much more powerful than the Magnificent Flame sect. Therefore, the Sunshine sect wanted to invade the Magnificent Flame sect to gain more territory and resources. But how could the billions of Magnificent Flame sect citizens agree to this? They were not afraid of death. At this moment, they put aside all their internal conflicts and fought against the Sunshine sect. Sigh, I didn't even get a good identity after transmigrating. It's so stressful. Cultivating skill set. Suddenly, a connection was formed between Lin Fan's body and the air. A strong vibration could be felt in the air, as if a rock was thrown into the water. The vibration was like a ripple, grinding his body. Resonance. Ever since he obtained the immortal body, he could no longer feel pain. But according to his memory, the pain during cultivation was unbearable. Therefore, many people could not endure it and could only cultivate slowly. Suddenly, something happened that surprised Lin Fan. Experience points +1, experience points +1. His experience points kept increasing. Lin Fan was shocked. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. He could not believe it, but it was followed by excitement. Damn. So that's how it is. If it's just getting killed by others to increase my experience points, I don't know how long it would take me to reach the highest level. I didn't expect that self-cultivation would be the key. This feels great. After a while, Lin Fan stopped his cultivation. He checked his experience points. It's 3,750. Add points. I must add points. He pressed on the plus sign. Buzz, a strange feeling flowed through Lin Fan's body. When he looked at the interface, he noticed the changes in his cultivation. Cultivation, body tempering stage 3, plus, experience points, 1750 previously, I only needed 100 experience points to level up. I didn't expect it to take me 2,000 points to level up to stage 3. The difference is too big. However, this was already enough to satisfy Lin Fan. What others could only raise once every few months, Lin Fan had done so in just a short while. Wasn't that scary? There was a threshold before the 3rd layer. After the 3rd layer, the body would slowly become as hard as a rock. If one wanted to advance from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer, one would need willpower, because that kind of torture wasn't something that ordinary people could endure. Lin Fan could not hold back after discovering this secret. He must cultivate crazily. Only when I'm strong can I do whatever I want. Otherwise, what's the use of the immortal body? Cultivate. When the sun had set, Lin Fan opened his eyes. Experience points, 5750 add points. He moved his hand. Cultivation, body tempering stage 4, plus, experience points, 1750 inches the blink of an eye. From level 3 to level 4, Lin Fan's physical body had undergone a huge change. His initially smooth skin suddenly turned rough, and a series of sharp corneas appeared. When he touched it with his finger, it was incomparably hard. After that, the corneas gradually calmed down and melted into his skin. That rough skin became smooth once more. Didn't they say there would be a threshold from stage 3 to stage 4? Where did my threshold go? Looking at the situation, Lin Fan couldn't help but burst out laughing. What the F***ck is there left to play? Yours truly is cheating. How are they going to let others live? I'm going to reach the peak of my life faster. If I don't make good use of this golden finger, I'll be in trouble. Furthermore, the situation is not safe. If there's another battle, I won't die, but I'll feel bad if I keep getting killed. Cultivate. Cultivate like crazy. Midnight, Lin Fan opened his eyes. He really couldn't take it anymore. His head was dizzy and heavy. Cultivation consumed too much energy, and his strength wasn't strong enough to ignore the need for rest. At least for now, I still have a mortal body. Lin Fan estimated that he could gain 30 experience points per minute, which meant that he could gain 1,800 experience points per hour. Lin Fan checked the interface. Experience points, 7150. He cultivated for 3 hours. It was late at night, and only the sound of insects could be heard. I want to increase my strength, but I don't have enough experience points. The next day, bang. Bang, Lin Fan was still not used to the biological clock here. In the past, it would be noon the moment he woke up. F***ck, who is knocking on my door so early in the morning? Lin Fan pushed the door open. At that moment, before he could even react, his vision blurred. A fat figure had wrapped his arms around him. Junior brother Lin, you're really alive. Lu Qiming was so moved that he cried. Everything that had happened on the battlefield was still vivid in his mind. After the battle ended, he was saved and treated, but he endured the pain and told others about Lin Fan's story, begging them to find Lin Fan's corpse. Later, he heard someone say that Lin Fan had returned and was as good as new. He was so excited that he wanted to go look for him immediately, but his injuries didn't allow him to move around. After a night of recovery, his body gradually recovered, and he couldn't wait to come over. F***cku. Lin Fan cursed. What the hell is this fatty doing? I don't like men. He wanted to break free, but the fatty's arms were like iron hooks, hugging him tightly. Senior brother Lu, I didn't expect you to survive. Lin Fan said calmly. Lu Qiming's chubby face turned red as he said excitedly, I thought I wouldn't be able to hold on, but junior brother Lin told me to live on with your will, so I swore that I couldn't die. I must hold on. I'm so happy to see you again. Cough cough, just then, a voice came from outside. Did we come at the wrong time? Yin Xiaotian stood outside the door, peeking at the hugging couple. Then, he turned to look at Gao Dazhuang. He immediately turned away and stopped thinking about it. Gao Dazhuang scratched his head in a daze. Junior brother Lin is really popular, just like me. Lu Qiming realized that he was too excited. He then let go of Lin Fan. I'm sorry, senior brothers. I was too excited to see junior brother Lin. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. This person was too passionate, so passionate that it was a little scary. Senior brothers, why are you here so early? What's the matter? Junior brother Lin, we're here to look for you. Let's go to the cafeteria and the training field. Yin Xiaotian said. Gao Dazhuang laughed foolishly, Junior brother Lin, you have to hurry. If you're late, there won't be anything left to eat. He had been here for 3 days and had always been alone. He had made a lot of jokes, but he didn't expect that he would be so popular. There were even people calling him for breakfast in the morning. This feeling was pretty good. Then, he washed up. 3 senior brothers, let's go together. The cafeteria ended its meal. The four of them walked towards the training field. They might be in a war, but cultivating was something that no one would forget. Senior Brother Ian, do we all cultivate the body refinement technique? Lin Fan asked curiously. The body tempering technique is the magnificent flame sex basic skill set for the body tempering realm. It is used to train one's body until the body tempering stage 9, which is the preparation for stepping into the Earth Star Border realm. Once you step into the Earth Star Border realm, you will be able to produce spiritual energy, and you will be able to cultivate many skill sets that are not for mortals. What skill sets can we cultivate in the body tempering realm? Lin Fan asked. You can cultivate the mortal skill set. This is the skill set that you can cultivate before you can produce any elemental energy. Skill sets above the mortal level require elemental energy, Xianxia explained. Soon, they arrived at the training field. When Lin Fan arrived at the training field, he could not bear to look at the scene. Ruthless. This is too ruthless. There were bloodstains all over the training field. Some people were being beaten with wooden sticks and iron rods, while others were pulling ropes and letting rocks hit their bodies. Don't think that these people were torturing themselves. They were cultivating. There were many ways to train one's body. One was to cultivate the body refinement technique and use resonance to compress one's body. Another way was to rely on external forces and circulate the body refining art at the same time to temper the physical body to a high degree, which could make the cultivation speed faster. However, most people would not be able to endure the torture for long. They would give up soon. If they forced themselves to endure it, they might die. Junior Brother Lin, go ahead and cultivate. Lu Qiming said. In order to increase his own strength, Lu Qiming was going all out. Okay. Lin Fan smiled. I'm going to do my best now. However, I'm still doubtful about these methods. Can they really increase the speed of cultivation? Xianxia did not use this method, as if he was worried about his body. However, Gao Dazhuang took off his clothes, revealing his muscular body. Come, hit me. Gao Dazhuang took a deep breath. His face was flushed, and the muscles on his back bulged, giving people a sense of shock. Xianxia hit Gao Dazhuang's back with the iron rod. Gao Dazhuang, who had a silly look on his face, became serious and meticulous when he cultivated. The pain was buried deep in his body, and it did not show. Borrowing the external force, Xianxia circulated his cultivation technique and his physical body gradually turned red, as though he was being burned by a blazing fire. The blood in his body began to boil, turning into strands of mysterious energy that spread throughout his limbs and bones. This was bone refining, and it had already reached a very high level. Lin Fan looked around and felt that he should give it a try to see if he could handle it. You're Lin Fan? The Lin Fan who killed the war beast on the battlefield? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Lin Fan turned around and saw a half-naked man walking towards him. The man's upper body was covered in wounds, and he was obviously a strong man. Yes, I am. Lin Fan said proudly. It seemed that he had met a fan. The man sized Lin Fan up and shook his head. I, Xianxia, don't believe you with your cultivation and body. Lin Fan was displeased. Yours truly has worked so hard to accomplish such a great feat, and yet people don't believe me? Aren't they insulting my character? Then what do I have to do to make you believe me? Lin Fan felt that he had to prove himself. I just don't believe you, Xianxia said, and turned to leave. This had Lin Fan scratching his head. Logically speaking, he should have displayed his true strength and taught this guy a lesson. But to think that this guy didn't do anything at all. He merely said that sentence and turned to leave. Xianxia, what do you mean? Are you suspecting Junior Brother Lin? Lu Qiming could not take it anymore. He saw how Lin Fan killed the war beast with his own eyes. Lu Qiming, what do you want? What's wrong with me suspecting him? He used to be a coward, and now he's telling me that he killed the war beast? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death, Xianxia said in disdain. You. Lu Qiming stared at Xianxia, not knowing what to say. But all of a sudden, cries of alarm sounded. Damn, who is this disciple? Isn't he too strong? At this rate, no matter how strong his body is, he won't be able to handle it. A loud sound could be heard. Lu Qiming and Zhang Long looked over. Lin Fan held the rope with both hands, and the other end of the rope was tied to a boulder. Every time he pulled the rope up and let go, the boulder would hit his back. Not many people were willing to try this method of torture, as the damage was too great. Even if they tried, they would not last long. But to Lin Fan, what the hell was this? It doesn't hurt at all. Lin Fan practiced the body tempering technique, and his experience points increased at an alarming rate. Experience points +5. It was 5 times faster than usual. His blood was boiling, and his body was like a piece of red-hot metal, emitting white smoke. The surrounding disciples opened their mouths wide. Who is this guy? That's too cruel. When the boulders hit the body, the resonance produced is at least 10 times stronger than usual. Furthermore, if one is not careful, their internal organs would be shattered. No one who hasn't reached the 6th layer of body tempering realm would dare to continue like this. How many times has it been? Is he trying to kill himself? Even a 6th layer body tempering realm senior brother wouldn't be able to do it at such a high speed. Every time he collides with the wall, he needs to calm his boiling blood. It's going to cost his life. Hearing the exclamations of the surrounding disciples, Lin Fan was overjoyed. His experience points had also increased at an unexpected rate. Compared to normal cultivation, it was much faster. Lin Fan had the body of immortality. To others, this would be unbearable torture, but Lin Fan did not feel any pain at all. He only felt his back was wet. Maybe he was bleeding. At this moment, Lin Fan's entire body was red. He opened his mouth, and a thick white smoke came out from his mouth and nose. Experience points, 8,000. Lin Fan added a point without hesitation. Cultivation, body tempering stage 5, plus, a mysterious power burst out from his body. Bang, the veins in his arms expanded like a coiling dragon. An explosive sound could be heard, and his body became much bigger than before. His arms became thicker. His height also increased. Who is this disciple? He broke through to body tempering stage 5, and his bones are changing. So powerful. Who is he? I just heard that he seems to be the disciple who killed the giant war beast on the battlefield yesterday. It's him. The surrounding disciples who were cultivating looked at each other in disbelief. Then, their faces lit up with excitement. They didn't expect to see such a fierce person. Zhang Long stared at the scene in front of him, dumbfounded. He felt a sense of shame in his heart. What did he just say to her? You don't trust me? As timid as a mouse, holy sh*t, he had never seen anyone who dared to cultivate like this, and he had never seen anyone cultivate at such a frequency. This kind of cultivation method made the pain unbearable, but the fellow before him was expressionless, and even seemed a little excited. Just what was going on? This was too crazy. Gao Dazhuang stopped cultivating and looked at Lin Fan dumbfoundedly. He then said exaggeratedly, Junior brother Lin is so strong. Even I don't dare to cultivate like this. Yin Xiaotian sighed. I didn't expect junior brother Lin to have such a strong will. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would have doubted junior brother Lin. Lu Qiming looked at the bloodstains on Lin Fan's back and glared at Zhang Long. This is what you meant by as timid as a mouse. Answer me, do you dare to cultivate like this? Zhang Long was a body tempering stage 6 cultivator, and he had put in a lot of effort into cultivation. However, he did not dare to cultivate like this. Every time Lin Fan collided with him, his body would shatter. The pain was unbearable. And now, this person in front of him had been hit more than 100 times. How much pain did he have to endure? I. For a moment, Zhang Long didn't know how to reply. He was really frightened. At the same time, the gaze he used to look at Lin Fan was no longer filled with disdain. Instead, it was replaced with admiration. Lu Qiming ignored Zhang Long and shouted, Junior brother Lin, stop. You won't be able to endure this. Lin Fan opened his mouth, and a stream of white smoke came out. Senior brother Lu, it's fine. If I can't even endure this pain, how can I protect the sect? If I don't want to be killed, I can only cultivate harder. A man should be strong and bleed more, so that others will not cry in the future. I'm so good at bragging. I'll make you all listen to me. What is pain? I also want to feel this kind of pain. Unfortunately, I don't have the chance. Bang, the sound of the boulder colliding with the flesh produced a shocking sound. The training ground was silent. All the disciples were fired up by Lin Fan's words. Why did they leave the sect and come here? It must be to protect the sect and the territory of the sect. The surrounding disciples could not take it anymore. Senior brother Lin is right. He's a hero indeed. Let's go all out and cultivate harder. What's the pain? A disciple grabbed a rope and wanted to hit the boulder with it, but he spat out blood and flew to the side. Another disciple went up to him. Junior brother, are you all right? I'm fine. It's really hard. Senior brother, let's form a pair and cultivate together? Okay. Gao Dazhuang said, Junior brother Lin's words are great. Dazhuang needs to cultivate harder too. Junior brother, let's fight. Okay. Lu Qiming was also excited. He did not say anything else and started cultivating. He did not expect junior brother Lin to be so ambitious. I can't fall behind. Zhang Long looked at Lin Fan guiltily. Junior brother Lin, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Lin Fan let out a breath and smiled. Senior brother, what are you talking about? We're all magnificent flame sect disciples, and we should support each other. At this moment, Zhang Long was stunned. He did not expect junior brother Lin to smile at him even though he was suffering from the torture of cultivation. He must be enduring the pain and smiling at him to make him feel at ease, to make him forget about this matter. At the thought of this, Zhang Long felt like crying. To think that junior brother Lin would still be so considerate of him even though he had said those words to him. I'm so touched. Junior brother Lin, Zhang Long did not know what to say. He turned around and left. He had to cultivate harder too. If Lin Fan knew what Zhang Long was thinking, he would definitely complain. Senior brother, you're thinking too much. I'm smiling because I want to show off and show that I'm cultivating very easily, right? Why does it have a different meaning in your eyes, the entire morning? Screams could be heard on the training ground. This might be normal, but what was abnormal was that none of the disciples left early. This made the passing disciples dumbfounded. This doesn't make sense. Why did they all seem to be on steroids? I can't stop cultivating. F*CK, I can't take it anymore. Even though Lin Fan did not feel any pain, he could feel that something was wrong with his body. There was a cracking sound. His cervical vertebrae seemed to have cracked. Under such frequent attacks, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. Puff, blood splattered everywhere. His lungs exploded. Lin Fan's face was pale. This was a sign of serious injury. Even with his body tempering stage 5 cultivation, he could not take it anymore. Slow down. I have to slow down. He wanted to kill himself, but there were so many people watching. He had to find a good place to do it. Junior brother Lin, are you all right? Lu Qiming came to Lin Fan's side and asked worriedly. Lin Fan waved his hand. I'm fine. My qi and blood are in a mess, and I spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm going back to rest. Senior brothers, continue with your cultivation. Are you sure you're all right? Lu Qiming asked worriedly. I'm fine. In my current state, I can kill a cow with one punch. Do you believe me? Lin Fan said with a serious face. Before Lu Qiming could say anything, Lin Fan left the scene. He was afraid that he would not be able to take it anymore. If that happened, he would be in big trouble. Junior brother Lin, are you all right? Yin Xiaotian asked as he looked at Lin Fan's back. Gao Dazhuang stopped cultivating. Junior brother Lin, you're amazing. I can't believe you managed to hold on for so long. You must have cultivated the body tempering technique to a very high level. Inside the house, Lin Fan could not help but cough out a mouthful of blood as soon as he entered the house. Oh my god. Not only did my lungs explode, but my liver also exploded. It's just like what they said. Who can endure this kind of cultivation method? It's such a strong resonance. Lin Fan was seriously injured. God knows how long it would take for him to recover. Lin Fan picked up the sword beside him and slashed it across his neck without hesitation. Blood gushed out. Ah! The background music had its own dubbing, and it fell to the ground with a loud crash. Experience points plus 10 seconds later, Lin Fan opened his eyes and stretched his body. His bones were cracking, but there was nothing wrong with them. He had fully recovered. There was nothing wrong with him. Lin Fan checked his experience points. They had reached 1265 points. He had already acted tough today, so he had to think about what to do next. His goal was to leave this place and live a carefree life. However, it was not that easy to leave this place. He had to think of a way. However, looking at the situation around him, he couldn't bear to look at it anymore. The ground was covered in blood, and it was quite horrifying. He quickly cleaned it up. His current situation was to quickly increase his strength. Only by increasing his own strength would he be able to do so. When Lin Fan once again appeared on the martial arts field, Lu Qiming was dumbfounded. Junior brother Lin, why are you here? He could tell that junior brother Lin was injured, but he did not expect him to come back so soon. Lin Fan sighed, senior brother, every time I think about the current situation, I can't eat or sleep in peace. Now that it's no longer a big problem, I'll continue to cultivate. Looking at Lin Fan, Lu Qiming could feel his blood boiling. Good job, junior brother. Other than these words, he really did not know what else to say. He realized that junior brother Lin's awareness was simply too high. It was so high that he was in awe of him. Lin Fan felt a little helpless when he came to this place. Even the original owner of this body was an orphan with no one to rely on. There was nothing for him to be nostalgic about. Forget it. Cultivate. The boulders resonated with Lin Fan's body, increasing his experience points at an unusually fast rate. That afternoon, all the disciples on the martial arts field were in an uproar. They were cultivating with all their might. To them, there was an even scarier existence, and that was that disciple. They were dumbfounded by Lin Fan's crazy cultivation method. They could not believe it. If they did not see it with their own eyes, who would have believed it, far away? Who's that disciple? A middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura asked, staring at the martial arts field. Senior brother Lu, he's Lin Fan. The disciple beside him said respectfully, looking at senior brother Lu with admiration. The senior brother in front of him was immeasurably powerful. He was the idol of many disciples. It was said that senior brother Lu was already an Earth Star Border Stage 5. Senior brother Lu memorized Lin Fan's name and continued to patrol the martial arts field. Not bad. All the disciples are cultivating hard today. This is the only way to prevent us from becoming meat when we meet the Sunshine Sect. Senior brother Lu is right. Night fell. Lin Fan dragged his exhausted body back to the house and committed suicide. He was decisive and didn't hesitate at all. 10 seconds later, he was back to full health. Lin Fan checked his experience points. They had reached 10,500, but there was still a long way to go before he could increase his cultivation. The next day, the sound of the bell rang out, jolting Lin Fan awake from his slumber. F***ck, can't they give me a way out? They're ringing the bell so early in the morning. That's enough. Lin Fan woke up unwillingly, feeling a little unhappy. Papa. Junior brother Lin, wake up. It's time to gather. Lu Qiming knocked on the door anxiously. Coming. Lin Fan put on his clothes and pushed the door open. Senior brother Lu, what's going on? This is an emergency signal. Something must have happened. Let's hurry. Lu Qiming said. When they arrived at the destination, many disciples were already gathered. Every disciple was standing straight. The atmosphere was tense, and Lin Fan had no idea what was going on. Senior brother, what's going on? Why are they all so serious? Lin Fan asked softly. Shoo, junior brother, don't talk. Be quiet. Lu Qiming said softly. Oh. Lin Fan nodded his head. To think that they have a secret. Just then, Lin Fan felt a strong aura coming from afar. When he saw the situation clearly, he was stunned. That was King Ferocious. Those muscles were even stronger than Gao Dazhuang's. Especially those eyes, they were extremely sharp. Although he couldn't see them clearly, he could feel them. That's senior brother Lu. Lu Qiming looked into the distance. Senior brother Lu's cultivation is amazing. He once killed a Sunshine Sect elite and turned the tide of the battle. Junior brothers and sisters. Senior brother Lu, who was on the stage, opened his mouth. His voice was like a great bell that struck everyone's heart. The Sunshine Sect is unwilling to give up. They are planning to split into 2 groups. One group will attack here, and the other group will go to Tianfeng City to plunder. Therefore, we will gather 1,000 disciples here to intercept the Sunshine Sect. This time, there is a slim chance of survival. You just need to hold on for 3 hours, and we will be there. Who is willing to go? Senior brother Lu said, staring at the crowd. Who is willing to go? The disciples below the stage looked at each other. Slim chance of survival? Doesn't that mean that there is no chance of survival? The Sunshine Sect people are cruel and crazy. Sometimes, they would rather die than to drag the other party down with them. To everyone, the Sunshine Sect is the scariest sect. Now that the danger is so high, they started to hesitate. Lin Fan started to analyze the situation in his heart. This is definitely a suicide squad. The death rate is so high that it's scary. But there is still a chance for us to escape. Lin Fan raised his hand without hesitation. I am willing. Instantly, everyone's gazes turned towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan puffed out his chest and left the group, walking towards the stage. Lu Qiming wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die without knowing why. Everyone was watching. This feeling was really King awesome. It felt good to show off a little before making a run for it. Senior brother Lu, I'm willing to go and stop those Sunshine Sect guys. Lin Fan said solemnly. Okay. Lu Daoxing patted Lin Fan's shoulder, satisfied. He then looked down. Who else is willing? The disciples below the stage were conflicted. They wanted to go, but they were unwilling to do so. They wanted to fight on the battlefield, not to be chopped up by the Sunshine Sect scum. Senior brother Lu had already made it very clear that there was only a slim chance of survival. It was an unfair battle. Perhaps they would fall before they could even kill a single enemy. At the same time, some disciples were afraid of death. They just wanted to live. Senior brother Lu was disappointed. No one is willing? I'm willing. Me too. Just then, Lu Qiming, Yin Xiaotian, Gao Dazhuang, and Zhang Long raised their hands and walked up to the stage. Lu Daoxing smiled. That's what a magnificent flame sect disciple should be like. Seeing that they had come up, Lin Fan was speechless. Why do you guys want to go too? Lin Fan asked helplessly. He knew that it would be dangerous, but he was immortal, and he was prepared to run away as soon as the enemy passed by. But senior brother Lu and the rest don't have immortal bodies. If they die, they will die for real. Lin Fan could tell that senior brother Lu and the rest had no intention of going. Did they raise their hands just because I raised them? If junior brother Lin isn't afraid, why should we be? Lu Qiming said. Besides, I don't feel at ease. I owe you my life. If I die, we die together. Lin Fan was about to cry. Are you guys retarded? I'm going to run away. How can I run away if you guys come with me? Are you guys trying to make me feel guilty for the rest of my life? Damn it. Gao Dazhuang smiled foolishly. I, Dazhuang, must fight alongside my friends. I'll follow Dazhuang, Yin Xiaotian said, shrugging. I admire you. I want to be friends with you, Zhang Long said. Lin Fan was speechless right now. What the F***ck was going on right now? Just what sort of a world was this? Couldn't they just cheat each other and let yours truly have a carefree life without any worries? You guys are so passionate. I'm so touched. Do you know that? Lu Daoxing stared at the audience. Anyone else? Lin Fan sighed. What else could he do? What if there was no one? Were they really going to let the few of them go? He then took a step forward and took a deep breath. His eyes were like a ball of fire as he looked at the disciples below. Fellow brothers and sisters, although this time it was a narrow escape, we have no complaints, because the people in Sky Peak City are our compatriots, our loved ones, our families. If we let those fellows break in, what would the consequences be? Can you think of anything? Don't you know what the Sunshine Sect people are like? Are you willing to see your wives being f***ed? Would you be willing to see your loved ones being chopped into pieces? I couldn't, so I stood up. Lin Fan shouted. He then looked at the disciples. Go crazy and join the fight. Lu Daoxing looked at Lin Fan. I didn't expect this disciple to be so smart. As long as Lin Fan is alive, I will definitely recommend him to the sect. With such wisdom, he will definitely become a top elite in the future. But just then, Lin Fan felt awkward. My family is not in Sky Peak City. Lin Fan didn't know which mother ***er in the audience had said such words, but he felt very helpless. Lu Daoxing was a little angry. At this moment, no one stood up. Are they really going to choose randomly? Lin Fan coughed. I don't know who said that, but I can tell you that if Tianfeng City is lost, the Sunshine Sect will invade the city. By then, who can guarantee that your hometown won't be the next target? Lin Fan coughed. Lin Fan looked at Lin Fan with a smile. At that time, your wives will be rubbed against by them, and your parents will be hacked to death. If your luck is bad, your wives will be pregnant with their children. Can you bear it? If you can bear it, I have nothing to say. Indeed, after a lot of saliva, the effect was seen. If I can't tolerate it, I'll join. Me too. Many disciples raised their hands one after another. They had never heard of such vulgar words before. What do you mean your wives will be raped by them? What do you mean your family will be killed? The hatred between them and the Sunshine Sect wasn't just a few days ago. Out of all the sects, they hated the Sunshine Sect the most. When Emperor Yanhua overthrew the tyrannical rule, the Sunshine Sect took the opportunity to invade Sky Peak City and massacred many cities. This hatred had accumulated for more than 100 years. Even now, they could not forget it. Lu Daoxing looked at Lin Fan and nodded in satisfaction. What Lin Fan said might be vulgar, but it makes sense. Lin Fan looked at all of this with satisfaction. 1,000 people were gathered. None of the disciples who were sent to the stage regretted their decision. All they felt was anger. They might know that they would die, but they were not afraid. Lin Fan. Lu Daoxing said. Senior brother, I'm here. Lin Fan stood up. You will be in charge of this operation. All disciples must listen to junior brother Lin's orders. Those who disobey will be crippled of their cultivation and kicked out of the sect. Lu Daoxing said. Yes. Everything was ready. Lin Fan looked at the crowd. How am I supposed to run if I'm the leader this time? This problem was a little complicated. But now is not the time to think about this. Lin Fan waved his hand. Let's go. A group of people walked into the distance in a grandiose manner. Lu Daoxing looked at Lin Fan and the rest worriedly, but he did not ask too much. The real battle had just begun. Junior brother Lin, what you said just now was too good. Lu Qiming said. Lin Fan waved his hand calmly. It's all right. I was just saying. The sun was high up in the sky. Lin Fan and the rest stopped on a main road and took out a map. Junior brother Lin, according to the information, the Sunshine Sect disciples will pass by this road. Yeah. Lin Fan nodded and looked to the sides. There were trees on both sides, enough for them to hide. Senior brother Lu, get the disciples to hide on both sides. When the Sunshine Sect disciples pass by, we will attack them together. Lu Qiming's eyes lit up. Junior brother, that's a good idea. Lin Fan laughed awkwardly. How could this even be considered a good idea? Don't you know about the hidden battle? I can't fight them in the middle of the road, can I? Junior brother Lin, what about you? Lu Qiming asked. Lin Fan held his stomach. My stomach hurts. I need to take care of it. This is such a good opportunity. If I don't escape, it will be a great loss. Junior brother, be careful. If anything happens, immediately shout. Lu Qiming said. Don't worry. Lin Fan nodded his head. Not caring about anything else, he left the place immediately. Hee, I did some research. There's a small path not far away. We can leave safely through that path. Sunshine Sect, Raiding Team. Senior brother, there must be Magnificent Flame Sect disciples blocking this path. We can take this small path to Sky Peak City. We might want to kill them, but our mission is to rob Sky Peak City and get some resources. Yeah, that makes sense. Order all disciples to take the small path. Yes. Lin Fan walked on the small path and stopped. He looked worried and hesitant. Damn, I've only been in this world for a few days. Why do I have to meet such stubborn people? Why are they being so nice to me? If they didn't join the Suicide Squad, they would be fine. If they really meet the Sunshine Sect guys later, how could they survive? Lin Fan thought. Although he was quick-witted, smart, righteous, and a good man in the world, selling out these senior brothers who were friendly to him just like that made his conscience uneasy. F***ck, what the F***ck? Lin Fan shook his head. After a moment of silence, he decided to go back. No matter what happens, I can't let my senior brothers die. Just then, a discordant voice could be heard. There's a Magnificent Flame Sect disciple here. Lin Fan turned around and looked in front of him. What he saw made him dumbfounded. A large group of Sunshine Sect disciples appeared in front of him. F***ck, why are the Sunshine Sect disciples on the small path? Didn't they say that they were going to walk on the main path? Kill this guy. The Sunshine Sect disciples roared and charged at Lin Fan, not giving him a chance to speak at all. Wait, I have something to say. Lin Fan shouted. Damn it, we agreed to walk on the main road. Why did we meet on the small road? We agreed to wait for a while. Why do you want to kill me the moment we meet? Do you guys have any professional ethics? A muscular Sunshine Sect disciple held a 9-ringed machete in his hand and charged at Lin Fan with a murderous aura. Let's talk about it after you die. The machete shone brightly, and the 9 rings on the back of the machete clanked. The wind howled, and Lin Fan was sure to be sliced in half. Lin Fan was angry. He was really angry. You want to kill me the moment we meet? You have no manners at all. Lin Fan opened his palm, and with a bang, his small arm swelled up. A light appeared on his palm, and he grabbed at the machete. It was as if the machete had hit a rock. It could not cut through the machete at all. Lin Fan was overjoyed. After reaching body tempering stage 5, my body is as hard as a rock. This guy wants to kill me? You must be dreaming. Lin Fan's other hand landed on the Sunshine Sect disciple's body. The Sunshine Sect disciple's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, as if he did not expect Lin Fan to be so powerful. He opened his mouth, and a mouthful of blood came out. Lin Fan stomped on the disciple with his foot. He then looked up ahead and said in a displeased tone, I'm asking you guys, can we have a chat? The Sunshine Sect disciples who were about to rush over were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. How is this possible? Senior brother is a body tempering stage 4 elite, and his 9-ringed machete is perfect. How can he be defeated in one move? Did you guys hear that sound? His body is as hard as a rock. That is a sign of body tempering stage 5. This guy is a body tempering stage 5 elite. Is a body tempering stage 5 elite in the eyes of these guys? How inexperienced. Lin Fan stepped on the Sunshine Sect disciple and looked at the crowd in front of him. There are at least 2,000 people here, and I wonder if there are elites among them. The guy under my feet is obviously cannon fodder, a simple-minded guy. But now that things have come to this, I can't back down. I might be a little scared, but I can't show it. Lin Fan placed his hands behind his back and stepped on the disciple. His gaze was sharp. Which one of you is the leader? I'm asking if we can have a chat. At this time, a man walked out. He wore green clothes, and the corners of his eyes were long and thin. One look and one could tell that he was a sinister and cunning person. You're a Magnificent Flame Sect disciple. What do you want to talk about? The man asked in a low voice, sizing Lin Fan up. To him, this Magnificent Flame Sect disciple was at least in body tempering stage 5. But what puzzled him was, how could there be only one person? Could there be an ambush behind? Lin Fan was already cursing in his heart. This was King illogical. They should have appeared on the main road, but they actually bumped into each other on the small road. Steady, he had to steady himself. Then, he coughed lightly and tried to maintain his composure. You don't know right from wrong, and you slashed me with a knife. Can't you ask me clearly what I'm here for? If I'm here to rely on you and want to give you some information, how are you going to give it to me? Given the current situation, he had no choice but to run. From the looks of it, Lu Qiming's side was at least safe, while his side was in extreme danger. As for Tianfeng City, it has nothing to do with me. I have no family or friends here, and escaping is more important. Senior brother, be careful. It might be a trap. A disciple said cautiously before glaring at Lin Fan angrily. Because the man under Lin Fan's foot was his elder brother. His elder brother had always been strong, but now he was being stepped on by Lin Fan without being able to fight back. This made him furious. Qiuli stared at Lin Fan coldly. He did not believe that Lin Fan could do anything to him. If he was alone, all the 2,000 disciples here would be able to kill him with a single slash. Furthermore, there were many body-tempering stage 5 disciples here, and Qiuli was a body-tempering stage 8 cultivator. His bones and marrow were all cultivated to perfection, and he was about to step into body-tempering stage 9. Killing him would be as easy as killing a dog. But since Lin Fan wanted to rely on the Sunshine Sect, Qiuli decided to give him a way out. He might be able to get some useful information out of him, and he might even be rewarded when he returns. Qiuli's face softened. Alright, tell me. As long as you are sincere and tell me useful information, I can spare your life and even let you become a Sunshine Sect disciple. Lin Fan waved his hands. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, No, I think you're mistaken. I'm not here to join anyone. What I want to say is that I accidentally passed by this place. I have nothing to do with them. Let's pretend that we've never met. You guys go and loot and I'll sneak away. Can you give me some face? Qiuli's face darkened. Are you messing with me? No, I'm not messing with you. I just happened to pass by. Can't we just pretend we've never met? As for this guy, can I let him go? Lin Fan said. Qiuli did not expect himself to be fooled by trash from the Magnificent Flame sect. He was furious. Kill him. Hearing this, Lin Fan was furious. Why are you guys so bloodthirsty? Motherf *Ker, if you can kill me, I'll change my surname to yours. Lin Fan grabbed his 9-ringed machete and cut the man under his feet. Points plus 40 inch I didn't expect to get 40 points from killing one. Not bad. What's there to be afraid of? I'm immortal. I'll just fight them. Who's afraid of who? The Sunshine Sect disciples surrounded Lin Fan in an instant. Although Lin Fan had never practiced any saber skills before, he was still a body-tempering stage 5 cultivator. The strength of his attack was terrifying. Points plus 20 points plus 10. Lin Fan realized that he would get different points for killing different people. This should be related to his cultivation. Points reached 100. You can draw now. Draw now. Lin Fan's biggest dream now was to run away. He had never thought of wasting time with these guys. But now that I'm in such a situation, how can I face myself if I don't give them some benefits? Points minus 100. Bronze Lottery, Tang Sect Hidden Weapon, Torrential Pear Blossom Needles. Area, 5x5. Lin Fan slashed the disciple next to him to the ground. What the hell is this? Why did the torrential pear blossom needles appear? But he couldn't care less. There were too many of them, and he couldn't hold them off anymore. He threw the torrential pear blossom needles out. Why would the Sunshine Sect disciples care about this little thing? They just ignored it. However, a terrifying scene happened. Dozens of needles shot out, dealing damage to the area. Cries of pain could be heard. It was a horrible sight. Points plus 10 inch points plus 20 in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan had accumulated 720 points. Lin Fan was stunned. This was way too King awesome. Draw continue. Points minus 100. Bronze Lottery, Type 82 to 2 egg grenade made in China. Qiuli was enraged at the sight of his disciples being slaughtered by Lin Fan. Unleashing his aura, he leaped into the air like a great rock and slammed out with his palm. Go to hell. Bang, Lin Fan could feel his blood boiling. At the same time, he could not fight back. I'm a body-tempering stage 5 weakling, but this guy is definitely stronger than me. Much stronger. He's definitely a weakling. I almost lost my life with just one hit. Puff, Qiuli spat out a mouthful of blood. The grenade that he had just drawn flew out of his arms and made a parabola in the air. Lin Fan was shocked. He wanted to grab it, but he could not help but scream. My Holy Spirit's Invincible Earth Star Border Reliever Pill. It's my only chance to break through to the Earth Star Border realm. Qiuli did not pay much attention to the item that flew out of his pocket. But the name made him realize that it was no ordinary treasure. Holy Spirit's Invincible Earth Star Border Reliever Pill. Isn't the name overbearing, especially the Earth Star Border realm? It made him even more excited. He then leaped into the air and grabbed the grenade in his hand. That initially gloomy face of his broke into a smile. He then turned to look at Lin Fan with a gleeful look. Qiuli looked at the strangely shaped metal ball in his hand. It was a green and white crisscrossed metal ball. But looking at Lin Fan's desperate expression, he knew that this was definitely a good item. Give it back to me. Lin Fan stared at Qiuli with an unwilling expression. Qiuli laughed coldly. Give it back to you? That's impossible. Anything that's in my hands belongs to me. Lin Fan gritted his teeth. This is not a good item. It's just a useless item. Hee, useless or not, it's still mine. At this moment, Qiuli was even more certain that this was a godly item. To think that he would be able to obtain such a good item on this trip. Tell me, what is it? If you don't tell me, I can only take your life. But if you tell me, I can consider sparing your life. Lin Fan's face was filled with disappointment and pain. Please, give it back to me. If not, you will regret it. Haha. Qiuli burst out laughing when he heard that. Regret? I, Qiuli, have never regretted anything. But you? You think you can make me regret? Tell me, what is it? If not, you will die. He felt that this was a bottle, and there must be a godly medicine in it. But after looking at it carefully, he couldn't find a way to open it. How could something that could be preserved in such a way be simple? Even though he could have just crushed it, he was afraid of destroying the godly medicine within. That was the reason why he had kept Lin Fan alive till now. Don't kill me. Lin Fan said timidly. Qiuli was satisfied with the current situation. It's not that I can't not kill you, but you have to tell me what this is. You won't lie to me, right? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. I, Qiuli, will not go back on my words. I swear that I, Qiuli, will not kill you. Qiuli said. But that was not what he thought. As long as he knew the method to open it, he would have his disciple finish this fellow off. Alright, let me tell you, this is my family heirloom. 80 years ago, my father, Grandpa unintentionally saved an injured grandpa. That grandpa felt indebted to my grandpa for saving his life, so he left behind 3 bottles of magical medicine before he left. After my grandpa swallowed them, he immediately broke through from the body-tempering realm to the Earth Star Border realm. He was invincible among those of the same realm, and then. At this moment, Lin Fan started to make up a story. Hearing that, Qiuli's heart surged with excitement. His eyes sparkled. To think that there would be such a good thing. However, he was somewhat displeased. Up until now, he hadn't even gotten to the main point. Enough, I'm asking you how to open it. Lin Fan said, don't be anxious. I will at least let you understand the origin and use of this thing. If you become a supreme expert in the future, at least you won't forget what happened today. Qiuli could not wait any longer. It was impossible for him to give it to the sect. He had to consume it himself and become an Earth Star Border Realm cultivator. It wasn't easy to break through from body tempering stage 9 to the Earth Star Border Realm. Only by experiencing the process personally would one understand how difficult it was. Now that I have a magical medicine that can help me break through, what's so difficult about it? What a pity. I used 2 bottles of such a magical medicine. damn it. Thinking of this, Chioli looked at Lin Fan differently. It was as if he wouldn't be happy if he didn't kill Lin Fan. It's easy to open it. Do you see the circular ring? You just have to pull it open and wait for a few seconds for the mechanism to unlock. If you don't believe me, let me open it. Lin Fan was worried that Chioli was too smart and thought that it was a dangerous item, so he volunteered to open it. Hee, I'll let you open it. I'm afraid that you want to swallow the magical medicine at the last moment since you know that you're going to die, right? I'm not that stupid. Chioli said coldly. To him, if Lin Fan couldn't even see through this, he wouldn't have survived until now. Lin Fan's face fell. You're going back on your words? You said that you wouldn't kill me. Haha. Chioli, who had gotten the magical medicine, was overjoyed. He then said sinisterly, of course I won't kill you, but my junior brothers didn't promise not to kill you. You. Lin Fan was speechless. This guy is pretty smart. He's so good at playing with words. Chioli pulled the ring open, and a click could be heard. He was not nervous at all. He just waited quietly. Some of the junior brothers came up to Lin Fan, their eyes shining with passion. Senior brother, can you let us see what the magical medicine looks like? Yes. You can only look, but you're not allowed to touch it. It's mine. Chioli said coldly. Yes. We just want to take a look. Only senior brother is worthy of such a magical medicine. A group of people gathered together and waited happily. They were looking forward to the Holy Spirit Invincible Mysterious Earthgang Heart Calming Pill. Although the name was a bit long, powerful divine medicines were all like this. They were envious of their senior brother who was about to become an Earthstar Border Realm cultivator. Their eyes were wide open, filled with curiosity. What will the magical medicine look like? Lin Fan mumbled to himself as he looked at the pill in anticipation. Blow them up. Blow them up. On the main road. Junior brother Lin has been gone for so long. Why isn't he back yet? Lu Qiming asked curiously. I don't know. Did something happen to him? Zhang Long asked. Why aren't those guys from the Sunshine sect back yet? Senior brother Lin couldn't have run away because he was afraid, right? A disciple said suspiciously. Shut up. Junior brother Lin is not like that. If you dare to slander junior brother Lin again, I won't go easy on you. Lu Qiming glared at them. Bang, just then, a loud sound could be heard. Everyone's face fell. Oh no, that's where junior brother Lin went. Let's go. Lu Qiming panicked when he heard the sound. He then led the group in that direction. Haha, idiot. What an idiot. Does it feel good? Let me ask you. Does it feel good? Lin Fan stood up. He had just been hit by Chioli and was severely injured. He was feeling a little dizzy right now. However, he was feeling great right now. The Sunshine sect disciples were dumbfounded. Everything was fine just now, but suddenly, all their senior brothers were sent flying. Lin Fan felt good. Points plus 60 points plus 50 points plus 60 many body tempering stage 5 and stage 6 cultivators died. Wow, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Lin Fan was a little shocked. How could he not die from the explosion? However, one of his arms had been blown off. Moreover, his chest was a mess of flesh and blood. Wah, Chioli coughed up mouthfuls of blood. How do you feel? Lin Fan asked. Holy Spirit Invincible Earth Energy Pill isn't bad, right? I told you not to take it, or you will regret it. You just wouldn't listen. Do you want to die now? I, Lin Fan, do things openly. I never do sneak attacks. I told you it was dangerous, and you would regret it. You just didn't believe me. Who can you blame? You. Chioli stared at Lin Fan with bloodshot eyes. He did not expect to be fooled. If not for the fact that he was a body-tempering stage 8 cultivator, he would have died just like his junior brothers. Catch him. I want to torture him to death. Chioli said weakly, but his tone was dark. Lin Fan was in a bad situation. He was seriously injured, and he had to die. He then waved his hands and taunted. You don't have to do anything. Even if I, Lin Fan, die, I will not die in your hands. To Lin Fan, if he were to kill himself later on, these people would retreat. Then, he would revive himself and run away immediately. This was an extremely slippery plan. Lin Fan placed the 9-ringed broadsword on his neck, ready to stab himself. Junior brother, stop. Senior brothers are here. Lu Qiming and the rest heard their junior brother Lin's hot-blooded words. They were so touched that they almost cried. This was especially so for those disciples who had suspected Lin Fan earlier on. They were extremely ashamed right now. They did not expect that Lin Fan would rather kill himself than die in the hands of the Sunshine sect. They were impressed by Lin Fan's spirit, but at the same time, they felt ashamed of themselves. Me my ass. Lin Fan was stunned. I just want to run away. But why? Lin Fan just won't give me the chance. I was so confident, but he did something like this. The Sunshine sect disciples outnumbered them, but they were not afraid at all. Instead, they were filled with fighting spirit. They were all affected by Lin Fan's words. Kill. Yin Xiaotian held his sword and moved like a rock spreading its wings. He sliced the necks of the disciples in front of him and turned to Lin Fan. Junior brother Lin, we will take revenge for you. Gao Dazhuang hollered. Green veins bulged on his body, making him look extremely ferocious. He punched the Sunshine sect disciple in front of him, sending him flying. How dare you bully my junior brother Lin? The magnificent Flame sect disciples let out a roar and rushed into the forest. The Sunshine sect had more people than the magnificent Flame sect, but their senior brother Qiu was injured, and they were frightened by the magnificent Flame sect disciples' aura. The Sunshine sect disciples were in a mess. They only had one thought in mind, and that was to run. Qiu Li spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not expect this to happen. He thought that he would be able to suppress the magnificent Flame sect with his strength, but now, he had lost. The explosion had killed a large number of body-tempering Stage 5 and Stage 6 junior brothers. They were far weaker than the magnificent Flame sect in terms of strength. Lin Fan was speechless. What the F***ck is going on? Qiu Li gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Fan. He gritted his teeth and retreated while enduring his injuries. I'll definitely die if I stay here any longer. Damn it, damn it. I, Qiu Li, will not let you off. Lu Qiming said, Junior brother, rest well. After we kill these guys, we'll bring you back to recover. How could he rest in such a situation? He wanted to run, but he couldn't run anymore. He could only kill to accumulate more points. Senior brother, I can still hold on. Lin Fan said, staring at the Sunshine sect disciples with the 9-ringed broadsword in his hand. Junior brother, your injuries. Lu Qiming was shocked. Lin Fan waved his hand and said sternly, it's fine. I can't just watch my senior and junior brothers fight. I'll just watch from the side. I'll do my best to kill more. Lu Qiming looked at Lin Fan. He didn't expect his junior brother to still think about killing enemies in such a state. He patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said, all right, junior brother, let's fight together. At this moment, Lin Fan's aura changed. He raised his 9-ringed broadsword and rushed towards the disciples. Bastards, your grandpa is coming. Upon hearing his junior brother's words, Lu Qiming was stunned. He then laughed bitterly. He didn't expect his junior brother to be so domineering and stand beside him to ensure his safety. Even though he was heavily injured, he was still able to hold on. It was not a problem for him to kill some trash. Points plus 10 points plus 20 right now, Lin Fan was focused on killing the newbies. Although he didn't gain many points, there were many of them. Suddenly, Lin Fan saw senior brother Lu slashing a disciple to the ground. Just as he was about to finish him off, he shouted, Senior brother, let me kill him. He was the one who scolded me just now. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to vent my anger. All right. Lu Qiming stopped and handed the Sunshine sect disciple over to Lin Fan. Lin Fan was overjoyed. He swung his broadsword down. Points plus 40 awesome. Killing a body-tempering Stage 4 trash. Lin Fan felt good about the points he gained. Just then, he saw Gao Dazhuang fighting with a body-tempering stage 6 disciple. Even though they were of the same cultivation level, Gao Dazhuang had the upper hand. He could crush his opponent with absolute strength. Lin Fan threw a punch, and an explosion could be heard. Crack, the disciple's chest caved in as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Just as Gao Dazhuang was about to give his opponent the final blow, he heard Lin Fan shout. "Senior brother, let me do it. This guy scolded me just now. If I don't kill him myself, I won't be able to calm down." In this situation, Lin Fan could only happily attack. Especially for Gao Dazhuang and the others, the enemies they were facing weren't weak. It was just that these enemies were all preparing to escape, so it wasn't that easy to kill one of them. Alright. Gao Dazhuang did not think too much about it. He stopped and let Lin Fan take his revenge. Lu Qiming looked at Lin Fan in surprise. "How many people have scolded junior brother Lin? Why does it seem like I've scolded every single one of them?" "Go to hell." Lin Fan was good at finishing off his broadsword. He was fast, accurate, and ruthless. He did not waste any energy and killed the disciple. Points plus 60. Just as Lin Fan was about to finish them off, the Sunshine Sect disciples were long gone. Damn it, they ran too fast. Lin Fan was pissed. At the same time, he was thinking about Qiu Li. It would be so much better if I could kill him. Pooey, suddenly, Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of blood. This wasn't an act, it was real. This blood was real, and it was the real deal. Only Lin Fan knew his current condition. "I'm seriously injured. If I kill myself, I will be revived in 10 seconds. But how am I going to kill myself now? I guess I can only go back. Junior brother, are you alright?" Lu Qiming went up to Lin Fan and held him up. "Why didn't you shout when you saw the Sunshine Sect disciples?" he asked worriedly. The disciples gathered around Lin Fan. They were all in awe of their senior brother Lin. Despite being injured so badly, he still insisted on fighting. This kind of spirit was really too touching and admirable. "Senior brother, the situation was too dangerous. Furthermore, there were too many of them. If I had called you guys over, I might have harmed you. Please forgive me for being selfish. I just don't want you guys to die for nothing," Lin Fan said sternly. Everyone was moved by Lin Fan's words. Sob. Some disciples who were not in a good state of mind started crying. "I didn't expect senior brother Lin to fight against the Sunshine Sect personally for our safety. Junior brother, if you didn't inform us, Tianfeng City would've." Lu Qiming did not finish his sentence as he did not know what else to say. "I didn't think too much about the safety of my fellow disciples. Luckily, I didn't make a big mistake," Lin Fan said apologetically. After saying this, Lin Fan felt that his good impression of him was almost done. "I should have fainted too." Then, his vision went black and he pretended to faint. Lu Qiming was quick to react and immediately supported Lin Fan. "Junior apprentice brother, let's go back and treat junior brother's injuries." Lu Qiming carried Lin Fan away without hesitation. For such a junior brother, Lu Qiming was already convinced. Just as he said, he was indeed a man. "Junior brother, are you really alright?" Lu Qiming asked worriedly. Even though Lin Fan was strong, the battle was too intense. He was afraid that Lin Fan's injuries would worsen. Lin Fan had to say that he was fine. After all, if he said that he was fine, he would look weak. But when he thought about how he failed to escape, he felt bad. "It's just running away, why can't they give me a chance? Why is my luck so bad every time? I can't even walk on a small path and meet a ghost. I've already prepared a trap, but reinforcements still arrive. They're not giving me a chance to live." Pfft, Lin Fan spat out another mouthful of blood. "How serious is my injury? I can't take it anymore. I'm going to faint. I'm going to faint." Lin Fan cried out. The world was spinning around him as he fainted. Seeing this, Lu Qiming quickly carried Lin Fan. "Let's go back." Yin Xiaotian walked forward and took out a pill. "Junior brother Lin, take this to stabilize your injuries." After some time, Lin Fan opened his eyes and looked outside. The sky was already dark. It was probably midnight. Just then, he saw Lu Qiming leaning against the side of the bed. When he saw Lin Fan awake, he was elated. "Junior brother, how do you feel?" There was something wrong with this question. "I don't even know how I feel. What can I say if I don't feel pain?" But looking at Lu Qiming's worried expression, Lin Fan replied calmly, "I'm alright. I feel pretty good." Lu Qiming immediately heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good. Junior brother, you don't know how serious your injuries are. When we were treating you, the doctor said that it was already a miracle that you were still alive. Senior brother Lu gave you a holy healing pill to stabilize your injuries." "I see." Lin Fan nodded his head. He was a little afraid. If he were to die in front of them and then suddenly revive, that would be really awkward. But he did not expect senior brother Lu to be willing to give him a holy healing pill. It must be a good pill to be worthy of its name. "Senior brother, it's getting late. I have nothing to do here. You should head back and rest," Lin Fan said. "Junior brother, I'm fine." Lu Qiming didn't plan to leave because he was still worried. But Lin Fan didn't want him to stay here. He would have to commit suicide later. If he didn't leave, how could he commit suicide? No matter how amazing this healing holy pill was, could it make him recover instantly? Even now, he felt that there was something wrong with his body. It was as if his qi and blood were not flowing smoothly, and he could not muster any strength. "Senior brother, go back and rest. This is a crucial moment." "I'm fine now, so don't worry," Lin Fan repeated. In the end, Lu Qiming did not say anything more. He nodded and left. "Junior brother, rest well. Call me if you need anything." After confirming that brother Lu had left, Lin Fan got off the bed and stretched his body. Just by moving a little, he could feel that something was wrong. His body was a bit stiff, and he needed to fix it. At this time, Lin Fan realized that the 9-ring broadsword was also brought back and placed on the table. He was speechless. "Who picked it up for me? This is a weapon I picked up casually. Do they really think it's mine?" But he didn't think too much about it. He picked up the broadsword and slashed it across his neck. Lin Fan felt that he was a bit too violent. If others knew about this, how would they think of him? One slash, and he was dead. Experience points plus 10 seconds later. Lin Fan opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. His body felt much better, and all his injuries had healed. He quickly checked the interface to see how many points he had earned this time. Name, Lin Fan Cultivation, Body Tempering Stage 5, plus, Experience Points, 10510 points, 1100 Talent, Immortality Lottery, Bronze, 100, Silver, 300, yet to be unlocked. Not bad, I got so many points. Time for the lottery. If not for the fact that he had drawn the lottery twice, he would not have believed that he could have gotten those items. Torrential Pear Blossom Needle and Grenade of the Tang Sect. It was a little weird for these two things to appear in this world. However, their might was not small at all. A grenade can kill a body tempering stage 8 cultivator. If I draw more of them, who would dare to mess with me in the future? Let's try my luck with a 100 points bronze lottery. Let's go. Points dash 100 bronze lottery, thank you for your patronage. Keep it up. The smile on Lin Fan's face froze up. What does this mean? Are there any empty numbers? Aren't I guaranteed to get this lottery? I don't understand. I feel like I'm being cheated. I got an eternal lottery at the start, and I got it. I got 2 bronze lottery draws, and they were pretty good too. But now you're telling me that I'm not guaranteed to get it? Isn't this a little too much? 100 points gone just like that. F***CKU. If he had a knife, he would definitely chop this thing until he became retarded. How dare you cheat me, but never mind, I'll bear with it. Let's continue. But this time I have to draw 300 points. Points dash 300 silver lottery, get a mortal class skillset creation guide. Lin Fan? What the hell is this? I got this for only 300 points? No, wait, a mortal class skillset creation guide? This is incredible. At this moment, Lin Fan thought of something. He had heard of a legend before. If one wanted to be the strongest in the world, he had to create his own skill set. Only those who could create their own skill sets could become the strongest. In an instant, Lin Fan's eyes shone when he thought of this. He did not expect to get such a treasure. It might only be a mortal-class skill set creation guide, but it was not to be underestimated. Even an Earthstar border realm cultivator would find it impossible to create a skill set. Only when one's cultivation, enlightenment, and knowledge reached a certain level would it be possible. Otherwise, it would be useless. Lin Fan's hands were trembling. He was emotional and excited. I didn't expect to be so lucky to get such a treasure. He then opened the guidebook eagerly. It might only be one page, but it was enough to shock the world. Suddenly, Lin Fan's pupils constricted. He was in disbelief. He saw, there are thousands of skill sets in the world, and there is no way to create something out of nothing. Hence, the way to create a skill set was as follows. Find a skill set and circulate it in the opposite direction. If you're not afraid of death, try a few more times. You will succeed. After reading it, the mortal class skill set creation guidebook shone into his body. Lin Fan's face turned red, and his breathing quickened. CKU. Are you kidding me? Are you not afraid of death? Try a few more times. Give me back my 300 points. P.S. Please collect, recommend, and reward me. This new book needs everyone's protection. Everyone, please contribute to Qidian. Lin Fan no longer had any hope for the mortal class skill set creation guide. It was as good as wasting words. Luckily, he still had 700 points left, so he could continue to draw. It was easy to get carried away by the lottery. Although he didn't like to gamble, he was a little nervous when he saw that he could get something good from the lucky draw. Give me another one with 100 points. Let's go. Points-100 bronze lottery, thank you for your participation. Please try again. Damn. Lin Fan felt a pain in his chest. Was this really necessary? First, there was a thank you, please, and now there's another one? Just how high are the chances of winning? Another 100 points wasted. Lin Fan's heart ached. These points were hard-earned. How could they be like this? Damn, I'll draw the 300-point one. Is that okay? Let's go. Both of them. Points-300 points-300 silver lottery draw, thank you for your participation. Please try again. Lin Fan was dumbfounded when he saw the notification. He had the urge to kill himself. He didn't expect there to be a thank you, please. Are you trying to scam me because I'm easy to bully? Stop drawing, I'm not drawing anymore. Give me back my 300 points. But the points had already been used up. There was no turning back. He didn't dare to look anymore. If he did, he would spit out a mouthful of blood. Silver lottery, congratulations on drawing a mortal upper-class cultivation pill, lion tiger pill. Eh? Lin Fan opened his eyes. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He felt that the heavens had finally opened their eyes and let him win. If it was still thank you, please, he wouldn't dare to draw again in the future. But luckily, luck was on his side. He finally got something. Although it was just a pill, it was better than nothing. Looking at the pill in his hand, Lin Fan swallowed it without any hesitation. He didn't need to figure out what the pill was for. What a strong medicinal effect. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, Lin Fan felt his body heat up. He immediately started cultivating the body enhancement technique. Experience points plus 50, experience points plus 50. He only stopped when his experience points reached 16,000. Lin Fan opened his eyes in surprise. He didn't expect a pill to give him so many experience points. He quickly pressed on the plus sign. Cultivation, body tempering stage 6, plus, experience points, 0. What he didn't expect was that his cultivation had indeed improved. At the same time, there were clear changes happening to his body as well. His fleshly body seemed to have reached the consummate state. His bones creaked as they became even tougher than before. He had broken through to body tempering stage 6, so he could start training his bones. Hee. Lin Fan's face was filled with smiles. This feeling of leveling up was pretty good. At the same time, Lin Fan had a new discovery. Consuming pills and absorbing the energy of the pills could increase his experience points. If he had the chance in the future, he would look for more pills. It was a pity that he didn't know how to cultivate pills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have. It was still early, and Lin Fan didn't feel sleepy at all. In this world, those who were weak would be beaten up. Just like the Magnificent Flame sect. If they weren't strong enough, they would be targeted by the other sections. They wanted to invade the Magnificent Flame sect and take everything. If Lin Fan wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to face his enemies in the future. Lin Fan sat down cross-legged and started cultivating the body enhancement technique. Experience points +1. It wasn't much, but at least it was fast. After some time, Lin Fan felt his body protesting. It was as if he was too tired and wanted to rest. If he hadn't experienced what happened today, he would have gone to sleep. But not now. Sleep my ass. Time to get up. Without hesitation, Lin Fan picked up the 9-ringed broadsword and stabbed himself. Lin Fan killed him with one strike. Experience points +10. 10 seconds later. Lin Fan opened his eyes. He felt refreshed, and he didn't feel sleepy at all. Indeed, this immortal body is really monstrous. Lin Fan realized that the eternal lottery was awesome. The immortal body was like a bug. Not only did he not feel any pain, but his body would also recover to its peak after revival. Cultivate. Continue cultivating. Until the next morning. When Lin Fan woke up from his cultivation, he checked his experience points. It had reached more than 8,000. It seems like hard work is the only way out. I don't have any points at all. I need to find a way to earn more points so that I can join the lottery again. The success rate might be a little too high, but the things I get are good. It's worth investing in. Just then, Lin Fan sensed someone outside. Creak, Lu Qiming pushed the door open. When he saw Lin Fan getting off the bed, he rushed up to him. Junior brother Lin, take a good rest. You haven't recovered from your injuries yet. Senior brother, don't worry. I'm fine now. The pill that senior brother Lu gave me is very useful. I feel full of energy now. Lu Qiming looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. How could he recover so quickly from such a heavy injury? But the pill that senior brother Lu took out was indeed extraordinary. Ordinary people wouldn't have it. Junior brother Lin, Yin Xiaotian, Gao Dazhuang, and the rest arrived. Yin Xiaotian was holding a rice box in his hand. Junior brother, this is a tonic soup that I made for you. I don't have many herbs, but it's good for your body. Try it. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Fan smiled. However, he felt a little helpless in his heart. Why are you guys treating me so well? I don't even want to leave. But I can't let this go. I have to leave, or I won't be able to reach the peak of my life. Just then, Zhang Long arrived with a box in his hand. When he saw everyone, he was stunned. Senior brothers, you're here too. Then, he looked at Lin Fan. Junior brother, this is the turkey soup that I found for you. It can replenish your blood. Hurry up and eat it. Thank you, senior brother. Yin Xiaotian smiled. I didn't expect junior brother Zhang to be so caring. Zhang Long glanced at Yin Xiaotian. Senior brother Yin, we might not get along, but I treat junior brother Lin with sincerity. Is that so? But I saw that junior brother Zhang seemed to have a problem with junior brother Lin on the training field. Yin Xiaotian and Zhang Long had some conflicts. You. Zhang Long was not good with words. Whenever he was in trouble, he would settle it with his fists. Gao Dazhuang stood up and protected Yin Xiaotian. What do you want? Seeing this, Lin Fan was speechless. He quickly tried to mediate the situation. Don't King fight to the death. Gulp, under the watchful eyes of both parties, Lin Fan had no choice but to finish the 2 bowls of nourishing soup. Needless to say, it was indeed useful. The blood and qi in his body really surged a little. I didn't expect junior brother Lin to recover so quickly. It seems like senior brother Lu's pill worked. Zhang Long said. In my opinion, junior brother Lin's body is the best. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recovered so quickly even with a healing pill, Xianxia said. That's for sure. Even if my body is made of iron, I wouldn't have frowned even if I was stabbed dozens of times. I would still be as lively as a tiger the next day. Lin Fan said proudly. As expected of a magnificent flame sect disciple. You should have such courage. Just then, a deep voice could be heard from outside. Senior Brother Liu, Senior Brother Feng. Hearing the voice, everyone turned to look. Lu Daoxing walked over with Feng Qing. Both of them had smiles on their faces. They had won the battle yesterday. They might have suffered some losses, but at least they managed to repel the Sunshine Sect. Feng Qing looked at Lin Fan and nodded. Senior Brother Liu, I heard about what happened yesterday. I didn't expect Junior Brother Lin to be so brave. Even when facing thousands of people from the Sunshine Sect, he was not afraid. He even wanted to commit suicide in the end rather than die in the hands of the Sunshine Sect. Feng Qing found it hard to believe that a talent like Lin Fan could be so righteous. Being praised, Lin Fan waved his hand humbly. You flatter me, you flatter me. I was too brave. But senior brother, it was really dangerous yesterday. If I didn't hold on, I'm afraid you guys wouldn't be able to see me today. Junior Brother Lin, you did well. I will remember your contribution. After we defeat the Sunshine Sect, I will report it to the sect. The sect always values courageous disciples. Lu Daoxing said. Senior brother, you're wrong. As a magnificent flame sect disciple, we protect our sect. We don't need rewards. This is the spirit that every magnificent flame sect disciple should have. Of course, Lin Fan was complaining in his heart. Why do you write it down every time? Can't you just exchange it on the spot with some pills? That would be a good thing. Lu Qiming and the rest nodded their heads. They felt that Junior Brother Lin was right. Of course, they wouldn't be able to say such words out loud. At the same time, they took note of Lin Fan's words and felt that his junior brother Lin's knowledge must be really high. Lu Daoxing looked at Lin Fan. Junior brother Lin should be feeling much better now. I'm thinking of letting junior brother Lin display his spirit in front of all the disciples. What do you think? Lu Qiming was delighted. That's good. Yin Xiaotian nodded. Junior brother Lin is so brave. We should let everyone know. Lin Fan was stunned. Did these guys want him to go up on stage to speak? That's not very good, is it? Lin Fan said modestly. He had only been here for a short period of time and he had to go up on stage to speak. Moreover, it was in front of everyone. It was so embarrassing. He wasn't even mentally prepared for this. Lu Daoxing did not give Lin Fan a chance to reject. Since that's the case, let's go now. All the disciples are exhausted from the Sunshine Sect's attack. We must let them feel junior brother Lin's spirit and face the Sunshine Sect with all their might. Hearing this, Lin Fan knew that he wouldn't be able to escape. However, he was still a little excited. He had never spoken in front of so many people in his entire life. Wait for me online. What should I say first, at the square? Lu Daoxing gave the order, and all the disciples gathered. The victory yesterday had greatly encouraged them, but they were still sad to see their senior and junior brothers leave. In the past, they would only cultivate and train in the sect. But now that they were on the battlefield, they realized how cruel it was. They might be able to see each other today, but they might not be able to see each other tomorrow. Lu Daoxing went up the stage and looked at the disciples. Yesterday, the Sunshine Sect started a war. Even though we managed to defeat them, many of our disciples died under their blades. Also yesterday, 1,000 of our disciples surrounded the Sunshine Sect and attacked Tianfeng City. We managed to defeat the Sunshine Sect, and among them, our disciple Lin Fan faced the Sunshine Sect alone without any fear. In the end, he chose to commit suicide rather than die in the hands of the Sunshine Sect. His fearlessness is admirable. Lin Fan was embarrassed to hear this, but he still raised his head. Lu Daoxing is right. My fearlessness is admirable. However, he also wanted to use this opportunity to escape. Who would have thought that he would not be able to escape? The disciples below the stage looked at each other. They had heard about what happened yesterday. They thought that the Sunshine sect was going to die, but they won in the end. They had heard about Lin Fan, and they were curious about him. I wonder what he looks like and why he is so brave. At this moment, Lin Fan went up on stage. Looking at the crowd of disciples, Lin Fan could not help but feel nervous. He coughed softly, and his face turned serious. Greetings, senior and junior brothers. I am Lin Fan. In that instant, Lin Fan could feel countless pairs of eyes staring at him. The light in their eyes was unbearable. That's the light of worship. He couldn't help but straighten his back. At a moment like this where everyone was watching, he had to bring out his imposing manner. But what should I say now? The entire place was silent. Everyone was looking at Lin Fan passionately, not knowing what to say. Lin Fan felt a little guilty under the stares. Damn it. I didn't think of what to say when I went up on stage, but now I'm stuck. If I say it casually, it won't be shocking enough. But if I want to shock them, what should I say? Think back to those blood-boiling declarations on Earth. What do you think junior brother Lin is doing? Gao Dazhuang asked softly. Yin Xiaotian looked at Lin Fan with a burning gaze. Junior brother Lin, he is building up his feelings. Just wait. Oh. Oh. Gao Dazhuang nodded. He felt that junior brother Lin was indeed powerful. He must say something earth-shattering later. Just then, Lin Fan finally thought of something. He took a deep breath, and the look in his eyes changed. A solemn aura could be felt. In that instant, everyone was affected. They looked at Lin Fan, waiting for him to say something. We disciples have a responsibility to defend our land. We will not give up. We will fight against the Sunshine sect to protect our family. We will not retreat even if we have to sacrifice one of us. After Lin Fan said those words, he felt extremely refreshed. However, there was something wrong with the situation. Why is the crowd so quiet? Did I say something wrong? Why don't I say something else? For example, here are a few more sentences. My sect will perish, and my sect will survive. I will break my leg. Don't worry about me. I will sacrifice myself to protect the dignity of the sect. Wait a minute, these were all very solemn and stirring declarations. Just when Lin Fan was about to give up, a loud shout could be heard. Well said. Lu Daoxing's eyes turned red. As an Earth Star Border disciple, he led his disciples out of the sect to protect the country. Lin Fan's words touched his heart. Lin Fan was speechless. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought there was an awkward silence. Lu Daoxing went up the stage and stared at Lin Fan passionately. Lin Fan's words had touched his heart. He might be in the Earth Star Border realm, but he was nothing in the sect. However, there were not many people who were willing to sacrifice their lives for the sect. Most of them were enjoying the benefits of the sect and chasing after the highest realm. When he was young, he was just an ordinary martial artist. Coincidentally, he caught the eye of an elder of the Magnificent Flame sect and was brought back to the Magnificent Flame sect. When the war broke out, everyone was giving way, but he stood up without hesitation and led the troops to protect the Magnificent Flame sect. Without the Magnificent Flame sect, there would be no family behind him. How could he not be excited when a disciple said such words? Well said. Lu Daoxing looked at Lin Fan and nodded in satisfaction. Lin Fan was very calm. These words were just ordinary words. He still had a lot of things to say. But right now, this sentence was enough. I don't feel good if I say too much. Lu Qiming clapped his hands and cheered. Junior brother Lin, good job. The other disciples cheered. Protect the sect and not give up an inch of land. Junior brother Lin, is there anything else you want to say? Lu Daoxing asked. Lin Fan waved his hand calmly. Senior brother Lu, that's enough. There's no need to say anything more. To Lin Fan, what else could he say? If he were to continue, with his eloquence, these guys would definitely pick up their weapons and start a fight with the Sunshine sect. Lin Fan was confused. The original owner of this body was a Magnificent Flame sect disciple. No matter what, it had nothing to do with Lin Fan. He was just a passerby, and his only thought was to escape from this world. Lin Fan was just a passerby, and his only thought was to escape. The sky is high, and the sea is wide. My chance to soar is here. I don't want to waste my time on the battlefield. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Fan walked down the stage. Junior brother Lin, what you said is great. This will become my motto, and I will remember it forever. Lu Daozhuang nodded. Gao Daozhuang nodded. Me too. My blood is boiling. I'm willing to sacrifice my life for the sect. If we are afraid, the people who are waiting for us might not be able to escape from the Sunshine sect. Facing all this flattery, what else could Lin Fan say? As long as they were happy, it was fine. Sunshine sect. Qiu Li came back with a heavy injury. When the leaders of the Zhao sect heard about what happened, their faces turned pale. They did not expect the situation to turn out this way. Senior brother, Qiu Li knows his mistake. Please give me a chance. Sweat dripped down Qiu Li's forehead and his face was filled with fear. According to the current situation, he deserved to die, but the key was that he didn't want to die. The man standing in front of Qiu Li had a gloomy aura. He looked at Qiu Li as if he was looking at a dead man. You're already crippled, the man said. Qiu Li's sleeves were empty. He looked miserable. Hearing this, Qiu Li's face turned pale. He immediately kneeled down and kowtowed. Senior brother, spare me, the man looked at Qiu Li coldly and waved his hands. Drag him away and feed him. The word feed was like a bolt from the blue to Qiu Li. It meant that he was going to be eaten by the war beast. The war beast was a ferocious beast that was cultivated by many beasts using special methods. If Qiu Li was fed, he would only become the beast's nutrients. No. Senior brother, please spare me. No matter how Qiu Li begged, it was useless. He was dragged away by the disciples. To the Sunshine sect, what use was there for him to be crippled? If it wasn't for the war, no one would care about him. But in times of war, he would be the most useless. Lin Fan was in a great mood. I can't describe how great it feels to be able to act cool in front of so many disciples. Inside the house, Lin Fan sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. His greatest interest was to raise his own power level. Only when his power level was raised would it be the most real thing. Experience points +1. The body refinement technique was compulsory for all disciples in the Magnificent Flame sect. But to Lin Fan, it was not good enough. Suddenly, Lin Fan opened his eyes and fell silent. Actually, I should give it a try. He thought of the human class skillset creation guide. No matter what, it would be wrong if I don't give it a try. He tried to recall the cultivation method of the body refining art and thought about it in his mind. Lin Fan had already made up his mind. He started cultivating. First, let's not change. Second, let's take a different path. I have to come up with a new skill set. Cultivation begins. Suddenly, Lin Fan opened his eyes. Something's wrong. His body has undergone a huge change. His blood was boiling, and it felt like it was going to explode. Bubbles could be seen on his body. Bang, his body exploded. Experience points +10. 10 seconds later, Lin Fan woke up. What the F***ck? Do you have to do this? I don't even have a chance to fight back and explode. Why is it so serious if I cultivate the wrong skill set? Lin Fan mumbled. He was afraid. Looking at the walls around him, Lin Fan did not want to say a word. There's blood all over the walls. How am I supposed to live? If my senior brothers come in and see this, they will think that something big has happened. F***ck, I can't stay here for long. I have to go somewhere else. Lin Fan said helplessly. What the F***ck is going on? Lin Fan then looked for something to clean up the blood on the walls. After everything was done, Lin Fan left the house. I can't play around here. If I continue, something bad will happen. I'm asking for death. I want to create a skill set, but if I explode a few hundred times, I might be found out. How am I going to live if I'm found out? Am I really going to pretend to be a corpse? I have to stay calm. Along the way, Lin Fan walked stealthily. When the passing disciples caught sight of Lin Fan, their gazes changed instantly, as though they were looking at a hero. This made Lin Fan feel a little embarrassed. Look, that's senior brother Lin. That's the senior brother Lin who said those shocking words? He's really extraordinary. Idle. Hearing these words, Lin Fan was slightly more low-key. These were just worldly possessions, not worth mentioning. Then, he raised his head and left with a smile. To these disciples, they were very excited. Did you guys see that? Senior brother Lin smiled at me just now. *CK your smile. He obviously smiled at me. But to Lin Fan now, he really wanted to say, you're laughing at your sister. I'm going to cultivate now. To be honest, senior brother Liu and the rest are really nice to me, but I can't tell them everything. I live in a harmonious society, and as long as I don't do anything bad to society, it's already a good thing. Freedom. Do you know the meaning of this word? It means that I can do whatever I want as long as it's not against the law. Furthermore, I'm in a foreign world now. I don't care if it's bad or not. I just want to live. How many people have I killed in the past few days? If this happened in the past, I would have been in jail by now. I just want to be free. I want to leave this place and explore the world. I want to see the situation and think about my future plans. But it's a pity that the current situation is not reliable. I can't do whatever I want. Lin Fan came to a place with no one around, but it was still under the jurisdiction of the Magnificent Flame sect. To Lin Fan, it would be difficult to leave the Magnificent Flame sect's territory without anyone knowing, unless one could fly. With Lin Fan's current strength, he wouldn't be able to run fast, let alone fly. He didn't want to think too much about it. He wanted to see if he could create a cultivation technique. Lin Fan had tried it once, and he had a deep impression of it. If I fail, I might explode and die. Lin Fan took out a pen and paper and started recording. The first step was correct, but the second step was wrong. There are many meridians in the human body, so how can I say which step is correct? Since I made a mistake, I'll take another path. Cultivate. The blood in his body started to boil. Just then, Lin Fan was overjoyed. The second step was a success, and the third step was to find a meridian and go against it. Bang, there was no hesitation. Lin Fan didn't feel any pain. *CKU. *CK your sister. Was there a need to be so dangerous? How did the person who created the skill set do it? It can't be done on the first try, or I'll definitely die from the explosion. Experience points plus 10. Lin Fan was a little speechless. He felt that creating his own skill was just asking for trouble. However, he had an immortal body and could not feel pain. If he did not create his own skill, where would he put his face in the future? Actually, what Lin Fan did not know was that within the 8 extraordinary meridians of the human body, there was a path of life and death. Even if he were to create his own skills, he would definitely not take this path. Moreover, those who could create their own cultivation techniques were all powerful and knowledgeable. If they didn't have such knowledge, how could they create their own cultivation techniques? Right now, he was just experimenting one by one. It could be considered as a method of elimination to see which path was the most suitable. Lin Fan woke up. Although he wouldn't die, self-destruction wasn't a solution either. Was there anyone who treated people like that? But what else could he do if he didn't use this method? Others used their talents and knowledge to create their own cultivation techniques, but he used the most primitive and brutal methods to experiment. The first and second steps had no problems, so the third step was to try something else. Time ticked by. Lin Fan recorded on a piece of paper. Looking at the situation in front of him, he nodded his head in satisfaction. I'm quite lucky to be able to reach the fourth step. If I continue to work hard, I will definitely succeed. Lin Fan was very confident. This was a self-created cultivation technique. If he succeeded, he would be famous for 1,000 years. With his previous experience, Lin Fan was full of confidence. Let's go. His blood boiled, and his body started to change. *CK, what's going on? My chest, oh my god. At this moment, Lin Fan realized that his chest was slowly expanding. This was a complete failure. Even though he could not feel any pain, he could still feel it. Without waiting for his chest to explode, Lin Fan raised his knife and slit his neck. It was a clean cut. Experience points plus 10 bitter. This is way too bitter. This is F*King self-created cultivation technique. It's not something a human should do. But Lin Fan did not get tired of it. He believed that only by creating his own cultivation technique would he be able to reach the peak of his life. Not to mention those lucky draws, they were all F*King scams. F*CK, I would have died a long time ago. Bang, bang, a series of explosions could be heard from the empty space. If someone were to see this, they would be dumbfounded. Is he even human, after an unknown period of time? Lin Fan had lost his mind. He had already lost track of how many times he had died. Anyway, his experience points had reached 10,000. He roughly estimated that he had died a few hundred times already. Let's go. Lin Fan hollered. Channeling his energy, his blood boiled. This was the last route. His body underwent a huge change. This was something that the body refinement technique did not have. Suddenly, the human class cultivation technique creation guidebook that had entered his body previously changed. A line of words appeared on the blank page. Unyielding bone refinement technique, increase in physical strength, unyielding bones, experience points plus 2, human class middle class F*CK. Lin Fan looked at the blank page and the words that suddenly appeared. He was so excited that he almost flew into the air. Is it easy for me? After working so hard and self-destructing so many times, I've finally succeeded. At this moment, he wanted to cry. Is it easy for me? He wanted to ask himself how many times he had self-destructed. If someone else did it, would they be able to survive? But something is wrong. This cultivation technique did not meet my expectations. Cultivating it only increased my experience points. Are you trying to make me a beggar? No, I have to work harder. Lin Fan was full of confidence. No matter what, he was halfway to success. As long as he continued experimenting, he would definitely be able to create a better cultivation technique. Time ticked by. The sky was getting dark. But even so, Lin Fan did not give up. He really didn't believe that even if he kept blowing himself up, he wouldn't be able to stop him. What he did not know was that Lu Qiming had been looking for him. They did not see junior brother Lin at first, so they thought he had gone somewhere else. But when they did not see him at night, they started to get anxious. Where did junior brother Lin go? The next day, the sky was bright. This place had long since become a sea of blood. There were many cultivation techniques recorded in the book, but none of them led to success. No, I'm going to puke. Lin Fan could not take it anymore. He had experimented for an entire day, but there was nothing. Unyielding bone refinement technique. I'll cultivate this first. I'll give it a try when I recover. Lin Fan could only comfort himself. Lin Fan stood up happily. Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine. F*CK, Lin Fan finally came to his senses. I was too violent earlier, and my clothes were blown off. I'm naked now. How am I supposed to go back? He looked around. What else could there be other than some grass, the magnificent flame sex temporary camp? Lu Qiming had been looking for his junior brother Lin, but he was nowhere to be found. This made him worried. All sorts of bad thoughts appeared in his mind. Junior brother Lin was kidnapped by the Sunshine sect and was tortured. Junior brother Lin got lost and met a beast. He was eaten by a beast. Lu Qiming's mind was filled with all sorts of bad thoughts. Junior brother Lin, where are you? Lu Qiming held his breath and shouted. His fats jiggled, and determination could be seen in his eyes. Junior brother, I will definitely find you. Senior brother, I'm here. Just then, a voice could be heard from afar. Lu Qiming was overjoyed. He looked over and saw a naked figure in the distance. Other than the grass covering his crotch, there was nothing else. Junior brother, what happened to you? Lu Qiming rushed up and looked around. Senior brother, what are you looking at? Lin Fan felt a chill down his spine. Senior brother, what are you looking at? He felt that Lu Qiming's gaze was a little invasive, making him feel awkward. Don't tell me that this senior brother is gay and wants to get rid of me. Junior brother, are you all right? Where are your clothes? Lu Qiming asked. How would I know? I was just taking a shower and when I turned around, I saw that my clothes were gone. I don't know which B*** stole my clothes. That's too much. I'm totally naked. If someone were to see my naked body, that would be terrible. Lin Fan was obviously not going to tell her that he had blown his clothes up while he was cultivating. Then, with a face full of grief, he said, how would I know? That's good. Lu Qiming heaved a sigh of relief after knowing that Lin Fan was fine. He did not care about his clothes at all. I'm a man, after all. What's there to be afraid of? Junior brother, let's go back. There are clothes there. Lu Qiming said. Before Lin Fan could say anything, he led the way. This? Lin Fan wanted to say something, but she didn't give him a chance. He could only cover his crotch, lower his head, and hurry back to where he was staying. Not long after, a group of female disciples passed by. Looking at the naked Lin Fan, the female disciples began to discuss him closely. Isn't that senior brother Lin? On the stage yesterday, Lin Fan's words had touched many people's hearts. To some of the female disciples, Lin Fan was a real man. Especially since Lin Fan was a body-tempering stage 6 cultivator, his body proportions were undeniable. The stripes on his body were distinct and shocking. To the ladies, it was still very attractive. Some of the more daring female disciples even whistled at Lin Fan. Senior brother Lin has such a great figure. Wow, the place. That senior brother Lin is covering isn't small either. What's wrong with senior brother Lin? He couldn't have done something, right? Look at senior brother Lin now. He looks like a little girl. All sorts of teasing words entered Lin Fan's ears. Especially that sentence, do I look like a little woman? F***ck, is yours truly a woman? These fujoshis are too much. If I don't show off, I might really be looked down upon. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. He took his hands off the grass and stood up. His private parts were instantly exposed. A small elephant head was roaring. Ah! Senior brother Lin is so perverted. A series of exclamations could be heard. All the female disciples' faces were red as they ran away. Lin Fan snickered. How dare you tease me? You really don't know your place. Lu Qiming looked at Lin Fan. Junior brother Lin, what's wrong? Lin Fan laughed in his heart. Nothing, senior brother. Let's go. In the house. Lin Fan changed his clothes and heaved a sigh of relief. Awkward, this is too awkward. But that's weird. Why isn't there a storage ring? If I had one, I wouldn't be naked. Lu Qiming chatted with Lin Fan for a while before leaving. As for Lin Fan, he dove right into the ocean of cultivation once more. Unyielding bone refinement technique is something that I used my intelligence to create. With this skill alone, who in the same level as me could possibly be my opponent? Experience points plus 2 experience points plus 2 Lin Fan's experience points increased rapidly. It's much better than the unyielding bone refinement secret. At the body tempering realm, one could practice mortal class skill sets, or martial arts. But to Lin Fan, these were useless. Battles at this stage depended on who was more ruthless. He was a man with an immortal body, how could he be afraid of that? At night, while everyone was resting, Lin Fan was cultivating with all his might. He was not a lazy person. Before his cultivation level reached a certain level, slacking off would be suicidal. Suddenly, a horn could be heard from outside. F***ck. Could it be a sneak attack? Lin Fan jumped up. He felt that the frequency of battles was getting too high. How many times have they fought in the past few days? And this horn sound indicated that they were preparing for war. It seems like the Sunshine sect can't wait any longer. Junior brother Lin, get up. Just then, Lin Fan heard footsteps coming from outside. Lu Qiming and the rest were already waiting outside. Senior brother, is the Sunshine sect attacking? Lin Fan asked. Yes, the Sunshine sect is attacking. Let's gather quickly. Remember, do not split up. I'm afraid this battle will be brutal. Lu Qiming said solemnly. Lu Daosheng frowned. It seems like the patriarch has decided on a winner. The Sunshine sect wants to make a final decision. Pass down the order. We cannot lose this battle no matter what. We must not let them break through. Fangqing nodded. Yes, senior brother. Even if we die, we will not let the Sunshine sect take another step forward. Gather the troops. Seeing so many people, Lin Fan was in a good mood. If I can't escape when the battle breaks out, I'll broadcast myself eating sh*t for you all to see. Given the current situation, it will be the best time for me to escape when the battle breaks out. When that happens, who will care about me? They will all be thinking of ways to save their own lives. Footsteps could be heard from afar. It was the Sunshine sect's army. Lin Fan looked to his left and right. Some of the disciples' faces were filled with fear, while others were filled with battle intent. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was calm. The best chance had finally arrived. I can also collect some points. Lin Fan did not say much before the battle. It was the same old speech. There was no point in saying anything now. I will fight on the battlefield. I don't have time to think. The surrounding disciples were discussing. Are you afraid? Of course. What about you? Nope. All right. You'll be in front of me later. I'm scared to death. Piss off. Junior brother Lin, don't be anxious. Don't fall into the enemy's territory. Lu Qiming patted Lin Fan's shoulder. Lin Fan was excited. He felt great thinking about how he would be able to roam the world soon. He patted his chest. Senior brother, don't worry. You can trust me. Of course, there was one more thing he did not say. Trust me. The world will change. Lu Daoxing looked down at the disciples. Fangqing, we can only rely on you later. He then looked into the distance. There were people waiting there. The Sunshine sect is unwilling to give up. I, Lu Daoxing, will kill all of you today. After saying that, Lu Daoxing disappeared from where he was, followed by a few figures who chased after him. Seeing this scene, Fangqing's eyes were burning with passion. This is what an Earth-Star Border Realm cultivator can do. They can disappear without a trace. Fangqing looked into the distance with fear. The battle over there was not something he could pay attention to. His cultivation base of the 9th layer body tempering realm was nothing compared to those experts. He then looked at the battlefield in front of him. Let's go. Lin Fan was a little nervous now. What should he do first? Not long later. The disciples of the two sects faced each other. The atmosphere was tense, and no one moved. Senior brother, what's going on? Lin Fan asked. When do we fight? Wait, senior brother Lu and the rest have not started yet. If they start, we should start too, Lu Qiming said. Lin Fan understood and could understand why they wanted to let the upper echelons fight it out first. If the upper echelons suddenly came to an agreement and decided not to fight, wouldn't it be awkward if they were to fight? Suddenly, a loud sound could be heard from afar. Kill! Fangqing roared. Lin Fan came back to his senses. F***ck, it's time to fight. He then raised his 9-ringed broadsword. Brothers, charge with me. Let's kill these people. Kill a few of them. Follow senior brother Lin and chop these bastards to death. Junior brother Lin. Lu Qiming was dumbfounded. He realized that what he said to junior brother Lin earlier was all nonsense. Didn't he tell Lin Fan to be more stable? If he were to rush in now, wouldn't he be courting death? Seeing this, Yin Xiaotian and the rest huddled together with Lu Qiming. You didn't tell junior brother Lin? I told you. Lu Qiming said anxiously. Didn't they agree before? Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Who would have thought that they would be so anxious? Sigh, there's no other way. We can only leave it to fate. Lin Fan was the first to bear the brunt. He raised his 9-ringed broadsword. Sons of B** cheese, your grandpa is here. He raised his hand and the knife fell. The points were in his hands. Points plus 30 slashing a 3rd layer body tempering realm disciple to the ground, the points gained were not bad. In this situation, he couldn't care less. He waved his 9-ringed broadsword and slashed at them. He didn't care who they were. If he didn't kill them, he would lose. When some of the disciples who were following Lin Fan saw this, they were extremely excited as well. Senior brother Lin is invincible. Follow junior brother Lin and kill these guys. Lin Fan cursed in his heart. Follow my ass. If you follow me, you will die. I am going to be the king of running away. Why are you following me? But let's not talk about it now. I need to get more points. Points plus 40, points plus 50. I don't care if they are body tempering realm stage 4 or stage 5, I will kill them all. He felt that he was much stronger than the average body tempering realm stage 6. The blood in his body rumbled, and his muscles bulged. His physical strength exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a gruesome sight. Just then, a deep voice rang in Lin Fan's ears. It's not good to kill my junior brothers like. They are vegetables. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Lin Fan out of nowhere as a cold gleam of light shot out towards Lin Fan's heart. What the hell? Lin Fan was in the midst of killing. Hearing the threat, he was pissed. He swung his 9-ringed broadsword at the figure. The Sunshine Sect disciple smirked coldly. The dagger in his hand felt cold, and he raised his hand to block the attack. Suddenly, his face changed. Fear could be seen in his eyes, and a strong force passed through his body. Blood and chi shook. Pooey, he spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? The figure was shocked. How could a body tempering realm stage 6 fail to block the attack? What the hell? You are also a vegetable. Lin Fan swung his broadsword down, cutting the other party in half. Points plus 60. Lin Fan's face lit up. Not bad, not bad. My points are on point. To him, the only thing he wanted to do was to accumulate points so that he wouldn't have to draw points after he escaped. Let's check. Points, 2500. Not bad at all. It's enough for me to have a good time. The battlefield was changing rapidly, and the situation was intense. Sometimes, it was impossible to see a perfectly intact corpse. Lin Fan kept going deeper, and he managed to carve out a path of blood. As for the disciples who were following behind Lin Fan, they were truly in awe of senior brother Lin. He was way too strong. Not only that, he wasn't afraid of death at all. Even if there were injuries on his body, he didn't even frown at all. Damn it. Enough. This is enough. To Lin Fan, these points were more than enough. It was about time for him to lay down like a dead corpse. Go to hell, you dog. Suddenly, a Sunshine Sect disciple saw Lin Fan. He swung his sword at him, trying to stab Lin Fan. Lin Fan took a glance at him, and he was overjoyed. Good timing. I'm going to win this round. Hurry up and stab me to death, so that I can slip away. Senior brother, be careful. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Lin Fan, and his sword pierced through the body of the disciple who was in front of him. Lin Fan was stunned. In his heart, he screamed, "What the hell are you doing?" Seeing that he didn't manage to stab Lin Fan, the Sunshine Sect disciple was disappointed. He took a step back, and blood splattered out from his sword. I can't afford to hesitate now. Lin Fan hugged the disciple who was only at the 3rd stage of the body tempering realm, not knowing what to say. What's going on? I was killed by a sword, then rolled on the ground. What's the meaning of this? Why did you block the sword for me? The body tempering stage 3 disciple looked at Lin Fan in admiration, and he coughed out blood. Senior brother, you're my idol. I can't let you die. Live on. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. What's wrong with the brains of people in this world? Even if I'm your idol, you can't die for me. I just want to leave this place. Why won't you give me a chance? Why do you have to make me feel guilty? Aya, what the hell? I don't know what to say. What's going on? Why are they all like this? Can't they be suspicious of each other or kill each other? Do they have to be so loving? Lin Fan couldn't take it anymore. Junior brother, I'll take revenge for you. Lin Fan didn't say anything else. How can I run away in this situation? Am I still human? I'll definitely take revenge for my junior brother before running away. Moss. The disciple laid on the ground and raised his hand, as if he wanted to say something. But in Lin Fan's eyes, this junior brother was bidding farewell to him. Lin Fan couldn't bear it, so he picked up the 9-ringed broadsword and chased after the disciple. "Brother! Help me get the pills." The disciple stuttered, but he realized that Lin Fan had already rushed in. In the end, he took out a bottle of pills from his chest and poured them into his mouth slowly. "I didn't hurt anything important. My life is saved." The disciple heaved a sigh of relief. He then laid on the ground and looked at the stars in the sky. 1, 2. Thinking of his junior brother who took a hit for him, Lin Fan was touched. Sigh, although he had an immortal body, others didn't know that his junior brother risked his life to block the sword for him. How much courage did he have to do that? "Junior brother Nameless, don't worry. No matter what, I will take revenge for you before I run away." Lin Fan did not know his junior brother's name, so he could only address him as Nameless. F***ck, where did he go? Lin Fan looked left and right, but he could not find the guy who stabbed his junior brother to death. "If I find him, I will definitely chop him to death." He felt that there was something wrong with the Magnificent Flame sect disciples. Why would they take a hit for me? How close must they be to each other, suddenly? Seeing the guy who stabbed his junior brother to death, Lin Fan raised his 9-ringed broadsword and went up to him. "Grandson, take this." The disciple was fighting with another Magnificent Flame sect disciple. Hearing Lin Fan's shout, his expression changed and he blocked the attack with his sword. A strong force came through, and the sword in his hand vibrated. It was as if it would fly out of his hand at any time. F***ck, you killed my junior brother. I will chop you into pieces. Lin Fan was probably the only one who dared to be so arrogant on the battlefield. There were many people around him. If he was not careful, he might be attacked from behind. But to Lin Fan, he did not know how to write the word death. It was up to the person who could kill him. As a Sunshine Sect disciple, Lu Zhenhao's goal on the battlefield was to kill Magnificent Flame Sect disciples. He had already lost track of how many he had killed. Just then, a Magnificent Flame Sect disciple came charging at him. He sneered in his heart. "Since you came looking for me, only death awaits you." However, after receiving the attack, he discovered that his opponent's strength was simply too great. It was so great that even he felt frightened. He turned around and retreated, looking for other disciples to kill. As for this disciple, it's better not to fight with him. It's hard to say if something bad will happen. When Lin Fan saw this guy sneaking into another battlefield, he was so angry that his hair stood up. F***ck. Don't run. He did not care who was around him. He raised his 9-ringed broadsword and rushed in. As long as it was a Sunshine Sect disciple in front of him, they would all fall to the ground. Points plus 30 points plus 20 Lu Zhenhao reaped the lives of the disciples in front of him, one after another. In his eyes, these Magnificent Flame Sect disciples were like grass that he could harvest as he pleased. At this moment, he saw a disciple of the enemy sect. His body moved and he directly slashed at that disciple. The Magnificent Flame Sect disciple saw the cold sword coming at him from the darkness, and fear filled his face. He was only a weakling of the third-layer body-tempering realm, and the owner of the sword gave him an immense pressure. It was as if his entire body was locked in place, and he was unable to move at all. "No, I don't want to die here." The disciple screamed in his heart before closing his eyes in despair. But the pain did not come. When he opened his eyes, he saw a figure standing in front of him. When he saw who it was, he was overjoyed. Senior brother Lin. Lin Fan glared at Lu Zhenhao angrily. "You be ****, try running again." Lu Zhenhao was stunned. Is there something wrong with this Magnificent Flame Sect disciple? Do I know him? Without any hesitation, Lu Zhenhao turned the sword in his hand and stabbed at Lin Fan's chest. F***ck. Lin Fan raised his 9-ringed broadsword and slashed at Lu Zhenhao. Clang, sparks flew. Lu Zhenhao was shocked. He could not withstand the huge force. He realized that he was no match for Lin Fan, and he wanted to leave the battlefield. But Lin Fan would not give Lu Zhenhao the chance. He raised his 9-ringed broadsword and slashed at Lu Zhenhao while cursing. "How dare you stab my junior brother to death? You must be tired of living." The pressure on Lu Zhenhao increased again and again. He could not withstand the huge force coming from his arm. Damn it! I never thought that I would meet a magnificent flame sect disciple here. To me, this enemy disciple is at least in body tempering stage 6, and he is much stronger than me. Just when Lin Fan was about to kill Lu Zhenhao, a few swords came from the darkness and pierced through Lin Fan's body. F***CKU. Lin Fan frowned and laid on the ground. Lu Zhenhao heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you for your help, senior brothers. Cut the crap. Hurry up and kill these magnificent flame sect disciples. Yes. Lu Zhenhao did not waste any more time and rushed to another direction. There were many elites in the magnificent flame sect, but there were even more in the sunshine sect. Experience points plus 10 seconds later. Lin Fan lay on the ground, shaking his head. He hesitated for a while before standing up. Damn it, he was actually hacked to death. He could have just laid on the ground like a corpse and run away when the opportunity presented itself. But he didn't, because he had promised his dead junior brother that he would definitely avenge him, so he would definitely avenge him. F***CK, where did you run off to? Lin Fan looked to his left and right. When he saw the Sunshine Sect disciple not far away, he picked up his 9-ringed broadsword and charged at him. Lu Zhenhao was having a good time killing. All the magnificent flame sect disciples he met were killed by him. As an outer disciple in the sect, he was supposed to be at the back, but he liked to fight and train himself. That was why he was at the front line. Furthermore, his uncle was an elder in the sect, a middle-ranking person. He did not need to fight. But he rejected the offer. As a future elite, how could he be afraid of such things? Suddenly, goosebumps rose on his skin. He turned around and raised his sword to block the incoming attack. The immense force made his wrist numb. When he saw Lu Zhenhao, he could not believe his eyes. Why is it you again? Aren't you dead? Lu Zhenhao did not expect to meet Lu Zhenhao again. He had a feeling that Lu Zhenhao was looking for him on purpose. Die your sister. You actually dared to assassinate my junior brother. I'll chop you to death. Lin Fan did not practice any other moves. He swung his 9-ringed broadsword and slashed at Lu Zhenhao. After a few rounds, Lu Zhenhao was sweating profusely. Lin Fan was giving him too much pressure. Are you crazy? There are so many people here, why do you have to look for me? Lu Zhenhao was on the verge of collapsing. There are so many enemies on the battlefield. Why do I have to be the target again and again? Go to hell. Lin Fan swung his saber down, using the unyielding bone refinement technique to increase his physical strength. His arms grew in size, and his veins bulged out, looking extremely ferocious. He swung his saber down and broke his opponent's sword, leaving a bloody gash on his body. Blood spurted out from his wound. Lu Zhenhao was terrified. He did not expect to die here. I'm the genius that my uncle talked about. I've reached body tempering stage 6 in less than a year. Who can compete with me at such a terrifying speed? If I hadn't been separated from my uncle for so many years, I might have become an Earthstar border cultivator by now. He could not accept this. At this moment, he roared with a ferocious expression, you better remember, I'm not a nobody. Remember my name, there will be someone who will avenge me. My name is F***CKU. I'll chop you into pieces. Lin Fan did not care who Lu Zhenhao was. He swung his sword and killed Lu Zhenhao. Blood spurted out from Lu Zhenhao's wound. Lin Fan took a deep breath. Junior brother, it's settled now. I've taken revenge for you, and I can leave now. I didn't go back on my words. Points plus 60. The genius Lu Zhenhao had been killed by the little tyrant, old driver Lin Fan, in the midst of this chaotic battle. He did not even have the chance to grow. The current situation was very chaotic. It was not easy to survive on this battlefield. Lin Fan had no idea what was going on with Lu Qiming and the rest, but according to their tactics, they should be able to survive. Lin Fan looked around and found a direction that was slightly safer. At least he could kill his way there. If he died halfway, he would be able to escape. With his immortal body, Lin Fan was unstoppable. He did not have to worry about anything. He continued to kill his way forward. News of Lu Zhenhao's death had been discovered. When a Sunshine Sect disciple saw that Lu Zhenhao had been killed, he screamed. Lu Zhenhao was the nephew of an elder of the Sunshine Sect. If he died on the battlefield, the consequences would be severe. But given the current situation, he did not have the time to think about it. He was already lucky to be alive. Lin Fan charged into the crowd. Since he did not want the points that he earned, he did not show any mercy to the Sunshine Sect disciples. Whenever he got his hands on them, he would kill them. Just then, a Sunshine Sect elite noticed Lin Fan. A man with a gloomy face noticed Lin Fan, and his expression changed. How dare this magnificent Flame Sect disciple kill my disciple as he pleases? Judging from his blood and chi, he should be at body tempering stage 7 at most. This bunch of trash can't even kill a body tempering stage 7 trash. The man who spoke had short limbs and a big head. He looked slightly deformed, but his eyes were filled with cruelty. He was obviously a ruthless person. The two men discussed. To them, the magnificent Flame Sect disciple was already a dead man. If no disciple could kill him in a while, they would make their move. Lin Fan felt that he had killed enough. If he were to continue killing, he might attract the attention of others. By then, it would be impossible for him to leave. If he was captured alive, it would be even worse. Who else? Lin Fan shouted at the crowd. The Sunshine Sect disciples were afraid of this guy. The guy in front of them was covered in blood and wounds. But to their surprise, he seemed to be made of iron. Not only did he not die, he became even more ferocious. You. Just then, Lin Fan stared at a Sunshine Sect disciple in front of him. Lin Fan glared at the disciple, causing him to tremble in fear. He then closed his eyes and roared. I'll kill you. In the eyes of this disciple, he was probably going to die soon. Because the person in front of him was a demon king. Pucci, the feeling of the weapon stabbing into the body was transmitted to the disciple's hand. The disciple opened his eyes and looked at the situation before him with a dumbfounded expression. His expression changed slightly before turning into a frenzied one. I killed him. The disciple was so excited that he was on the verge of tears. I'm only a third-layer body-tempering realm trash, but I'm actually able to kill such a great demon king. Lin Fan's eyes widened as he stared at the disciple before him in disbelief. You're actually so strong? That disciple was extremely pleased with himself. His expression was ferocious and arrogant. Haha, I'm definitely strong. Trash like you want to kill me? Dream on. Just wait for me, Pucci. The disciple was taken aback. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. He had no idea when the 9-ringed broadsword had pierced through his body. He then looked up in disbelief. How? How could this be? Points plus 30-inch, damn it, it's enough for you to be proud of yourself after killing me. Why are you still pretending? I'll bring you along. Lin Fan mumbled in his heart. I wanted to let this guy show off a little, but who would have thought that he would be so impudent in front of me? How can I tolerate this? But it's enough. Plop, Lin Fan pretended to be lying on the ground. The two disciples who were discussing earlier snorted in disdain. Trash. A body-tempering realm stage 3 disciple is willing to exchange his life for mine. It's about time to release the war beast and end this battle. The magnificent Flame Sect's divine energy cannon doesn't have enough yuan crystals to support it. If we want to kill the war beast, we need an Earthstar border cultivator. But can the magnificent Flame Sect spare enough Earthstar border cultivators? However, to my surprise, the giant war beast that we've nurtured this time around has actually leveled up. The magnificent Flame Sect is doomed. Lin Fan laid there, observing the situation at all times. When no one noticed him, he would quietly move a little. When someone passed by, he would immediately become like a corpse, not moving at all. Suddenly, the ground started shaking. Lin Fan opened his eyes slowly. He was dumbfounded. What the heck? What is this? It's too big. In Lin Fan's vision, a gigantic war beast could be seen. There were bone spikes on its back, and its feet were huge. Its eyes were blood red. Obviously, it was a war weapon. Lin Fan finally understood that the war beast was created by the Sunshine Sect by extracting all kinds of demonic energy from beasts. It had no intelligence and only knew how to destroy. At the same time, the Sunshine sect had set up a formation in its body to control it. It could be said to be the most powerful being on the battlefield. Other than Earthstar border cultivators, no one was its match. I'm doomed. Lin Fan was helpless. This war beast is too scary. Even if I have an immortal body, it's useless. I can't even kill it. What else can I do? The two Sunshine sect elites who were discussing earlier floated in front of the war beast, controlling it. Kill. Roars could be heard. The magnificent Flame sect disciples looked tiny in front of the war beast. Seeing this, Feng Qing's face fell. This is impossible. How could the Sunshine sect have a war beast? I don't have much crystal yuan left to activate the divine energy cannon. I can't use it anymore. Now that a war beast has appeared, how am I supposed to fight? Seeing so many disciples being trampled to death by the war beast, Feng Qing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Lin Fan felt helpless. Don't blame me. I really can't help you. Suddenly, Lin Fan realized that something was wrong, because he realized that the huge figure seemed to have stopped in front of him. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the war beast was staring at him with bloodshot eyes, as if he had killed its mother, and was filled with rage. The faces of the two cultivators changed. What's going on? But no matter how hard they tried, the war beast just stood there, not moving an inch. Lin Fan felt that this war beast wasn't too friendly towards him. Furthermore, there wasn't anyone else around, and he felt that it wasn't a good idea to just lie there like a corpse. He didn't dare to act cool anymore, and immediately ran away. Roar. The war beast roared out, trying to break free from the control and pouncing towards Lin Fan. But it could feel that someone was controlling its body. Everyone on the battlefield was dumbfounded. They had no idea what was happening. The two cultivators who were controlling the war beast were shocked too. What's going on? Why is it resisting our control? Suddenly, something that no one could have imagined happened. The war beast grabbed the two cultivators who were floating on its shoulder with its sharp claws and squeezed, turning them into a pile of blood. Roar. A roar could be heard. Lin Fan looked at the gigantic figure, dumbfounded. What's going on? It seems like it has something against me. Just then, a voice that scared Lin Fan to death could be heard from the beast's mouth. It might be muffled, but at least Lin Fan could understand it. Lin. I'm going to kill you. Hearing this, Lin Fan felt that something was wrong. Why does it sound so familiar? Oh, right, it sounds like Qiuli. When Qiuli was fed to the war beast, he was filled with hatred and indignation. He actually fused with the war beast's consciousness. At first, it was fine. But on the battlefield, he caught a whiff of Lin Fan's scent and saw his figure. That slumbering desire for revenge was awakened. To the war beast, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill this guy. Bang, the war beast took a step forward and chased after Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan was so scared that his D*ck went soft. F*ck your mother. Are you F*king sick? Why are you chasing me? Lin Fan hollered and ran away. When Lu Qiming and the rest heard the voice, they shouted, "It's junior brother Lin. He's not dead." Lin Fan was about to cry. What the F*ck is going on? I was just lying down and now I'm being targeted by this beast? I'm going to die soon. Also, Qiuli, why the F*ck are you looking for me? I didn't hurt you. I just blew you up a little. Woo woo, forget it, I'll run first. And this gigantic beast was determined to follow Lin Fan. No matter where Lin Fan went, it would just follow behind him. By the looks of it, it seemed as though it would not rest until it killed Lin Fan. Lin Fan was really afraid of this terrifying beast. Stop chasing me. I'm scared of you. Please, stop chasing me. You're my dad. Is that not enough? Can't we be more peaceful? P.S. Thank you to the 100th leader for the 5,000 Qidian coins. What the heck? Don't go overboard. Why am I in so much trouble? Who did I offend? Why is the beast staring at me instead of anyone else? What's going on with Qiuli? How did he turn into a beast? I don't understand. Bang, the beast stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. When it lifted its foot, there was already a deep pit in the ground. If someone was stepped on by it, they would have been turned into meat paste. Lu Qiming was shocked. What's going on? Why is the beast staring at junior brother Lin? Yin Xiaotian came over, confused by the situation. Weird, this is too weird. The beast is a unique weapon of the Sunshine sect. There shouldn't be anything wrong with it. Now that it has killed the two controllers, it must be out of control. I'll go and save junior brother Lin now. Lu Qiming said. To him, junior brother Lin wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Only those who have experienced it would know how terrifying the beast is. Anyone below the Earth-Star border realm would definitely die if they met the beast. Yin Xiaotian stopped Lu Qiming. Don't go and die. What can you do even if you go? It's just an extra life. But I can't let junior brother Lin be in danger. Lu Qiming said. F***ck, you forced me to do this. Lin Fan was furious. I must have been too friendly, which made Lin Fan think that I'm a pushover. Lucky draw, I want to draw. I can't take it anymore. I can only draw if I want to kill the beast. Fortunately, he had saved up a lot of points, enough for him to take the risk. Points-300 silver lottery draw, thank you for your participation. Please try again. F***ck, what happened to a good start? Why is my hand so unlucky? No, I have to continue. I'm going to draw 10 times in a row. I'll be satisfied if I can get a grenade. Points-1000 bronze lottery, thank you for your participation. Please try again. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. Why was it that it was all, thank you for your patronage, please continue to work hard? Was there nothing else? Suddenly. Bronze lottery, congratulations on drawing a copy of Type 82-2 egg-shaped grenade-making manual. I don't want this. Lin Fan wanted to facepalm. This was asking for his life. Bronze lottery, congratulations, you have obtained a stinging fly's rotten egg. Lin Fan? What the hell was going on? He only had 1,200 points now. He was beginning to despair. He didn't even need to turn his head to feel that the giant beast behind him was staring at him. It wouldn't stop until it killed him. F***ck, I'm going all out. I'll draw 4 silver coins in a row. I don't believe I can't get something good. Silver lottery, thank you for your participation. Please try again. Silver lottery, congratulations, you have obtained a small to medium-sized storage ring. Silver lottery, thank you for your participation. Please try again. Silver lottery, congratulations on drawing a mystic low-grade cultivation pill, dragon and tiger supplement pill. 2,400 points, gone just like that? Lin Fan started cursing in his heart. What the hell were these things? Couldn't they give him something useful? Points, I want points. I'm done for without them. At this moment, Lin Fan turned to the Sunshine Sect disciples. Without any hesitation, he swung his 9-ringed broadsword and pounced on them. Oh no, that guy is coming for us. Be careful, the beast is behind him. Under the might of the war beast, some of the Sunshine Sect disciples were already scared out of their wits. Lin Fan seized the opportunity and started slashing at them. Points plus 40, points plus 30, the beast's only target was Lin Fan. As for the Sunshine Sect disciples, it didn't care about them at all. It just stepped on them and killed them. Blood-curdling screams rang out incessantly, and it was extremely miserable. Seeing this, Lin Fan was scared out of his wits. Bastard, these are my points. How many points are you going to lose by stepping on them like that? The Sunshine Sect disciples were in chaos. Help, I don't want to die. They would rather fight the Magnificent Flame Sect disciples than be trampled to death by the beast. Seeing this, the Magnificent Flame Sect disciples could not help but tear up. Look, even though senior brother Lin is being chased by the beast, he did not forget to kill the Sunshine Sect disciples. How can we let senior brother Lin face them alone? Let's go and fight the Sunshine Sect disciples. Senior brother Lin is indeed my idol. The Magnificent Flame Sect disciples were not blind. They could see what was happening clearly. Even though he was being chased by such a terrifying beast, senior brother Lin was still fearless and did not forget to kill the Sunshine Sect disciples. How could they not be touched by his spirit and determination? Charge! Don't go near the beast. Just kill the Sunshine Sect disciples. Understood. They were completely infected by Lin Fan, but they were not stupid. They knew that they would die if they went near Lin Fan. The Sunshine Sect disciples were already panicking. This was different from what they had expected. Their formation was completely disrupted. This King Magnificent Flame Sect disciple lured the war beast and charged towards them. God knows how many disciples had died under the beast's feet. Seeing the Magnificent Flame Sect disciples pouncing on the Sunshine Sect disciples, Lin Fan roared in his heart. Bastards, you bunch of bastards. What are you trying to do? These are all my points, and they've all been King taken away by you guys. I've thought it through. Even if I can't run away, I should at least get more points, right? Now that you guys are charging at me, how am I supposed to get more points? I don't care how many there are. I just want to kill them. Points plus 50 points plus 60. A body tempering stage 7 Sunshine Sect disciple waved the weapon in his hand when he saw Lin Fan charging at him. He wanted to kill Lin Fan, but when he raised his head and saw the war beast following behind him, his legs started to tremble. The ferocious beast roared, stomped on the ground, and threw a punch at Lin Fan. No one could stop it. Brother, run. I won't touch you. This beast is too dangerous. Lin Fan shouted. The Sunshine Sect disciple believed Lin Fan's words and turned to run. Seeing that the beast was still chasing after him, he shouted, "Don't follow me. It's only chasing after you. Run. Don't look back." Lin Fan shouted. The Sunshine Sect disciple was pissed, but he had no choice but to run. Puke. You. Didn't you say that you wouldn't attack? The Sunshine Sect disciple was dumbfounded. He felt that he had been cheated. Lin Fan pulled out his sword and turned back. I forgot, experience points plus 70. Awesome, but what's troubling me is that the beast is still following me. What should I do? I'm not afraid that the beast will trample me to death, but I'm afraid that it will swallow me. That would be fun. This is too much. He really did not want to say anything more. Far away, on a hill, Lu Daoxing's face was red. He clenched his fists, and a black mist could be seen swirling around them. The black mist was like a living creature, devouring his energy. The man standing in front of Lu Daoxing had short limbs. He looked exactly the same as the man who controlled the war beast. Even their faces were very similar. Lu Daoxing, you didn't expect this, did you? The man laughed coldly. Around them, the Earthstar Border Realm cultivators from the Sunshine Sect and Magnificent Flame Sect were fighting each other. Jin Luo, I didn't expect you to disobey the sect's rules and cultivate such an evil skill. Lu Daoxing said coldly. He had just suffered a small loss. Haha. Jin Luo laughed out loud with an ugly face. Sect rules? That's the rule the strong have for the weak. I, Jin Luo, don't care about it. How about it? Does my corpse devil soul cultivation skill taste good? He then raised his hands, his eyes shining with madness. I've tortured tens of thousands of people to reach the 8th stage of the corpse devil soul cultivation skill. It's filled with the smell of death. Suddenly, dozens of Sunshine Sect disciples could be seen running away in panic. Stop right there. What are you doing? Jin Luo's face changed when he saw the disciples running away. Seeing Jin Luo, the disciples who were running away turned pale. Senior brother Jin, this is bad. The war beast has gone out of control, and the disciples are on the verge of collapsing. We can't hold on any longer. What? Where's my brother? Jin Luo's face fell. Lu Daoxing heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that the war beast has gone out of control. At least we won't lose the battle. He was killed by the war beast. As soon as the disciple finished his sentence, a black mist covered him. Pustules appeared all over his body, and with a bang, pus burst out. The disciples around him also suffered the same fate. They died a horrible death. Ah! Jin Luo's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed, "My little brother, When the two of them were born, they were incomparably ugly, with short limbs. Later on, they were abandoned, and they grew up surrounded by the mockery of others. Later on, by chance, they obtained an evil art that specialized in torturing people for fun. Those who laughed at them all died under the evil art. He hated those who were able-bodied, and gradually became bloodthirsty and crazy. However, his younger brother was his only family, and now that he was dead, how could he bear it? Lu Daoxing, I want you dead. A towering black fog rose up, containing a terrifying power. The surrounding flowers and plants all withered and withered. Lu Daoxing's body trembled as he channeled his origin energy. His palms burned like two blazing suns, dispersing the black fog that surrounded his palms. Jin Luo, I will kill you here today. Let's see who dies first. By now, Lin Fan had lost all his will to fight against this war beast. Lucky draw. After killing quite a few disciples, he had accumulated 3,200 points. It was enough for him to go on a killing spree. I want 10 in a row. Bronze lucky draw, thank you for your participation. Keep it up. I'm already convinced. The chances of winning are too low. Not even 10 of them hit the target. Wasn't this asking for death? I'm not convinced. I'm really not convinced. This is not reliable at all. F*CK, are you really trying to kill me? I really don't want to talk anymore. How can I be so unlucky? This is too much. The Sunshine Sect disciples were in a mess because of the war beast. Body tempering stage 8 and stage 9 disciples did not dare to go near it. Run. The Sunshine Sect disciples ran away in a panic. They were on the verge of collapsing. Their war beast had just kicked them. They were on the verge of collapsing. Lin Fan was already a hero in everyone's eyes. But little did they know that their hero was feeling helpless now. Silver lucky draw, congratulations on getting a human high-class cultivation pill, Liger pill. I want to cry but no tears will come out. My points are going down the drain. I can't stop myself. This is my last chance. I'll try again. If you don't get it, I won't run anymore. If I die, I'll revive. Points-100 bronze lucky draw, congratulations on getting a Type 82 to 2 egg grenade. F*CK. What the F*CK? I just threatened him and he gave it to me. When Lin Fan heard the notification, he felt like he was about to fly. Awesome. This was way too awesome, this was AF** king rhythm of flying. Senior brother Lin, be careful. Just then, Lin Fan realized that all the Sunshine Sect disciples had disappeared. He was dumbfounded. The Magnificent Flame Sect disciples saw Lin Fan being chased by the war beast. They did not know what to do. They did not know how to save their senior brother Lin. The war beast was terrifying. With their strength, there was nothing they could do. Seeing so many disciples looking at him, Lin Fan felt that he had to perform. Then, he stopped abruptly, stretched out his hand and hollered, "UF** king, stop right now." The war beasts that were charging over suddenly stopped in their tracks. Their sinister eyes were filled with endless flames of resentment. Seeing this, the Magnificent Flame Sect disciples were dumbfounded. What is senior brother doing? Lin Fan stared at the war beast angrily. Dog, are you addicted to chasing me? I'm not running anymore. I want to fight you one-on-one. Have a taste of my secret weapon. Holding the rotten egg with a fly in his hand, he threw it towards the war beast. Roar, the war beast roared in anger, wanting to crush Lin Fan. But at that moment, the rotten egg smashed accurately into the war beast's nostrils. Bang, the egg exploded, and yellow liquid filled its nostrils. An unbearable smell wafted through the nostrils of the war beast. Wah, the war beast couldn't help but vomit violently. However, no matter how one looked at it, it looked like it was roaring. Lin Fan was taken aback. He did not expect the rotten egg to be so powerful that even the war beast could not stand it. At this time, a skeleton was spat out by the war beast. When the war beast looked at the skeleton that had lost an arm, its angry pupils shrank as if it had recalled something. He let out a ferocious roar as if he couldn't believe it. Looking at the situation, Lin Fan was elated. Without saying anything more, he leaped up and dove into the mouth of the war beast while shouting at the same time. "Dog, I'll show you my strongest move." "Senior Brother Lin." The magnificent flame sect disciples screamed at the top of their lungs. They thought that Lin Fan was going to perish together with the war beast. "It's so smelly." Lin Fan could not take it anymore when he was in the mouth of the war beast. He pulled out the grenade and started counting down. Bang! The force of the explosion exploded in the mouth of the war beast. To the disciples outside, they could only feel the war beast's body tremble. Under the watchful eyes of all the disciples, the giant war beast fell to the ground with a loud crash. "Senior Brother." The magnificent flame sect disciples were dumbfounded. They could not believe that their senior brother had died just like that. "Junior Brother Lin." Lu Qiming looked at Lin Fan in despair. "My friend." Gao Dazhuang cried. 10 seconds later. There was a loud bang. All the disciples were shocked. A figure broke through the head of the war beast and appeared in front of him. The figure had his hands behind his back and his chin was raised, looking at the moon in the sky. Under the moonlight. That figure was so holy, so domineering. Lin Fan felt that his posture was perfect. His eyes were filled with the aura of a man seeking to be defeated. "But why does it feel so cold down there?" "But it doesn't matter. Posture is the most important thing." "Senior Brother." The victorious disciples could not help but cheer and pounce towards Lin Fan. A smile could be seen on Lin Fan's face. It was a calm smile. But soon. F*CK, who the F*CK is touching my dick? Stop it right now. A beautiful female disciple could not help but cheer. "I touched Senior Brother Lin's D*CK, I can't keep my chastity. P.S. Thank you, Master Steven 0625, for your 50,000 Chidian coins. Thank you for supporting my books." "Thank you." Lu Qiming and the rest went up to Lin Fan excitedly. "Junior Brother Lin, you scared us to death." Lin Fan covered his crotch with his fingers, embarrassed. "Senior Brother, at least give me a shirt to cover my embarrassment." Some disciples facepalmed. They thought that Junior Brother Lin didn't know how to cover his embarrassment. Just now, he didn't know who it was that stood there naked and posed, not knowing the slightest shyness. 2 shirts were tied around Lin Fan's waist, covering his crotch. "Junior Brother, are you all right?" Yin Xiaotian asked. Lin Fan smiled. "Of course I'm fine. It's just a war beast. What's there to be afraid of? I used my strongest move to kill it. Now that the Sunshine Sect has been defeated by us, we have won the war. Victory!" Lin Fan's words could be heard by all the disciples. Instantly, they cheered. All the disciples were overjoyed and cheered. "We won. We finally won." To these disciples, victory was not easy to come by. God knew how many of their brothers and sisters had died in the process. This made them sad. Looking at the cheering disciples, Lin Fan felt wronged. "Sigh, I didn't manage to escape. Junior Brother Lin, well done." Fong Qing walked over from afar, covered in blood. He had obviously been through an intense battle. He heaved a sigh of relief after defeating the Sunshine Sect. At the same time, he had some doubts in his heart. He didn't know what method his junior brother had used to kill the war beast. Of course, at this moment of victory, he didn't pursue the matter. But just then, he looked into the distance. "I wonder how Senior Brother Lu is doing." Suddenly, a few figures could be seen coming from afar. All the disciples looked at the figures in anticipation. They had won the war, but they did not know how Senior Brother Lu was doing. Lin Fan looked over as well. He knew that the Earth Star border realm was above the body tempering realm. Once one reached that realm, one would no longer be an ordinary person. However, Lin Fan believed that it wouldn't take long for him to become an Earth Star border cultivator. Just then, an Earth Star border disciple said, "Senior Brother Lu is severely injured and needs treatment. Fong Qing, lead the disciples and clean up the battlefield." "Yes, Senior Brother." Fong Qing was shocked when he heard that Senior Brother Lu was heavily injured. He was well aware of Senior Brother Lu's strength. Since Senior Brother Lu was so heavily injured, this battle must have been earth-shattering. Lu Qiming was shocked. I didn't expect senior brother Lu to be injured. Damn the Sunshine Sect. One day, I will destroy their sect. Lin Fan comforted him, Senior brother Lu, I think senior brother Lu will be fine. Meicham Lu Qiming's expression softened. Fong Qing didn't think too much about it. All disciples, clean up the battlefield and gather back. Until dawn. The troops gathered and prepared to return. Lin Fan turned around and looked at the endless horizon. He sighed helplessly. This was the will of the heavens. Junior brother Lin, what's wrong? Lu Qiming patted Lin Fan's shoulder. He did not know what was wrong with junior brother Lin for him to suddenly become so sad. Lin Fan waved his hand, it's nothing, let's go back. Lu Qiming felt like crying. There were a few times when he had the chance to escape, but it was as if someone did not want him to escape. This made him sad. My dream of flying high in the sky should be put on hold for now. My only thought now is to increase my cultivation. At least I should reach the Earth Star border realm. If others knew about this, they would definitely spit on me. Do you think that the Earth Star border realm is a cabbage that can be found anywhere? At the temporary camp of the war. After a night of fighting, all the disciples were tired and went to rest. But to Lin Fan, what is rest? It doesn't exist. Let me take a look at what we've gained earlier. Lin Fan could not wait any longer. He did not care much about what he got from the lottery earlier. But it seems that there is something special in it. A small storage ring. This is a must-have item for traveling, killing, and robbing. Without a storage ring, one would be embarrassed to call oneself a big shot. The silver ring was just right when Lin Fan put it on his finger. He checked again. Not bad, a mystic class low-grade pill. Moreover, it was a cultivation-type pill. It was a grade higher than the Liger pill from before. I'll keep it for now. I'll use it for cultivation later. As for the last item, Lin Fan was a little surprised. A Type 82 to 2-egg grenade making manual. From Lin Fan's point of view, this was a good thing. There was no modern high-tech weapon that couldn't solve any problem. Its power was obvious to all. Qiu Li's cultivation was at the 8th layer body tempering realm, and he only lost a hand in the explosion range of the grenade. Therefore, he had a rough understanding of the grenade's power. But this doesn't mean that the grenade is useless. If I put this grenade in my mouth, even an Earthstar border realm cultivator would have to kneel before me, let alone Qiu Li. Of course, this is just a thought. Which idiot would put a grenade in his mouth? But the war beast is an exception. Lin Fan took a look at the interface. Name, Lin Fan Cultivation, Body Tempering Stage 6, plus, Experience Points, 10540 points, 2330 Talent, Immortality Lottery, Bronze, 100, Silver, 300, yet to be unlocked. The data was quite satisfactory. He still had 2330 points. When he killed the war beast earlier, he had gained more than 100 points for nothing. This could be considered compensation. At the very least, it proved that he hadn't died in vain. He swallowed the Dragon Tiger Nourishment Pill, a low-grade mystic class cultivation pill, and immediately started cultivating with his self-created cultivation method. Lin Fan might not be good at other things, but he was hardworking. A strong energy filled his body as soon as the pill entered his mouth. His experience points were also increasing rapidly. When Lin Fan opened his eyes, his heart was filled with elation. My experience points have reached 18540. That's an increase of 8,000 experience points. Are you afraid of this speed? It seems like using pills to aid my cultivation is a good choice. It feels great to be able to increase my experience points rapidly. But if Lin Fan knew how expensive this kind of mystic cultivation pill was, he probably wouldn't think so much about it. The sun rose. It was already afternoon. Lin Fan felt that he should go out and take a look. He could hear the voices of the disciples outside. But I'm tired. Where else can I find someone as hardworking as me? Forget it. Lin Fan took the 9-ring broadsword and slashed his neck. Experience points plus 10 seconds later. Lin Fan was full of energy. Junior brother Lin. Senior brother Lin. Lin Fan could hear the disciples greeting him warmly. Lin Fan nodded at them calmly. This was the result of being popular. Look, I'm so popular. If they knew that I'm going to leave them one day, what a blow it would be to them. I'm afraid they would be so sad that they would die. Junior brother Lin. Just then, Lu Qiming appeared in front of Lin Fan. To Lin Fan, senior brother Lu seems to be in good spirits today. Senior brother Lu, you seem to be in a good mood today. Did something good happen? Lin Fan asked. Wasn't senior brother Lu in a bad mood last night? Why is he in such a good mood today? Lu Qiming was taken aback. Oh, right. Junior brother Lin, you might not know, but senior brother Lu is fine now. More importantly, the war is over. There's news from the front lines that the sect and the Sunshine sect have reached peace talks. We can return to the sect now. Huh? Lin Fan was dumbfounded. How the F***ck could they even negotiate? Wouldn't it be better if we don't fight to the death? But wait a minute, the war is over, and I can return to the sect. Doesn't that mean that my thoughts of going out to roam the world are gone? But that's not right. According to my experience, I have the highest chance of leaving the sect after returning to the sect. Looking at junior brother Lin's dazed expression, Lu Qiming thought that junior brother Lin was excited because the war had ended. He then mumbled to himself, when I first heard this news, I was extremely excited as well. It's been half a year. I haven't returned to the sect for half a year. I don't even know how I managed to survive. Just then, Lu Qiming grabbed Lin Fan's hand. Junior brother Lin, you have made great contributions in the war. When you return to the sect, you will definitely be promoted to a first-class outer disciple. The outer disciples of the Magnificent Flame sect were divided into 3 classes. The first class was the highest, and the third class was the lowest. Lin Fan was a third-class disciple now. If he were to become a first-class disciple, he would receive better benefits. A first-class outer disciple would receive a lot of benefits, and he would be able to get a lot of things. Furthermore, the war is over. If I want to get more points, I have to find my enemies. But there are many benefits to joining the sect. I can save a lot of time. After a careful analysis, he decided to go to the sect to take a look. As for why the previous owner of this body was able to survive for half a year, it was probably because he had survived. To describe it in one sentence. That was a true coward. Dong dong, the bell rang. When Lu Qiming heard this voice, he became very excited. Gather up, we should go back. Lin Fan coughed, senior brother Lu, calm down, calm down. Just then, Zhang Long, Yin Xiaotian, and the rest arrived as well. It was obvious that they had received news of the sect's return. I might not know how the sect managed to negotiate with the Sunshine sect, but at least I can return to the sect now. Junior brother Lin, senior brother Lu, you two are getting closer and closer. Could it be because of that? Yin Xiaotian asked with a smile. As Lu Qiming was too excited, he kept grabbing Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan immediately felt that something was wrong and quickly shook Lu Qiming's hand off. Don't misunderstand, I'm a normal man. Haha, we saw junior brother Lin's body yesterday. Of course we know you're a normal man. Zhang Long laughed weirdly. Thinking about yesterday's incident, Lin Fan felt a little embarrassed. His posture was a little too much, and he had let others see his pure body. Lin Fan quickly changed the topic. Alright, let's go and gather up. On the square. Under the attention of the crowd, Lu Daoxing appeared on the stage. His face was pale, and it seemed like he had not fully recovered from his injuries. However, it was clear that he was fine, and at least he was able to move freely. The war is over. All disciples can return to the sect now. However, when Lu Daoxing said that, all the disciples went into an uproar. That was what they wanted to hear the most. Just then, Lu Daoxing raised his hand, and divine boats flew out from his storage ring. They grew bigger and bigger until they covered the sky. Finally, they landed slowly. Lin Fan stared at them with his eyes wide open. These are some good stuff. These are all treasures made by the sect's blacksmith masters. They are mystic middle-grade auxiliary divine boats that require a lot of rare materials. They are expensive, but their weakness is that they do not have any attack power. The disciples boarded the divine boats excitedly. They wanted to leave this place and return to the sect. This was their goal. Junior brother, let's go. Lu Qiming said. Really? Lin Fan was still a little reluctant. Peace talks? Why is the Sunshine sect so cowardly? What's wrong? Lu Qiming did not know what Lin Fan was thinking. He thought that Lin Fan had not woken up from his joy. Nothing. Let's go. 10 days later. Initially, Lin Fan had wanted to cultivate on this divine boat and pass this boring period of time. However, this was just a thought. Could one imagine what it would be like on that divine boat with so many people squeezing together? Anyway, it would be a sin not to talk about it. But to Lin Fan, it was not like he did not gain anything. Standing on the divine boat and looking down, Xianxia could see many small towns, mountains, and rivers. This was the first time he saw such scenery with his own eyes. He was filled with anticipation. So majestic. They had arrived at the magnificent flame sect. From afar, they could see a statue standing in the magnificent flame sect. It was the great founder of the sect, Emperor Yanhua. If I had to use words to describe it, it was majestic, grand, and huge. When Lin Fan alighted from the divine boat, there were already many disciples gathered in groups of 3 to 5, chatting with each other. Everyone had a bright smile on their faces. Of course, there were also some who did not look too happy. Obviously, their friends had died on the battlefield. Lin Fan was a little nervous. Will there be any conflict when I'm in a place with so many people? With my outstanding temperament, will there be people who dislike me and beat me up? All of these thoughts were filtered through Lin Fan's mind. Junior brother Lin, let's go back. Lu Qiming said. Senior brother Lu, we're going back just like that? There's no commendation ceremony or something like a reward or something? Lu Qiming smiled and said, no, these merits have been recorded by the senior brothers. The sect elders will send people to deliver the things according to the records. We just need to wait. All right. Lin Fan was a little disappointed. This system is not good. There's no way to motivate the disciples. If I were in charge, I would definitely hold a grand commendation ceremony for the disciples to show off. Of course, this was just a thought. With my current status and strength, I would be courting death if I were to be presumptuous. Am I the kind of person who would court death? Obviously not. Inside the house. Ever since he arrived at the sect, he was a little nervous. Most importantly, this was a real sect, not a temporary base camp for war. This place was too vast, and there were countless sect disciples. As for how many there were, he couldn't even begin to estimate. Back on Earth, when he read novels, he thought that sects were like small groups. But now, he realized that this wasn't the case. This place was more like a city. Forget it, let me cultivate first. Knowing that this was a fantasy world, his heart was pounding. After all, who didn't want to be invincible? Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, how could he not be tempted, especially since he had such a powerful cheat? If he didn't become strong, he would be a disgrace to the people of Earth. Cultivation, I have to work hard to cultivate. But before he started, he took out the grenade-making manual and slapped it on his body, learning the crafting skill. To him, grenades were a killer weapon. They were very important in the early stages. He still had a lot of points. Since he had to cultivate, he might as well draw them. If he was lucky, he might even get a pill. 10 consecutive draws. Let's test my luck. He felt that his hand was a little unlucky. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so bad the previous few times. Points-1000 Bronze Lottery, thank you for your participation, please continue to work hard. Bronze Lottery, congratulations, you have won a speed-type middle-grade human class pill, Wind-Walking Pill. Bronze Lottery, thank you for your participation, please continue to work hard. Then, there was nothing else. 1,000 points only got him a middle-grade human-shaped pill. He could be considered to be resigned to it. There was nothing he could say about this black hand. He could only accept it. If it wasn't for his good mentality, he might have exploded on the spot. His points were gone, so be it. He didn't feel bad and continued to draw. But this time, he wasn't going to draw bronze. He felt that if he kept drawing, his hand would continue to be unlucky. Might as well change it up. Silver Lottery, thank you for your participation, please continue to work hard. Silver Lottery, thank you for your participation, please continue to work hard. Silver Lottery. At this moment, Lin Fan's face was getting darker and darker. It was so dark that it was scary. Oh my god, are you giving me a chance to live? If you get hit by one, you'll die. Silver Lottery, congratulations on drawing a mystic high-grade cultivation pill, energy-containing pill. F*CK, good job. When Lin Fan heard that he had drawn something, he jumped up furiously. Finally, he hadn't wasted his money and his luck had improved tremendously. He had actually drawn a mystic class high-grade pill. More importantly, this was a cultivation pill that could be used directly to raise one's cultivation. It felt so good. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and used up his last 130 points. In the end, he only had 30 points left, which was a good start. Of course, drawing a bronze prize alone was simply courting death. It was a dirty trick. But to Lin Fan, this lottery draw was totally worth it. He didn't lose out at all. He swallowed the pill and began to cultivate. His experience points were increasing rapidly. This was the best reward for his hard work. The next day, when he opened his eyes, Lin Fan couldn't wait to check the value. Experience points, 42,000. The night was not a waste. He tapped on the plus button and spent 32,000 experience points. Cultivation, body tempering stage 7, plus, the moment his cultivation increased, all his fatigue disappeared. His body was filled with explosive power, and his bones became stronger as if they had been tempered thousands of times. Lin Fan stopped cultivating. He needed to understand the situation. He had used up all his points, and with his current ability, he couldn't get any high-quality pills. He could only rely on the lottery draw. However, he was too unlucky in this lottery draw. Without a large number of points, he probably wouldn't be able to draw anything good. When Lin Fan opened the door, he saw a man walking towards him. Junior brother Lin. The moment the man saw Lin Fan, he rushed over with a face full of smiles. You are? Lin Fan blinked. He didn't know this guy at all, and his smile was so perverted. What is he up to? I'm in a foreign place. If someone really wants to do something to me, I can't do anything. Can I just close my eyes and enjoy it? Junior brother Lin, I'm a second-class outer disciple, Huang Hao. I'm here to congratulate you. Huang Hao smiled. Lin Fan might not have heard everything clearly, but the word congratulations was extremely clear to him. Instantly, he let out a joyous smile. Senior brother Huang, is something good happening? Huang Hao didn't hide anything. He took out something and said, Junior brother Lin, your performance on the battlefield was outstanding. The sect's Heavenly Merit Hall has sent a disciple to give you your reward. Please accept it. As a second-class outer disciple, he was jealous when he saw the reward. But he didn't dare to be greedy. If the Heavenly Merit Hall found out, he would be in big trouble. Lin Fan was overjoyed. He took the item without hesitation. First was a token. It seemed to be made of iron, and there were 2 words on it, first class. Congratulations on becoming a first-class outer disciple, Junior brother Lin. I'll have to call you Senior brother Lin from now on. Huang Hao bragged. His expression was really despicable. Then, he saw a small white bottle. He shook it, and there seemed to be something inside. It was a pill. Senior brother Lin, this is a human-class low-class cultivation pill, the King Kong pill. There are 6 pills in a bottle, and it has unimaginable benefits for body cultivation. Huang Hao was just like an introducer. Each time Lin Fan checked out an item, he would be extremely familiar with it as though he was extremely familiar with it. The moment Lin Fan heard that it was a mortal lower-graded pill, he lost all interest. Yours truly had only popped mystic pills. Even the worst was mortal upper-graded. This sect was just too damn stingy, sigh, let's not talk about it anymore. Then, there was a stack of silver paper with numbers on it. Seeing this, Huang Hao was envious. Senior brother Lin, I'm so jealous. Senior brother Lin, you've made a great contribution, and the Heavenly Merit Hall has rewarded you with 50,000 YHB. This is an amount of money that you might not even be able to earn in a year. The YHB was used everywhere in the Magnificent Flame sect, and it could be used to buy anything. For example, the King Kong pill would cost 3,000 YHB per pill. Therefore, the rewards that the sect had given to Lin Fan could be said to be extremely bountiful. After all, there were so many disciples. How many rewards would be needed for just one war? This was simply an unimaginably high price. Thank you, Junior Brother Huang, for giving me these. Go back and tell the Heavenly Merit Hall senior brothers that I'm satisfied. Lin Fan smiled and kept the items. Looking at this scene, Huang Hao could not help but feel suffocated. Senior Brother Lin, look at me. I haven't even had breakfast this morning. I'm here to report the good news. Look at this. Although he did not say it directly, Huang Hao was cursing in his heart. I'm here to tell you the good news, and you're not even giving me a reward? How can you be so stingy? Junior Brother Huang, why didn't you tell me earlier that you didn't have breakfast? This won't do. No matter what, I have to treat you. I must. Lin Fan searched his body and found the YHB that the previous owner of this body had saved. He then held Huang Hao's hand and patted it. Junior Brother Huang, eat well. Take it as a token of my appreciation. Damn. Huang Hao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw the YHB in his hand. How if King stingy did he have to be able to bring it out? Just then, Lin Fan saw Lu Qiming and chased after him. But he did not forget about Huang Hao. Junior Brother Huang, have a safe trip. I have something to attend to. See you next time. Looking at Lin Fan's back, Huang Hao's face turned red. You bastard. Senior Brother Lu. Lin Fan called out. Seeing Lin Fan, Lu Qiming stopped in his tracks and smiled when he saw the badge hanging on Lin Fan's waist. Junior Brother Lin, congratulations on becoming a first-class outer disciple. Lu Qiming didn't like to show off, but he still touched the badge hanging on his waist from time to time, proving that he was a first-class outer disciple as well. Lin Fan's eyes were sharp. How could he not see this scene? He laughed, same to you. Senior Brother Lu has also become a first-class outer sect disciple. Haha. The two burst into laughter. At the same time, Lin Fan compared the rewards and was satisfied. It seems that the sect is not the one who is taking advantage of me, but everyone else. Senior Brother Lu only gave me 40,000 YHB, and of course, all the pills were the same, 6 pills. Senior Brother Lu, where are you going? Lin Fan asked. The rewards just came, so I'm going to the skill sets hall to exchange for skill sets. Since money is useless to me, I might as well use it to increase my strength. Lu Qiming laughed. The two continued chatting. When they found out that Lu Qiming needed 50,000 YHB to exchange for a mortal high-class skill set, Lin Fan wanted to curse. The sect is really smart. They just got the reward, and they already found a way to cheat me of my money. But Lin Fan wanted to exchange for a skill set as well. After all, he didn't know any offensive skill sets, and it would be a joke if others knew about it. Junior Brother Lin, what about you? Lu Qiming asked. I'm going to take on some missions to see if there are any bandits. Lin Fan smiled. Junior Brother, you have to be careful. It's best to team up with other senior brothers. Some of the bandits are not weak, and it's too dangerous for you to fight them alone. Lu Qiming said, concerned. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Fan smiled. Of course, he was just saying it. How could he team up with others? Wouldn't it be like letting others steal his points? With his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill these bandits. The Magnificent Flame sect's territory was not peaceful. The cities might be safe, but there were many robbers outside the cities. Furthermore, there were some evil cultivators who practiced all kinds of evil skills. They were wanted by the Magnificent Flame sect, and they were the targets of the disciples. Of course, there was still some risk involved. According to his memories, there were quite a few disciples who died outside every year. After parting ways with senior apprentice Brother Lu, Lin Fan happily went to accept missions. Moreover, his luck was quite good. He really did receive a mission, and it wasn't too far away. It was only a few dozen miles away from the sect. A group of bandits would appear on the main road, and many passing caravans would die at the hands of these bandits. Moreover, the mission rewards were quite good. However, none of that mattered to Lin Fan anymore. Because he could really roam the world. After accepting the mission, Xianxia left the sect. However, Lin Fan did not take a good look at it. There seemed to be body-tempering stage 9 bandits in the mission description. As for the Magnificent Flame sect, he wouldn't be coming back anytime soon. After all, it felt good to wander around outside and wait for his strength to reach a shocking level before coming back to show off. A few days later. Lin Fan had arrived at his destination the day before, but he had been hiding there. Now, the group of bandits in front of him was his target. From their appearance, Lin Fan could tell that they weren't good people. Obviously, they were bandits. As for their strength, there was no need to talk about it. Lin Fan just wanted to fight them. Stop. Suddenly, a righteous voice could be heard coming from Lin Fan. The group of bandits had been laughing maniacally. When they heard this voice, they couldn't help but turn their heads. They saw a man holding a 9-ringed broadsword on a small hill in the distance. His chin was slightly raised as he looked at them with a deep and righteous gaze. Who are you? A tall and burly bandit stared at Lin Fan in disdain. Hee hee. Lin Fan laughed coldly and patted the token on his waist. Did you see it clearly? Third leader, he's a first-class outer disciple of the Magnificent Flame sect. He must be from the Magnificent Flame sect. Let's run. The bandit with sharp eyes saw the token and cried out in shock. Third leader, he's a first-class outer disciple of the Magnificent Flame sect. F***CKU. The third leader slapped the bandit aside and said in disdain. Just you alone? Lin Fan felt that he was in a good position. He laughed. Of course, I'm alone. Is it not enough to deal with you bandits? Let me see. 1, 2. You bandits are too unprofessional. You only have 10 people and you dare to intercept a merchant group. You're simply courting death. Today, I'll kill all of you. Are you willing to submit? Lin Fan said arrogantly. He was slightly disappointed with these bandits, feeling that they weren't enough for him to kill. Even if I kill all of them, I can still get a few points. But forget it. I'll just take it as killing them along the way. Third leader, this kid is too arrogant. Let me kill him. Hearing that Lin Fan was alone, one of the bandits was no longer afraid. He swung his sword at Lin Fan. Okay. The third leader nodded. This is a good opportunity to test Lin Fan's strength. Brat, you won't be able to leave this place alive today. The bandit swung the broadsword in his hand and slashed at Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at the bandit and laughed. He swung his 9-ringed sword and swung it at the bandit. Blood splattered all over the place. Points plus 30-inch sigh, trash. Lin Fan sighed. Then, he looked at the bandits and roared in a domineering manner, can't any of you guys fight? The third leader looked at Lin Fan calmly. Obviously, he did not care about Lin Fan at all. He then clapped his hands. Come out and treat this young man well. Lin Fan was stunned. I've been following you for so long, but there are only 10 of you. How many people are left? But just at this moment, something that shocked Lin Fan happened. Countless silhouettes suddenly appeared from the bushes on both sides. There were at least 100 of them. What the heck? What's going on? Seeing the dumbfounded look on Lin Fan's face, the third leader could not help but laugh. Kid, I know that the Magnificent Flame sect has listed us as a mission, and I've been waiting for you guys to fall into the trap so that I can kill you one by one. But I didn't expect that there would be a fool who dares to come alone. Not bad, your courage is commendable, but, haha, do you think I'll be afraid no matter how many of you come? Today, I'll show you what true terror is. Seeing this, Lin Fan was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? There are so many of them. Even if I have an immortal body, I won't be able to kill them. But I can't be a coward. I need to win back my face. Before the third leader could finish his words, he was shocked by the expression on Lin Fan's face. He didn't expect that this kid would dare to be so impudent. Just as he was about to give the order for his subordinates to chop this guy to death, a shocking scene occurred. After Lin Fan boasted, he didn't say anything more and just ran away. His figure disappeared, but his voice could be heard. Just you wait, I'll King come back in a few days to kill you all. To Lin Fan, it's not that easy to bleed. Third leader, he ran away. The bandit shouted. CK, this is too much. How dare they bully me with numbers? What a bastard. Lin Fan leaned against a tree, panting helplessly. He came here excitedly to collect points, but he did not expect to meet such cunning people. But who asked him to be so righteous? It was understandable that he fell for their tricks. You guys are vicious. Just you wait. If I don't kill you all in a few days, my surname is not Lin. Lin Fan swore in his heart. He had lost face, but it was not scary. He just had to get it back next time. A few days later. Sect. Lin Fan looked around. After confirming that there was no one, he rushed back to his place. Junior brother Lin. Just then, a voice came from behind. Lin Fan turned around and saw the person. He smiled. Oh, it's senior brother Zhang. Junior brother Lin, I heard from Lu Qiming that you went to take on a mission. How was it? Did you complete the mission? Zhang Long asked. No, I did not find the target. It was a wasted trip, so I came back first. I will go take a look in a few days. He could not say that he was scared off by the number of people. If he did, he would lose face. Zhang Long nodded, understanding. Missions are not easy now. Those who are wanted by the sect are very slippery. Sometimes, it depends on luck. Yeah, I realized too. These guys are really slippery. I ran for so many days, but I did not see a single person. I can only return empty-handed. Lin Fan sighed. Then, he realized that Zhang Long's blood was thicker than before. He changed the topic. Senior brother, you broke through? Speaking of this, Zhang Long could not help but smile. Lucky, lucky. This time, the sect rewarded me. I used the money I accumulated to exchange for a pill, and successfully broke through to body tempering stage 7. Senior brother, you are too humble. Oh, right, junior brother, after a while, we are going to take on a mission. At that time, junior brother, you have to join us. Zhang Long said. This was Zhang Long's intention to take care of Lin Fan. The sect had many group missions, and as long as they were completed, they would be rewarded handsomely. Especially since Zhang Long had broken through to body tempering stage 7, he was full of confidence and wanted to earn a good amount of rewards. However, he would not forget junior brother Lin, which was why he wanted to bring junior brother Lin along. Alright, that's not a problem. Senior brother, let's not talk anymore. I'm a little depressed right now, so I have to go back and prepare. Lin Fan didn't want to say anything more. This time, he had come back. To put it bluntly, it was to research grenades. At the start, he had been too confident and had been taught a lesson. But once yours truly brought out the grenade, he would definitely let them know how powerful he was. They each went home. Lin Fan had already learned the grenade manufacturing manual, so he was very familiar with the manufacturing of grenades. However, there were still some difficulties. First, they had to deal with the most primitive packaging materials, and then the gunpowder. The scrap metal here wasn't worth much, or rather, nobody wanted it. But to Lin Fan, scrap metal was something he needed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to make grenades. He cultivated for a whole night. The next day, Lin Fan found some tools and pushed his cart out. Junior brother Lin, where are you going? Lu Qiming was in a good mood seeing that Lin Fan had returned. But he knew that Lin Fan hadn't completed his mission, so he didn't bring it up. Senior brother, you go ahead. I'm going to collect some scrap metal. Lin Fan pushed his cart and replied. Lu Qiming was stunned. He didn't understand. What's junior brother Lin doing, collecting scrap metal? What does he want scrap metal for? Doesn't seem to be of any use. On the street where the sect disciples lived, Lin Fan held a gong and beat it loudly. Then, he shouted, don't miss this. Come and take a look and listen. It's definitely a good thing. Some of the disciples stopped in their tracks and looked at Lin Fan suspiciously. What's this guy trying to do? Senior brother, are you going to perform a performance of smashing rocks with your chest? I've left my hometown for many years, and I haven't seen it in a long time. A disciple asked. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Smashing your sister's rocks. Come and take a look. It's that easy to turn trash into money. I'm collecting scrap metal now. Which senior brother has scrap metal? Hurry up and send it over. 1 YHB per kilogram. If you miss this shop, you won't be able to find another one. Lin Fan shouted. He realized that some of the disciples were so poor that when they heard that scrap metal could be sold for money, they would sell whatever they had at home. As expected, many of the disciples were shocked to hear Lin Fan's words. To them, scrap iron was worthless, and no one would want it. However, the apprentices in the crafting hall would want it. Since they were apprentices, they needed to practice. Therefore, they would usually use scrap iron as a gift. Since it was not worth much, they thought they had heard it wrong when they heard a fellow apprentice saying that it cost a YHB per kilogram. Senior brother, are you telling the truth? Are you lying to us? A disciple asked. Lin Fan patted his chest and promised. Why would I lie to you? If you have it, hurry up and send it over. Time is limited, and I still have to change places later. Suddenly, some of the disciples were in an uproar. Damn, my weapon broke some time ago. I don't even know where I threw it. I have to find it quickly. Yes. I have to look for it too. When did this thing become valuable? Ah, damn. I can only earn tens of YHB a day. I didn't expect scrap metal to be worth so much. Many disciples started panicking. They had never thought that scrap metal could be sold for money. They had already thrown it away, and it would be difficult to find it again. Lin Fan stood there with a smile on his face. It seems like I'm going to get a lot of money later. But he knew the purchasing power of YHB. It's a fortune that I'm spending. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. However, when he thought about how he could make grenades, this thought disappeared. But there was something wrong with the situation. The number of disciples who were here to sell their items seemed to be a little too little. Could it be that they didn't find it? Senior brother, how much do you think this sword weighs? The disciple's eyes shone with anticipation. Lin Fan looked at the 3 pieces of rusty scrap metal in his hand and thought to himself, this thing must be at least 10 kilograms. It's about 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 kilograms. The disciple was stunned. Senior brother, that's not right. I think it's more than that. Junior brother, it used to be more than that, but now it has stopped. Look, doesn't it look like it was bitten by insects? Lin Fan pointed at the yellow spots on the sword. These spots were densely packed with holes. The disciple did not know that it was rusty. He blinked and realized that he was fooled by Lin Fan. That's why the insides of your sword were eaten by bugs. That's why it's so light. Since this is your first deal, I'll count it as 7 kilograms. Is that okay? Lin Fan said. You should know that it's rare to see someone like me. I'm just giving you benefits. At the same time, he muttered in his heart. What do you mean by eating bugs? You're so hard. Thank you for your generosity, senior brother. I'll sell it at 7 kilograms then. The disciple came to a realization. Lin Fan handed over the money with sincerity. The disciple took the money happily. It might not be much, but it was still a fifth of what he earned in a day. Then, he left happily. He was going to look for more scrap metal to sell. Lin Fan smiled brightly as he received his first deal. Is there anyone else who wants to sell? The road to riches is right in front of you. If you miss it, it'll be gone forever. Just then, a first-class outer disciple walked past Lin Fan with a nut in his hand. He tilted his head and spat out the nut. It stuck to Lin Fan's shoes, but Lin Fan did not seem to see it. But Lin Fan had seen it. Stop. Huang Fugue was still munching on his nuts. He turned his head and looked at Lin Fan. What do you want? The surrounding disciples made way for Lin Fan upon seeing this. They had a feeling that there was going to be a conflict. One of the third-class outer disciples beside Huang Fugui pointed at Lin Fan and said, "What is senior brother Huang talking to you about?" Lin Fan walked to the side and unintentionally slapped the token on his waist. He lifted his leg and said, "See that? You puked on me." The third-class outer disciple wanted to say, "It's your honor to puke on me." However, he saw the token and swallowed his words. "Senior brother Huang, this guy is also a first-class outer disciple." "So what? Am I not a first-class outer disciple?" Huang Fugui said nonchalantly. He then looked at Lin Fan. "So what if I puke on you? Why don't you just pat me?" Lin Fan felt that this guy in front of him was a little too presumptuous. How dare he be so cocky? If he didn't teach him a good lesson today, he wouldn't be able to take it anymore. As a first-class outer disciple, you are a role model for all outer disciples. You are disappointing. Lin Fan shook his head with a look of pity and disdain. Hearing this, Huang Fugui was enraged. He cared about his image the most. "What do you mean by that? How am I not a role model for the outer disciples? If you don't explain yourself, I'll beat you up." Huang Fugui shouted angrily. After saying that, he raised his sleeves and waved his thick fist in front of Lin Fan. He was confident in his strength. Being a body-tempering stage 7 outer disciple, he was famous among the outer disciples. Although Lin Fan was also a first-class outer disciple, he was not afraid of him. Lin Fan had the surrounding crowd open up a path. "Fellow senior brothers, take a look. What do you see along the way?" The surrounding disciples looked at each other in dismay. Then, they looked at the road. They didn't see any problems. Then, they shook their heads in confusion. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was heartbroken. "Can't you guys see that on this clean road, there are so many fruit pits that affect the aesthetics?" Under senior brother Lin's guidance, the disciples came to a realization. Then, Lin Fan continued, "You guys have to remember that the sect is my home. The management of the sect depends on everyone. This guy is totally disregarding our home. He destroyed the road so badly that I can't even bear to look at it. Tell me, is this senior brother of his a role model?" Huang Fugui felt something was wrong when he heard this. "What is this guy talking about?" He glared at Lin Fan furiously. "Don't try to mislead us with your lies. How did I destroy the sect?" Buzz, at this moment, a flying insect flapped its wings and buzzed. Then, it circled around the fruit pit on the ground and danced continuously. "No? Did you hear the sound of the flying insects? Don't you guys find it annoying to hear this noise?" Lin Fan looked at the surrounding disciples and asked. The disciples nodded. Annoying, really annoying. Sometimes, when I rest at night, I can't fall asleep when I hear these sounds. After cultivating, my senses have been enhanced, and I can even hear the tiniest sounds clearly." Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. He then pointed at Huang Fugui. "Look at what you've done. If one day, one of our junior brothers is at a critical juncture in his cultivation and attracted flying insects because of the fruit pit you spat out, the buzzing noise will affect his cultivation. If that happens, he will be seriously injured, and if it's serious, he will die. As a senior brother, don't you think that you've indirectly killed your junior brother?" T. Huang Fugui's face turned red with anger. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so good at boasting, and he was so good at it. Lin Fan waved his hand nonchalantly. "Don't say that I'm bullshitting. As a senior brother, you have to be brave enough to admit your mistakes. All the senior brothers here aren't petty people, so they'll definitely forgive you. But you're still trying to deny it. Don't you think you're too much? Now, I'll give you a chance. Apologize to me, and I'll forgive you." The surrounding disciples whispered among themselves. Senior brother is right. The more I think about it, the more scared I am. It's just a fruit pit, but I'm afraid something like this can really happen. Yes, these flying insects love to bite these things. Every time I go out, I'm always annoyed by these flying insects. Senior brother Huang, you're wrong. I agree with what this senior brother said. In the past, I didn't think there was anything wrong with senior brother Huang spitting out the fruit pit. But now that I think about it, it's a big problem. This senior brother is right. The sect is our home, and the management of the sect depends on everyone. As a part of the sect, we have to protect the environment. Huang Fugui's face darkened. He felt like he had been tricked. As a first-class outer disciple, he was quite strong and wealthy. In the eyes of these disciples, he was a respectable senior brother. But now, this guy had destroyed the reputation he had built up over the years. How could he not be angry? Suddenly, Lin Fan walked up and snatched the kernels from Huang Fugui's hand. I can't stand your behavior. On behalf of my fellow brothers, I'm confiscating your kernels. Do you have anything to say? Huang Fugui's face darkened as he looked at Lin Fan. Okay, I'll remember you. Just you wait. Huang Fugui's face turned green, but he knew he couldn't win against Lin Fan in an argument. If he were to fight, it would be a bad influence. But this wasn't the end. He flung his sleeves and left in a huff. But before he could get far, he heard Lin Fan's words. He was so angry that he wanted to turn around and kill Lin Fan. He had no idea who he had bumped into today. I just spat out a fruit pit. Why am I against you? Damn it, I'll remember this. Don't let me get the chance, or else I'll make you pay. Forget it, I won't apologize. I just hope he can reflect on his actions. At the same time, I hope that everyone here will learn from his mistakes and not learn from him. The disciples nodded. They felt that this senior brother's words made sense. At the same time, they sighed in their hearts. They should never learn from senior brother Huang. Okay, let's continue collecting scrap metal. Is there anyone else who has scrap metal? I'll buy it for a high price. Seeing that the situation was almost done, Lin Fan hollered. Then, he picked up a nut and stuffed it into his mouth, munching on it. His eyes lit up. Wow, the taste was not bad at all. He laughed in his heart. Small fry, how dare you provoke me? I'll beat you to death. At this moment, the scene became lively again. The disciples with scrap metal were happy. They felt like they could earn a fortune again. Meanwhile, the disciples who threw the scrap metal away regretted it. They finally found an idiot who was willing to spend money to collect scrap metal, but they didn't take advantage of the opportunity. But if Lin Fan knew that someone called him an idiot, he would definitely kill them. After a day of hard work, Lin Fan did not manage to collect much scrap metal. However, he was elated. He felt that victory was right in front of him. He was furious when he thought about those cunning bandits. Despicable, shameless, and ganging up on me. I'll teach them a lesson when I'm done with the grenades. He stored the scrap metal in his storage ring and planned to purchase another batch of it tomorrow. Then, he would be able to make grenades. Of course, this amount of scrap iron was already enough, but the more the better. Of course, the more the better. As long as I can make grenades, I'll be able to defeat those bandits. In the other room, Huang Fugui's face had turned green the entire day. Damn it. That guy is just too despicable. He had never been so humiliated. Today, he actually lost face in front of so many disciples. The lackey hurriedly ran over and said, Senior brother Huang, I've asked around. That guy is called Lin Fan. Because of his merits on the battlefield, he was promoted to a first-class outer disciple by the sect. According to the disciple who gave him the reward, that guy is very stingy and has a bad character. Huang Fugui was not smart enough. Even though he was furious, he could not think of any good ideas. What do you think we should do? The lackey furrowed his brows. It was obvious that he was thinking. Then, his eyes lit up. He had an idea. Senior brother, look, this guy is actually buying scrap metal. That definitely means that this scrap metal is very important to him. In my opinion, we should also buy scrap metal tomorrow and steal his business so that he won't be able to do a single thing, said the lackey. Huang Fugui frowned. Buy scrap metal? What do I need these wastes for? What can they express? Senior brother Huang, think about it. If he can't get anything, he'll definitely be in a bad mood. At the same time, we can let him understand how rich senior brother Huang is. We can let him know that we can't afford to offend him. This is killing two birds with one stone, the lackey said proudly. He gave himself a thumbs up for being able to think of this idea. Huang Fugui thought for a while and felt that it would work. He patted Huang Fugui's shoulder and said, "Not bad, not bad. You're smart. I didn't take you in for nothing. Go and make the arrangements. We'll teach him a lesson tomorrow." "Okay, senior brother Huang, watch carefully. I definitely won't let you down." The lackey was full of confidence. He was already convinced by his own intelligence. Perhaps it was because of this that she was able to receive senior brother Huang's love. The next day, Lin Fan was still pushing the cart and shouting at the disciples' residences. "I'm here to collect scrap iron. 1 piece per caddy. The price is fair. Don't miss this chance. If you miss this chance, you'll have to wait for the next time." Now, the disciples on this path all knew that there was a disciple with a low IQ who was collecting scrap metal. Therefore, many people did nothing but look for scrap metal yesterday. As soon as they heard this familiar voice, everyone ran out. Looking at the items in the hands of these disciples, Lin Fan let out a heartened smile. Seemed like things were going to be settled this time around. Just when he thought he had gained a lot this time, something unexpected happened. Dong dong, the sound of the gong became louder. Huang Fugui's lackey shouted. "Senior brothers, come and take a look. It's time to collect scrap metal. 2 pieces per caddy. Senior brother Huang's wealth is waiting for you." The disciples who were about to sell their items to Lin Fan were stunned upon hearing this. F***ck, senior brother Huang has 2 pieces per caddy. Hurry up and sell it to senior brother Huang. Oh my god, when did scrap metal become so valuable? I don't know. Anyway, I'll sell it to whoever offers the highest price. Lin Fan looked at this scene with his mouth agape. What the F***ck is going on? Why are there people trying to steal my business? When he looked over at Huang Fugui, he saw him crossing his arms and looking at him with a smug look. His eyes seemed to be saying, "Poor B*****, you dare to compete with me?" F***ck Lin Fan was pissed. Extremely pissed. This isn't right. These are all worthless scrap metal. Why the F***ck are you collecting it, double the price? Do you think Lin Fan is stupid? Oh my god, you're an animal. The commotion attracted the attention of many disciples. When some of them heard the commotion, they immediately ran off to sell their items. To them, the scrap metal was worth a lot of money. It was unimaginable. Lin Fan watched on. In just a short while, Huang Fugui's pile of scrap metal was full. Huang Fugui was overjoyed, but his heart was aching. These were all real gold and silver. It wasn't easy for him to save up so much money. Now, he had to spend so much just to take revenge on AB***. Starred. Huang Fugui's heart ached. However, Huang Fugui felt great when he saw Lin Fan looking at him helplessly. To him, this B** starred would definitely come and argue with him later. Then, he would humiliate him. For example, he would say something. "Did you see that? You can do whatever you want with money, and you can't do anything about it." However, reality was a little different from what he had imagined. That guy actually pushed the cart and left. The lackey bought all the scrap metal and came to Huang Fugui happily. "Senior brother, it's all done. Make sure that B** starred doesn't get any." "How much did you buy?" Huang Fugui asked. "Senior brother, I spent a total of 24,000 YHB. The lackey smiled. Huh? Huang Fugui's heart skipped a beat when he heard the number. When he saw the pile of scrap iron that was like a small mountain, he had a bad feeling about it. Lin Fan cursed in his heart when he returned to his residence. Damn it. What a dog. Forget it. I won't lower myself to his level. I have quite a lot of scrap metal. I can make quite a lot of grenades. Alright. For the next few days, I'll let everyone know just what sort of a terrifying killing machine I, Lin Fan, am about to create. Lin Fan said confidently. As for Huang Fugui buying the scrap metal, let him. He'll be crying. Trying to scam me? Why don't you see how powerful I am, over the past few days? He had been busy making grenades and solving the root of the problem. During this period of time, something big happened. The disciples from the crafting hall went out to look for some scrap metal to try. But when they found some disciples, they realized that the scrap metal that they used to sell for free had increased in price. 2 pieces per caddy, and I don't even know how much there is. To these disciples of the refining hall, this was simply inexplicable. Since when did this worthless scrap metal require money? They thought that they had met a black-hearted disciple, but they got the same answer no matter how many times they asked. Junior brothers, the scrap metal is not free anymore. It's selling for 2 pieces per caddy now. If you want it, I can sell it to you. If not, I'll send it to senior brother Huang. The disciples from the crafting hall were shocked. Lin Fan had not expected that this small action of his would cause the entire sect to become a pile of scrap metal. *CK, I'm finally done. Looking at the grenades on the table, Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. After a few days of hard work, he had finally made the grenades. The 82-2 egg-shaped grenade's lethality was not bad. There were 30 grenades in total, which was more than enough to deal with the bandits. Now, he couldn't wait to show those bandits how powerful the grenade was. He had worked so hard for the past few days just to make these grenades. If he did not get something in return, he would not be able to face himself. Lin Fan pushed the door open and walked out. Junior brother Lin, why haven't I seen you around these few days? Lu Qiming asked curiously. Senior brother Lu, I was cultivating. Now that I'm done, I'm going out for a trip. Lin Fan smiled. In Lu Qiming's eyes, junior brother Lin probably wanted to continue on with his mission now that he had succeeded in his cultivation. Therefore, he didn't say much. Good luck, junior brother Lin. With 30 grenades in his storage ring, Lin Fan was very confident. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he saw a familiar figure. It was Huang Fugue. There were 2 people standing in front of Huang Fugue. They seemed to be on good terms with each other. Obviously, they were Huang Fugue's relatives. Mother, take this money. Since my sister is getting married, we can't let others look down on us. Huang Fugue said as he took out his remaining YHB and shoved it all into the old lady's hand. Mother, take this money. There were at least tens of thousands of YHB. The young lady beside him was slightly plump, and she looked a little like Huang Fugue. It was a sin to look like her brother. Brother, what are you going to use? Huang Qinghua looked at her brother worriedly. Huang Fugue was not as arrogant as he was in the sect. He patted his sister's head. Alright, I'm a first-class outer disciple. I won't starve to death. Take good care of mother for me at home, got it? Yes, I will. Huang Qinghua nodded. Huang Fugue was also a little reluctant. Mom, be careful when you go back. I'll be there for my sister's wedding. Fugue, you have to be careful in the sect. The outside world is not peaceful right now. No matter what happens, your life is the most important. Mother and your sister will wait for you at home. The old woman was very worried, but there was nothing she could do. Her child had grown up and naturally had his own path. Got it. I'll be careful. Huang Fugue nodded and sent the 2 of them to the carriage. He instructed the coachman several times before letting them go. Lin Fan had been eavesdropping in the dark. Huang Fugue really treats his family well. That sum of money just now could be considered as taking out his own capital. Huang Fugue looked at his family members as they left. He was not having a good time. As a senior brother, he did not know how to reject the scrap metal that the disciples sent to him. It was all because of that bastard. If not for him, he would not have bought the scrap metal. What was the use of it? Isn't this Senior Huang? Your complexion looks good. You've struck it rich. Lin Fan walked over with a bright smile on his face. I didn't expect senior brother Huang to have such a beautiful sister. Not bad. Huang Fugue did not expect to see Lin Fan. He glared at him. It's none of your business. He then stopped walking. Are you out on a mission? Let me tell you, don't get hacked to death outside. You don't have to worry about that, senior brother Huang. The person who can hack me to death hasn't been born yet. Lin Fan said casually. Hee hee. Huang Fugui laughed coldly. He did not want to talk to Lin Fan anymore and left. Lin Fan did not want to make trouble for himself. He set off with anticipation. A few days later. On a small hill. A group of bandits had gathered together. Third leader, it's been so many days since we last did business. Our brothers are getting impatient. One of the bandits said. What's there to be anxious about? Even the leader and second leader are not anxious. Why are you so anxious? Keep an eye on them and inform me if anything happens. The third leader shouted at the top of his lungs. F*CK, is the Magnificent Flame sect still going to send disciples? I've been waiting here for so many days, and the guy who accepted the mission still hasn't come. When the F*CK is he going to wait? Lin Fan looked at the situation in front of him. What the F*CK are these guys? They always send 10 people. Can't they send one more person? Cough, cough. Just then, Lin Fan coughed softly. He carried his 9-ringed broadsword and stared at them sternly. How dare you bandits appear here in broad daylight? Today, I, Lin Fan, a first-class outer disciple of the Magnificent Flame sect, will kill all of you. Do you submit? The bandits who were listless turned around immediately when they heard someone speaking. Third leader, the idiot from the other day is here again. One of the bandits shouted. Hearing someone insulting him, Lin Fan flew into a rage. Who the F*CK dares to insult me? I insulted him, so what? The bandit stood up arrogantly and pointed at Lin Fan. Kid, you're dead meat today. Lin Fan glanced at the other party and took out a grenade from his storage ring. He pulled off the ring, counted to a few seconds, and threw the grenade over in an extremely elegant manner. Later on, with a boom sound, I'll let you guys fly. The grenade rolled until it reached the bandit's feet. Eh? What's that? The bandit was surprised. He could not understand what was happening. The other bandits came over to take a closer look. It looks like a ball. But it looks weird. What can it do when it's so small? There must be something good in it. The bandits racked their brains and began to discuss the matter curiously. The bandit who liked to take credit immediately picked up the grenade. Third leader, there's something good. That guy just threw this over. It looks weird. The bandit said excitedly. The third leader looked at it from afar. He couldn't even see what it was. Lin Fan thought to himself. 4. 5. The third leader nodded. Give it to me. Let me see what he's up to. 7. Just as the bandit was about to reach the third leader, the grenade exploded. Boom, a loud explosion was heard. The surrounding bandits were instantly blasted into the air. The third head, who was initially very curious, was instantly dumbfounded when he saw the situation. He was so frightened by the loud noise that he fell to the ground paralyzed. His eyes stared straight ahead as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. What the hell is this? The third leader's voice was filled with terror. Points plus 30 points plus 20 points plus 10 points plus 30, Lin Fan, who was standing there, smiled calmly. Not bad, not bad. He had earned 200 points. It's a profitable business. When he saw the bandits who had been scared silly, he immediately picked up his 9-ringed broadsword and rushed towards them. Scumbags, I'm coming. Seeing this, the third leader immediately yelled out, all of you, come out and kill this guy. Lin Fan's fighting spirit was boiling. Today, I'm going to get rid of a pest for the people. Then, he took out a grenade from his storage ring. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the ring and held it in his hands. When the time was almost up, he threw it into the crowd. Bam, bam, the screams were endless. When the third leader saw this, his face flushed red. He shouted, don't use hidden weapons if you've got the guts. Alright, come on. Let's fight. Yours truly shall not use hidden weapons. Let's see if I don't chop you into pieces today. The third leader was enraged. He raised his weapon and charged towards Lin Fan. Die. Die your mother. Just then, Lin Fan pulled out another grenade and threw it at the third leader. When the third leader saw this round thing, he was scared out of his wits. Despicable. Shameless. Didn't you say that you wouldn't use hidden weapons? Ah. Third leader, save me. My leg. The screams were extremely tragic. When the third head caught sight of this, his heart was dripping blood as well. But there was nothing he could do. The power of this hidden weapon was way too strong. To him, it was way too scary. Someone would die. P.S. Thank you for the 10,000 Chidian coins tip from Boss Nuhia Spicy Cute. Looking at everything before him, Lin Fan smiled in satisfaction. Then, he looked at the third head elder with a cheeky smile. With the grenade in his hand, he walked towards him step by step. To Lin Fan, these are all points. How can I let them go? Don't come any closer. Who are you? The third leader screamed in fear. He was scared silly by the thing in front of him. If he threw it down, all of his subordinates would explode. They couldn't be any more dead than they already were. At the same time, he thought to himself, since when does the Magnificent Flame sect have such things? This doesn't make sense. Lin Fan laughed and patted the token on his waist. Look closely. I'm a first-class outer disciple of the Magnificent Flame sect. Do you understand? But don't think too much. I'll send you to the sky now. No, The third leader panicked. He could feel the evil in Lin Fan's eyes. When Lin Fan took out the grenade and was about to pull the ring, he suddenly stopped and put the grenade away. In the eyes of the third elder, his life was finally saved. But before he could rejoice for long, he heard something that scared him. With your cultivation, you're not worthy enough for me to use this. Lin Fan shook his head reluctantly. He then took the 9-ringed broadsword and slashed at the third leader. When the third head saw this, he was extremely frightened. He then roared out, I'll fight it out with you. Lin Fan looked at him in disdain. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but you must be dreaming. Lin Fan swung the 9-ringed broadsword and slashed at the third leader. But to Lin Fan, I should learn a few more skill sets if I have the chance. If not, I won't be cool enough when I go out and kill people. A huge force was transmitted over, and the third head was sliced in half due to carelessness. Points plus 70-inch feels good. Lin Fan chuckled and looked ahead. Those bandits had long since panicked. Even their third leader had been hacked to death, how could they still fight? Especially when the other party had that kind of explosive thing, it was even more terrifying. Run. That guy killed the third leader. Sob, don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Looking at these bandits running in all directions, he felt very helpless. You guys are so scattered, how am I supposed to kill you? But it was fine. Yours truly was a man with a hand grenade. How could I possibly let you guys escape? He took out a grenade and pulled the ring. Then, he tilted his body and threw it into the distance. When the escaping bandits saw a black dot descending from the sky, they cried out in alarm. No, help. Bang, Lin Fan was feeling extremely good right now. Then, he threw the grenades out one by one. The bandits who were running in all directions were unable to escape. The sounds of explosions continued, and Lin Fan once again felt the thrill of his points skyrocketing. After clearing out all of the bandits, Xianxia took a look at his contribution points. He had a whopping 4,200 contribution points. With so many points, he could squander them. There were only 6 grenades left. After everything was settled, it was time to loot the corpse. There was no need to loot the other bandits. Anyway, they must be poor. If he were to loot, he would loot the third leader. Looking at the third leader who had been sliced in half, Lin Fan could not bear to look at him. He was too violent. After looting the corpse, Lin Fan found something. 10,000 YHB and a bottle of pills. There was nothing else. F*CK, I'm so poor. Lin Fan kicked the corpse a few times and said unhappily. Suddenly, Lin Fan could sense an extremely strong battle prowess coming from the distance. What followed was a furious roar. Bastard, how dare you kill my men? Looking at the source of the voice, Lin Fan saw a huge man with a ferocious look on his face. He was holding a huge mace in his hand. The spikes on the mace were extremely sharp, and it gave off a terrifying vibe. As the second leader of the bandits, Xianxia felt that something was wrong when he heard the loud noise. He immediately rushed over. When he arrived at the scene, he realized that there were potholes everywhere, and there were many dismembered corpses. He immediately recognized them as his men. As the second leader of the bandits, how could he sit back and do nothing when his men were killed? He immediately looked for the culprit. When he saw Lin Fan, he knew that it was Lin Fan who did it. "Who are you?" Lin Fan looked at Xianxia and realized that there was a difference in their sizes. Lin Fan was 1.7 meters tall, but Xianxia was at least 2 meters tall. "My cultivation is body tempering stage 7, but Xianxia's. Damn, something's wrong." Lin Fan could not understand what was going on. Xianxia stared at Lin Fan angrily. "How dare you ask me who I am after killing my men? You must be tired of living." Even though his body was huge, he wasn't slow at all. The ground beneath him cracked open like a spider web. He turned into an afterimage and dashed towards Lin Fan. "Die." Lin Fan's expression turned serious. "Xianxia is stronger than me. He's at least in body tempering stage 9. Damn, there's a difference of 2 stages between us. How am I supposed to fight, but it's still uncertain who will be the one to die?" Xianxia yelled. His arms expanded and filled with explosive power. The mace fell from the sky towards Lin Fan with a gust of wind. Damn. Lin Fan quickly dodged the mace. The ground beside him was hit by the mace, and a deep crater was formed. Gravel flew into Lin Fan's face, tickling him. "Luckily, I don't feel pain, or I would have died from it. Kid, no one can save you today." Xianxia's eyes were filled with a murderous aura. However, he was also shocked. This brat's cultivation is only at the 7th layer body tempering realm. How is it possible for him to kill all of my men? Furthermore, my third brother is also at the 7th layer body tempering realm. This doesn't make sense. The leader was a magnificent flame sect disciple, and they had always worked together. If it was an ordinary disciple, they would not be afraid. But if it was a disciple with a high cultivation or a group of people, they would avoid it if they were no match for them. But this time, they were defeated. How could they tolerate the fact that their leader had been destroyed by Lin Fan? So powerful. He had to admit that this big brute was indeed powerful. Then, he quickly swallowed the wind speed pill that he had drawn last time. His speed had increased significantly. But I won't run away. I need to have a good talk with Lin Fan. Is there a need to be so violent on our first meeting? A few rounds later. Lin Fan kept dodging. Under such high-speed attacks, the grenades were useless. Xianxia exploded and roared, "Wolf Fang explosion." His attack instantly increased and was much stronger than before. Bang! Lin Fan was hit by Xianxia's attack, and he was sent flying. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. Damn, this doesn't make sense. How can I become so powerful in such a short time? Damn it, it must be because of my skill set. I must practice it when I get back. I can't take it anymore. My bones must be broken. I'm going to die. Lin Fan laid on the ground, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood, but he didn't feel any pain at all. He didn't even know how to scream to show that he was about to die. Xianxia looked at Lin Fan lying on the ground with a smug look on his face. Seeing that he could not take Lin Fan down, Xianxia was furious. As a body tempering stage 9 cultivator, he should be able to take Lin Fan's life within 5 moves. However, Lin Fan had consumed a speed pill. Xianxia was frustrated, so he decided to use his trump card. His arm might be sore, but it was all worth it. Looking at Lin Fan from afar, he bent his knees and leaped tens of meters, landing right in front of Lin Fan. Kid, remember this. Today will be the day you die. After Lin Fan was defeated, the anger in Xianxia's heart slowly dissipated. However, he was still angry. The force that he had spent so much effort to build was destroyed. It would take some time for him to rebuild it. Most importantly, it would be hard to explain to the leader. Most of the resources that they had plundered were given to the leader. The higher the leader's position in the sect, the more benefits they would receive. Strength was everything to the strong. To increase one's strength, one had to work hard and work hard. Money was also a big part of it. Pills, skill sets, and so on, all of them required money. Lin Fan lay on the ground, looking at Xianxia. "Brother, can you give me a chance to negotiate?" he said slowly. He had made up his mind. As long as he agreed to negotiate, he would definitely take Xianxia's life. Negotiate? You think you're worthy? Xianxia stared at Lin Fan coldly. He then smashed his mace on the ground, creating a deep pit. "Your life was no longer yours the moment you killed my men." Lin Fan blinked. Looking at the mace, Lin Fan felt that it was a powerful weapon. He then looked at his 9-ringed broadsword. It was obviously outdated. He had to get his hands on this mace. But before that, he had to kill this guy first. Clearly, Xianxia did not want to say anything more. He raised his mace and was ready to smash Lin Fan's head into pieces with a crazed look in his eyes. When Lin Fan saw this, he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately hugged Xianxia's thigh and cried, "Big bro, please don't. Can you give me another chance? Or maybe you can listen to a story from me. After I'm done, can you kill me?" After he finished speaking, he immediately vomited blood. From Xianxia's point of view, this fellow was already at the end of his rope. Even if he didn't kill him, with such heavy injuries, only death awaited him. Speak. What story? Xianxia looked at Lin Fan playfully, ready to torture him. Lin Fan wiped his tears and said, "Big brother, I have children, old people, and a new wife in the middle. If I die, she will be a widow." "Why are you telling me this?" Xianxia said coldly. "No, my wife is young and beautiful. She's only 15 years old. She has the body of a devil and the face of an angel. Her waist is slender, and her butt." Lin Fan started to talk nonsense. He took out all the porn he had read in his previous life and told it to Xianxia. Gulp, Xianxia's throat moved up and down. His crotch was starting to stand up. The main thing was that Lin Fan's recitation of porn was not bad. "Is it really like what you said?" Xianxia asked sternly. Yes, it's not bad," Lin Fan said. "Alright, since you've already said it out loud, then tell me where she is. Once your daddy here kills you, your daddy will take care of her for you. Don't worry, I'll leave your corpse in one piece." Xianxia was no longer wary of Lin Fan. He was confident that it was a miracle that Lin Fan was still alive after his attack. But at this moment, Xianxia's gaze changed. He saw that Lin Fan was holding something in his hand. He seemed to have pulled out something. He asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Lin Fan hugged Xianxia's leg. He looked desperate yet calm. "Nothing. I'm just pulling out a grenade to send myself off." "Grenade? What's that?" Xianxia felt that he had seen a lot of things, but he had never heard of a grenade. Lin Fan hugged Xianxia's thigh tightly and began to slowly analyze. "There are many types of grenades. This is the Chinese Type 82-2 oval grenade. Its main characteristics are its simple structure, good economy, small size, light weight, and contains a certain amount of TNT. It can produce more than 330 fragments, and the radius of the explosion is about 6 meters. At the same time, after my modifications, there are more than 200 small steel balls hidden inside. Because of the handwork, the diameter of the small steel balls is 10 millimeters." Xianxia couldn't understand what he was talking about. He then wanted to kick this guy away, but Lin Fan hugged his leg tightly. He couldn't kick him away. "What are you talking about?" Xianxia asked angrily. At this moment, Lin Fan raised his head and looked regretful. Then, he shook his head. "It's too late." "What do you mean by too late? What are you talking about?" Xianxia had a bad feeling when he saw Lin Fan's expression, but he didn't know what was going to happen. Lin Fan sighed. "Forget it, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, it's this thing that sent all your men to the sky. Don't panic, it's already been 6 seconds. You can't escape. I've estimated it for you. It exploded at such a close distance, and it happened below us. You can't use your legs anymore, and your symbol of a man will be gone." But Xianxia felt that something was wrong. But just as he was about to make a move, bang, it was too late. A huge explosion occurred. Two figures were sent flying into the sky, and they seemed to have been dismembered. Lin Fan was blasted into pieces. Experience points plus 10 inch awe. Li Xianxia was already a body-tempering stage 9 cultivator. His body, bones, marrow, and organs were all extremely tough. But facing such a close-distance explosion, no matter how tough they were, they couldn't withstand it. A scream could be heard. He looked at his bloodied and missing legs. He was on the verge of collapsing. Especially the thing at his crotch. It seemed to have disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? How is this possible? Li Xianxia was severely injured. Blood was spurting out of his mouth, and his face was extremely pale. The only reason he was still alive was because of his high cultivation. Damn it. Since you want to harm me even in death, I'll torture your wife to death. Li Xianxia shouted angrily. The anger in his heart had completely exploded. But looking at the situation now, he was about to faint. 10 seconds later. Lin Fan opened his eyes and stood up. He patted his head and felt fine. He was in good spirits, and his injuries had all healed. Then, he saw Li Xianxia in the distance. Big brute, hey, over here. Li Xianxia looked over when he heard the voice. When he saw Lin Fan, his jaw dropped. How is this possible? Lin Fan came to Li Xianxia's side and smiled. How is it? My grenade is not bad, right? How are you fine? Li Xianxia roared. He could not believe what he had just seen. Looking at the mace at the side, Lin Fan picked it up and played with it. It felt good. It was much easier to use than the 9-ringed broadsword. Looking at Li Xianxia, Lin Fan smiled. I won't tell you about this. Alright, go. I'll remember you. Oh, that's right. The wife I told you about earlier is actually just a fantasy of mine. I'm still single. Puff, Li Xianxia was so angry that he vomited a mouthful of blood. He did not expect to be tricked. How could he be so stupid? Lin Fan did not say anything. He raised the mace and smashed it at Li Xianxia. Go to hell. No, points plus 90. This feels great. The world has become beautiful again. P.S. Collect, recommend a bunch of votes. Big bosses, please let me fly. I have to vote after reading it. Everything was done. Other than the corpses, there was only a deep pit. Looting, Lin Fan searched all over Li Xianxia's body. After searching for a long time, he finally found something. What the heck? Is this it? After searching for a long time, Lin Fan only found a skill set. Why is the name of the skill set so ugly? Violent mace. Forget it. It's better than nothing. This mace is my exclusive weapon now. I'll change it when I find something useful in the future. Lin Fan looked at the mace in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. From the looks of it, it was full of vigor and extraordinary. If it was used to fight someone, it would be very imposing. But I still have to cultivate this skill set by myself. It's so hard. Suddenly, something different happened. Do you want to use 10 points to light violent mace? Lin Fan was stunned. He felt that it didn't make sense. How could he use points to cultivate? Why can't I use unyielding bone refinement secrets? But he didn't think too much about it. He had to use it. Anything that could be solved with points was not a problem at all. Points-10 Violent Mace, Level 1, Increase in Strength. Requires 100 points to upgrade to Level 2. Lin Fan thought for a while and understood. Unyielding Bone Refinement Secrets was a skill set that could increase one's cultivation, so he couldn't use points to upgrade it. But Violent Mace was an offensive skill set. No matter how he upgraded it, his cultivation would not increase, but his strength would increase. After understanding this, Lin Fan did not hesitate to upgrade it. Points-100 Violent Mace, Level 2, Increase in Strength. Requires 200 points to upgrade to Level 3. Lin Fan could feel that his arms had changed. His strength had increased, and when he held the mace, he felt as if he had been cultivating for a long time. At the same time, his blood was boiling. It was as if he had been cultivating for a long time. Comfortable, whoosh, the wind blew. Lin Fan was able to use the mace very well, as if he had been practicing it for a long time. Haha, damn. I thought my golden finger was only useful for lucky draws. It turns out that it has other uses. I guess I have to find out more myself. He was really surprised. Perhaps there were more uses that he didn't know about waiting for him in the future. Moreover, the points required to level up were not a lot, but it was already quite a lot. Body Tempering Stage 9 only required 90 points, and now it required 200 points, which was already very expensive. However, compared to the lottery, this was still very reasonable. Then, he continued to upgrade it. 3rd floor. 4th floor. At that moment, Lin Fan realized that the Violent Mace had changed. Violent Mace, Level 4, Strength Amplification, Air Explosion, 800 points required to advance to the 5th stage. Upgrading to the 4th level had cost him 710 points. It might not seem like much, but in Lin Fan's eyes, the further he went, the more points he would need. It was a little scary. But even so, he felt that he was much stronger than before. Air Explosion, what the hell is this? Without hesitation, Lin Fan executed the 9 moves of the Violent Mace technique in an instant. Lin Fan felt as if his blood was boiling. He could clearly see some kind of power exploding around the mace. An explosion sounded, and the soil on the ground split into pieces. Damn, it's so strong. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. He could not help but feel excited. Return to the sect. I have to return to the sect. Now that I've become so strong, I have to perform well. Otherwise, I'll be letting myself down. As for the idea of roaming the world, I'll put it aside for now. I'm not in a hurry. After Lin Fan left, this entire place was just a desolate place. There were many deep pits, and anyone who looked at it would feel a little scared. Sect. When Lin Fan returned to the sect, he bumped into his 2 senior brothers. Senior Brother Yin, Senior Brother Gao, where are you guys going? Lin Fan carried the mace on his shoulder and greeted them with a smile. Yin Xiaotian was chatting with Gao Dazhuang. When he saw Lin Fan, he was taken aback. Junior Brother Lin, where did you get this mace? Lin Fan chuckled, where else could I have gotten it from? Junior Brother had some achievements in his cultivation and went out to complete a mission. It just so happened that the second in command of the bandits was using this weapon. I liked it, so I snatched it. The 2 of them looked at Lin Fan with admiration. Amazing. Lin Fan smiled proudly. Senior Brother, what are you guys doing? Zhang Long invited us to go on a mission together. Dazhuang and I are considering if we should join him. Yin Xiaotian was a little unhappy at the mention of Zhang Long, but he did not hate him. Moreover, he was tempted by the idea of going on a mission together. At least Zhang Long was a reliable person, and he could guarantee their safety. If it was a stranger, they would have to consider it carefully. They did not want to be betrayed during the mission. This kind of thing happened often. It was not uncommon for people from the same sect to betray them when they came across treasures. Lin Fan laughed when he heard that. Senior Brother, you guys definitely have to join. I'm going. Why aren't you guys coming? Gao Dazhuang scratched his head. We heard that Junior Brother Lin and Senior Brother Lu are going, that's why we want to join. Your Senior Brother Yin has already agreed. He's just complaining a little. Yin Xiaotian glared at Gao Dazhuang. Dazhuang, you talk too much. When I'm around, don't talk. Just beat people up. Okay. Gao Dazhuang smiled. Lin Fan looked at the 2 of them. He felt that they were very close. Senior brothers, I'm going to hand in the mission. Let's talk later. After saying goodbye to the 2 of them, Lin Fan went to the place to hand in the mission and handed it in. The reward was not a lot. It was only 1,000 yuan. At the same time, there was also a human middle-class cultivation pill. To Lin Fan, this was not much. It was not even as much as the looting of corpses. However, the reward this time was good. The mace was really good to him. Also, the skill set was not bad. It temporarily made up for his lack of attacking skills. When Lin Fan was about to leave the mission hall, a man appeared in front of him. Hello, Junior Brother. I'm Lu Feng. Lin Fan looked at the person in front of him. He was confused. Senior brother Liu, what's the matter? The senior brother in front of him was fair and clean. His eyes were small, but there was a light in them. But to Lin Fan, people like him were very cunning. Lu Feng smiled and said, Junior brother, I see that your mace is extraordinary and I am very happy. I wonder where you got it from? Lin Fan smiled. Senior brother Liu, you have good taste. This mace is not mine. Someone gave it to me. Gave it to you? Lu Feng was stunned. He couldn't believe it. He looked at it carefully. It was indeed the mace he knew. Seeing that the other party didn't believe him, Lin Fan couldn't help but start bragging, someone really gave it to me. That person was really weird. After seeing me, it was as if he had seen something else. He kept pestering me, wanting to give me his weapon. You see, I'm a soft-hearted person, and I couldn't stand other people's coaxing and pestering. In the end, I agreed to accept his gift. Sigh, senior brother, you really have to say that there are many good people in this world. Senior brother, I have to go. I'll see you later. Lu Feng stood on the spot, looking at Lin Fan's back. He frowned. There was an indescribable anger in him. He felt like he was played like a monkey. Inside the house, Lin Fan placed the mace aside and started cultivating. Lin Fan was not interested in the pills in front of him, but they could be used for cultivation anyway. He swallowed all of them to convert their energy into pills. These were all human class pills. It was a pity that none of them were mystic class or above. But he knew that mystic class pills and above were very expensive. A human low-class cultivation pill, the gold core pill, cost more than 3,000 points, let alone mystic class pills. After a long while, Lin Fan opened his eyes. His experience points had increased a little, but not much. I'm still far from breaking through. At this moment, Lin Fan started to think about something. What about the points he had now? Should he try the lottery? Or should I level up Violent Mace? After thinking for a while, he felt that it was better to level up Violent Mace first. There was nothing much to say about the lottery. It was all about luck. Especially recently, Lin Fan had been a little unlucky. If he wasted all his luck, he would really have no place to cry. Level up by 5, Lin Fan thought. Points -800 level up by 6 points -1000 level up by 7 points -1400 Violent Mace, level 7, increase in strength, air explosion, speed. Points -1800 to level up to 8 Lin Fan could feel a huge increase in his strength. It was at least 2 times stronger than before, and he could control the mace better. It's so powerful and convenient. If I have unlimited points, I can level up my skill set to its peak. I might even be able to defeat a body-tempering stage 9 cultivator. This was what he felt. I might even be able to fight an Earth Star Border Realm cultivator. But I'm not sure if I'm thinking too much, or if I really have the strength to do so. I can't help but feel excited. I really want to fight a body-tempering stage 9 cultivator. Xianxia had probably only reached the 3rd or 4th level of the Violent Mace technique. Now that I'm at level 7, I feel that my strength has increased tremendously. If Xianxia reaches level 7 as well, he might not be as strong as me, but I can't underestimate him. Now, I only have 640 points left. It's a waste to keep them. I might as well draw the lottery. Lin Fan was obsessed with the lottery. He refused to believe that his luck would be so bad that he would continue to be unlucky. Let's go. It's only 2 silver lottery draws. Give me something special. He prayed silently in his heart. Although he didn't have much hope, no matter what, he had to make people happy. Points -600 silver lottery, thank you for your participation. Please try again. Holy shit, sighing, Lin Fan felt a little exasperated. His luck was way too F***king terrible. The first one had already gone up empty-handed. What kind of F***king hope was there for the next one? Silver lottery, congratulations on drawing a mystic mid-grade cultivation pill, Qingyuan pill. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fan let out a smile in his heart. Not bad, he didn't disappoint. 600 points for a mystic middle-grade pill, he definitely made a profit. He directly swallowed it and started cultivating. His experience points were increasing rapidly. Based on this trend, it wouldn't take long for him to become a powerhouse with his golden fingers. Of course, points were also very important. It seemed like he had to earn a lot of points. After digesting the pill, Lin Fan sat cross-legged to practice the unyielding bone refinement technique. However, he was not satisfied with the increase in experience points. Every time it increased by 2 points, wasn't this shameful? No, I have to create a skill set. Lin Fan took out his notebook and prepared to try again. At the very least, he needed to raise his foundation. The night passed. Lin Fan had lost count of how many times he had committed suicide. He had accumulated a lot of experience points, but he still couldn't create a skill set. I'm so smart, but I still can't create a skill set. That's how difficult it is. But if others knew about this, they would have killed him already. Others might only reach body tempering stage 6 or stage 7 after 2 to 3 years of cultivation, but I've already reached stage 7 in just a few days. Furthermore, the unyielding bone refinement technique was only a human middle-grade skill set, but it already had an amplification effect. If others knew about this, they would be shocked. Because this was illogical. Only a mystic skill set could have such an effect. The next day, Lin Fan woke up from his cultivation. He could feel someone coming. "Junior brother Lin, are you awake?" Lu Qiming's voice came from outside. "Yes, I'm awake." Lin Fan did not make any progress after experimenting with the skill set for a whole night. "But the experience points I gained are pretty good. It's a form of consolation." He pushed the door open. Lin Fan was slightly surprised. "Eh? Senior brothers, why are you here too? Could it be that something big has happened today?" Lu Qiming, Yin Xiaotian, Gao Dazhuang, and Zhang Long were all here. They looked like they were ready to go on a long journey. Zhang Long looked at Lu Qiming, stunned. "Didn't you tell junior brother Lin that we're leaving today?" Lu Qiming said awkwardly. "It's my fault. I forgot to tell him." Lin Fan looked at everyone. "What's wrong? Are we going out to train?" "Junior brother Lin, I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you when we're leaving," Lu Qiming said awkwardly. He had forgotten to tell Lin Fan that they were leaving today. After all, he did not have any time to prepare. "It's okay. I'm ready." Lin Fan could tell that Lu Qiming was in a bad mood. To him, he could just pick up his mace and set off. Lu Qiming looked at Lin Fan gratefully. "Junior brother is so nice to me." "Junior brother Lin, if you need to prepare, we can wait," Zhang Long said. "No need. Let's go now." Lin Fan waved his hand. "Wait, junior brother Huang is not here yet," Zhang Long said. Not long later. A voice could be heard from outside. "Senior brother Zhang." "I'm here." Huang Fugue rushed in with a smile on his face. His relationship with Zhang Long was quite good, and he attached great importance to this experiential learning because of the rich rewards. For him, he had been a bit miserable recently. The savings that he had painstakingly accumulated were all wasted on this scrap metal. He wanted to sell them, but he could not find a way. The crafting disciples had already accepted the fact that the worthless scrap metal had become valuable. However, he had a lot of stock. Even if he sold some, it would not be enough. And it would be a loss. Lin Fan had a weird expression on his face when he heard the voice. When he saw who it was, he smiled. "Hello, senior brother Huang." Huang Fugue was stunned when he saw Lin Fan. "Why are you here?" "Why are you?" Zhang Long and the rest looked at Lin Fan and Huang Fugue, not knowing what had happened. "Junior brother Lin, is there a conflict between you and junior brother Huang?" Zhang Long asked. Lin Fan smiled and put his arm around Huang Fugue's shoulder. "No, it's just a small misunderstanding. But senior brother Huang will not take it to heart, right?" Huang Fugue slapped Lin Fan's hand away. He did not want to be with Lin Fan anymore. "Senior brother Zhang, I have a conflict with him, but don't worry. I will not bring my emotions into the mission," Huang Fugue said. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders and looked at Huang Fugue. "Why are you so petty? You have no tolerance at all." Huang Fugue almost exploded when he heard Lin Fan. Petty, tolerance, I'm almost bankrupt because of you, and you still call me petty? I'm lucky I didn't beat you up on the spot. But if Lin Fan knew about this, he would definitely retort, you're the one who wants to go against me. When they were ready, they set off. As Lin Fan and the others were leaving the sect, a man stood at the entrance of the sect looking at the group of people leaving with a malevolent look on his face. Along the way, Lin Fan carried his mace and looked around. Other than the scenery, there was no one around. He then walked up to Huang Fugue and smiled. Senior brother Huang, can I ask you something? Huang Fugue glanced at Lin Fan and snorted, not wanting to talk to him. Don't be so mean. We're all from the same sect, and we're teammates now. Let's discuss something. Give me some of your scrap metal. He only had 5 grenades on him now. He didn't even have enough confidence to show off. If he had a few hundred or even a few thousand grenades, he would blow a hole in the sky. Hee hee. Huang Fugue laughed. I didn't expect Lin Fan to say something like that. I was cheated, but Lin Fan still has the cheek to ask for it. If I give it to him, I won't be human. Sigh, senior brother Huang is too arrogant. He's my idol. Lin Fan said helplessly. Lin Fan then turned to Zhang Long, senior brother Zhang, what's the mission this time? Alright, I'll tell you about the mission. We're going to the Withered Spirit Swamp to kill the gangster. I've done some research on him, and he should be in body tempering stage 8. If we work together well, we should be able to kill him, Zhang Long said. Stage 8? Lin Fan was stunned. Senior brother Zhang, is there a problem? Of course. Are you scared? Huang Fugue said with disdain. Lin Fan laughed. Are you kidding me? Scared? I'll show you how strong I am when we meet that guy later. Huang Fugue looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. To him, Lin Fan was just a burden. They continued on their way until the sun set. In front of them was a forest. Even though they were standing outside, they could still hear the sounds of beasts. We have to be careful. There are many beasts here. We can only wait until tomorrow. It's too dangerous to move at night, Lu Qiming said cautiously. But to Lin Fan, that wasn't dangerous at all. Even if yours truly were to lie on the ground like a corpse, he would be able to lie on the ground till the end. But it was clear that his senior brothers couldn't make it. If they were to die, they would really die. If he was alone, he would have already rushed in with his mace. He would not have cared about the consequences and would have given them a good beating. Setting up camp was just a normal tent. To Lin Fan, wouldn't he be afraid of waking up in the morning and finding out that he was missing a piece of his body? But looking at how confident his senior brothers were, it was clear that they had a plan. Forget it, I shouldn't think too much about it. This time I have to put up a good performance. As for the body tempering stage 8 evil cultivator, he would be dead with just one hammer strike. Lu Qiming and the others started a bonfire, while Lin Fan looked at the forest. He was thinking about a very important thing, and that was that there were a lot of demon beasts inside. If he killed the demon beasts, would he get points? He had to test this out. If he didn't, he would feel uneasy. Alright, you guys stay here. I will go out of the forest and catch some beasts for dinner, Lu Qiming said. When he heard this, he couldn't stay any longer. He quickly shouted, Senior brother Lu, leave this small matter to me. Lu Qiming looked at Lin Fan. Junior brother Lin, shall I go with you? Lin Fan quickly waved his hands. If someone went with him, how could he perform? No need, I will go. Don't worry, I will definitely complete the mission. Alright, junior brother Lin, be careful. Lu Qiming saw that Lin Fan was not weaker than him, so he would be fine if Lin Fan stayed at the periphery. Okay. Lin Fan waved his hands and walked into the forest with his mace. When his figure disappeared from everyone's sight, he burst into laughter. I'm coming. Without any hesitation, he immediately rushed in and looked around. Trees surrounded him, blocking out the sun and the sky. As the sky gradually darkened, the vision inside also gradually became blurry. God knows how long this place has existed. The trees are so thick that they are scary. It must be at least a few hundred years old. Beasts, where are they? Lin Fan carried his mace and looked left and right, but he did not see any beasts. This made him feel helpless. Could it be that it's late and they went back to sleep? Suddenly, there was a murderous aura. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks. He could feel movement around him. He listened carefully and realized that it was behind him. However, the other party did not move, as if it was waiting for him. I see you. Come out. Lin Fan turned his head and looked behind him. Rustling sounds could be heard. It seemed like the other party had run away. Mother asterisk cur. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. This guy was way too perverted, wasn't he? According to normal circumstances, if I leave my back to you, you should jump out and bite me. What is this now? Heh, seems like you're shy. Lin Fan turned around again. This time, he understood. Since you're shy, I'll pretend I didn't see you. As expected, when Lin Fan turned his back to the other party, rustling sounds could be heard again. A pair of green eyes pierced through the grass and stared at Lin Fan. Drip, a wolf-like beast was drooling. It had been watching its prey for a long time. When Lin Fan came in, it had already smelled him. But it realized that its prey was quite alert. He actually knew that it was hiding behind him. As a member of the demonic beasts, they would never clash head-on with their enemies. Only sneak attacks could display their might. At this moment, it realized that Lin Fan did not notice it. But it wanted to wait and see if Lin Fan really did not notice it. Lin Fan stood there. He could not wait any longer. Why is this beast so despicable? Does it really want me to pretend to be dead before it comes out? Alright. I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, Lin Fan laid down on the ground. I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep. He did not care if the beast could understand him or not. He just wanted a prelude. The demonic beast that was hiding in the dark was stunned when it saw its prey suddenly collapsing to the ground. It did not know what this human was doing on the ground. It then raised its head and looked at the sky. Instantly, it understood that it must be night time, and this prey must be going to sleep. But how dare you sleep in my territory? You're not giving me any face at all. It had to swallow him into its stomach. Rustling, without hesitation, the beast dashed out like the wind. It opened its mouth and aimed at Lin Fan's head. Just as the beast was about to reach Lin Fan reacted immediately. He jumped up and grabbed the beast's leg. Haha, I got you. As for the demonic beast, when it saw that its prey wasn't moving at all, it prepared to kill it as quickly as possible. However, all of a sudden, its prey leaped up and grabbed its leg. The demonic beast's eyes went wide, and its hair stood on end. Its heart was filled with fright. Plop, the beast lay on the ground, motionless. When Lin Fan caught sight of this, he was stunned. What the hell is going on? I didn't even do anything and it fainted. At this moment, Lin Fan looked at the motionless wolf and couldn't help but feel puzzled. A human could scare a human to death, but a human could scare a beast to death as well. Now, this was a little awkward for everyone. Hey, wake up. Lin Fan patted the wolf's face, trying to wake it up. How else am I going to kill it? Motionless, I don't feel any sense of accomplishment. After being tortured by Lin Fan, the wolf woke up. It smelled the scent of a human. It had no idea how it fainted. Oh right, I was scared by this human. When it thought about how it had been scared unconscious by a human, it felt extremely humiliated. It roared. The wolf opened its mouth, wanting to bite Lin Fan to death. A body-tempering stage 3 wolf had a strong bite, but it was nothing in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan was overjoyed. It finally woke up. He waved the mace in his hand and smashed it at the wolf. The wolf saw a huge thing coming at it from the corner of its eyes. It was scared out of its wits. Bang, the mace swung out and hit its target. Lin Fan was excited. Points plus 30. Lin Fan was excited when he heard the notification. Damn, I really have points. Lin Fan had a headache at first. After all, it was not easy to earn points. Where would he find so many points? Now that he had a new way to earn points, he would be able to fly. But when he saw the wolf's current state, Lin Fan prayed in his heart. It was a bloody mess. But forget it. Since it had become a beast, it had to be mentally prepared. At this moment, Lin Fan was filled with boundless fighting spirit. On the path of accumulating points, no one could stop him. He was addicted to the lucky draw business, and he needed a lot of points to get to the 9th level of the violent mace. Roar! Just at this moment, Lin Fan heard a tyrannical voice coming from the distance. F***ck, looks like I won't be able to leave today. Lin Fan placed the mutilated body of the wolf into his storage ring and ran off into the distance. Outside, Lu Qiming and the others had been waiting for a long time, and they were starting to get worried. Junior brother Lin, are you alright? Yin Xiaotian was confused as well. It should be fine as long as junior brother Lin doesn't go too deep. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Fan's eyes shone brightly. A group of wolves gathered together, and among them, a tall wolf was lying on the body of a wolf, its buttocks moving, as if it was holding some kind of ceremony. The surrounding wolves formed a circle, and some of them turned their heads from time to time, looking at Lin Fan enviously. But what could they do? They were not the alpha wolves. There were so many cute female wolves, but they could only watch as they became the partners of the alpha wolves. F***ck, there are at least a dozen of them here. If I can kill them all, I'll be rich. Lin Fan thought to himself. Compared to humans, there were more beasts, and killing them was not a burden at all. Because Xiaochen was too excited, the branch under his feet shattered with a ca sound. The crisp sound startled the wolves. Pairs of green eyes stared in the direction Xiaochen was hiding. Heh, I didn't expect to be found. Lin Fan swaggered out with his mace. Looking at the wolves, he had a crazy smile on his face. To him, these were all points. Seeing that a human had interrupted its happiest moment, the Wolf King roared in anger. The surrounding wolves howled and rushed towards Lin Fan. Good timing. Lin Fan laughed and swung his mace. The blood in his body was boiling. Violent mace had reached the 7th level, and every strike contained a huge amount of energy. Bang, the wolves were killed one after another, and blood splattered all over the ground. Under such a large-scale killing weapon, it was impossible to keep the corpses intact. Lin Fan's points kept increasing, but these wolves weren't strong enough. Every time he killed one, he would only get 20 to 30 points. The smell of blood filled the air, and the wolf's ferocious nature was activated. Under the attack of so many wolves, Lin Fan had many wounds on his body. But to Lin Fan, it did not affect him at all. It did not hurt or itch. Looking at the scene before him, the Ash Wolf King was dumbfounded. He had not expected this human to be this strong, to be able to slaughter almost all of his underlings. But it could feel that this human's aura was getting weaker. It was afraid that he would die under its claws in the end. When the last blue wolf was dealt with, only the Blue Wolf King and the female blue wolf it was riding were left. Lin Fan was panting slightly. The wounds on his body were densely packed, and he was bleeding profusely. From the beginning until now, he had been fighting with all his might. He had no intention of dodging at all. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill all the wolves so quickly. Alright, it's just the two of you now. Lin Fan was very close to the alpha wolf, but he felt that it was not convenient for him to move. It seemed that his injuries were slightly more serious. The alpha wolf's eyes were bloodshot. It was furious that its subordinates were killed by this human. But just as it was about to kill this severely injured human, then, a shocking scene occurred. Lin Fan held the mace with both hands and swung it slightly, smashing it down on his own head. Bang, he died instantly. The alpha wolf and its female wolf stared at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. They did not know what was going on with this human. At this moment, the Grey Wolf King growled at the female grey wolf he was riding. Did you see that? My aura has made him commit suicide out of shame. It was very proud of itself. To it, the human in front of it must have committed suicide because he could not withstand its domineering aura. 10 seconds later. Lin Fan opened his eyes. His mind was at its peak, and his body was comfortable. There was no problem at all. Sure enough, it's good not to die. When you're tired, you can kill yourself. 10 seconds later, you'll be a good man again. Just then, he realized that the alpha wolf was still hitting its butt. He was speechless. Then, he leaped up, raised the mace, and smashed it at the alpha wolf. The alpha wolf, who was enjoying himself, suddenly realized that there was a huge object smashing at its head. When it was about to react, it was already hit. Bang, points plus 60 points plus 30. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. It feels so good. I'm sure I'll get more points this time. Let me check. My points have reached 3,850. Who in this world can be my opponent? As long as I have points, I'm invincible. But something is wrong with the situation. There are bloodstains all over the place. Luckily, I brought a lot of clothes with me so that I can have a clean set of clothes to wear every time I kill myself. Lin Fan changed his clothes and looked at the corpses on the ground. He picked a few that were still intact and carried them back. If I don't go back now, my senior brothers will be waiting anxiously for me. At the campsite. When Lin Fan returned with the unrecognizable wolves, they were all dumbfounded. Lu Qiming looked at Lin Fan. Junior brother Lin, what happened to you? How did these wolves become like this? Lin Fan sighed helplessly. I can't help it. They became like this after I hit them with my hammer. Everyone was speechless. They didn't know what to say. But forget it, it was better than nothing. After everything was settled, Lin Fan returned to his tent and started cultivating. Now that I have points, I have to make use of them. Those evil cultivator gangsters can wait to be killed by my hammer. I'm so lucky. I can make a fortune with beasts in the future. Lin Fan smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum in his private tent. He was thinking about how he could reach the peak of his life by killing beasts in the future. That feeling was undeniable. As for the demonic beasts, being targeted by such a pervert was also a calamity. Now, there were only two paths in front of him. One was to draw a lottery, and the other was to use points to level up Violent Mace. But to Lin Fan, this lottery draw thing was really something that made his kidneys hurt. Based on his current luck, it was practically F***ed up. Could it be that he had used up all his luck because it was his first eternal lottery draw? Level up 8. Lin Fan thought. Points -1 800 Violent Mace, level 8, maximum increase in strength, air explosion, speed. Requires 2,600 points to level up to 9. Lin Fan could feel his strength skyrocketing once again, especially in terms of increase in strength. It seems like this is the limit of the skill set. There was only one last level left, and at that moment, it would probably be the moment of great perfection. He was left with 2,050 points. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and felt that he should try the lottery. Although he was very unlucky, everyone had the dream of becoming rich. A bicycle can turn into a motorbike in the blink of an eye. Or maybe a bicycle can turn into a hearse. Silver lottery, 6 draws in a row. Let's go. Lord Tathagata, Jade Emperor, 3 purities, let me give it a try. Points -1 800 silver lottery, congratulations on drawing a gradeless body tempering stage 8 leveling pill. What? Lin Fan stood up in disbelief. Oh my god, I'm going to explode. I got lucky. At this moment, he was so excited that he was about to jump up and down. He had not expected that his little hand would be so lucky to have drawn such a precious pill. Consuming it would help him level up from body tempering stage 7 to stage 8. 3 pure ones, I love you guys. I will grant you all your requests. Lin Fan was so excited that he was about to cry. He always thought that he was unlucky, but who would have thought that he would be so lucky to get such a good item on his first try? He was so touched that he was about to cry. The lottery continued. Silver lottery, thank you for your participation. Please try again. Thank you for your patronage. If not for the upgrade pill, Lin Fan would have smashed himself with his mace a long time ago. Now, he finally understood that there was definitely a chance of winning the lottery. At a certain time, there would definitely be something good. Even if the rest were all blank boards, he did not care at all. At least the first lottery did not disappoint him. Now, he still had 250 points. This number made him very unhappy. He had to draw. Today, he was in a good mood and could afford to play. Double draw. Points -200 bronze lottery, thank you for your participation. Please try again. Bronze lottery, congratulations, you have won the fantasy Aladdin's magic lamp. He didn't have any hope for these two lucky draws, but suddenly, he was completely stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. Oh my God, did I save the world today? He really couldn't believe it. He was already extremely lucky to have gotten the level up elixir, but now that he had used the bronze lottery draw, he actually got something. This was really King unbelievable. Aladdin's magic lamp can be used twice to transform into a lamp spirit and make a fraudulent wish. What the F***ck is this? Seeing the description, he was a little confused. What the F***ck is this thing used for, but forget it, I'll take the upgrade pill first. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the upgrade pill. The pill entered his mouth. Instantly, he felt that there was a huge change in his body. This change was really indescribable. He only felt that his body was filled with endless power. Cultivation, body tempering stage 8, plus, the change has come. My cultivation has increased. The next day, Lin Fan was in a good mood. Their good luck last night made them feel very comfortable. Moreover, they didn't cultivate much last night. It was better to maintain their energy when they were outside. The group packed up and set off. When they entered the forest, Lin Fan realized that everyone was starting to become vigilant. Xianxia looked around. There are a lot of beasts here. Let's try to avoid them. Some of them are in groups and are very difficult to deal with. If we get entangled with them, it will be difficult to escape. Wait, do you guys smell blood? Lu Qiming nodded. Yes, I smell it. It should be in front. Lin Fan realized that the direction they were heading towards was the place where he destroyed the pack of wolves. Be careful, Xianxia said. This is the territory of the wolves. I'm afraid something has happened. The wolves were considered low-level beasts. Normally, their cultivation was around body tempering stage 3. Even the Wolf King was around body tempering stage 6. However, the strong smell of blood made them very vigilant. Lin Fan was delighted. The pack of wolves that made them nervous were all King killed by him alone. However, when they saw the scene, they were completely dumbfounded. The pack of wolves that were killed last night were only left with white bones. F***ck, what's going on? Lin Fan was dumbfounded. To him, this didn't make sense at all. What the hell is this? It ate the corpses of the wolves too cleanly. Seeing this, Xianxia's expression changed. Let's be careful. I'm afraid there's something scary passing by. To them, the scene was too terrifying. The ground was covered with corpses. Only a high-level beast would be able to do something like this. The wolf pack was completely annihilated. But to Lin Fan, he was thinking about one thing. What the hell is eating these corpses? Could it be that the smell of blood is too strong and attracted a big guy? Forget it, I'll come back and take a look later. A few days later, Lin Fan and the rest stopped outside. Looking at the creepy environment in front of them, they couldn't help but be on guard. This is the Withered Spirit Swamp? Lin Fan asked. The place in front of him was a little desolate. There were withered trees everywhere. Under the roots of the trees, there were many mouths of the swamp. Hot air was coming out of them, and the smell was slightly unpleasant. Be careful. According to the sex investigation, this evil cultivator cultivates an evil martial art that corrodes the human body. It's very powerful. Don't fight it alone, Xianxia said. The difficulty of this mission was high, but they had so many people. As long as they worked together, they would definitely be fine. Suddenly, the sound of fighting could be heard. It seemed to be very intense. Xianxia's expression changed. Looks like someone is one step ahead of us. Let's go closer and see what's going on. Lin Fan nodded solemnly. Senior brothers, follow me closely. I'll bring you guys to hide. Junior brother, what do you mean by hide? Everyone asked curiously. Aya, just be careful. Follow me, and I promise you guys will be fine. In terms of hiding, Lin Fan felt that no one could surpass him. A man in a black robe stood in front of him. He had a gloomy aura around him, and there were 3 people standing in front of him. 2 men and a woman. Gangster, today is the day you die. One of them was a slender man with an imposing aura. He held a long sword in his hand and faced the gangster fearlessly. Clan brother, what's there to talk about with this evil cultivator? Let's just kill him and bring his corpse back to the clan. We'll be rewarded handsomely. The woman was young and beautiful, and there was an air of arrogance between her brows. Haha. The gangster looked at the 3 people in front of him and laughed. How dare the 3 of you provoke me? Seems like you guys don't know that today will be the day you die. You too, I'll let you have a taste of being corroded. As for you, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. I'll let you experience the best feeling in the world. Humph, presumptuous. The 3 were enraged. They surrounded the gangster and attacked him without hesitation. Behind a huge Rockland fan looked at the battle in front of him and rubbed his chin. Senior brother, what should we do now? There are people here to snatch our food. Why don't we take them down? If he was alone, he would definitely watch the fight from the sidelines. When the time was right, he would come and reap the benefits. That would be great. But since Lin Fan and the others were here, he couldn't be so reckless. He had to be more prudent. No, these 3 seem to be from a wealthy family. From their clothes, they should be of high status. But I can't tell which family they are from. Lu Qiming mumbled to himself. There were many wealthy families in the towns under the magnificent flame sect. They might be different from the sects, but they were still a force to be reckoned with. Yin Xiaotian looked at them carefully. They seemed to be from the Wang family of Yunluo City. I saw them from afar when the head of the Wang family came to the sect once. If they are from the Wang family, we can't just sit back and watch. Zhang Long said. Just as they were discussing, the scene changed drastically. The 3 gangsters were no match for the gangsters at all. They fell to the ground and vomited blood. Impossible, there's something wrong with the news. This guy's cultivation is already at the 9th layer body tempering realm, not the 8th layer body tempering realm. The slender man's eyes were filled with fear as his chest was dented by the palm strike. Haha, 8th layer body tempering realm? When did you get this insider information? I'm already a body tempering stage 9 cultivator, and I'm only half a step away from the Earth Star border realm. How dare you bunch of body tempering stage 7 trash come looking for trouble with me? You must be tired of living. The gangster glared fiercely at the girl on the ground. Not bad. It must be fun to play with her. I won't kill you two for now. Let me see how your girl is played by me. Wang Shufeng's face paled as he roared, Gangster, you'll die if you dare touch her. Hee hee. The gangster sneered and walked toward the girl step by step, completely unfazed by the threat. Wang Zian looked at the gangster walking towards her. Her face was pale, and her chest was heaving. She was really scared. She only came here to see the world and gain experience. Who would have thought that the gangster was already a body-tempering stage 9 cultivator? With his strength, they were no match for him at all. A look of despair appeared on her face as she thought about what she would have to face in the future. The daughter of the Wang family was very precious. If she was tainted by such an ugly gangster, she would not be able to live in this world anymore. F***ck, these people are too weak. Lin Fan had not expected that these guys would be defeated so quickly. It seemed as though they had not even had the chance to create any sparks before they were knocked down to the ground. He had originally wanted to watch an intense battle, but he didn't expect that he would be defeated before he could even see a single strand of hair. Just then, Zhang Long patted Lin Fan's shoulder. Junior brother Lin, we'll deal with the gangster later. Take the 3 of them and leave this place. Yin Xiaotian nodded. Yes, that's the only way. We can't just watch them die. Alright, junior brother Lin, you must take them away. We'll meet up later. Just as Lin Fan was about to speak, Zhang Long waved his hand and dashed out. Damn, what's wrong with you guys? I'm the main attacker, alright? Lin Fan was speechless. Do I not look like a strong cultivator? Damn, it seems like I'm being looked down upon because I don't perform well. Junior brother Lin, let's go. Lu Qiming shouted. Lin Fan looked at them helplessly. This was way too King shameless. Then, without hesitation, he darted out and dragged the three of them to the side. He didn't want to get shot while lying down. Ants. How dare a bunch of body-tempering Stage 7 trash act so presumptuously? It was a chaotic scene. The three disciples from the Wang family heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that someone had come to save them. However, they were disappointed when they saw that Lin Fan was only a body-tempering Stage 7 cultivator. Wang Shufeng was a body-tempering Stage 8 cultivator, but he was no match for Lin Fan. What's the use of a body-tempering Stage 7 cultivator? Lin Fan took a look at the scene and went to the girl's side. Just as the girl was about to say something, he immediately scooped her up and carried her on his shoulders. What are you doing? Let go of me. Wang Xian's face turned red. She could feel his hand touching her forbidden area. Cut the crap. I'm saving your lives. Lin Fan did not care about it. To him, she was just a girl. Her body was just a surface. She wouldn't die even if he touched her. Furthermore, this was a special situation. Moreover, a man like him, who was above worldly affairs, would care about such things. He then carried the two guys by his waist. Brother, tell them to retreat. This gangster is too strong. They are no match for him. Wang Shufeng said with a pale face. We're doomed. There's no way we can escape. The information was wrong. The gangster is a body-tempering Stage 9 cultivator. There's no way we can escape. Another man said in despair. Lin Fan felt that these three fellas were simply spouting too much nonsense. Suddenly, the situation changed. Junior brother Lin, you run first. Lu Qiming was sent flying by the gangster's palm. Zhang Long was finding it harder and harder to hold on. The difference between their cultivations was too huge. If the gangster was only a body-tempering Stage 8 cultivator, they were confident that they could take him down. Zhang Long wanted to drag Lu Qiming away and leave the battle. But the gangster would not give him the chance. He looked at the ants and snorted. You want to leave? Dream on. I'll let you all stay here today. Lin Fan did not expect the situation to change so quickly. He thought that his senior brothers would be able to hold the gangster off for a while, but in the blink of an eye, they were at a disadvantage. Wang Xian did not want to die here. She grabbed Lin Fan's shoulder and said, Run. Take me away from here. I beg you. F***CK, how dare you bully my friend? F***CKU. Lin Fan threw Wang Xian down from his shoulder without hesitation. He had no intention of showing mercy to her. He then threw the two guys who were in his arms on the ground. Rudely. Wang Xian stared at Lin Fan in pain. She did not expect him to be so rude. Senior brother, move aside. Let me do it. Lin Fan picked up his mace and charged at the gangster. We're doomed. Wang Xian looked at the scene in despair. This guy is digging his own grave. He had a chance to escape with them, but he wasted it. Bang! Zhang Long was hit by a palm in a moment of carelessness. His face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Fan rushed forward and helped Zhang Long up. Senior brother, take a rest. Watch me. He wanted Zhang Long and the rest to fight the gangster, but he did not expect them to lose so quickly. Seeing his senior brothers being beaten up so badly, he was in a bad mood. He stopped the gangster and pointed his mace at the gangster. He said in a domineering manner, Let's go. Trash, how dare you bully my friends? I'll give you a chance. How do you want to die? Looking at this scene, Zhang Long panicked. Junior brother Lin, why aren't you running? Lin Fan waved his hand and said calmly, I, Lin Fan, will never abandon my friends. You guys just lie down. Today, I'll let you see how terrifying my strength is. Remember, I'm the main damage dealer, understand? Huang Fugue, who was lying on the ground, was stunned when he heard Lin Fan. He did not expect the shameless guy to be so loyal. Did I misunderstand something? The gangster looked at Lin Fan. He did not expect another piece of trash to appear. You? I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death. He laughed. In Wang Xian's eyes, there must be something wrong with this guy's head. With his cultivation, how could he possibly be a match for the gangster? At this moment, she was filled with regret. She shouldn't have come out to train. However, it was already too late. P.S. Big bosses, please give me some recommendation votes and instantly add it to my collection. Lin Fan held his mace high and puffed out his chest. He looked like he was the most powerful man in the world. What do you mean by death? Let me tell you, this word has never existed. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and call me daddy, and I'll let you die in one piece, Lin Fan said arrogantly. Wang Zian leaned towards Wang Shufeng with fear written all over her face. This guy must be crazy. The gangster is already a body-tempering stage 9 cultivator. I don't think he knows what this means. Wang Shufeng had lost all hope. He did not expect the gangster to be so powerful. If he had known, he would not have killed himself. But it was too late to say anything now. Lu Qiming gritted his teeth, which were already stained with blood. He stared at the gangster angrily and shouted, "Gangster, fight us if you have the guts." The gangster laughed. What a good friend. But don't worry, I will reunite with you soon. He did not take Lu Qiming seriously at all. To him, a body-tempering stage 8 cultivator was just a piece of trash. Lin Fan was also analyzing the situation. There were so many people around, so he definitely couldn't lose face. The opponent's battle strength was 9, while his battle strength was 8. But if he added his intelligence and explosiveness, it wouldn't be too difficult to defeat the opponent. Suddenly, Lin Fan's eyes widened as he stared at the gangster's back. The gangster noticed the change in Lin Fan's expression. The playful look in Lin Fan's eyes had turned serious. Did something happen? Damn. There's a naked woman spreading her legs over there. Lin Fan suddenly exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. This expression was really vivid. According to the theory in his previous life, a naked woman was 70% attractive to men. But if he added more seductive words, the chances of the man turning his head would increase to 100%. A naked woman? The gangster was stunned. He turned around, but there was nothing. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. F*CK, F*CK, go to hell. Lin Fan took the opportunity to swing his mace at the gangster. The violent mace was already at the 8th stage, and its power was no joke. Even the air would explode when the mace was swung. Bastard! The gangster roared in anger. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so despicable. He quickly retreated, but suddenly, he felt a burning sensation on his cheek. Blood flowed down his cheek. Bang! The mace smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater in the ground due to its destructive power. Lin Fan smirked at the gangster. Next time, I will turn you into a meat patty. Seeing red at the start meant that he was already halfway to victory. Lu Qiming and the rest widened their eyes in disbelief. They had not expected their junior brother Lin to be this strong. That move just now looked ordinary, but it was terrifyingly powerful. So strong. Junior brother Lin is so strong. Zhang Long exclaimed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. The gangster touched his cheek. Looking at the blood on his fingers, he roared, "Damn it, I want you dead." Both of his palms were shrouded with a seething corrosive aura. His entire being turned grim as he charged at Lin Fan. Hee hee, let's see if you have what it takes to kill me. I will smash your head open. Lin Fan shouted and swung his mace at the gangster. Be careful of your head. Lu Qiming panicked. Junior brother Lin is too careless. How can you tell your opponent where you are going to? Just as he was about to finish his sentence, the last word was stuck in his throat. What did he just see? He actually saw junior brother Lin unleashing a single attack. His opponent used both hands to block it, and junior brother Lin swung his tail and kicked his opponent's crotch. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest hesitation. It was as if he had practiced this move for many years. Arg! The gangster's face turned green, then white. He quickly pulled back his legs and glared at Lin Fan. Despicable. How dare you treat me like this? Lin Fan took a deep breath and shook his head helplessly. It's a miracle that you're still alive. But don't think it's over so easily. Take this. Yin Xiaotian stared at Lin Fan, dumbfounded. He did not expect Lin Fan to have the upper hand against the gangster. To them, this was impossible. However, they couldn't bear to watch any longer. Junior brother Lin's moves were too vicious, so vicious that it was scary. Suddenly, Lin Fan realized that the gangster's legs were clenched together, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Obviously, the kick was too much for him. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks. Seeing that, the gangster became alert as well. He did not know what Lin Fan was going to do. Lin Fan put down his mace and looked at the gangster. I, Lin Fan, never take advantage of others. You look like you're in pain, so I'll let you rest for a while. I won't move. Junior brother Lin, you can't do that. Xianxia panicked. You can't go easy on an evil cultivator like him. You have to kill him. Lin Fan waved his hand and said sternly, Senior brother Zhang, that's enough. I've made up my mind. Gangster, you're a man, so I'll let you rest for a while. The gangster did not speak. He looked at Lin Fan cautiously. He did not believe that Lin Fan would let him rest for a while. However, as time passed, he realized that Lin Fan really did not move. Zhang Long and the rest were sweating profusely. They did not know what Lin Fan was thinking. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? The gangster could no longer hold it in. He held his crotch with both hands and tried to relieve the pain. He did not expect Lin Fan to be so stupid as to give him time to rest. He laughed coldly in his heart, but suddenly, he realized that something was wrong. He roared. How can you be so king despicable? He did not expect this guy to take advantage of his moment of relaxation to directly attack him. I, Lin Fan, will never treat a demon like you. Righteously. Killing you is the only way to save the people. Go to hell. Mace explosion. Lin Fan roared, and his arms swelled up. He swung his mace faster and faster, creating a loud explosion in the air. Damn it. The gangster roared and swung his arms at Lin Fan's mace. Bang, the gangster's face changed, and his face turned red. F***ck. Lin Fan was stunned. You can still take it? I don't believe you can do this. Lin Fan swung the mace with one hand and swung it at the gangster again and again. The strong force forced the gangster to kneel on the ground. He did not expect Lin Fan to be so strong. The moment he touched the mace, he felt a force that did not belong to a body-tempering stage 8 cultivator. His arm, which had been strengthened by Lin Fan's blood essence, felt numb and swollen. I think you're a retard. How dare you use your flesh and blood to take on my mace? You're courting death. Lin Fan swung his mace again and again. The gangster was cursing in his heart. You are so cunning. You don't even give me a chance to react. What else can I use other than my arms to block? Bang, bang, everyone was dumbfounded. Zhang Long was dumbfounded. What is going on? Why is the gangster being suppressed by Lin Fan? Lin Fan swung his mace again and again, while the gangster raised his arms to block. He was in a daze, and his arms were covered in blood. He did not expect to be in such a dangerous situation. There was no way for him to fight back. Am I strong or not? Let me ask you, am I strong? Lin Fan was addicted to hitting the gangster. He was so satisfied that he was about to explode. Violent mace technique level 8 was unleashed. In the eyes of the crowd, the mace was just an afterimage. As he continued smashing, Lin Fan realized that something was wrong. F***ck. Where is he? Lin Fan looked around with the mace, but he did not see anyone. He then turned to the crowd. Senior brothers, where is he? Gulp, everyone swallowed their saliva. Lu Qiming raised his hand and stammered, Junior. Junior brother, he is with you. Where? Lin Fan looked around. Where? In the eyes of the crowd, this was way too king brutal. Lin Fan was panting. He had swung the mace too hard, and he was tired. Carrying the mace on his shoulder, Lin Fan looked around, but he couldn't find Lin Fan anywhere. Damn it, where did he go? How could he escape under such a concentrated attack? He's pretty capable. Even if I lose, it's not a shame. Lin Fan thought to himself. Listening to junior brother Lin mumble to himself, everyone did not know why, but they suddenly felt that something was wrong with the situation. Isn't he on top of your mace? Why can't you see him? Drip. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt something on his face. He touched it and realized it was a drop of blood. He looked up and was dumbfounded. Oh my god, why is he here? Lin Fan was dumbfounded. The gangster was pinned on the mace, and his chest was covered in blood. It was a horrifying sight. Despair could be seen in the gangster's lifeless eyes. He never thought that he would end up like this. Body tempering stage 8. How can a mere body tempering stage 8 trash defeat me? Could it be that he was even worse than trash? Lin Fan put down his mace and threw the gangster to the side. See that? I told you not to bully my friend, but you didn't listen. Now you know what's going to happen to you. Lin Fan yelled at Lin Fan. The gangster was only a body tempering stage 9 cultivator. With such severe injuries, there was no way he could hold on any longer. He used the last of his strength to look at Lin Fan, then closed his eyes and died. Points plus 90. Hearing the notification, Lin Fan was sure that the gangster was dead. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. I told you to stop acting, but no one wants to listen to you. Suddenly, he thought of his heavily injured senior brothers and ran over. Senior brother Liu, are you alright? I'm fine. But junior brother, when did you become so strong? Lu Qiming asked in shock. He couldn't believe that Lin Fan had reached such a level and was able to kill gangsters. Lin Fan's strength was simply too terrifying. Lin Fan laughed. Senior brother, I'm not bragging, but I can kill a bunch of them with a flip of my hand. Do you believe me? Lu Qiming's jaw dropped. He felt that he could not keep up with Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at the shocked expressions on everyone's faces and couldn't help but smile proudly. Seems like they've been stunned by my aura. Sometimes, he had to show off his skills. It didn't feel good to be looked down upon. Junior brother, hurry up and give them the pills. Lu Qiming took out the healing pills he had bought from the sect. Although he couldn't completely heal his injuries, he could at least stabilize them. Alright. Lin Fan distributed the pills to everyone. As for Huang Fugue, he would give it to him last. Who asked him to not respect Lin Fan enough? Lin Fan would make him vomit blood first. Wang Xian and the rest were dumbfounded. When they saw the terrifying disciple walking toward them with a mace, they were terrified. In her eyes, the blood-stained mace was filled with killing intent. The guy that they had underestimated was actually so terrifying. It was simply frightening. When Lin Fan stood in front of Wang Xian, she could feel an oppressive aura gushing towards her. This was an aura that only a powerful being could possess. At this moment, the way she looked at Lin Fan had changed. Here. Lin Fan tossed the pills over. Thank you. Wang Xian nodded. Wang Shufeng was the same. He was shocked by Lin Fan. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so powerful. To them, the gangster's body tempering stage 9 was already terrifying enough, but it seemed like he couldn't even fight back against Lin Fan. Especially the mace. It was huge. If Lin Fan were to be hit by it, he would be dead for sure. The gangster's corpse was still lying on the ground, but it was already beyond recognition. Gulp, Lin Fan swallowed his saliva in awe. Lin Fan was satisfied with the way they looked at him. This was the kind of look that an elite should enjoy. Lin Fan then walked to Huang Fugue's side. Huang Fugue was still in a daze. He was completely subdued by Lin Fan's ferocious body. He thought back to the time when he was in the sect. He wondered if he would have been beaten to death if they had gotten into a fight. At the thought of this, he was glad that he had calmed down. If not, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Senior brother Huang, are you alright? Lin Fan smiled. He had to treat Huang Fugue with respect. After all, Huang Fugue was the little prince of scrap metal. Lin Fan was still thinking about him. I'm fine. Junior brother Lin, you're amazing, Huang Fugue said. Hee, it's nothing. Lin Fan replied humbly. He then walked toward Lu Qiming. Suddenly, a murderous aura came from behind. Be careful. Lu Qiming, who was recovering, shouted. A ray of cold light pierced through the air. It's a sword ray. It's not an ordinary person. However, the sword ray was not aimed at Lin Fan. It was aimed at Huang Fugui. Huang Fugui's face turned pale when he felt the murderous aura lock onto him. To him, the sword ray was too fast for him to react. I'm doomed. I'm completely doomed. Sister, I might not be able to see your wedding. Huang Fugui closed his eyes in despair. Zhang Long and the rest panicked. They did not expect someone to sneak up on them. Furthermore, the person was shameless enough to attack the injured junior brother Huang. Huang Fugui was already waiting for death. Pucci, suddenly, Huang Fugui felt someone grabbing his shoulder. When he opened his eyes, he saw junior brother Lin standing in front of him. He lowered his head in disbelief. Half of the sword had pierced through junior brother Lin's body. Fresh blood flowed down the blade. Junior brother Huang, are you all right? Lin Fan asked slowly. He frowned as if he was in pain. The person who launched the sneak attack immediately retracted his sword and quickly retreated. Huang Fugui's heart skipped a beat when he heard junior brother Lin's words. He did not expect junior brother Lin to ask if he was all right after taking a blow for him. He felt that the world had changed. Junior brother Lin, why did you? Huang Fugui asked in disbelief. Lin Fan's face turned pale. Senior brother Huang, you have family. Your sister is waiting for you to attend her wedding. How can you die here? I have no family. No one will miss me even if I die. Huang Fugui's expression changed as soon as he heard Lin Fan's words. Tears streamed down his face as he said, Junior brother Lin, he choked. Right now, he was filled with regret. Why didn't he recognize junior brother Lin's character earlier? In the past, he even hated junior brother Lin. Now that he thought about it, he was truly despicable. Lu Qiming and the rest shouted angrily. Lin Fan looked at the masked figure in the distance and picked up his mace without hesitation. He then shouted, Senior brothers, don't worry. With me here, no one can hurt you. Woo woo, at this moment, Huang Fugui looked at the petite figure that stood in front of them like a mountain. Tears flowed down his cheeks uncontrollably. Lin Fan muttered to himself. The situation is not good. The masked man is probably stronger than the gangster. He took a blow for Huang Fugui only because of his calculations. However, the effect was not bad. It was a steady profit. Lin Fan realized that the masked man's murderous intent was locked on him. It seems like he wants to kill me. Lin Fan raised his mace and shouted, Follow me if you have the guts. Then, he ran into the depths of the forest. Senior brothers, don't take revenge for me, the masked man chased after Lin Fan without saying a word. Junior brother Lin. Everyone shouted, but there was nothing they could do. Huang Fugui looked at junior brother Lin, who was bleeding profusely with every step he took. He crawled on the ground and cried his lungs out. He did not expect someone to take a blow for him. And the reason was something he did not expect. I've wronged junior brother Lin. Behind a small tree, Lin Fan waited quietly. He could feel his body getting weaker and weaker. It seems like that sword was powerful enough. Lin Fan thought that the other party must be an Earth Star border cultivator. The external energy was destroying his body. If not for the fact that he could not feel pain, he would have died from the pain. Where did this guy come from? I don't think I've killed him before. Lin Fan was confused. He could not understand what was going on. He could feel the murderous intent from the other party. The other party was obviously trying to kill him. Sigh, just what kind of earth-shattering good things did I do in my past life? How sad. Lin Fan was a little sad, but there was nothing he could do now. If he didn't do it, he would die. Lin Fan was a little sad. But the other party's combat power is slightly higher than mine. I might not be able to defeat him. I might have reached the 8th stage of Violent Mace, but it's impossible for me to go against the heavens with just a human-class skill set. Lu Feng stood there, sensing his surroundings. He had followed Lin Fan all the way here to take revenge. As a first-class outer disciple of the sect, his cultivation had reached the 1st stage of the Earth Star border realm. He was one of the strongest in the outer sect, and it was all because of Lin Fan's arrangements that he could have such strength. He had formed a faction that was dozens of miles away from the sect. He would rob the passing merchant caravans and obtain a large amount of wealth for his cultivation. He was fearless even if he was wanted by the sect. If a weak disciple accepted the mission, he would kill him. If a strong disciple accepted the mission, he would get the bandits to hide. Of course, if he was around, he would kill the disciple who accepted the mission. Nothing had happened to him all this while. However, he didn't expect that a 6-layer body-tempering realm disciple would destroy his faction. How could he tolerate this? Thus, he followed Lin Fan all the way here and attacked him. As for the injured disciples, he did not care about them at all. I'll go back and kill them all after I kill Lin Fan. Suddenly, Lin Fan's brain started to work. I have to do this. If I don't, I'll be the scapegoat. My opponent is an Earth Star border cultivator, and I'm only in body tempering stage 8. Got it. At this moment, he laughed. To deal with this kind of person, how could he not display his high intelligence? Creak, she purposely stepped on a branch, and the crisp sound instantly entered Lu Feng's ears. Lu Feng's eyes flashed with a bright light. He instantly locked his gaze in front of him as a cold smile appeared on his face. So that's where you're hiding. Let's see how you escape this time. However, suddenly, Lu Feng frowned. He didn't understand what was going on. From what he could see, the disciple didn't seem to have noticed him. At the same time, the disciple was holding a strange-looking lamp. Lin Fan looked left and right carefully and mumbled to himself, "Damn it. Damn it. That guy is chasing after me. My injuries are too severe. I need to use the magic lamp to fulfill my wish." Just as Lu Feng was about to make his move, he suddenly stopped. Magic lamp? Wish? What's going on? In his eyes, this guy was already a fish on the chopping board. He couldn't even roll away if he wanted to. Whether he wanted Lin Fan dead or alive, he could do it with a single thought. At this moment, he hit himself. He wanted to see what Lin Fan was up to. Then, a shocking sentence entered his ears. Aladdin's magic lamp, the one and only legendary item in the infinite worlds. It can be used to make wishes, and its uses are endless. Now that I'm severely injured, let the magic lamp help me recover. Lin Fan mumbled to himself as though he was talking to someone else. He then rubbed the magic lamp with his finger and mumbled, Daddy magic lamp, come out and fulfill my wish." Lu Feng frowned. He didn't understand what was happening, but suddenly, his eyes widened and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. White smoke suddenly rose from the mouth of the pot, and a half-naked man wearing a green hat with his arms crossed emerged from the mouth of the pot. "Human, tell me your wish." "Daddy magic lamp, I want to recover from my injuries." "Your wish is too simple. Pick up your weapon and smash yourself to death. You'll recover then." To Lu Feng, this was some kind of evil creature that wanted Lin Fan to commit suicide. But suddenly, he was dumbfounded. Lin Fan took the mace and smashed it on his head. Blood splattered everywhere, and he died instantly. Lu Feng was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand what was going on. He wanted to go out, but he resisted the urge. Suddenly, he was dumbfounded. In his eyes, the person who had just committed suicide had actually stood up, and the injuries on his body had actually disappeared. "Treasure, is this really a treasure?" Lu Feng said excitedly, as if he had found something incredible. "Who's there?" Lin Fan had noticed Lu Feng and turned around. Lu Feng couldn't wait any longer. He walked out from the dark with a smile on his face. He stared greedily at the magic lamp in Lin Fan's hand. All he wanted now was the magic lamp. If he could control the magic lamp, the magnificent flame sect, the sunshine sect, and the world would be nothing. He wanted to be the god of the world. He wanted to be the supreme god. When Lin Fan saw Lu Feng, a look of panic appeared on his face. He quickly put away the magic lamp and said in a nervous tone, Just who are you? Have you been here for a long time?" "Hee hee." Lu Feng laughed coldly. "Give it to me, and I'll spare your life." "No, stop dreaming. I'll never give it to you," Lin Fan shouted. It was obvious that he was unwilling to give it to Lu Feng. From Lu Feng's point of view, he had already confirmed that this was a peerless godly item. He had to obtain this godly item no matter what. How could he allow a godly item to remain in the hands of a piece of trash? Then go to hell. Lu Feng didn't waste any more words. His body moved in an instant. His speed was so fast that it left everyone dumbfounded. Lin Fan's heart sank. So this is the power of an Earth Star Border cultivator? His speed has surpassed everything. It's not something a body-tempering realm cultivator can handle. But Lin Fan wasn't afraid. Who's afraid? Come on. Lin Fan raised his mace and charged at Lu Feng. He wanted to see how big the gap between him and an Earth Star Border cultivator was. Bang, the two clashed. You're overestimating yourself. Lu Feng sneered and raised his left palm. Energy burst forth as he slammed his palm towards Lin Fan's chest. Lin Fan did not expect an Earth Star Border cultivator to be so strong. There's no way I can fight back. Forget it, forget it. I'm not going to risk my life. I'll just die and continue with my plan. Lin Fan's chest caved in under Lu Feng's attack. His internal organs ruptured, and blood flowed everywhere. Lin Fan lay on the ground. His eyes lit up. He looked at Lu Feng in disbelief. You're so strong, you talk too much. Lu Feng did not hesitate. He pierced Lin Fan's body with his sword, pinning him to the ground. The golden lamp rolled out from Lin Fan's bosom. Lu Feng was overjoyed to see the god's item. He picked it up immediately, a look of excitement on his face. The god's item is mine. 10 seconds later. After reviving, Lin Fan could sense that this guy was still standing beside him. But the F***king thing was, why didn't this guy pull out the sword that was stuck in his body? Did he know that this would cause a bleeding buff? If the bleeding didn't stop, he would continue to die. Forget it, I won't bother with a brat like you. I'll let you play with the lamp for a while. He would continue to lie like a corpse and be a quiet, beautiful man. Lu Feng looked at the lamp in his hand curiously. What kind of magical item is this? It's unbelievable. However, when he thought about how that fellow had made a wish to the magic lamp to recover from his injuries, and how he had really recovered, he believed it. After all, who can bring the dead back to life? Not even the Heaven Star Border realm, which is above the Earth Star Border realm. Lin Fan tried to recall how Lin Fan summoned the lamp. He rubbed the lamp with his fingers and said, "Come out." There was no movement. Eh? What's going on? Lu Feng was stunned. He did not expect his first attempt to fail. Initially, Lin Fan had wanted to do so. But on second thought, he realized that this guy's incantation wasn't right. As the magic lamp, he couldn't just do whatever he wanted. Don't you know how to lower my status? Lin Fan cursed in his heart. What's going on? I chanted the incantation so loudly, and you can't even remember it. What the hell is wrong with your IQ? Lu Feng thought and recalled. Suddenly, his expression changed, as if he had made a decision. He remembered the incantation, but this incantation made him feel very ashamed. However, when he thought of this wish, he gritted his teeth and shouted with a strange expression, "What is it? Daddy Genie, come out and fulfill my wish." He was furious. I, Lu Feng, am a man who will become a god in the future. How can I shout something like this? I will remember this. As long as my wish is fulfilled, I will torture this lamp to death. Lying there, Lin Fan, who felt that he had lost a lot of blood, felt much better. That was great. White smoke came out of the lamp. A figure with his arms crossed came out. The green hat was so eye-catching, and the mustache was so domineering. His voice was so loud. Human, state your wish. At this moment, Lu Feng's hands were trembling uncontrollably. The magic lamp had finally appeared. It was as though his wish was right before his eyes. But why did this magic lamp look so much like the disciple he had killed? Forget it. Perhaps it was just his imagination. Magic lamp, I want to become the strongest god in this world. Lu Feng roared, as if he had lost his mind. Lin Fan looked at this retarded fella before him and cursed in his heart. What a bloody idiot. He had to toy with him for a bit. Human, your spell is wrong. Daddy Genie cannot fulfill your wish. Lu Feng was stunned. Was the incantation wrong? How could this be? Suddenly, Lu Feng recalled that he had been humiliated, but in order to become the strongest, he endured it. Daddy Genie, I want to be the strongest god in this world. Lu Feng was ready to go all out. He could endure anything to become the strongest. Lin Fan, who had transformed into the magic lamp, nodded his head in satisfaction. Calling out to him as daddy felt really good. Your wish is too simple. But, hold on, who are you? Lin Fan looked down at Lu Feng arrogantly, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. I am the one who summoned you. You have to fulfill my wish. He could not wait any longer. He wanted to become the strongest. Human, don't lie to Daddy Genie. Daddy Genie is not blind. He is the one who summoned me. Lu Feng was anxious. He looked at Lin Fan, who had been killed by him, and said, I've already killed him. I'm the one who summoned you now. Lin Fan was silent. Lu Feng was nervous. He did not want his wish to be fulfilled just like that. Human, Daddy Genie is a righteous, nostalgic, and handsome god. Daddy Genie cannot fulfill your wish, but if you kneel down and kowtow to him 3 times, Daddy Genie will treat you as the new summoner. Human, do you agree? Me kowtow to him? Lu Feng was furious, but he quickly suppressed his anger. He thought of a saying, if you want to be the strongest in the world, you have to endure. He then looked at the magic lamp and asked, if he is the one who summoned you, why did he not make a wish to become the strongest? Wow, he's not stupid after all. But if he thinks he can't beat Daddy Genie with this question, he must be dreaming. Human, you have too many questions. Daddy Genie does not want to answer you, but Daddy Genie likes you, so I will tell you the truth. He did not respect Daddy Genie enough, so Daddy Genie is not willing to help him fulfill his great wish. Since you respect Daddy Genie enough, Daddy Genie is willing to help you. Lu Feng lowered his head and let out a cold smile. Respect? Haha, very good. But I'll endure it for the sake of fulfilling my wish. He looked at Lin Fan and without any hesitation, he knelt down with a thud. Lin Fan's heart was filled with joy. This felt really good. Little brat, so what if you're stronger than me? You're still being played around by me. Nice, Lu Feng was filled with hatred. As long as he could fulfill his wish, he would tear Lin Fan into pieces and extinguish the lamp. I have already kowtowed to the lamp, Lu Feng said. Human, you do not respect Daddy Genie enough. You should not call me Genie Genie. Think about it, what should you call me? Damn it. Lu Feng suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, Daddy Genie, I have kowtowed to the lamp. Human, Daddy Genie is very satisfied. Tell me your wish and let Daddy Genie make your dream come true. Looking at the situation in front of him, he almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. This guy's heart must be like he had eaten **T. The moment had finally arrived. Lu Feng roared, I want to become the strongest god in the world, the strongest. Human, your wish is too simple. Lin Fan took out a grenade and placed it in his palm. Put it in your mouth and chant it 7 times in your heart. You will become the strongest god in the world. Feel the vastness of the world and the mysteries of the voice. From then on, you will never age or die. You will become the strongest god in the world. Lu Feng looked at the strange-looking thing and became extremely excited. What is this? F***ck, why are you talking so much? But I am the genie, I have to satisfy it. Lin Fan mumbled in his heart before speaking up, within this is the strongest supreme god power within the entire infinite worlds. It can allow you to become the strongest god there is. Human, answer Daddy Genie. Are you willing to accept this inheritance? Lu Feng was so excited that his body started trembling. I am willing. Very well, put it in your mouth. Without hesitation, Lu Feng placed the 82-2 grenade in his mouth. Even though it was too big to be stuffed in at once, he had to do it in order to become the strongest. Woo woo. Lu Feng could not speak. He wanted to ask what he should do next. Lin Fan resisted the urge to laugh and said, Human, let Daddy Genie open the seal for you and wait for the inheritance. Without hesitation, Lin Fan, who had transformed into the genie, put his finger in and pulled the ring. Human, wait for 7 seconds. If you take it out, the inheritance will fail. From then on, you will never have the chance to become the supreme god. Daddy Genie can only be summoned twice, and you will be the second time. Treasure it. Lin Fan was afraid that Lu Feng would take out the grenade. He wanted to scare him so that he would know that this was a rare opportunity. If it doesn't blow you up, I'll do a handstand and eat sh*t. Lu Feng trembled as his expression became more and more ferocious. The strongest. He was really going to become the strongest. But there were only 2 wishes, and the last one was wasted. Damn it. Looking at the state Lu Feng was in, Lin Fan could not help but sigh and count in his heart. 7. 6. 3. Lin Fan said, "Human, experience the most wonderful feeling in the world. You will never forget this wonderful feeling. Daddy Genie, this is as far as I can help." Lu Feng's trembling became more and more excited. He shouted in his heart, "Yes, the most wonderful feeling. Come, the strongest feeling. I am the most powerful god, boom. P.S. Thank you, Steven0625, 50,000 Chidian coins. Thank you. Thank you for your continued support. P.S. Thank you, bosses, Killing Journey A, Romantic $Xianxia, and 10,000 Chidian coins from the 2 bosses. Thank you very much." A beautiful sound could be heard throughout the heavens. Lin Fan, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly jolted awake. He opened his eyes and pulled out the sword that was stuck in his body. Fresh blood sprayed all over the ground, but it didn't matter. Without pain, what was there to be afraid of? His injuries were too severe. The sword had been stuck in his body, causing him to bleed profusely. Lin Fan slashed his neck with the sword and died. Experience points plus 10 seconds later. Lin Fan woke up feeling refreshed. He was in a good mood. He immediately looked for the guy who killed him. Far away, Lu Feng was lying on the ground, covered in blood. He was not dead, but he could no longer move or speak. He was filled with hatred. He knew that he had been tricked. Haha. Lin Fan had been holding it in for a long time now. At this moment, he could no longer hold it in and burst out laughing. He then walked over to the other party's side. Looking at the situation before him, he let out a radiant smile. "Aya, what's going on? Weren't you good before? How did you end up like this? Hey, say something. You're really tough to survive." No matter what, he was already touched by his own intelligence. He could even think of such a method. He just wanted to ask, who else could it be? Who else could it be? Lu Feng might be an Earthstar Border Stage 1 cultivator, but even he couldn't withstand a grenade exploding in his mouth. Not a single tooth was left, and his face seemed to be missing too. His tissues could be seen. It was a horrible sight. Lin Fan was too soft-hearted. He could not help but turn his head away, not daring to look at Lu Feng. Remember, in the future, you must be open and aboveboard. Most importantly, before you kill someone, you must do your research and see if the other party is someone you can kill. Lin Fan felt the need to give him a lesson that would leave a deep impression. But the price to pay was his life. Lu Feng could not even move. He was in despair. He did not expect this to happen. "I'm an Earthstar Border Stage 1 cultivator, how could I be tricked like this? This is unforgivable." Lin Fan retrieved his mace and walked up to Lu Feng. "Remember, it's your blessing to die in my hands. You can go in peace." He swung his mace at Lu Feng. Lu Feng didn't know where he got the strength from, but he unexpectedly held the token in his hand and raised it with trembling hands. Lin Fan was startled and blurted out, "Outer Sect First Class Disciple Token." He didn't want to die. Only by staying alive would he have hope. At this moment, he could only take out his identity token to let the other party know that he was from the same sect as him, and that he couldn't kill him. In fact, it was to let the other party know that they would be punished for killing their fellow disciples. However, something that made him despair happened. "Aya, my eyes are blinded. I can't see anything. I can't see anything," Lin Fan exclaimed. He covered his eyes and swung his mace at Lu Feng. When Lu Feng saw this, his lips moved slightly. With a bang, his body trembled. He couldn't be more dead. "Points plus 200 inch, do you take me for a fool?" Lin Fan chuckled out. To think that he wanted to take out the token and have him spare his life. Wasn't he dreaming? However, the points were not bad. There were actually 200 points. It was a profit. At such an important moment, he had to loot the corpse. The other party was so strong, he must have a lot of good things. Wow, this delivery is really rich. Lin Fan took out a stack of cash and stuffed it into his storage ring. Then, he started looting. 2 bottles of pills and a mystic low-class sword skill. The harvest was full, it was not bad. At this moment, Lin Fan started to think about life. The current situation was very different from the past. During the war, the sect would not allow him to run. But now, it was different. The war was over, and he could go anywhere he wanted. Why would he need to run? Junior brother, just then, a voice came from afar. It was Lu Qiming calling out to him. At the same time, there was a slightly sad voice. Poor junior brother Lin. He must have been killed because of us, sob sob. When Lin Fan heard this voice, he was a little unhappy. Yours truly was alive and well. Furthermore, based on this piece of trash's IQ, how could he win against him? However, wait a minute, I seem to have been stabbed by this guy just now, but now there is no injury on my body at all. Although their IQ is not high enough, they can't bully others like this. Oh my god. I'm not a masochist. I was forced to do this. Then, he picked up his sword and found a good spot to stab himself. After everything was ready, Lin Fan walked in front of Lu Feng and put on a domineering posture. Junior brother Lin. Lu Qiming and the rest were in despair. But when they saw the figure standing there, they ran over excitedly. Lin Fan flicked his robes, revealing a domineering aura. When he saw that it was Lu Qiming and the rest, his stern face softened, revealing a look of joy. Senior brothers, are you guys alright? Lu Qiming looked at the wound on Lin Fan's body and was extremely worried. Junior brother Lin, are you okay? I'm fine. It's just a small wound. Lin Fan said calmly without changing his expression. Seeing this, the 3 from the Wang family were shocked. That wound was bleeding, and he was still expressionless. Scary. This was too scary. If these injuries were on their bodies, they would probably die from the pain. Huang Fugue was so touched that tears streamed down his face. Looking at Lin Fan's frightening wound, he felt guilty. Junior brother Lin, your injury is too serious. You should take a good rest. Don't worry, senior brother Huang. Just this bit of injury won't be enough to knock me down. Lin Fan said sternly. Hearing this, Zhang Long and the rest were speechless. They felt that they had underestimated Lin Fan. No wonder he dared to face the beasts on the battlefield. Just this willpower alone was enough to make them prostrate themselves in admiration. At this moment, everyone turned their gazes towards Lu Feng, who was lying on the ground. They were curious as to who this person was. But Lu Qiming's eyes were sharp. He saw the token and picked it up immediately. Lu Feng. However, when he said those 2 words, Zhang Long and the others' expressions changed abruptly. This name couldn't be any more familiar. It was Lu Feng, one of the most powerful first-grade outer disciples. Hearing this name, Lin Fan realized that he had heard this name before. Wait, isn't this the guy who greeted me last time? Damn, what's going on? Why did this guy want to kill me? I don't remember offending him. There must have been some misunderstanding here. But now that he had killed him, the misunderstanding would no longer exist. Lu Qiming kept the token and exchanged glances with Yin Xiaotian. Yin Xiaotian understood and stood up. Alright, senior brothers and junior brothers are fine, and the mission is done. Let's go back. The gangster's body lay there quietly. The sect had missions that required them to bring back evidence to prove that they had completed the mission. For example, the gangster was elusive and hard to find. If they didn't bring any evidence back, the sect wouldn't know if they had completed the mission. Gao Dazhuang was disgusted by the gangster. This guy practices evil skills and has killed many of our people. We should bring his body back to the sect. Yes, Dazhuang is right. Yin Xiaotian said. Wang Shufeng and the other 2 looked at each other. They had also accepted the mission in the sect. Now that the gangster was dead, it was just that they didn't kill him. If they didn't bring something back, they wouldn't be able to complete the mission. Lin Fan bandaged the wound simply. Although the stab from Lu Feng was heavy, he had modified it to make it look like he had been pierced through. In fact, it was not a big deal. He just cut the front and back of the body to make it look like he had been pierced through. In fact, he was completely fine. It might not look real due to time constraints, but it was enough to fool senior brother Lu and the rest. Brothers, can I discuss something with you? Wang Shufeng finally stood up under the signal of Wang Ziyan and Lu Qiming. He wanted to discuss with them and let them have the corpse so that they could complete the mission. What is it? Lu Qiming asked. Brothers, the Wang family has a close relationship with the Magnificent Flame sect, and we have accepted a mission from the sect. Now that the gangster is dead, you guys can bring back the token of the gangster to complete the mission. Can you let us have the corpse so that we can complete the mission? To be honest, this mission is very important to the three of us. It will affect our status in the sect, so we would like to discuss it with you guys. We will reward you handsomely in the future. Wang Shufeng's words were very pleasing to the ear, and he called him brother very smoothly. Lu Qiming and the rest didn't feel anything. The corpse was useless to them, and they just needed to bring back the evidence. Since Wang Shufeng had spoken, they didn't mind. If that's the case, then, Wang Shufeng's group of three was overjoyed. They had not expected their luck to be so good this time. Not only did they manage to keep their lives, they could also complete their quest. This was practically a blessing in disguise. Suddenly, however, a discordant voice rang out. Wait. Lin Fan stood up. He felt that something was wrong. In particular, these three fellows were exchanging glances with each other. One look and you could tell that there was something wrong. He didn't even need to think to know that these three guys were trying to take advantage of him. However, it wasn't that easy to take advantage of him. Junior brother, what's wrong? Lu Qiming asked. Elder brother, we need to sit down and discuss this matter. Come, let's sit down first. I'll say a few words first. Lin Fan was the first to sit down, followed by Lu Qiming and the others. Wang Shufeng and the others looked at each other, feeling that something was wrong. At this moment, Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. It seems that they are very cooperative. Let's start the discussion then. Firstly, we saved your lives. Secondly, I was the one who killed the gangster, so you have to ask me whether you can take the corpse away. Of course, you can take it away, but you have to give us something. Lin Fan rubbed his fingers. It was clear that he wanted to give them some benefits. Junior brother Lin, we have completed our mission. Since brother Wang and the rest need it, we can. Lu Qiming said. Senior brother, don't speak. Listen to me. Lin Fan interrupted him. Why is Lu Qiming so easy to talk to? How can we do something that will make us lose money? We are risking our lives. How can we let someone else earn some extra money? Wang Shufeng knew that most of the Magnificent Flame sect disciples had not come out for a long time, and they were easy to talk to. Lu Qiming had already agreed to it, but Lu Qiming had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Wang Shufeng was speechless, but he was willing to risk it all for the corpse that he could get. Brother Lin, we are all Magnificent Flame sect disciples. We should help each other, right? Besides, it is fate that brought us together. I think that all of you are loyal to each other, and you are worthy of our friendship. When you come to Yunluo City in the future, I, Wang Shufeng, will welcome you personally. Wang Shufeng said a lot of things, but in the end, he just wanted to take the corpse for free. Without saying a word, Lin Fan stood up and patted his butt. Senior brothers, let's carry the corpse back to the sect. Huang Fugue was full of admiration for Lin Fan. Without hesitation, he carried the corpse back to the sect. He had decided that he would follow Lin Fan from now on. Because junior brother Lin's figure had completely moved his calm heart. Wait! Wang Shufeng shouted. Of course I want it, but I didn't expect Lin Fan to be so ruthless. Wang Ziyan was a little angry. Why is he so stingy? Do you want it or not? Lin Fan looked at Wang Shufeng. Yes. Wang Shufeng gritted his teeth. He felt that he was going to be extorted today. That's great. Let's talk about the price now. How much? Lin Fan asked. Lu Qiming was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so straightforward. This isn't good. Wang Shufeng thought for a while and said, 10,000. Senior brother Huang, carry the corpses and leave. Are you trying to chase away beggars? If I had known, I wouldn't have saved you guys. You have no sincerity at all. The last time I met a family disciple, he was really generous. Sigh, there's no comparison. Brother Lin, tell me your price. Wang Shufeng said anxiously. This mission was very important to him, and he was determined to get it. Lin Fan smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. He knew that these rich family disciples were rich, as they had their own businesses. I see that you're a straightforward person, so I won't bother with you. 10,000. Lin Fan felt that the price was reasonable and cheap. When Lu Qiming and the rest heard this, they were all dumbfounded. Asking for 100,000 for a corpse? That was too much. Lin Fan saw that Wang Shufeng was thinking about the price, but he didn't have time to waste. Are you going to buy it or not? If not, I'll buy it. Wang Shufeng and the rest chatted softly. Fine, I won't buy it if I don't really need it. I'll buy it, Wang Shufeng said. Lin Fan smiled. Senior brother Huang, hurry up and send the corpse over. We'll exchange the goods at the same time. Huang Fugue was delighted to hear this. All right. Wait. Lin Fan shouted. Then, he rushed forward. I almost forgot. Wang Shufeng didn't know what Lin Fan was going to do, but he was impressed by Lin Fan's shamelessness. He took everything from the gangster's body. He didn't want to talk anymore. How could there be such a cunning person in this world? The deal was done. Lin Fan didn't want them to stay any longer. Wang Shufeng and the other two were in a very bad mood. They didn't want to talk anymore and directly carried the corpse and left. Senior brother Lu, don't be too naive in the future. Look, you've earned it back. I'll take 50,000, and you can take 10,000 each, Lin Fan said and distributed the money. Zhang Long looked at the money in his hands and fell silent, as if he was thinking about Lin Fan's words. You're right. Zhang Long nodded, as if he understood the true meaning of life. Yin Xiaotian and the rest were overjoyed. They didn't expect to earn so much money before handing in the mission. Junior brother Lin, you're so smart. I'll follow you from now on, Gao Dazhuang said in admiration. Lin Fan waved his hands humbly. You're too kind. On a mountain path. Damn it. How can that guy be so cunning? Wang Ziyan scolded, kicking the wildflowers on the side of the road. She swore that she had never seen such a person in her entire life. Wang Shufeng sighed. He felt a pain in his heart, but he still said calmly, forget it. It's good enough that we can complete the sex mission. Losing some wealth is nothing. You're the daughter of the sect. How can you be lacking this? No, I'm just angry. Wang Ziyan said. She didn't care about this little bit of wealth, but she couldn't tolerate being blackmailed like this. That guy is too cruel. He smashed the corpse so badly. I must clean it up when I get back. It's disgusting. Wang Ting said, carrying the corpse. The corpse of the gangster had been smashed into a horrible state. Even his intestines could be seen clearly. It was disgusting to look at. However, he had the lowest position in the group, so he could only carry the corpse. But he took note of Lin Fan's actions. It's one thing to kill a gangster, but he even smashed him to this state. How can he be so ungrateful? Meanwhile, Lin Fan was humming a song. He was in a good mood. He had realized that his position in the group was rising. The way the senior brothers looked at him was a little different. This was a sign of respect and respect for the strong. But I've gained a lot from this trip. No matter what the others think, I've earned a lot. And this also proves that I can rely on beasts to get points in the future. I'm not a pervert who kills people randomly. If I can only get points by killing people, my kind heart will be corrupted. A few days later. The magnificent flame sect. Lin Fan and the group heaved a sigh of relief when they returned to the sect. They had been very careful along the way. After all, no one knew what was going to happen. Of course, Lin Fan was fearless. He was too full of himself to know what danger was. At most, he would be killed by the gangster. After 10 seconds, he would be back to normal. We're finally back. Zhang Long sighed. Senior and junior brothers, let's hand in the mission and get our rewards. Everyone was extremely excited as well. This was the reason why they had made this trip out. If it weren't for junior brother Lin, they would have definitely died. They did not expect the gangster's cultivation to be at the body tempering realm stage 9. Moreover, they realized that junior brother Lin was starting to get a little mysterious. They did not know what level his cultivation had reached. However, they did not pursue the matter. Everyone had their own secrets. There was no point in asking too much. Senior brothers, you guys go ahead and hand in your missions. I'll head back first. As for the rewards, you guys can send them to me after you've split them. Lin Fan didn't really care about the rewards anymore. He was a nouveau riche now, so why would he care about these things? After Lin Fan left, Lu Qiming looked at everyone and said, let's not tell anyone about this. Yin Xiaotian nodded. The person who ambushed us should be Lu Feng. No one said anything. They all knew that if this matter was leaked, it would be troublesome. Lu Feng was a first-class outer disciple. If the sect found out that it was Lin Fan who killed Lu Feng, it would be bad. Therefore, it was best to keep this matter to himself. Inside the house, Lin Fan took out all of the items that he had plundered. After checking them out, he was extremely satisfied. A bottle of human low-class pills. 2 bottles of human middle-class pills. 1 bottle of human high-class pills. And 1 bottle of mystic-class pills. I don't care about all that for now. I'll take them first and earn some experience points. Other disciples might not be able to take pills in one go, but Lin Fan did not have to worry about that. He could refine the pills and turn them into experience points. Pills below human middle class could not give Lin Fan much experience points. But no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Lin Fan opened the bottle and poured all the pills into his mouth. He activated his skill set to refine his body. His originally calm body was suddenly filled with energy. This was the effect of the pills. If there were other disciples watching from the side, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Does this guy want to die? They only dared to take pills one at a time. How would they dare to take pills like this? The violent effects of the pills could damage the body, and it could even cause hidden injuries that could not be healed. Lin Fan was in a good mood. This feeling of growth was the best. Growth. After an unknown period of time, Lin Fan finally opened his eyes. His face was filled with excitement and joy. He looked at the panel. Name, Lin Fan Cultivation, Body Tempering Stage 8, plus, Experience Points, 60250 points, 340 Talent, Immortality Lottery, Bronze, 100, Silver, 300, yet to be unlocked. Not bad, not bad. Not bad at all. He was very satisfied with the increase in experience points, but he was still far from increasing his cultivation. He needed to work hard. As for the points, I don't have enough for now. I need to save some for the last big wave. He then took out the mystic low-class swordplay and looked at it for a while before throwing it into the storage ring. I can't cultivate it now, and it's useless even if I do. The violent mace might not be of a high grade, but it's powerful. As long as I'm strong enough, I can kill you with one hit. But what Lin Fan was not satisfied with was the unyielding bone refinement method. He suddenly felt that the word unyielding did not suit him well enough. It's not very domineering. I have to continue experimenting. I have to create a better skill set. He took out the notebook and looked at it carefully. So this is the end of the experiment. Let's continue. Lin Fan was obsessed with cultivation. As long as he had time, he would devote all his time to cultivation. As for resting, forget it. If I don't cultivate, I'll be no different from a salted fish. Let's try something else. Not long later, Lin Fan suddenly felt that something was wrong with his body. There was something wrong with his blood, and he felt like he was going crazy. Without a second word, Lin Fan took out a long sword from his storage ring and stabbed himself with it. Let's not waste any more time. If I can't do it, I'll just try again. Suicide is not a big deal. Experience points plus 10. Lin Fan woke up after 10 seconds and continued cultivating. Lin Fan was full of energy and fearless. The long sword was right in front of him. If anything went wrong, he would stab himself. Suddenly, there was a change on the human class skillset creation guidebook. There was an extra line of words. Iron and bronze tempering body secret, strengthen the body, experience points plus 1. Human class low class. What the heck? How can it be regressed? F***CKU. The sun had just risen, and the sky was getting brighter. Lin Fan was on the verge of going berserk. His eyes were wide open, and he was on the verge of exploding. Can you succeed or not? He was on the verge of a mental breakdown. I've experimented for an entire night, and I've already died a few times. Can't you at least succeed once? This is the last time. If I don't succeed, I'll die. Suddenly, just as Lin Fan was about to enter a berserk state, something unbelievable happened. A line of words appeared in the blank space of the Mortal Skillset Creation Guide. Golden Body Tempering Technique, Increase Physical Strength, Indestructible, Experience Points plus 3 Mortal Superior Grade. 6666. When he saw the introduction, he felt like he was about to fly into the sky. This relationship was too good. There was nothing to say about it. It was steady. 3 experience points for every second of cultivation. 180 points for every minute. 10,800 points for an hour. That's a lot less time to increase my cultivation. Great. Lin Fan was satisfied. He was finally able to create a mortal superior grade skill set after working so hard for so long. In the sect, the disciples in the body tempering realm basically cultivated the body tempering technique. In terms of cultivation speed, they were a lot slower than him. Moreover, he had an amplification effect, and he had an additional invincible Vajra. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. At Huang Fugui's place. When the lackey disciple saw his senior brother busy, he quickly ran over and flattered, "Senior brother, let me do it. This time I will definitely be able to sell these scrap metals." The scrap metal was an eyesore to him, but senior brother Huang had spent most of his money on it. It would be a waste to throw it away. As a loyal lackey, he had to help senior brother Huang solve his problems. "Senior brother, trust me. The disciples in the Hall of Smithing are in urgent need of scrap metal. They will definitely buy it at a high price." Huang Fugui glared at him. "Cut the crap. Pack it up and follow me to junior brother Lin's place." As a lackey, it was only natural for him to have a keen eye for detail. Judging from senior Huang's expression, he was definitely going to find that fellow and crush him with his strength so that he could force the other party to buy all of the scrap metal. Great. That's great. Along the way, many disciples pointed at Huang Fugui and whispered among themselves when they saw him. "Did you see that? Senior brother Huang has struck it rich. The market for scrap iron is very high now. It's already been inflated to $3 per caddy. But I have a lot of scrap metal now. Who can I find to collect it? Save it up, you idiot." Right now, elder brother Huang is already full, so he won't be collecting for now. But in the future, the price will definitely be higher. That's why I need to stock up. When the price goes up, I'll sell it off. This disciple seemed to know the inside story and explained it to his fellow disciples. They were very optimistic about the future of scrap iron. Huang Fugui did not care about what the disciples were saying. He only had one thought in mind, which was to give the scrap metal to Lin Fan. In the past, there was a misunderstanding because of a small matter. But after this trip, his attitude towards junior brother Lin had changed greatly. At the same time, he was very grateful. Especially the scene of junior brother Lin blocking the sword for him. It was an unforgettable memory. Whenever he closed his eyes at night, he would recall this incident. Unknowingly, his eyes would tear up. Inside the house. After Lin Fan was done with his cultivation, he was extremely satisfied with the results of his cultivation. After all, he had not wasted all this time. Every single time he cultivated, he would record down the route and experiment with it. Now that this skill set had reached the upper human class, he would have to get the Mystic Skillset Creation Guide if he wanted to create a better skill set. Junior brother Lin. A voice came from outside. Lin Fan opened the door and saw Huang Fugue pushing a cart towards him. He was confused. What is senior brother Huang doing? Don't tell me that he wants me to buy the scrap metal for him just because we're more familiar with each other. Lin Fan had to calm himself down. If that was really the case, he had to convince senior brother Huang. Senior brother Huang, what's wrong? Lin Fan asked lazily. Lin Fan had forgotten to kill himself after cultivating, so he was in low spirits. Huang Fugue's lackey stood up and said angrily, "Who are you to call senior brother Huang?" Slap, the lackey was ready to yell at Lin Fan. All of a sudden, he felt as if he was flying, and his whole body was flying to the other side. Huang Fugue stepped forward and grabbed Lin Fan's hand. Junior brother Lin, I hope you can forgive me for the misunderstanding we had in the past. Huang Fugue said guiltily. He then pointed at the scrap metal. This is a gift from me. I hope you can accept it. Senior brother, you don't have to do that. I didn't take it to heart. Lin Fan was shocked. He thought that Huang Fugue was here to make him pay, but it turned out to be a gift. However, was he the kind of person who would take other people's things? Of course, he was. However, he still had to be polite. This was the traditional virtue of the Chinese in his previous life. Ah, senior brother, how can I take these things? I have to pay for them. After all, you bought them with real money. Lin Fan sighed. Huang Fugue was so touched that he almost teared up. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so considerate. Money was important, but it was nothing compared to Lin Fan. However, he couldn't reject Lin Fan's kind intentions. I'll listen to you. Huang Fugue patted Lin Fan's hand and said sincerely. Huh? Lin Fan was dumbfounded. This isn't right. Senior brother Huang, how can you just agree like that? Shouldn't you be saying, no need, no need? These are all gifts from me. Isn't this how the script is supposed to play out? Why don't the people of this world know how to be polite? It's hard to communicate with them. However, he couldn't go back on his words. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to show his face anymore. Alright, if that's the case, then I'll accept it. It just so happens that junior brother needs it urgently. However, as for the money, junior brother needs to talk to senior brother about it first. After a while, junior brother will hand it over with both hands. In any case, he wasn't too shameless, so he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with saying these words. Huang Fugue wanted to get back some of his money, but since Lin Fan had spoken, he naturally agreed. Alright, it's fine as long as junior brother doesn't have anything against me. Lin Fan patted Huang Fugue's shoulder. You're too kind. I have to thank you for trusting me. Don't worry, senior brother. I'll give you the money soon. Alright. Huang Fugue nodded. He trusted Lin Fan a lot. However, it wouldn't be accurate if he gave Lin Fan some time. How long would it take for him to give Lin Fan some time? Lin Fan needed the scrap metal to make some hand grenades. The beast was still waiting for him. With the scrap metal, the points would be in his pocket. Junior brother Huang, you're here too. Zhang Long walked over from afar. Senior brother Zhang, why are you here? Lin Fan asked curiously. I've handed in the mission. I'm here to give junior brother the reward. Zhang Long smiled. These are? He looked at the pile of scrap metal. These are for junior brother Lin. Huang Fugue smiled. I don't know why junior brother Lin would need them, but I don't think too much about it. I took out the reward from my pocket and handed it to Lin Fan. Junior brother, keep it. It was all thanks to junior brother Lin that they were able to complete the mission. If not for him, they might not have made it back alive. Senior brother, this is too much. I don't think the reward is this much. There are at least 30,000 YHB and a bottle of mortal high-class pills. This is too much. I feel like the reward is mine. Not much, not much. Zhang Long replied. Lin Fan waved his hands. Alright, do you think I'm an idiot or what kind of person do you think I am? I'll take 10,000 YHB and 2 pills. The rest will be split among the senior brothers. If you don't take it, then we will never know each other again. I'm serious. He treasured these senior brothers who were very concerned about him. Moreover, he didn't need these high-grade human step pills to improve his cultivation. He definitely had to let his senior brothers quickly improve their cultivation. Otherwise, how would they be able to keep up with his pace in the future? Junior brother, you. Zhang Long was speechless. In the end, he could only take the item back. He was extremely touched. He then patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said, Junior brother, you. To him, it was a blessing to be able to be friends with junior brother Lin. After sending the two off, Lin Fan thought about something else. Now that I have the scrap metal, I don't lack hand grenades anymore. I'm going to look for beasts to earn some points. But before that, he had to use this wealth. With this wealth, he could buy pills and cultivation techniques. I don't need skill sets yet. The body tempering realm is just a transition period for me. I should use the money to buy some pills to increase my cultivation. Cultivation and elixirs fused together. This cultivation speed was definitely very fast. When he arrived at the pill refinement hall and saw the prices of the pills, he did not want to say anything. A human low-tier pill would cost at least 3,000 YHB. Mystic-grade medicinal pills usually cost tens of thousands, and some even reached hundreds of thousands. These were luxuries for ordinary disciples. Since he couldn't afford the pills, he could only cultivate honestly. After looking around, Lin Fan's eyes locked onto a mystic upper-grade cultivation pill. Mystic bone flame pill, mystic high-grade cultivation pill. After consuming it, one's bones would crack, and one would feel as if they were being burned by fire. If one's mind wasn't strong enough and gave up halfway, one's physical body would be severely injured. Price, 250,000 Xian yellow coins. Compared to other high-grade profound rank medicinal pills, the disparity was truly too great. It was probably because of this side effect that the price was so low. Mystic class pills were very precious, and they could help him cultivate all the way to the Earth Star border full cycle. Furthermore, in the sect, Earth Star border realm cultivators were the mainstream. Thus, mystic pills were priceless. Lin Fan calculated his wealth. He had accumulated a total of 130,000 Xian yellow coins since he looted corpses. But he was still a distance away from the price of the pill. I have to think of a way to earn some money. Just then, Lin Fan thought of the mystic low-grade swordplay that was lying quietly in his storage ring. I got it from Lu Feng. Looks like I have to find a way to earn it from the mystic low-grade skill set. Afternoon, stage of the sex grudge. Where there were many people, there would be conflicts, and conflicts had to be resolved. The stage of the grudge was set up to allow disciples to resolve their conflicts. It was a way to determine the winner without harming the other party's life. Place your bets, place your bets. Second-class outer disciple, Hisu, versus second-class outer disciple, by Xian. Hisu, body tempering stage 6. By Xian, body tempering stage 6. Place your bets. At the stage of the grudge, a middle-aged man called out to the disciples to place their bets. This was a normal situation in the sect. Many disciples in the sect relied on this to get rich. To the two disciples on the stage, they were here to resolve their conflicts. But to the disciples below the stage, they were here to get rich and reach the pinnacle of their lives. Lin Fan stood among the crowd, wearing a mask. This was a normal attire in the sect, and it would not attract any attention. Lin Fan felt that the sect was getting more and more interesting. There's even gambling. Lin Fan did not place his bets. He waited patiently. Whether I can get off to a good start or not depends on this. On the stage, the two glared at each other angrily. The moment the battle started, they started fighting. Not long later, Hisu performed a powerful palm skill and sent Bai Xian flying. He then stepped on Bai Xian and said in a domineering tone, Bai Xian, you have lost. Remember to show me some respect in the future. Humph! Bai Xian's sword flew to the side. He spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Hisu. Hisu flicked his sleeves and looked down at Bai Xian. I only need to use my hands to defeat you. He then shook his head and walked off the stage. To him, Bai Xian was not worth mentioning. Even though their cultivation bases were similar, Hisu's ocean-suppressing palm was already at its peak. His strength was not something that Bai Xian could compare to. Bai Xian struggled to his feet, picked up his sword, and left with a disappointed sigh. He did not expect the difference between him and Hisu to be so huge. He was indignant. This was all because he did not have a strong skill set. If he had a strong skill set, he would not have been defeated so quickly. He might even have been able to suppress Hisu. But it's too late now. Lin Fan looked at the back view, and his face, which was hidden under the mask, let out a smile. It's good to be disappointed. Only when you're disappointed can you strike. He followed behind silently. Beside the cliff of the sect, Bai Xian sat there, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the boundless scenery, he sighed. Junior brother, it doesn't matter if you win or lose. As long as you have the heart to move forward, that is the most important thing. Lin Fan walked over and sat beside him. Bai Xian looked at the person beside him. Thank you for your consolation, senior brother. But a loss is a loss. Wrong. Failure is the mother of success. A failure will only make you understand your shortcomings. As long as you can make up for them, you will definitely succeed next time. Lin Fan began to persuade him. Hearing this, Bai Xian could not help but look at the unfamiliar senior brother. He suddenly realized that his senior brother's words made sense. That feeling of failure actually faded a lot. Senior brother, may I know who you are? Bai Xian felt that such a knowledgeable senior brother must be extraordinary. Just a few words were enough to enlighten him, so he naturally wanted to befriend him. Lin Fan waved his hand. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that we are fated to meet today. Let's have a chat. I will not expose myself. I am doing something wrong. If I am found out, I will be in trouble. Senior brother, why did I lose? Bai Xian felt that he had found a confidant who understood him. He had a lot of things he wanted to talk to. Since you already know, why are you asking me? Lin Fan asked. Yes, I know. All of this is because my cultivation technique is not strong. If I had a strong cultivation technique, I would definitely not have lost. Bai Xian understood in his heart, but then he regretfully said, it's just that a powerful cultivation technique is very expensive. With my current savings, I can't afford it. Sigh. Lin Fan let out a long sigh. Junior brother, what do you think this is? Lin Fan looked around. After making sure that there was no one around, he took off his coat, and a skill set could be seen sticking to his clothes. Bai Xian was stunned for a moment before blurting out, cultivation technique. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. He lowered his voice and said, mystic low-class sort of hurricane. It suits junior brother very well. What do you think? Bai Xian swallowed his saliva. But when he heard that it was a mystic low-class skill set, he felt a little disappointed. Senior brother, this is a mystic skill set. One can only cultivate it after reaching the Earth Star border realm. Lin Fan knew that this was the case, but he did not believe that he could not sell it with his eloquence. Then let me ask you, can I cultivate it? Bai Xian nodded. Of course I can. But it will affect its power if I don't use my elemental energy. That's good. Junior brother, no matter what kind of martial skill it is, it's still the same. If you can grasp the essence of it, even if you can't use your elemental energy to unleash its greatest power, do you think it's stronger than the sword skill you practice? Lin Fan said softly, as if he was discussing a topic that couldn't be exposed. Senior brother, you are right. Bai Xian agreed. Lin Fan felt that it was about time to get straight to the point. He didn't believe that he couldn't win. Then, he let out a long sigh. Ah, it must be fate that brought us together. Junior brother and I can be considered as old friends at first sight. Now that junior brother is troubled by a cultivation technique, I can't just sit back and watch you die. Junior brother, I'll sell this fierce wind sword technique to you. Junior brother, are you willing to buy it? Senior brother, are you really willing to sell it to me? Bai Xian's breathing quickened, but he lowered his head and said, Senior brother, I'm afraid I can't afford it. Lin Fan definitely knew that this guy couldn't afford to buy a house. Lower grade mystic skill required at least 100,000, and he still wanted to buy it? Dream on. Junior brother, tell me honestly, how many do you have? Lin Fan just wanted to sell it cheaply, as much as he could. Bai Xian said, Senior brother, I'll be honest with you. I only have a little more than $20,000. I originally wanted to save it up slowly and buy a human tier sword technique. Alright, I see that Junior brother is a straightforward person. How about 20,000? Lin Fan said immediately. Ah? Bai Xian was stunned, then his face turned red. Senior brother, this is a mystic lower grade sword technique. Are you really willing to sell it to me for 20,000? Bai Xian couldn't believe it. This was a mystic lower grade sword technique. If he were to buy it from the sect, it would cost him a fortune. Of course. Lin Fan said. Bai Xian did not expect that there would be such a good senior brother in the sect. This was something that he did not expect. Lin Fan looked around and quickly took out the mystic lower grade sword technique. Junior brother, hurry up and inspect it. Let's trade. Bai Xian took a look and quickly took out his savings. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Fan was in a good mood. He stood up and walked forward. Suddenly, he stopped and said calmly, Junior brother, I have a few words for you. Bai Xian was very grateful to this senior brother, so he nodded and said, Senior brother, please speak. Lin Fan took a deep breath and said, Have no fear in your heart. Along the way, there will be many difficulties and setbacks. If you go with the wind, it may be comfortable, but you can't go too high. If you go against the wind, it will be painful, but you will reach the top of the mountain and see the world. With a brave heart, you will rule the world, and you will be full of energy. Plant a Bodhi seed in your heart, water it diligently, and the green tree will naturally sprout, growing towards the sun. Lin Fan continued to walk forward, waving his hand with his back facing Bai Xian. Junior brother, do your best. I believe you will succeed. Bai Xian stood where he was, looking at the golden figure under the sunlight. His eyes were a little wet. When had anyone ever said such words to him that made him incomparably excited? Senior brother, I will do my best. He shouted. Failure is the mother of success. He made up his mind to overcome his shortcomings and not be afraid of failure. This feels good. I got 20,000. When there was no one around, Lin Fan kept the money in his storage ring and took out a manual. He placed it in his clothes and continued to look for his next target. He had already made many copies of the Zephyr sword technique. As long as he didn't sell them, he would have nothing to worry about. But he still had to be careful. He was in the sect, and if he was caught, he would be dead meat. This was the only time, and there would be no next time. Along the way, there were many disciples passing by. Lin Fan specifically targeted disciples who practiced sword techniques. If it was those who were rich, he could forget about it. But with their attitude, they might really look down on him and report him. Just then, a disciple with a sword on his back came into Lin Fan's sight. Lin Fan hurried forward, and the two of them walked side by side. The disciple turned around and looked at Lin Fan curiously. He didn't know who this guy was and what he wanted. But before he could speak, Lin Fan spoke first. Junior brother, let me show you something good. Do you want to see it? The disciple didn't know what Lin Fan wanted, but he nodded anyway. What is it? While no one was paying attention, Lin Fan secretly lifted up a corner of his clothes and revealed the martial technique that was stuck on his clothes. Mystic lower grade sword technique. You know what it is, right? His actions were sneaky, and his voice was perverted. He was just like those people who sold watches and phones on the streets in his previous life. Hee hee. When the disciple saw the skill book, he instantly let out a bright smile. It was a very perverted smile, as if he had found something good. His gaze became weird. Good, this is good. He understood. This was a skill book seller. In the past, the sect had done it before, but it was basically wiped out. Who would have thought that he would be so lucky to find it? Seeing that the disciple had the desire to buy, Lin Fan smiled brightly. Junior brother, let's go to the alley and talk. Okay, all the way until the sun set. Lin Fan came to a place where there was no one and took off his mask. He then looked at the wealth in his storage ring, and the smile on his face was very bright. I've really hit the jackpot. If I knew this would happen, I would have gotten a few more sets. Even though some of them only cost 10,000, it's still money. I earned 200,000 YHB just by selling the Hurricane Sword skill. I'm so rich now that I have enough money to buy the pill. I'm so happy. At the same time, at another place, a disciple brought the Enforcer Senior Brothers to the place where Lin Fan sold his skill books. Senior Brothers, I found a disciple selling skill books, but I don't know where he went. The Enforcer Senior Brothers looked at each other. This matter needs to be investigated. But luckily, Lin Fan only sold it once. If he were to continue selling it, he might really be finished. P.S. Drunk Dream Qinghuai Building tipped 5,500 Qidian dollars. Thank you. Lin Fan was overjoyed with the wealth he earned from a day of hard work. He had finally earned enough money with his own abilities. Arriving at the pill cultivation hall, Lin Fan bought the mystic upper-grade pill in a carefree manner. The side effects might be strong, but what does it have to do with me? Don't tell me it's painful and torturous, but it's not a problem. My slogan is, as long as I don't explode, it's not a problem. He did not touch the rest of his wealth. He finally understood that he had to be rich to reach a higher realm. Those with low cultivation would be poor. Those with high cultivation would not have a problem with money. Most of the wealth was in the hands of a small number of people, and the rest were poor people who worked for those with high cultivation to earn more money. This is very similar to the society in my previous life. In the house, he looked at the red pill in his hand and swallowed it without hesitation. He started to cultivate and refine it. Crack, Lin Fan could feel that his bones were breaking. Of course, it was just a feeling. He did not feel any discomfort. His experience points kept increasing. The strong effect of the pill entered his body and increased his cultivation. If others were to see this scene, they would definitely be dumbfounded. This guy was too ferocious, wasn't he? He didn't feel any discomfort even after taking this kind of pill. Of course, no one would expect Lin Fan to have an immortal body and feel no pain. The next day, by the time Lin Fan opened his eyes, he was smiling gleefully. Time to break through, my cultivation. Level up. Lin Fan tapped on the plus sign and spent 128,000 experience points. Cultivation, body tempering stage 9, plus, at the moment of breaking through, Lin Fan's body underwent a huge change. His body gave off an explosive sound. This was a sign that his bones, organs, marrow, etc. had reached the pinnacle. Compared to body tempering stage 8, Lin Fan's strength had increased tremendously. The gangster from before was a body tempering stage 9 cultivator, and he easily defeated his senior and junior brothers. If Lin Fan had not cultivated the violent mace to such a high level, he would not have been able to defeat the gangster so easily. Lin Fan looked at the panel. Name, Lin Fan Cultivation, Body Tempering Stage 9, plus, Experience Points, 58654 points, 340 Innate Ability, Immortal Body Lottery, Bronze, 100, Silver, 300, yet to be unlocked. He cultivated from night till dawn without wasting a single second. With the help of the pills, he managed to accumulate enough experience points to break through to Body Tempering Stage 9. And entering the Earthstar border realm was already a matter on the chopping board, it just needed a little more time. Lin Fan's current goal was to accumulate enough points to push Violent Mace to the 9th level. However, the 9th level required 2,600 points, which was not a lot. Lin Fan just needed to kill a bunch of beasts. He felt refreshed and comfortable all over. When Lin Fan headed out, he realized that there seemed to be quite a number of armored disciples outside. He could not help but feel bewildered. What are these disciples of the disciplinary hall doing? Did something happen? Lin Fan mumbled in his heart. At this moment, he saw Lu Qiming standing there, watching, and immediately went over. Senior brother, what happened? Lin Fan asked. Lu Qiming said in a low voice, I heard that a disciple was secretly selling cultivation techniques yesterday, so the people from the enforcement hall started to patrol and investigate. When Lin Fan heard this, he was startled. Wasn't this referring to him? Then did you find any clues? Lin Fan asked softly. If he was discovered, he would have to leave this place, but he did not want to leave yet. The people here are friendly, and they speak nicely. I love this place, and I haven't had enough of it yet. No, it was just a disciple who reported it. The enforcement hall came down to investigate, but I have no idea which disciple is so daring. All the disciples who sold cultivation techniques in the past were caught and punished. Who would have thought that someone would dare to do it? Lu Qiming sighed. But for some reason, he looked disappointed, as if he had not met the person who sold cultivation techniques. After all, cultivation techniques were usually much cheaper than those sold in the sect. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that I wasn't discovered. But he cursed in his heart. Who the hell reported it? Junior brother, why do I feel that you are different today? Lu Qiming looked at Lin Fan. He felt that Lin Fan was indeed different, but he could not tell what it was. Lin Fan looked at Lin Fan. Am I different? It seemed that his cultivation had improved. His entire person had become more spirited. Maybe I have become more handsome. Lin Fan said narcissistically. Lu Qiming was speechless. Junior brother is too narcissistic. It's better not to expose him. Seeing that there was nothing else, Lin Fan bade farewell to Lu Qiming. He had something important to do. He had to get some grenade materials, and he had to leave soon. A few days later, Lin Fan looked at the few hundred grenades in his storage ring, and a bright smile appeared on his face. This time, he was fully prepared, and he could do whatever he wanted. Beasts, I am coming. I hope you will not be too sad. I will love you all gently. Early in the morning, he packed his things and prepared to leave the sect. Junior brother, where are you going? Yin Xiaotian and Gao Dazhuang were together every day. Every time they appeared, they would be at the scene. There had always been a question in Lin Fan's heart. Did the both of them have something going on? But he kept this question to himself. After all, it would not be good if he said it out loud. I have something to do. Senior brother Yin, what are you going to do? Lin Fan asked. Yin Xiaotian laughed. Your senior brother Gao and I have been bored in the sect recently, so we are going to Yunluo City to relax. Junior brother, are you going the same way? Lin Fan did not want to go the same way as Yin Xiaotian and Yin Xiaotian. He was someone who wanted to do big things, and he would not be able to do as he pleased if there was someone around him. Senior brother, we are going the opposite way. All right then. Junior brother, we'll be leaving first. Be careful when you're out. Yin Xiaotian waved at Gao Dazhuang. Okay. At this moment, Lin Fan was ready to leave the sect. This time around, he would not return until he had accumulated a certain number of points. They hurried on their way, not even resting at night. 3 days later. A smile appeared on Lin Fan's face when he saw the forest in front of him. Beasts, here I come. Qixia Forest. It was a place where beasts lived. The forest covered a large area, and the beasts on the outskirts were not worth mentioning. However, if Lin Fan went deeper into the forest, he would meet Earth Star border beasts, and even Heaven Star border beasts. It was dangerous. It was rather nerve-wracking for him to come here alone. If he was surrounded by beasts, he would most likely die. Even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. But it was useless for a pervert like Lin Fan. He didn't care about the outermost area at all and continued to go deeper. Wolf pack. Lin Fan let the pitiful wolves go straight away. He didn't even have the mood to kill them. I wiped them out previously, so I have to give them a chance to grow. Roar. When they reached a certain range, the roars of the demonic beasts became more and more concentrated. Moreover, these roars were like thunder, very loud. Just by listening to the roar, one could tell that it wasn't an ordinary beast that could roar with such vigor. Lin Fan swaggered along. The surrounding trees also became thicker and the humidity gradually increased. Just then, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. He hid behind a huge rock, and a group of beasts appeared in the open space in front of him. Ridge eagle. It looked like an ordinary eagle with a long white horn on its head. It looked like the spine of a human. Its hoofs were sharp and long, and its tail was long and thin. The tip of its tail had sharp teeth that could bite instantly. It was one of the more difficult beasts to deal with among the beasts below the Earth's star border realm. They were usually around body tempering stage 6 or stage 7, but there were body tempering stage 8 as well. If a sect disciple encountered a beast like this, they wouldn't dare to provoke it. This was because these beasts were fast, and their entire body could be used for attack. Especially their tail, it was hard to defend against. If they bit down, their bodies would be bitten to pieces. Amazing. Lin Fan smiled. He counted. There were about 20 of them. If I can kill them all, I'll definitely make a killing. Hiding behind, Lin Fan took out the grenade without hesitation. He pulled the ring and threw it in. One by one, Lin Fan didn't hesitate to kill a wave of them first. The ridge hawks that were resting immediately reacted when they heard the sound. They looked around, and when they saw the round object rolling over, the group of demonic beasts were puzzled. They did not know what it was. One of the ridge eagles thought it was food. It opened its mouth and swallowed the grenade. For beasts below the Earth star border realm, it was simply a dream to think that they had intelligence. Sigh, you guys didn't die in vain. When Lin Fan saw this, he didn't want to say anything more. How dare you swallow my grenade? I don't know where you get your courage from. 7 seconds. Bang, the grenade exploded instantly. Points plus 60 points plus 70 points plus 60, Lin Fan leaned against the rock and closed his eyes. Listening to the explosions, he didn't want to talk anymore. He was extremely sad. Everything in the world is fair. You have the right to live, but there's no other way. If you don't die, I will. I hope you can become a human in your next life and not a demon beast. The prayer was over. Lin Fan took out his mace from his storage ring. With a domineering expression, he jumped out from behind the boulder. Kill. At the center of the explosion, the Ridge Hawk King stared at the scene with its mouth agape. Even now, it still couldn't react. What happened to its little brothers? Why did they suddenly explode? Bang, an explosion could be heard from the left. The Ridge Eagle King turned its head fiercely. Its little brother, which was still fine a moment ago, had disappeared in an instant. What was going on? He didn't see any enemies. Why were they all gone? Kill. Suddenly, it heard a human's voice. In front of it, a human was holding a huge weapon and charging towards it. This made the Ridge Eagle King furious. It let out a roar and charged towards the human. Trash. Lin Fan didn't expect the Ridge Eagle King to be so lucky. So many grenades didn't hit it, and it even had to be killed by him. The violent mace exploded with unparalleled power. The Ridge Eagle King might be strong, but it wasn't made of iron. With one hit, it exploded instantly. Points plus 80 awesome. Lin Fan checked his points. He now had 1350 points. He won the first battle and opened the door wide. At this moment, Lin Fan was full of confidence about what would happen next. There was no lack of demon beasts here. As long as he continued to work hard, it was only a matter of time before he became a big boss with points. The fur of the demon beasts was worth some money, but the strength of the demon beasts was too low. They were no longer worth his attention. Unless it was a high-level demonic beast, it might be able to enter his eyes. Lin Fan continued to look for demon beasts and bombed them. During this period of time, explosions could be heard everywhere in the Xianxia forest. Some low-level demon beasts ran away in fear when they heard the explosions. Who else? Lin Fan walked in the forest with a mace. He felt like he had become a walking king of explosions. As long as there were demon beasts, he would be there. Demon beasts below the Earth star border realm had already collapsed from the explosions and were running away. There might be many demon beasts, but they were nothing in front of a grenade. If one isn't enough, I'll use two. I don't believe I can't take care of them. Lin Fan checked his points. It had reached 6,000. Lin Fan was very satisfied with this kind of harvest. It wasn't that he was lazy, it was just that the beasts all had their own territories. In this huge Xianxia forest, the territories of the beasts were very small. But to Lin Fan, if he wanted to cross over, he still needed some time. As for the powerful demon beasts in the deeper parts of the forest, Lin Fan didn't think about them. It would be troublesome if I meet an Earth-Star border realm demon beast. And in terms of gains, it's not as good as the demon beasts. Just then, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in a dark cave in the deeper parts of the Xianxia forest. The blood-red eyes were like rubies, shining brightly in the dark cave. Roar, an angry roar could be heard from the cave. The strong sound wave destroyed everything in the surroundings. It was in a deep sleep, but the ear-piercing sound had awakened it. Boom. Boom. This kind of sound made it very angry. Just who was it that was making such an unbearable sound near its territory? It wanted to crush the person. At the entrance of the cave, a huge figure crawled out. It stood up straight and emitted a terrifying aura. "Hey, demon beasts, where are you?" Lin Fan said proudly. He was in a good mood. Life is so beautiful. Seeing his points increasing, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. I still have a lot of grenades. I have to use them all before I can go back. Roar, suddenly, a loud roar resounded through heaven and earth, causing the leaves on the towering ancient tree to fall to the ground. Lin Fan covered his ears. What the hell? What kind of demon could make such a sound? It's so powerful with just a sound. It's too scary. Lin Fan sighed. I can't mess with it. I can't mess with it. Lin Fan's idea was to kill the small one. As for the big one, I'll deal with it later. It's getting dark. Just then, Lin Fan realized that he was being shrouded by a shadow, and it was getting bigger and bigger. When he looked up, he was dumbfounded. He let out a roar. What the hell? Where did such a big monkey come from? The demonic blood-eyed ape was an Earth-Star border realm beast. It was a descendant of the primordial ape. It was extremely strong and bloodthirsty. It was one of the most difficult beasts to deal with. Bang, the gigantic beast's palm covered the entire sky and covered Lin Fan. It landed heavily on the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble. With Lin Fan at the center, the ground cracked open like a spider web, densely packed. Before Lin Fan could react, he was covered by the huge paw. Puke, blood stained the demonic blood-eyed ape's paw. Lin Fan, dead. The blood-eyed demonic ape stood there. Its muscles were bulging, giving off a terrifying aura. It shook its hand to get rid of the blood and flesh on its palm. To the blood-eyed demonic ape, Lin Fan was just an ant that it could crush with a single slap. Feeling the aura, all the beasts in the vicinity kneeled on the ground, trembling in fear. This was the arrival of a king. They had no intention of fighting back. Huff, the blood-eyed demonic ape breathed out hot white gas from its nostrils. Its blood-red eyes were filled with ferocity, and its chest was filled with scars. It shook its thick arms and let out a roar that could shake the heavens. The blood-eyed demonic ape had declared that it would not allow anyone to act recklessly in its territory. It would not show mercy to an ant that dared to disturb it. It turned around and left. The blood-eyed demonic ape walked in the forest. Not a single beast dared to offend the blood-eyed demonic ape. Demonic beasts above the Earth-Star border realm are terrifying. 10 seconds later. A body could be seen in the crack of the ground. It opened its eyes in a daze. Oh my god! What just happened? Lin Fan crawled out from the gap. Looking at his naked body, he was completely dumbfounded. He was truly dumbfounded. He then hurriedly took out a set of clothes from his storage ring and put them on. The sky turned dark all of a sudden. It was as if a monkey had slapped me, and I lost consciousness after that. Just then, he noticed that the ground under his feet had started to crack. The crack extended far into the distance. Scary. That was the only thought in his mind right now. He was killed by a monkey, and he didn't even have a chance to retaliate. F***CKU. I'm just killing beasts to earn points. How did I offend you? Even if you are strong, you can't bully me like this. Lin Fan cursed in his heart. He was really pissed. I was killed without any reason, and I didn't even have a chance to communicate with him. I can't take it anymore. Just you wait. I will remember this. I might not know what you are, but I will kill any monkey I meet in the future. At this moment, the feud between Lin Fan and the blood-eyed demonic ape race was sealed. Just now, he had been killed for no reason, and he still had some lingering fear. It seemed like there was a big shot here. Let's go somewhere far away. I can't afford to offend you, but I can hide from you. The momentary loss did not dampen his enthusiasm for accumulating points. He then patted his clothes and continued to advance. The path of exploding beasts would never end. After walking for a while, Lin Fan stopped in his tracks. There were more beasts in front of him, and these beasts looked a little scared, as if they had been scared by something. Hee, another chance. His heart was filled with joy. This was a paradise for monsters, and also a paradise for him to earn points. I can't mess with Earth-Star border beasts, but these body-tempering beasts are easy to bully. Lin Fan then took out a grenade and started fighting while the beasts were still in a daze. Boom. The explosion boomed out once more, ringing out through the entire heaven and earth. To the beasts, this was a sound that could take away their lives. But to Lin Fan, this was the sound of the heavens. In a certain cave, the blood-eyed demonic ape was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, it opened its blood-colored eyes, which flickered with endless ferocity. It heard the noise again, the incessant noise. Roar, an angry roar could be heard from the cave. The beasts living in the territory of the blood-eyed demonic ape had no idea what was going on. What kind of existence could make the overlord so angry? The blood-eyed demonic ape set out. An ignorant Earth-Star border stage 1 monster appeared in front of the demonic ape. The demonic ape grabbed the monster and stuffed it into its mouth. Blood gushed out from its sharp teeth, dyeing everything red. The ferocious demonic ape became even more ferocious. It bent its legs and stared into the distance with its blood-red eyes. Bang! It disappeared into the sky like a bolt of lightning. Lin Fan was in a good mood. His points had increased by quite a lot. He now had 7,520 points. This was a huge amount of points that he had never accumulated before. But he was not satisfied. How could this amount of points be enough for him? But it was not easy to find these beasts. They seemed to be hiding. This put him in a difficult position. Just then, he saw a flock of birds taking off from afar. Their black shadows covered the sky. It was a spectacular view. But just then, a bigger shadow appeared in the sky and crashed into the flock of birds. He was dumbfounded. The dark sky had turned into a sea of blood. Oh my God! What is this? Lin Fan was dumbfounded. He had a bad feeling about this. He did not want to know what was going on, so he pulled the grenade. Bang! The huge figure landed on the ground like a mountain, causing the ground to shake. This was the first time Lin Fan had seen such a gigantic beast. Compared to it, the war beast paled in comparison. The blood-eyed demonic ape stared at the tiny ant with its fierce eyes. All the noise was caused by this tiny human. It was about to collapse. The blood-eyed demonic ape had a strong sense of hearing. Any sound would be magnified countless times in its ears. The sound of the explosion was so ear-piercing that it could not bear it. Lin Fan stood where he was, dumbfounded. His heart was in his throat. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. This aura must belong to an Earth-Star border cultivator. The blood-eyed demonic ape raised its paw, covering the sky. Everything was under its control. Without hesitation, Lin Fan raised his hand and admitted defeat. Brother, I was wrong. You don't have to do it. I'll do it myself. Luckily, I had the foresight to pull the grenade in advance. Boom. There was an explosion. Instant death. The demonic ape looked at the motionless human lying on the ground. Instead of leaving, it raised its hands and slapped Lin Fan's corpse. It's going to torture Lin Fan's corpse. Boom, the ground shook, and the shockwave spread in all directions. The surrounding ancient trees fell, and the crater became bigger and bigger. Lin Fan's corpse was smashed into pieces. Only flesh and blood were left. The demonic ape wanted to vent its anger. It would not let go of the human who provoked it. After venting the rage in its heart, the demonic ape leaped up and disappeared from the spot. A few seconds later, Lin Fan opened his eyes, enraged as well. I was smashed into pieces again. I already said that I'll do it myself, yet you still torture Lin Fan's corpse? Don't you have any morals? However, Lin Fan finally understood that there was a big boss looking after this area. It wouldn't be easy for him to do whatever he wanted. But how can I admit defeat just like that? If you had told me nicely that the sound of your explosion had disturbed me, I might have changed my location on the basis that you were stronger than me. But now? If not for my immortal body, I would have died long ago. I might be a genius, but it's impossible for me to survive in the face of absolute power. I won't even have the chance to fight back. In the face of an absolute powerhouse, it was simply too difficult to not die. He now knew that the monster that killed him twice was a blood-eyed demonic ape, a descendant of an ancient beast. It had inherited its bloodline and was very powerful. Looking at its cultivation, it was at least in the 8th or 9th stage of the Earth-Star border realm, but he didn't know what it was exactly. The blood-eyed demonic ape must have been looking for me because I kept throwing grenades at it. The loud explosions must have affected it. Lin Fan adjusted his mentality and cleared his mind of all negative emotions. You hate this sound, but I will make it so that you can't stand it anymore. After returning to its cave, the blood-eyed demonic ape went back to sleep. It had already killed the puny human. At the same time, it was puzzled. How could the humans of today be so stupid? One died, and another came. They were really seeking their own deaths. Lin Fan was so small in the eyes of the blood-eyed demonic ape, and humans all looked the same. It couldn't tell if they were the same person. An Earth-Star border realm monster already had intelligence, and it was a descendant of the primordial era monster. Its intelligence was pretty good, but it couldn't speak. Gradually, it fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, the ear-piercing sound could be heard again. The blood-eyed demonic ape couldn't stand it anymore, and the cave started shaking violently. It was really angry. These humans are asking for death. After walking around, Lin Fan was lucky enough to find a monster. With the thought of killing every monster that came his way, Lin Fan did not let it go. As for the blood-eyed demonic ape, let it come. Why should I be afraid of it? Points plus 50 points plus 60. Lin Fan's points kept increasing. He was satisfied with the points that he had earned with his life. He felt a sense of accomplishment. Far away, the sky was dark. Lin Fan smiled. Good. I won't back down this time. As a puny human, I have to challenge your authority. Lin Fan took out the mace from his storage ring and carried it on his shoulder. He stared at the sky, and his fighting spirit could be felt. Boom, the blood-eyed demonic ape landed in front of Lin Fan and let out a roar. Call your sister. You're the only one who knows how to do that. I can do it too. Lin Fan took a deep breath and shouted. He only stopped when his face turned red. He waved his mace and pointed it at the devil ape. Shut up. Fight me if you have the guts. I'm not afraid of you. Eat my move. Violent mace explosion carrying an unyielding aura, Lin Fan's eyes were sharp and his battle intent exploded as he charged at the demonic ape. The demonic ape had never thought that such a puny human would dare to provoke it. It waved its arm and space instantly twisted. A powerful astral wind swept up a layer of the ground. The slap landed squarely on its target. Bang, Lin Fan didn't even have a chance to fight back. Under this absolute power, his body exploded, and a puddle of blood flowed down. Roar, the devil ape roared furiously as if it was saying, this is the consequence of challenging me. The war between the unyielding human beings and the ferocious demon beasts ended in less than a second. It ended with the defeat of the humans. The devil ape left. It left with its supreme ferocious might. 10 seconds later. Lin Fan woke up. He couldn't help but sigh. He felt a little regretful that he couldn't even withstand a single attack from the devil ape. It was so embarrassing. Looking at the devil ape in the distance, Lin Fan didn't think too much about it and continued walking forward. As for what happened just now, he pretended that it never happened. Since he was resurrected, he was a new him. Losing didn't matter to him at all. Damn. Where did all the beasts go? Lin Fan felt that there were fewer and fewer beasts in the area. The blood-eyed demonic ape must have scared all the beasts away. Luckily, there were still some beasts that didn't leave. they continued to harvest the beasts. Boom. An explosion could be heard. Lin Fan chuckled. He only needed 10 grenades, but he threw a few more. It wasn't because it was extravagant, but because he wanted to annoy the demonic ape. In the cave. The demonic ape opened its eyes again and charged into the distance. 5 minutes later. Lin Fan died. 1 hour later. Lin Fan died. 2 hours later. Lin Fan died. The sun was slowly setting in the sky. It looked like it was going to get dark. Boom. A familiar explosion could be heard in the Xianxia forest. The demonic ape opened its eyes and breathed heavily. It walked out of the cave and looked at the source of the explosion. It didn't move, but it emitted a terrifying aura. Roar, the demonic ape roared. It put its arms together and smashed the cave with a force that could shake the heavens and earth. Boom, the cave collapsed. The demonic ape didn't say anything. It just charged into the distance. Humans, I'll remember you. I'm leaving. Xianxia forest is huge. How could there be no place for the demonic ape to live? It didn't want to say anything to these humans. It had even forgotten how many times it had defeated them. However, the sound never stopped. It was furious. At such a moment, he should be asleep, not awake. Lin Fan was prepared to fight the demonic ape to the death. However, nothing happened after a long time. He laughed. You want to fight me? You must be dreaming. If you don't want to fight me, I'll go earn more points. His biggest goal now was to earn more points. Moreover, his current harvest was very good. He had already accumulated 12,500 points. Even though it was pitch black, he didn't give up. There was no such thing as rest on the road to becoming strong. If he didn't give himself some motivation, he would become useless. That night was restless. In this region, all the demonic beasts were in a sleepless state. They had experienced despair, and some of the demonic beasts dragged their families away from this paradise that they once loved so much. They had had enough. This was no longer an environment for beasts. The explosions were endless, and they couldn't even rest. If they didn't rest, they wouldn't have the energy to survive the next day. For their own safety, they had to leave the place. The next day, Lin Fan was exhausted after a night of bombing. It was too painful to look for beasts. He touched his storage ring. It was empty. Sigh, I don't even have any grenades left. It seems like this is the end of the point-earning mission. He checked his points. His eyes immediately erupted with boundless radiance. Points, 28510. When he saw the number of points, he was filled with energy. With these points, nothing would be a problem. I've finally reached the peak of my life. The Magnificent Flame Sect. Today was an unusual day, as the Sunshine Sect's envoy had arrived. The disciples of the Magnificent Flame Sect could not wait to trample all the Sunshine Sect disciples on the ground, but they needed to communicate with each other. On the streets of the Magnificent Flame Sect, most of the disciples were talking to each other angrily. King Sunshine Sect. How dare they come here? I wonder what the higher-ups are thinking. How dare they treat us with such high standards? Are they just going to let those dead disciples go? A disciple said agitatedly, clearly enraged. Senior brother, calm down. There's nothing we can do. Our sect is too close to the Sunshine Sect, and our sect is not as strong as the Sunshine Sect. There are many things we need to learn. It won't be good for the sect if we close ourselves off. Besides, it's good for the commoners who live near the border to stop the war. I understand what Junior Brother is saying, but I'm not happy about it. If only our sect was as strong as the Saint Convent sect. We could use our absolute power to crush all those who come. That day will come as long as we work hard. At the entrance of the Magnificent Flame Sect. The elders in charge of the Magnificent Flame Sect stood there, and the disciples stood on both sides. Among the 8 elders, there was a tall elder with a beard that reached the ground like a waterfall. His exposed skin was like steel, giving off a metallic luster. They're here. Elder Tiansu stared at the sky and said in a deep voice. He hated the Sunshine Sect to the core, but he could not let his emotions affect his decisions. He had to put the magnificent flame sect first. A pitch-black divine boat could be seen piercing through the sky. In front of the divine boat was a man with his hands behind his back, standing in the air. Behind him was a group of Sunshine Sect disciples. These disciples were like wolves, looking around greedily at the vast land. To most of the Sunshine Sect disciples, such a vast territory should belong to them. However, there was no clear winner in the previous war, as other sects intervened and stopped the war. Otherwise, with the Sunshine Sect's strength, they would have swallowed up most of the magnificent Flame Sect's territory. Tiansu. The man on the boat said. His voice was so loud that it seemed to be able to penetrate through space. Even the space around him started to tremble. Elder Tiansu took a step forward and waved his arm. Xianxia, there's no need to scare the juniors. The magnificent Flame Sect welcomes the Sunshine Sect's envoy. Haha. Xianxia's expression was resolute. The astral wind blew over, causing his robe to rustle. The divine boat landed, and the Sunshine Sect envoys alighted. They looked at the magnificent Flame Sect disciples with disdain. Among the crowd, some of the magnificent Flame Sect disciples clenched their fists in anger. The enemy was right in front of them, but they couldn't kill him. How hateful! The Sunshine Sect disciples held their heads high. They looked down on the magnificent Flame Sect disciples with their noses in the air. This was a form of disdain for the weak. The disciples had no way of knowing about the meeting between the higher-ups. When the message came out, the magnificent Flame Sect disciples were in an uproar. It was a competition between the magnificent Flame Sect and the Sunshine Sect's envoy. Of course, this was not suggested by the magnificent Flame Sect, but by the Sunshine Sect. It was a friendly competition between the two sects to strengthen their relationship. But everyone knew that this was the Sunshine Sect's way of showing off to the magnificent Flame Sect. It was clear that the Sunshine Sect would always be stronger than the magnificent Flame Sect, and they had to behave themselves from now on. The magnificent Flame Sect disciples rubbed their palms in anticipation. Outer disciples against outer disciples, and inner disciples against inner disciples. Xianxia Forest. Lin Fan was happily humming a song. He had used up all his grenades and his points had reached 28,000. It could be said to be a very rich sum. But what puzzled him was where did the demonic ape go? Could it be that it wasn't going to come back? Lin Fan felt a little smug. The monkey might be stronger than me, but so what? I'm not afraid of him. Even if I meet him, I'm not the kind of person who would run away. Even if I die, I will defend my dignity. Time to cultivate. Time to draw. Lin Fan found an ancient tree and jumped to the top. Violent Mace is at the 8th level. I need to level it up to the maximum. Level up to the 9th level. Lin Fan thought. Points -2 600 Violent Mace, level 9, increase in strength. Explosions in the air. Earth-shattering. Crack, all of a sudden, Lin Fan could feel an unparalleled amount of energy coursing through every single part of his body. Stronger, I've become stronger. He took out his mace from his storage ring, leaped down, and smashed it on the ground. Boom, the mace collided with the ground violently. Gravel flew everywhere, and the originally flat ground cracked in an instant. Cracks spread in all directions, and the place where the mace hit even had a deep hole. Powerful, Lin Fan could feel that he had become stronger. He felt like he could look down on the world. But of course, it was just an illusion. Lin Fan kept his mace and returned to the tree. Now that I have 25,910 points, I can try the lottery draw. Lin Fan thought to himself. I might be unlucky, but there are times when I'm lucky. Especially now that I have so many points, I'll be letting myself down if I don't try the lottery draw. Come on, my little darling. Silver lottery draw, 10 draws in a row. Points -3000 silver lottery draw, thank you for your participation. Please try again. Lin Fan might have opened the door, but he was not afraid. With enough points, he had nothing to be afraid of. Silver lottery draw, congratulations on getting a mortal low-class cultivation pill. Trash, silver lottery draw, thank you for your participation. Please try again. Silver lottery, congratulations, you have obtained the advanced human tier cultivation technique, cruel blood. Eh? Lin Fan was surprised. I got a skill set. In the next 6 draws, Lin Fan managed to draw something that left him in disbelief. Congratulations on getting a special skill, 100% chance to grab a blade with bare hands. Lin Fan. What the hell is this thing? But why does it feel like it's very powerful? Damn. I'm so lucky. Oh my god, I thought I was unlucky, but I got 3 things in 10 draws. One of them might be a trash pill, but the other 2 are pretty good. Mortal low-class skill set. Not bad. An unranked special ability that allowed one to catch a blade with one's bare hands 100% of the time. It sounded like something incredible. Not bad, not bad. I'm satisfied. I don't even need to think about whether I should draw the lottery or not. Draw your sprite. You're so lucky. You must have lured me into a trap and cheated me of my points so that I won't even have my underwear left. Human-ranked inferior-grade medicinal pills were not pleasing to the eye. Swallowing them in one gulp would only cause a small ripple. His experience points were few and far between. Lin Fan then started studying the human high-class skill set, Cruel Blood. Are you sure you want to learn Cruel Blood by 1,000 points? So expensive. Lin Fan didn't expect to learn a human high-class skill set to cost 1,000 points. Even the violent mace only cost a few points. Learn, Lin Fan muttered. Cruel Blood, Level 1, Traits, Berserk Blood Side Effects, Blood Loss, Recovery in 3 days. Points consumed, 3,000 to level up. After learning the skill set, Lin Fan realized that he could make his blood flow faster. Damn, this is a skill that harms the enemy by 1,000 but myself by 800. But I like it. Hee. Level up. Lin Fan loved this kind of crude and simple way to increase his strength. Cruel Blood, Level 2, Traits, Boiling Blood, Intimidation. Side effects, Bone Damage, Hidden Injuries. Points consumed, 5,000 to level up. There was no need to say anything else. Even if he kept the points, he could still use them for the lottery. It would be better if he leveled Cruel Blood to the highest level. Cruel Blood only had 3 levels. Level up, level up. Cruel Blood, Level 3, Traits, Reversal of Blood, Intimidation, Blood Mark Side Effects, Death after 3 times. F***ck me. He said he would die after the 3rd time? That's ridiculous. I'm almost scared to death. Lin Fan's little heart was thumping furiously right now. This was way too horrifying. These skills that sacrificed themselves in exchange for strength were just too inhumane. Luckily, I have an immortal body. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to win against these skill sets. 100% empty-handed blade grab, unranked, extremely sensitive to swords. Able to grab it with one's bare hands with 100% accuracy. Powerful. That was Lin Fan's only thought. It was really powerful. But he was a little confused. If the opponent's sword intent was too strong, would his hand still exist even if he could grab it with 100% accuracy? He needed to think about this problem carefully. Unless one's physical body was cultivated to an extremely tough state, otherwise, it would really be a bit of a scam. Although Gradeless seemed very high-end, it was not necessarily very strong. If it was eternal rank, then there was really nothing to say. It was innately endowed with powerful abilities. Now, he was left with 13,910 points. It might seem like a lot, but looking at the number of points required for this lousy mortal class cultivation technique, it was simply too crude. Forget it, let's not be in a hurry. Let's postpone this lottery draw for the time being. Lin Fan jumped down from the tree and landed on the ground. He picked up his mace and shouted. Cruel Blood. Boom, in his body, the blood that was originally flowing slowly suddenly flowed in reverse. His pores opened and closed, and his blood chi was like a dragon. The blood dragon coiled around him, and a ferocious blood aura burst forth. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was gradually dyed red. Blood runes flickered on his skin, making him look like a demonic god in a sea of blood. Creak, his physical body was completed, and his bones crackled as his body grew taller. With a casual strike, the mace smashed down. Bang, the ground shook violently, and a deep pit several meters wide was formed on the ground. The destructive power is too shocking. Lin Fan did not expect that he would become so strong in just a month after coming to this world. Not bad at all. Returned to the sect, Lin Fan had no intention of staying in the Xianxia forest for the time being. He had already earned a lot this time. He would go back and raise his cultivation to the Earth Star border realm before thinking about where he could become stronger. A few days later. Magnificent Flame Sect. Good job, senior brother. The Magnificent Flame Sect disciples cheered for their senior brothers as they watched the battle. On the spectator stand, the Magnificent Flame Sect elder and Xianxia from the Sunshine Sect sat side by side. Tiansu, the skill sets of your Magnificent Flame Sect disciples are not good enough. Xianxia said calmly, as if he did not care about the competition at all. His purpose for coming here was to test the Magnificent Flame Sect's bottom line. Now that he had achieved his goal, he could return to the sect. As for the peace between the two sects and the trade, he did not care about it at all. All of this was only useful to mortals. For him, becoming stronger was the only thing that mattered. Whether the skill sets are good or not depends on the disciples' understanding of the skill sets. Elder Tiansu said with a smile. As for the other elders, they were in a bad mood. Xianxia from the Sunshine Sect was too much. They had fought with Xianxia on the battlefield before. He was too strong, and they were no match for him. Only their senior brother Tiansu was on par with him. Elder Xianxia, in my opinion, the Magnificent Flame Sect's mortal class skill sets are much weaker than ours. Besides, Xianxia was an elder who spoke sarcastically. His tone was full of disdain. Xianxia laughed. You might not know this, but the Magnificent Flame Sect was established much earlier than the Sunshine Sect. Back then, they did not have many skill sets, and most of them were created by the ancestors of the Magnificent Flame Sect. Of course, their skill sets are much weaker. The other elders' faces darkened. But what Xianxia said was true. Before the Magnificent Flame Sect was established, they lacked skill sets, and most of them were created from other sects' skill sets. But things were different now. They were angry that the Sunshine Sect was humiliating them like this. He then turned to the elder. You are? The Sunshine Sect elder laughed. It's normal that none of you have seen me before. I was just an inner disciple a few days ago, but I was promoted to an inner elder because I was going to the Magnificent Flame Sect. Hearing this, the Magnificent Flame Sect elders glared at him. They were furious. This is a humiliation. An inner disciple was promoted to an elder and sent to the Magnificent Flame Sect to sit in the same row as us? Does this mean that an inner disciple of the Sunshine Sect can sit on the same level as us? Tiansu stroked his beard and raised his hand. Let's continue watching the competition, he said, temporarily resolving the awkward situation. Senior brother Zhang, it's your turn later. You must do your best, Lu Huangfugi said. Zhang Long was the strongest among them. Don't worry. I will win for sure. It's a pity that junior brother Lin is here. He will definitely crush these Sunshine Sect disciples. Zhang Long looked at the arrogant Sunshine Sect disciples who had won a few rounds in a row. A ball of fire burned in his heart. Who knew that junior brother Lin would be gone for such a long time? Huang Fugue sighed. He was helpless. It was time. Zhang Long went up the stage. His opponent was a body-tempering Stage 8 Sunshine Sect disciple. Previously, Zhang Long had successfully broken through to body-tempering Stage 8. He was considered strong among the outer disciples. Zhang Long looked at the Sunshine Sect disciple solemnly. He could sense danger from the Sunshine Sect disciple, so he had to give it his all. The Sunshine Sect disciple looked at Zhang Long in disdain and waved his hand. Come. Such a provocative gesture made the crowd's face turn green. How dare he? An intense battle unfolded, and Zhang Long also brought out his full strength. Weak, too weak. Is the Magnificent Flame Sect full of people like you? What's this move called? Weak and powerless, unable to withstand a single blow. Bang! Senior brother. The crowd was shocked. The battle did not last long, and he had already lost. The Sunshine Sect disciple stepped on Zhang Long's face. Admit defeat. Stop struggling, or you will end up worse. Dream on. Xianlong did not expect the Sunshine Sect disciple to be so powerful. This is not something a body-tempering Stage 8 cultivator can do. Then you're in for it. The Sunshine Sect disciple sneered, grabbing Xianlong's arms with both hands. Crack. Ah. Seeing this, Huang Fugue and the rest screamed. Senior brother, admit defeat. The fight between the inner disciples was satisfactory, but the outer disciples were crushed by the Sunshine Sect. The difference between the outer disciples of the two sects could be seen gradually. Do you admit defeat? The Sunshine Sect outer disciple, Zhang Yuntian, kicked Xianlong's lower jaw with a crazed look on his face. The strong force caused Xianlong's lower jaw to be deformed, and blood flowed out continuously. Dream on. Xianlong's tongue was already numb, so he could only spit out words that no one could understand. But it was impossible for him to admit defeat to the Sunshine Sect trash, even if it meant his death. Huang Fugue was so angry that he could not wait to rush up to the stage. Senior brother, admit defeat. Do you admit defeat or not? Zhang Yuntian continued to attack Xianlong violently. Xianlong's head had already sunk into the ground, and his blood dyed the ground red. He did not want Xianlong to admit defeat, so he broke his jaw in advance. On the stage, Elder Xianxia of the Sunshine Sect was watching the fight with interest, especially the way Zhang Yuntian beat up the magnificent Flame Sect disciple. This is interesting. Tiansu, your Sunshine Sect disciple is quite stubborn, but he might not be able to keep his life. Xianxia laughed. Elder Tiansu looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. He was glad that his Sunshine Sect disciple was so stubborn, but he could not die in the hands of a Sunshine Sect disciple. Below the stage, Zhang Yuntian stopped his attack. He looked at the Sunshine Sect disciple with disdain. Elders, what should I do if my opponent refuses to admit defeat? Could it be that even if I killed him, nothing would happen to me? Of course. If you don't admit defeat, you can't blame anyone. Continue fighting if you don't admit defeat. What's the point of asking? Xianxia said. Enough. He has no strength to fight back. Consider it as admitting defeat. Tiansu said in a deep voice. Haha. Xianxia laughed and stared at Tiansu. Are you admitting defeat? Huang Fugue and the rest thought that it was over, but they panicked when they saw senior brother Zhang's actions. No. Xianlong, who was lying motionless on the ground and covered in blood, felt around with his fingers. Then, he picked up a piece of rock and used all his strength to throw it at Zhang Yuntian. The gravel hit Zhang Yuntian's head. Zhang Yuntian, who had his back turned, looked more and more ferocious. Like a furious lion, he turned his head stiffly, his eyes filled with anger, and said word by word. You're courting death, enough. Just then, Elder Tiansu stood up and glared at Zhang Yuntian. This ends here. Zhang Yuntian turned to Elder Xianxia and said, Elder Tiansu, your disciple has refused to admit defeat, so it will be difficult for the competition to end. If he admits defeat, we can end the competition. I admit defeat on his behalf. Tiansu said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the magnificent Flame Sect disciples went into an uproar. They did not expect Elder Tiansu to admit defeat. Haha. Elder Xianxia stood up. Alright, this match is over. Since Elder Tiansu has admitted defeat on behalf of this disciple, it's valid. Step down now. Yes, Elder. Zhang Yuntian cupped his fists. Huang Fugue and the rest rushed up to check on senior brother Zhang. Who has healing pills? When the spectating disciples saw this, they immediately rushed forward. I have some mystic class lower grade healing pills here, thank you. We will return them to you. Huang Fugue looked at the disciple gratefully. Don't worry. Senior brother Zhang's injuries are more important. The next day, Lin Fan was in a good mood. He did not feel tired at all, and as he got closer to the sect, his heart was filled with excitement. I wonder if my senior brothers miss me. But they should be thinking about how cool I am. How could they not miss me? Soon, Lin Fan arrived at the sect. Eh? Why is there not a single person in the sect today? Lin Fan was puzzled. Usually, there would be many disciples around the sect, but why is there not a single person in the sect today? Without thinking too much, Lin Fan rushed to his residence. Senior Brother Liu, are you there? Lin Fan knocked on Senior Brother Liu's door, but there was no reply. He pushed the door open, but there was no one inside. Where did he go? D*MN, I wanted to give you guys a surprise, but you guys are all gone. How am I supposed to give you guys a surprise? Just at this moment, a voice came from outside, and it made him a little shocked. Sigh, what a tragedy. Zhang Long was beaten up badly yesterday. I wonder if he is still alive. I don't know. Anyway, he's in a terrible state. The voice faded away. Lin Fan stood rooted to the ground, feeling a headache coming on. What's going on? Senior Brother Zhang was beaten up. And he's in a terrible state. D*MN. Without hesitation, Lin Fan rushed to Zhang Long's residence. Before he arrived, he could smell the strong smell of medicine. Lin Fan was shocked. He had a bad feeling about this. He pushed the door open and entered. Senior Brother Zhang, where are you? When Lin Fan entered the house, he saw the scene in front of him. He rubbed his eyes. Who are these people? Some of their faces were bandaged like dumplings, and some of their faces were swollen. They did not even look human anymore. I'm sorry, I came to the wrong place. He must have walked into the wrong place. Were these still the handsome and dashing senior brothers that he knew? Just as Lin Fan was about to close the door and leave, Lu Qiming, whose face was bandaged, said, Junior brother, it's us. Lin Fan was stunned. He raised his hand in disbelief. You guys. What happened? You are Senior Brother Liu, then this. Lin Fan did not dare to recognize him. But when he saw his height, he asked, Da Zhuang. Lu Qiming was in a terrible state. His face was swollen. Junior brother, you are finally back. We are all fine. Look at Senior Brother Zhang. He's in a terrible state. Following Lu Qiming's direction, Lin Fan saw a person wrapped up like a dumpling on the bed. From head to toe, there was not a single part of him that looked like a human. Senior Brother Zhang, what happened to you? Lin Fan rushed forward. Seeing Zhang Long in such a state, his heart ached. Sigh, I came back to give you guys a surprise, but you guys gave me a fright. Lin Fan's heart ached. He had only gone out for a short period of time. Why did so many things happen? Zhang Long, who was lying on the bed, only had his eyes exposed to the air. When he saw Lin Fan, his eyes became moist. It was as if he had a lot of grievances in his heart and couldn't find anyone to vent to. Senior brother, don't cry. Don't feel wronged. Junior brother will take revenge for you. Seeing this, Lin Fan could not take it anymore. What was the point of training so hard? Wasn't it so that people would not dare to bully him? Now that his own people were beaten up like this, others might be able to take it, but he could not. Senior Brother Liu, what's going on? Why are you guys beaten up like this? Lin Fan did not know what had happened, but at this moment, he had already given the death sentence to those who dared to attack his people. Junior Brother Lin, listen to me. Huang Fugue was enraged. He might have been beaten up, but the thought of his senior brother Zhang made his heart ache. Now that Junior Brother Lin is back, Huang Fugue will definitely speak his mind. Lin Fan listened on quietly. His heart was filled with rage as well. F***CK. They're using my friends as punching bags. Lin Fan was enraged. No matter who it was, no one could bully his senior brothers. Especially the Sunshine sect. They are courting death. Junior brother, where are you going? Seeing Lin Fan leaving, Lu Qiming asked anxiously. Lin Fan opened the door and turned around. Where else can I go? I'm going to take revenge for you. These guys are courting death. Don't. The crowd stopped Lin Fan immediately. But no one could stop Lin Fan from doing what he wanted to do. At the square. The competition between the Sunshine sect and the Magnificent Flame sect was coming to an end. To the Magnificent Flame sect, this competition was a little embarrassing. The inner disciples were fine, as they won and lost, but the outer disciples lost miserably. The disciples that the Sunshine sect had brought to the Magnificent Flame sect were the elites of the elites. Some of the outer disciples might not have a high cultivation, but their mastery of skill sets had already reached a high level. Zhang Long might have the same cultivation as Zhang Yuntian, but Zhang Yuntian's skill set was much better than Zhang Long's. It was normal for Zhang Long to be defeated in a few moves. Lin Fan stood among the crowd and looked at the contestants on the stage. Haha, is there no one from the Magnificent Flame sect who can fight? A Sunshine sect disciple kicked the Magnificent Flame sect disciple off the stage and said in disdain, "Get off the stage if you admit defeat." The disciple turned pale. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He then left the scene with the help of the other disciples. The surrounding outer disciples were enraged, and even unwilling to accept this outcome. How could this be? Is the gap between us and the Sunshine sect's outer disciples really so huge? Senior brother Zhang Long lost miserably. I heard that he can't even move now. He's lucky that he's still alive. Lin Fan listened to the crowd and stared at the stage. He was in a bad mood. This is too presumptuous. Junior brother, don't go up. Lu Qiming ignored the stares of the crowd and pulled Lin Fan along. He knew that junior brother Lin was strong, but the Sunshine sect disciples were stronger. Even Zhang Long couldn't hold on for long, so one could imagine how strong Zhang Long was. Senior brother, who beat senior brother Zhang up like this? Lin Fan asked. He knew that senior brother Lu didn't trust him enough, but he wasn't afraid. He would soon prove everything. Junior brother, don't ask any more. Lin Fan looked at Lu Qiming. Senior brother, if you treat me as a friend, then tell me. Looking at the solemn expression on junior brother Lin's face, Lu Qiming had no choice but to point ahead. Lin Fan looked over and saw a row of disciples sitting on the other side of the stage. All of them had disdainful smiles on their faces, as if they were treating the Magnificent Flame sect disciples as playthings. This kind of gaze was very displeasing. Junior brother Lin, just sit in the middle. Lu Qiming had no choice but to tell Lin Fan. But before he could finish, Lin Fan interrupted him. Senior brother, don't say any more. It's not important anymore. The moment Lin Fan saw their gazes, he had already decided that all of them were going to die. The competition has ended. Just then, an elder from the Magnificent Flame sect shouted from the stage. On the stage. Tiansu, the Sunshine sect has won the competition. Xianxia laughed. Elder Tiansu looked calm, but his heart was in turmoil. Winning or losing isn't important. It's fine as long as I can comprehend something, Xianxia laughed. What a joke to find an excuse at this time. But suddenly, a voice could be heard. I'm not convinced. As soon as this voice rang out, everyone was shocked. No one knew who had shouted it. Even the elders on the viewing platform were puzzled. They did not know which disciple had shouted that name. Which disciple is not convinced? The elder on the stage asked. He was not convinced with the result, but he had no choice since the result was already out. The Magnificent Flame sect's outer disciples were indeed inferior to the Sunshine sect's outer disciples. The Sunshine sect's disciples might be the elites of the sect, but they dared to do as they pleased in the Magnificent Flame sect's base camp. Not a single outer disciple could stop them. This was a humiliation. Junior brother. Lu Qiming and the rest panicked. They didn't expect their junior brother to step forward. Huang Fugue might hate the Sunshine sect disciples, but he didn't want his junior brother to die. It's me. Lin Fan stood up with his mace on his shoulder and jumped onto the stage. He was not afraid of any of this. What are you not convinced about? The elder blinked at Lin Fan. It was clear that he wanted Lin Fan to go down and not die. Lin Fan acted as if he did not see it and said, as an outer sect disciple, I went out to train a while ago and just returned to the sect today. A few of my senior brothers were bullied, and I am not happy about it. I would like to go up on stage to fight and take revenge for my senior brothers. The Sunshine sect disciples laughed at Lin Fan's words. How arrogant. Let me fight you. Lin Fan said, getting ready to go up the stage. But the disciple beside him pulled him back. Let me. No, let me. The Sunshine sect disciples started fighting with each other. To them, this arrogant guy was already a fish on the chopping board. Lin Fan raised his mace and pointed it at them. Stop fighting. Come up here. Trash like you won't be enough for me to kill. Everyone was shocked by Lin Fan's words. Senior brother, good job. Good luck. Kill them. Seeing how overbearing their first-class outer disciple was, the magnificent flame sect disciples could feel their blood boiling. They might not know how the fight would turn out, but his words were enough to show how domineering he was. On the stage. Tiansu, your disciple is quite arrogant. If you don't go up today, the Sunshine sect will not be able to take it anymore. Xianxia sneered. Tiansu took a deep breath and glared at the disciple below the stage. How dare you humiliate a neighboring sect? Apologize and go back to receive your punishment. Tiansu was protecting Lin Fan, telling him to leave as soon as possible. Of course, he was glad that there were disciples in the magnificent flame sect who were not afraid of death. What he didn't expect was that the disciples' next words would leave him speechless. Lin Fan carried his mace and looked at Tiansu arrogantly. Elder, I'm not humiliating you. I'm just speaking the truth. Trash is trash. If you're not convinced, come up here. Let me prove how trash they are. Lin Fan then turned to the other disciples. Is senior brother right? If you're not trash, come up here. The magnificent flame sect outer disciples were in an uproar. Yes, senior brother is right. If you want to prove that you're not trash, come up and fight with senior brother. Senior brother is so domineering. The Sunshine sect disciples were furious. They went up the stage without another word, especially Zhang Yuntian. His face was dark. Alright, since you're asking for it, don't blame us. Lin Fan turned his head and shouted. Elder, I'm a rough person. I don't know how to control my strength. What if I accidentally kill the neighboring sect's disciples? Before Elder Tiansu could say anything, Elder Xianxia stood up. Life and death are up to the heavens. Begin. There was no time for hesitation at all, and they started at the slightest disagreement. But I like it. The magnificent flame sect disciples stared at the stage nervously. They were excited just a moment ago, but when the battle started, they could not help but feel nervous. There were 12 Sunshine sect outer disciples in front of them, and some of them had left a deep impression on them. To them, the Sunshine sect outer disciples were the epitome of invincibility. Their methods were domineering, and their attacks were earth-shattering. They were worried about their fellow sect member. Far away, a few magnificent flame sect inner disciples sat down with a serious look on their faces. Junior sister, what do you think will happen? A man dressed in brocade clothes asked softly. Beside the man in embroidered robe sat a beautiful woman with an ethereal temperament. At this moment, her red lips were slightly parted. He's definitely going to die. Another tall and sturdy inner court disciple said, in my opinion, there's something wrong with this outer court disciple's head. He even challenged everyone. He won't even know how he died later. The sect has already lost so much face, yet he still wants to go up and humiliate himself. He's simply hopeless. Junior sister Ruachin, your battle with the Sunshine sect inner disciple was very exciting. The rugged man smiled, trying to get closer to his junior sister. Aha, Ruachin replied calmly. She gave off an aura that kept people at arm's length. The rugged man did not ask for trouble. He turned to his senior brother and asked, Senior brother Lu, what's wrong? Do you know this disciple? Lu Daosheng frowned, staring at the arena. Hearing his junior brother's question, he nodded. He's a good disciple, but he was a little rash this time. The 12 Sunshine sect outer disciples are very strong, and their skill sets are of a high level. He had high hopes for Lin Fan. During the battle, Lin Fan's performance had caught his attention. With such intelligence, it was only a matter of time before Lin Fan rose to the top. However, he could not understand the current situation. Lin Fan was clearly courting death. Below the arena, Huang Fugue and the rest were worried. Qiming, what do you think we should do? Junior brother Lin is. Lu Qiming's face was pale as a sheet. He did not know what to do. Junior brother Lin stood there calmly on the stage. However, his heart was extremely unsettled. On the arena. Lin Fan said with a smile, I advise you all to come at me together. Otherwise, you will regret it. Such arrogant words infuriated the 12 Sunshine Sect outer disciples. Zhang Yuntian roared out, you're courting death. After saying that, he prepared to kill this fella before him. They had heard the rules just now. Regardless of life or death, their killing intent had already been aroused. There's no need for you guys. Let me do it. A disciple who had been standing at the back all this while walked out slowly with a long sword in his arms. His body was ramrod straight, and his eyes exuded a sharp sword intent. The surrounding people scattered slightly. Junior brother's sword intent is so strong. It seems that your sword Dao has improved. Ku Yijian stared at Lin Fan, the corners of his mouth curled up as he coldly said, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Fine, let me deal with you. However, I never kill nameless people. As for you, if you can withstand a sword of mine, then you will have the right to know my name. In the stands. Tiansu, what do you think? Shan Kuan smiled, looking at the disciple who had walked out. Tiansu took a glance at Ku Yijian. He might not admit it, but he had to admit that Ku Yijian had a high attainment in sword Dao. He was only in body tempering stage 9, but his sword intent was so strong that even those with lower cultivations would be hurt by his sword intent. The skill sets of the Sunshine Sect were indeed extraordinary. Compared to the magnificent Flame Sect, there was a huge difference. Clang, the sword light was shapeless. To the disciples below the arena, they could not see the sword at all. They could only feel the flash of light. The sword was so strong that they could not block it. In the face of this sharp sword, Lin Fan stood there with a calm expression. Suddenly, just as the sword was about to pierce him, Lin Fan's left hand involuntarily lifted up, and the sword light instantly dissipated into thin air. How is this possible? Ku Yijian was stunned, as if he couldn't react. At this moment, a voice rang in his ears. It's a pity that you won't have the chance to tell me your name. I never want to know the name of a weakling. Bang, a loud sound could be heard in the arena. The sharp mace pierced through the air and smashed Ku Yijian, who was still in a daze, onto the ground. Poochie, blood spurted out, dyeing the arena red. Junior brother. Everyone from the Sunshine Sect was shocked. Disbelief was written all over their faces. What just happened? How did this guy block Junior brother Ku's sword? The magnificent Flame Sect disciples had their mouths agape. They were dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? Lin Fan looked at the disciples who were dumbfounded. Tell me, am I strong or not? Lin Fan's roar could be heard by the disciples. Instantly, the crowd went into an uproar. Strong, he's too strong. Senior brother, you're invincible. Haha, this feels great. Killing one with a hammer. Senior brother is invincible. On the spectator stand. Shan Kuan gripped the armrest of his chair tightly. Shock could be seen in his eyes. How is this possible? Elder Tiansu's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect Lin Fan to be so powerful. Inner disciple. Lu Daoxin could not help but say, good, good. Because of the sudden turn of events, his face turned red. Lin Fan flicked the flesh off his mace and looked at the remaining disciples provocatively. I told you to come at me together, or you'll regret it. Pity that no one listened. I'll give you one more chance. Come at me. Lin Fan beckoned with his finger. Seeing this, the magnificent Flame Sect's outer disciples were filled with excitement. Come at me together if you have the guts. See how your senior brother will hammer you to death. Domineering. Cool. Go for it, senior brother. Haha, this is so satisfying. I knew it. How could the magnificent Flame Sect be so weak? It's because our senior brother went out to train, and you guys took advantage of him. Now that our senior brother is back, let's see what you guys can do. You killed junior brother Ku. Zhang Yuntian and the rest glared at Lin Fan in anger. They did not expect this bastard to kill their junior brother. Damn it, damn it. Lin Fan turned his head around. You guys talk too much. I don't want to waste my time with you guys. Alright, I'll let you guys know what it means to be powerless. Cruel blood. Lin Fan let out a roar, and the blood in his body started to boil. His body started to emit white steam. He opened his mouth slightly, and a ball of blood came out from his nostrils, surrounding him. Blood tattoos started to appear on his skin. Blood chi reversal, deterrence. Blood tattoos, the disciples below the stage were dumbfounded. Their hearts started to beat faster, as if they were being suppressed by a mysterious force. Lin Fan, who was on the stage, looked like a demon, giving off an irresistible aura. His aura made everyone panic. Alright, perfect condition. Let me see how strong the Sunshine Sect is. Be careful, I won't be responsible if I hammer you to death. Lin Fan could feel the endless energy flowing through his body. He felt that he could kill everything in his path. Bang, Lin Fan used some strength and disappeared from the spot. Junior brother is so strong. Lu Qiming's jaw dropped. He felt as if he was living in a dream. Everything was so fake. Huang Fugue stared at junior brother Lin, who looked as though he had just emerged from a sea of blood. He had not expected junior brother Lin to be so strong. To him, junior brother Lin had been hiding his true strength all this while. Under the radiance of the scorching sun, Lin Fan's blood-colored body gave off an incomparably shocking view. The female disciples were extremely excited. Ah! He's so handsome. I can't take it anymore. Senior brother is too handsome. Senior brother, you can do it. I love you. At this moment, not only the female disciples, but the male disciples were also going crazy. Zhang Yuntian and the rest were panicking. They did not expect Lin Fan to be so strong. All of a sudden, a black shadow loomed over them. Raising his head, Lin Fan didn't know when that guy had appeared in the sky. Furthermore, the sharp edge of the mace was stained with blood, emitting a chilling aura. Shit! Hide! Explosion! Lin Fan shouted. The mace in his hand left a trail of blood in the air as it smashed into the ground. Zhang Yuntian and the rest dodged to the side. Seeing the power of the mace, their pupils shrunk. The fear in their eyes intensified. Crack, rocks flew in all directions, and one of them cut Zhang Yuntian's face like a meteor, leaving a bloody scar. Lin Fan tilted his head and smiled, revealing his white teeth. You can't run away. Boom, the explosion shook the entire sect, and a thick cloud of dust covered Lin Fan. Zhang Yuntian and the rest dodged the attack as fast as they could. However, they were shocked by the power of the attack. When Zhang Yuntian regained his footing, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He looked around cautiously. Where did Lin Fan go? Where did he go? Suddenly, a disciple on the stage shouted. He's behind you. Hee, it's too late. Lin Fan's body appeared behind Zhang Yuntian in an instant. That bloody aura enveloped Zhang Yuntian within it. Sweat dripped from Zhang Yuntian's forehead. He felt a chill coming from behind him. His head seemed to have hardened as he slowly turned his head. His eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. When he saw that face, his entire heart was in his throat. Impossible. He refused to believe that things would turn out this way, but when he tried to retaliate, he realized that it was already too late. Weak, too weak. Tell me, can you be stronger? Lin Fan raised his mace and roared, swinging it at Lin Fan. The 9th level of violent spiked mace was completely unleashed. The spiked mace turned into an afterimage and came crashing down. Bang! Zhang Yuntian's eyes bulged as he felt a huge impact on his body. His internal organs ruptured instantly and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The entire venue was silent, everyone's eyes widened as they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Bloody, so bloody. Zhang Yuntian didn't even know how he died. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Yuntian, who was nailed to the mace, and shook his head. He reached out his bloody hand and grabbed Zhang Yuntian's head. He tore Zhang Yuntian's body off and threw him to the ground. Damn it, my mace is dirty. You guys have to pay for it. Lin Fan stared at the remaining 10 disciples and said unhappily. The remaining 10 disciples stared at Lin Fan in horror. They were shocked by this guy's bloody methods. If they were to be hit by a single swing of the rod, there was no way they would be left with a whole corpse. Crack, the sound of bones shifting could be heard. That clear and crisp sound shocked everyone present. Lin Fan was speechless. The side effects really make one helpless. He pinched the dislocated bones with his hand. Sorry to take up some of your time. My bones are dislocated. Let me fix them. Crack, Lin Fan's face was calm. He didn't feel anything. Alright, let's continue. Gulp, the disciples watching from below the stage gulped. They were a little nervous. This senior brother of theirs made them afraid. The inner disciples on the stage. Senior brother Liu, this disciple, he. As inner sect disciples, they did not look down on outer sect disciples at all. But this scene before them had left them deeply shaken. It wasn't that this disciple was strong or that they were afraid of him, but this disciple is too cruel to himself. Just how much willpower did he have to be able to restore the displaced bones to their original positions without any expression on his face? Liu Daoxing was shocked. He couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Alright, that's enough. If you guys aren't going to do it, I'll do it. Lin Fan smiled and waved his mace in the air. Then, he pointed at the remaining disciples and pointed it at one of them. You seemed to be very arrogant earlier. Next, I will hammer you to death. Realizing that he was being stared at, the Sunshine Sect disciple tensed up. Who are you trying to scare? I'm going to kill you, he shouted. Axe shock. The Sunshine Sect disciple shouted, and the axes in his hands gave off a sharp aura. It was as if they were going to split the sky and earth, and they came down on Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised his mace up high, looked at the incoming disciple, and swung it down. You're really weak. Do you know that? Bang, the mace and the twin axes collided in a split second. With a cracking sound, the axes broke. The disciple holding the axes immediately felt a huge impact on his arms. He couldn't hold back his blood, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. It's not over yet. Lin Fan let out a shout. He raised his arms, and the mace became stronger. It landed on the disciple's chest, pinning him to the ground. Bang, the ground caved in deeply, and cracks extended in all directions. Such an explosive power shocked everyone, leaving them dumbfounded. Blood spurted out, dyeing everything red. The smell of blood was nauseating. How is this possible? Even an Earthstar border cultivator wouldn't be this strong. The inner disciple was shocked. Lin Fan is too strong, too strong. To be able to have such strength in the body-tempering realm, he must be born with godly strength. Awesome, this is awesome. Lin Fan shouted in his heart. This is a clash of strength. I might be weak, but when I fight, the power I can unleash is not a joke. I want to defeat everyone below the Earthstar border realm. No, I'm not afraid even if I'm facing an Earthstar border stage 1 elite. Both violent spiked mace and cruel blood were at max level. Who could withstand the power of the fusion of both of them? At this moment, Lin Fan raised his mace and ignored the corpses in the deep pit. Instead, he looked at the remaining 9 people and said with slight disappointment, what a pity. Are all the Sunshine Sect disciples so useless? You're so indifferent to your fellow sect members being killed. Come, let's have a battle between men, a battle of sweat and blood. Show me your strength and show me the joy of fighting. Come, don't disappoint me too much. Bring out your arrogance and let us fight to our heart's content. Lin Fan hollered out. That expression of his that was filled with battle intent had everyone shocked. The Sunshine Sect disciples on the stage took a step back. They were stunned. This guy isn't human. He's too ferocious. The disciples below the stage could feel their blood boiling. They had never thought that there would be such a domineering outer disciple. Lin Fan's posture with the mace was deeply imprinted in their hearts. Lin Fan had a blood-red body, and he looked like an invincible god as he stood on the stage. Even the inner sect disciples were on their feet, their blood boiling. Even though this was only a competition between outer sect disciples, it was still too shocking. Even though the junior brother in front of them was not as powerful as them, his aura made them shiver. You all disappoint me. Since you are afraid, let me give you a lesson that will leave a lasting impression. Lin Fan took a step forward, blood flowing around his body. He stretched out his right arm, and the mace in his hand shone coldly under the light. Remember, you will pay for what you did to my senior brothers with your life. Boom, Lin Fan's knees made a loud sound, and he turned into a shadow, charging towards the 9 disciples. Watch out. Damn it, I don't believe that you are so powerful. Immovable as a mountain. The 9 outer disciples of the Sunshine sect went all out, showing their best moves. All 12 of them were invincible under the Earth Star border realm, but they were being suppressed by a magnificent Flame sect disciple. Haha, good. That's how it should be. Your aura is making my blood boil, but... Lin Fan's eyes shone brightly. The mace tore through the air, creating a sonic boom as it landed on the crowd. You guys are not qualified. Boom, Lin Fan went all out. The mace smashed into the ground, shattering the green square boulders. The entire arena started to crack. When one of the disciples saw this scene, his heart was filled with fear. This guy was not human. Just as he was about to retreat and dodge to the side, he felt as if the air beside him had been blasted by something. By the time he reacted, his waist had suffered a huge impact, and he felt as if the blood in his body had been cut off. Weak, simply too weak. Bang, the huge impact directly bombarded the disciple's body, and a black shadow flew out of the arena. Fresh blood drew a long line in the air, and directly hit the spectators' stand. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was too violent. That disciple fell onto the viewing platform, his body already broken. His originally arrogant gaze gradually became slack. Elder, save. His head tilted to the side, and he died instantly. The corner of Elder Xianxia's clothes were already stained with blood. His heart was burning with rage. I'm sorry, I didn't control my strength well. But don't worry, there won't be a next time. Lin Fan looked at the arena, and his gaze met with Elder Xianxia's. He then shifted his gaze away in the blink of an eye. Senior and junior brothers below the arena, don't worry and watch. I won't dirty your clothes. If anyone's clothes are dirty, you can come look for me later. I will compensate you. But now, please give me some cheers. Everyone, Elder Tiansu looked at the disciple in the arena who looked like a god of death. He could feel the killing intent from Xianxia, so he said, Xianxia, admit defeat on behalf of these disciples. Otherwise, my disciple will not stop. Elder Tiansu said. Xianxia's face darkened. There's no need. The Sunshine Sect disciples would rather die than admit defeat. Seeing how Lin Fan had smashed their senior brother onto the viewing platform, the remaining 8 disciples started to break down. They felt that this was not a fight between cultivators of the same level. It was a one-sided slaughter. How can a body-tempering stage 9 be so powerful? Just when they were in a daze, a terrifying voice could be heard. You have to put your heart and soul into a fight. Are you guys looking down on me? Heaven falls and earth shatters. Violent Mace's 9 special abilities were unleashed. In the eyes of one of the disciples, a glistening mace fell from the sky. A strong aura enveloped him, and his cowardly heart was crushed. Death was approaching, and he was completely driven mad. I don't believe it. I'm going to kill you. Tyrannical spear. The disciple bellowed. The silver spear in his hand burst forth with a dazzling spear radiance as he attacked head-on. Bang, in the blink of an eye, the disciple's expression changed greatly. A huge force slammed into the spear, causing it to shatter into pieces. The wolf-tooth mace followed the momentum, unable to block it at all. The disciple let out a cry of despair. No, boom, a deep pit was blasted into the ground, and the disciple's corpse lay quietly in the middle of it, badly mutilated. Crack, Lin Fan lifted the mace. Pieces of flesh were stuck on the sharp needles, and blood was dripping onto the ground. Puke, when the disciples below the stage saw this scene, many of them couldn't help but retch. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. This is not a fight, but a massacre. Even if they killed someone, they would only make the other party vomit blood. But Lin Fan had dismembered Lin Fan's body into pieces. Even though they knew that Lin Fan would not hurt them, they could not help but feel terrified. Lin Fan dragged the mace on the ground, making a chilling sound. You guys are too weak. Lin Fan shook his head in disappointment. Since this is the case, let's end this. What? When the remaining 7 disciples heard this, they were all scared stiff. Some of them couldn't hold back the fear in their hearts, and their legs began to tremble. "I'm coming," bang, a puff of white smoke rose from where Lin Fan was, and he was nowhere to be seen. After entering cruel blood mode, Lin Fan's speed, strength, and everything else were greatly increased. When he appeared again, he was behind a disciple. "Don't look around. I'm behind you." That disciple looked around warily, but when he suddenly heard this voice, his entire body trembled in fear, and his expression became one of extreme panic. Puke, as the hammer slammed down, fresh flesh and blood splattered all over the place. The pupils of the 6 disciples at the side narrowed. In their eyes, the entire world had turned blood red, and that devil-like fellow had already killed their senior brother. No. They screamed in horror, and their attacks became chaotic and disorderly. They only hoped that they could kill this demon. Boring, the mace in Lin Fan's hand reaped their lives. The entire place was silent. All of the disciples below the arena looked at everything in shock. In their eyes, this was just a massacre. The Sunshine Sect disciples, who were arrogant and ruthless, were scared out of their wits by Lin Fan. "That's the last one." Lin Fan looked at the guy who was standing there stupidly with his pants wet. He couldn't help but sigh. "Too weak. Unfortunately, even if you wet your pants, it won't change your fate. Big brother, save me." The disciple turned around and stared at his big brother, who was sitting on the stage with tears and snot all over his face. Even if he survives this, he will probably be haunted by this shadow for the rest of his life. On the spectator stand, the newly promoted elder from the Sunshine Sect watched the scene unfold before him. He could not stand the fact that Lin Fan had killed his own sect member. Now that his little brother was about to die in Lin Fan's hands, he could not stand it anymore. But he did not dare to go up, because Elder Xianxia did not say anything. Suddenly, he saw Elder Xianxia's finger move. He immediately understood what Elder Xianxia meant. He leaped up and dashed towards the stage. He was so fast that no one could react. Clang, he took out a long sword from his storage ring. "Xianxia, what are you trying to do?" Elder Tiansu jumped up in fright. He was about to stop the guy who had jumped onto the stage, but he was stopped by Xianxia. "Admit defeat and save him," Xianxia said coldly. However, everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was too late for Lin Fan to do anything now. Yansu was an inner disciple of the Sunshine Sect. As he was sent to the Magnificent Flame Sect, he was temporarily appointed as an inner elder by the sect. He was only in the Earth Star Border Stage 3. This was just a trick that the Sunshine Sect played to humiliate the Magnificent Flame Sect. The disciple on the stage was his underling. He might not be able to bear it, but there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, he saw Elder Xianxia's instructions, which meant that he should go up and kill Lin Fan. How could he bear it any longer? In an instant, he used a powerful sword move. To make sure that no one could react in time, he used his fastest sword move. Middle grade sword move, flashing lights. In the blink of an eye, the speed of the sword could be increased to the maximum, leaving only an afterimage behind. Huang Fugue and the rest only saw a figure on the stage, but they could no longer see him. "Junior brother, be careful." On the stage, Lin Fan could feel the killing intent coming from behind him. He did not expect the Sunshine Sect to be so shameless. This made him want to kill the disciple in front of him even more. Multiple beams of sword light appeared behind Lin Fan's back and locked onto his life gate. Yansu's face was cold. He believed that this disciple would be a corpse soon. It was impossible for a body-tempering realm cultivator to block this move. Sword move. Lin Fan sneered in his heart. He did not even look at Lin Fan. He raised his mace and swung it at the disciple who was standing there dumbfounded. Everyone could feel the murderous intent contained in the sword light. "Junior brother," the crowd gasped, not daring to look at what was going to happen next. But right at this moment, a shocking scene occurred. Junior brother Lin raised his left hand slightly and hung it in the air. Suddenly, as if he had sensed something, his left arm moved faster and faster until it turned into a series of afterimages. "No one can stop me. He has to die." Lin Fan shouted and smashed his mace down. The sound echoed through the entire arena. Everyone was stunned. Yansu was even more in disbelief. He had stabbed out a total of 9 times, and the speed of each strike had reached the pinnacle. However, he discovered that this disciple's left hand had completely blocked all of his sword moves. Blood and flesh splattered all over the place. Lin Fan bent his body slightly and slowly lifted his mace. A mangled corpse was hanging on the mace. Lin Fan swung the mace and flung the corpse off the stage. The disciples below the viewing platform exclaimed and retreated. Looking at the corpse, everyone swallowed their saliva in fear. Their eyes were filled with terror. Xianxia appeared in the arena, looking at the scene in front of him in shock. He could not believe that all of his sword moves had been blocked. Lin Fan turned around and lifted his bloodied left hand. He shook it, and fresh blood splattered all over the ground. "Is that all you can do?" Xianxia asked calmly. "Tell me, can you be any faster?" Arrogant, he was simply too arrogant. The disciples below the stage were dumbfounded. The scene before them was too shocking. Lin Fan took on a sword move that they could not even see clearly with his bare body. And in the end, his hand was injured to this extent, but his expression did not change at all. Does he not feel pain? Some disciples felt their hearts go numb when they saw the injury. Lin Fan's body had been tempered to the limit of the body-tempering realm, but it was still so weak under the sword skills of an Earth Star Border realm cultivator. Even though his flesh was mangled and his bones were injured, he was fearless. Fearless. Impossible. Xianxia exclaimed. He could not believe it. You were only in body tempering stage 9, how could you take it? Lin Fan looked at Xianxia and said regretfully, impossible? No, remember, it's not that my speed is too fast, it's that your sword skills are too slow. So slow that I don't want to take another strike from you. But I have to say that your sword skills are very sharp. Look. Lin Fan raised his hand and waved it in front of Xianxia. I'm bleeding, my hand is bleeding. But it's a pity that it only hurts a little. Other than that, it's useless. You. Xianxia suddenly took a step back, his face bright red. He felt like he had lost a lot of face. Even though he had unleashed his fastest sword technique, it was useless. Just then, a female disciple rushed up the stage and looked at Lin Fan with admiration. She then took out a scarf from her pocket. Senior brother, let me bandage your wound. Thank you, junior sister. Lin Fan looked at the girl beside him. She was petite and cute. Senior brother, does it hurt? The junior sister looked at her bloodied hand and felt a little dizzy. But she was bandaging Lin Fan's wound. Even if she fainted, she had to hold on. Lin Fan smiled calmly. He did not answer, but his smile made the junior sister wet her eyes. He's too manly. Some of the female disciples regretted their actions when they saw this. Damn it, she beat us to it. Senior brother Liu, how strong is this disciple? The inner disciple asked in shock. Lu Daosheng was also stunned. He did not know how to answer. This. Lu Ruochen's ice-cold eyes flickered with a look of disbelief. As a goddess, she would always be able to face everything calmly. But right now, this scene had given her an enormous shock. This shock was something that could not be described with words. Impossible, I don't believe it. Xianxia shouted. He was a little crazy. He did not believe that his sword skills were completely blocked by a body-tempering trash. I must have not used my full strength. Yes, that must be it. Why? You still want to use your extremely slow sword skills? Alright, I'll give you a chance. After all, you're a guest. I don't want the Sunshine Sect to complain that the Magnificent Flame Sect did not treat you well and did not let you perform to your heart's content. Lin Fan said calmly. Junior sister, go down. Let this guest continue his performance. Hearing her senior brother's feminine voice, the junior sister felt as if she was in love. She nodded shyly. Senior brother, be careful. Xianxia was about to vomit blood. He could not take this humiliation. Enough. Get back here, Xianxia scolded. Hearing this, Xianxia's heart sank. Now that the elder is angry, I won't have a good life if I go back. Lin Fan shook his head. Here's a cold song for you. Tiansu, very good. It's great that the Magnificent Flame Sect has such a disciple. Tiansu smiled and stroked his beard. Xianxia, it's not that our outer disciples are weak, but that our inner disciples are humble enough. I'm afraid they won't stand up unless they have no other choice. Hee hee. Xianxia sneered. Humble? You killed 12 of my sect's outer sect disciples. I'll remember this for the time being. Feeling that it was about time, Lin Fan cupped his fists. Elder, disciple will take his leave. He then waved his sleeves, picked up his mace, and jumped off the stage. He left without waiting for anyone to say anything. That's enough. If I continue, I'm afraid something bad will happen. Putting everything else aside, the after effects of cruel blood are coming. If I don't leave now, I'll be giving myself a cold death. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Countless disciples stared at Lin Fan. The sight of him leaving was deeply engraved in their hearts. Powerful. Retreat, retreat now. If not, I'll be kneeling on the ground. Lin Fan quickened his footsteps. This time, he had gone overboard and was too violent. It had left a bad impression on his fellow disciples. It will be hard to communicate with them in the future. Actually, I'm a good person. I'm not the kind of person who would just kill someone. The after effects of cruel blood are starting to set in. Lin Fan could feel that something was wrong with his body. Even though he would only die after using it 3 times, the after effects were not something an ordinary person could handle. What a pity. Lin Fan sighed as he walked towards the house. Even though the disciples I killed were all body-tempering realm cultivators, they looked like tycoons. I didn't get to loot their corpses, so I lost a lot. If only I was out in the wild. It's not impossible for me to get rich in one go. However, the points he obtained were not bad. He had obtained 1,050 points. Back in the house, he took out the sword that he had collected earlier from his storage ring and slashed at himself. However, when he slashed down, he clearly did not feel the same smoothness as before. It seemed that his physical body had become stronger. 10 seconds later, Lin Fan opened his eyes. His energy was at its peak. The side effects of cruel blood had disappeared, and the cut on his left hand had also recovered. But it's too fast. I can't believe it. Lin Fan found a white cloth and bandaged his left hand, hiding it perfectly. Footsteps could be heard outside. Junior brother Lin. Lu Qiming and the rest arrived, unable to suppress the excitement in their hearts. The previous scene had given them too much of a shock. Junior brother Lin was simply too strong. Lin Fan pushed the door open. The group barged in and asked about his well-being. Junior brother Lin, do you feel any discomfort? Junior brother Lin, you must be tired. Junior brother Lin, is your left hand okay? Lin Fan did not know how to answer all the questions. Yin Xiaotian patted Lin Fan's shoulder excitedly. Junior brother Lin, you're too strong. We were scared to death just now, but you managed to kill them all by yourself. I'm afraid even the Sunshine sect will be shocked by Junior brother Lin's strength. Sigh, it's nothing. It's just that the other party is a little weak. Lin Fan said modestly. After all, he was such a humble person. How could he become arrogant just because of such a small victory? Killing a body-tempering stage trash wasn't enough to make him too excited. Let's go to senior brother Zhang and tell him about this. I think he will be very happy. Huang Fugue said excitedly. In this competition, the biggest victim was Zhang Long. His injuries were the most serious and he almost lost his life. When they arrived at senior brother Zhang's residence and told him what had happened, senior brother Zhang, who was temporarily unable to speak, was clearly very excited. His eyes were blinking rapidly, clearly not expecting things to turn out like this. Everyone sat in a circle. Junior brother Lin, you've done a great service this time around. You've won back the face of our sect. You'll definitely be rewarded handsomely. Lu Qiming said. Take a look. Do I look good? Huang Fugue coughed and stood there, stroking his beard. Lin Fan, you've done a great service for the sect. Tell me, what do you want as a reward? Huang Fugue asked. Do you think I look good? Huang Fugue was acting as Elder Tiansu, but he looked a little funny, mainly because there was something wrong with his temperament. Haha. Yin Xiaotian laughed. Junior brother Huang, if the elder finds out about this, you'll be punished. Huang Fugui laughed. Isn't he one of us? He won't let anyone know. After chatting with senior brother Zhang for a while, the group left. This battle had given the spectating disciples a huge shock. The news of Lin Fan taking on 12 people by himself had spread far and wide. That bloody attacking method of Lin Fan had sent chills down everyone's spines. They felt that it was too terrifying. The outer disciples were all astonished. Many of them even warned themselves in their hearts that they could not afford to offend this guy. However, the inner sect disciples were not too surprised. They only felt that this outer sect disciple was not simple. Facing so many opponents of the same level as him, he was able to crush them with absolute strength. Clearly, he was very strong. It seemed that the level of his cultivation technique was very high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such an effect. Lin Fan's main purpose of returning to the sect was to increase his cultivation and reach the Earth Star border realm. The golden body refinement technique was already a mortal high-class skill set. It was impossible to create a mystic skill set without a mystic skill set creation guide. However, I will need other skill sets once I reach the Earth Star border realm, and there are countless of them. I need to think about whether I should choose another skill set or continue developing it. Lin Fan decided not to think too much and started cultivating. The next day, the sun rose. Lin Fan stopped cultivating and checked his experience points. After a night of hard work, his experience points had reached 166,664. He was just a step away from breaking through to the Earth Star border realm. With a spurt of energy, he was prepared to completely raise his cultivation level today without doing anything else. Lin Fan was tired after cultivating for a night. Without any hesitation, he stabbed himself with his sword. 10 seconds later, he felt refreshed and ready to continue cultivating. But senior brother Liu and the rest were here. Junior brother Lin, let's go. The Sunshine Sect is going back. We should go and take a look. Lu Qiming said. Huang Fugui, who was standing at the side, laughed. These Sunshine Sect guys came to the Magnificent Flame Sect with bad intentions. Now that they have suffered such a huge loss, they must be thinking of suicide. Let's send them off and show off a little. When Lin Fan heard this, his interest was piqued. Let's go and take a look. Lin Fan said impatiently. At the mountain gate. When Lin Fan and the rest arrived, there were already many disciples there. The Sunshine Sect disciples had already boarded the spiritual boat and were about to leave. They came with the mentality of crushing the Magnificent Flame Sect, but now, they only had the thought of death. The 12 outer disciples were all defeated here. They would be laughed at when they returned to the sect. Xianxia chatted with Elder Tian Su for a while before boarding the spiritual boat, ready to leave. Lin Fan shouted excitedly. Brothers and sisters of the Sunshine Sect, please come again next time. This sound was very protruding, startling everyone's attention. The Sunshine Sect disciples looked gloomy, but when they saw the disciple who was waving his arm, their faces turned red with anger. They had already recognized him. He was the guy who made the Sunshine Sect lose face yesterday. How dare he provoke us so arrogantly? Xianxia stared at Lin Fan coldly. Obviously, he was going to remember Lin Fan. Huang Fugui and the rest laughed and shouted, Brothers and sisters of the Sunshine Sect, please come again. Following that, more and more disciples began to shout. Lin Fan was speechless. What are you guys doing? Are you trying to steal my limelight? But then, he saw Yan Su hiding at the side of the boat, and he shouted excitedly. Elder Yan, go back and practice your swordsmanship. Your swordsmanship speed is really slow. If you come again next time, you have to be prepared. Don't disappoint me. Hearing this, Yan Su, who had been quiet all this while, flew into a rage. This kid is too despicable. I didn't even say anything, so is there a need to humiliate me like this? Forget it, I'll bear with you. But remember, never let me see you again. Or I'll take your life. The disciples followed suit and shouted, Elder Yan, practice your swordsmanship well. On the spiritual boat, Yan Su suddenly felt someone staring at him. Looking up, he realized that Elder Xianxia was glaring at him. Hee hee. Lin Fan laughed cheekily. He felt like he was the winner in life. Other than the fact that he didn't get any girls, he got everything else. Acting cool, and even mocking the other party when they left. What a great turn of events. As a first-class outer disciple, it went without saying that he was a role model for many of his juniors. Especially this time, he had made his entrance in such a flashy way that he had suppressed the entire crowd with his thunderous methods. He had brought a lot of pride to the outer disciples, and he was definitely going to be very popular. What Lin Fan said just now was like adding snow to snow for the Sunshine Sect disciples. Lin Fan took advantage of Lin Fan with his words, but he still had to work hard on his cultivation. If he didn't, he would definitely be beaten up again. Elder Tiansu was in a good mood. He thought that the Magnificent Flame sect would be humiliated, but who would have thought that a disciple would appear out of nowhere and crush the Magnificent Flame sect with his absolute strength? Elder Tiansu was gratified. I must reward a disciple like Lin Fan, and I must reward him handsomely. Elder Tiansu coughed, and the crowd fell silent. Disciple Lin Fan, you have made a great contribution to the sect. What reward do you want? Just tell me, and I will satisfy you. Elder Tiansu looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. Huang Fugue is too smart. He guessed it correctly. I might be a little surprised, but the meaning is more or less the same. Hearing Elder Tiansu's promise, both the inner and outer disciples were dumbfounded. Initially, they wouldn't have been too surprised by this. After all, Elder Tiansu was very fair with his rewards and punishments, and he had always been generous to disciples who had made contributions. However, it was different when he said that he would satisfy them. At this moment, everyone was filled with jealousy and envy. They wished they could take Lin Fan's place, but it was just their wishful thinking. Lu Qiming was overjoyed. He was happy for Lin Fan from the bottom of his heart. Junior brother Lin fought for all of this. As long as I make a reasonable request, I will be able to make a name for myself. Elder, as a disciple of the sect, this is what I should do, Lin Fan said humbly. Lin Fan was being humble. He had seen many dramas in the past, and every time the big boss wanted to reward the little brother with something, the little brother would greedily ask for the reward. In the end, the big boss would kill him with a slap and tell him to enjoy it in hell. Thinking about this situation, he felt a little terrified. Elder Tiansu nodded his head in satisfaction. He had high hopes for this disciple. His cultivation might be a little low, but with proper training, he might become a pillar of support for the sect. But if Lin Fan were to find out about this, he would definitely roast him crazily. Mainstay? That's my goal? Aren't you looking down on me too much? At the very least, I have to become a super expert that can split the heavens and earth apart. I am a fair person, and I will reward those who have contributed to the sect. You killed 12 outer disciples of the Sunshine sect and took revenge for the disciples who sacrificed themselves on the battlefield. Tell me, what do you want? Elder Tiansu asked. The surrounding disciples were anxious to death. Hurry up and make your request. This was a great opportunity. Who knew how many people wanted this chance? As for the inner disciples, they were extremely jealous of the rewards this time around. Lin Fan pondered. Reward, what kind of reward do I need? I can get all sorts of weird things from the lottery, and I can gain experience points through cultivation. I can level up quickly too. Asking for money? That would be too vulgar. I'm so smart, and I have so many ways to earn money. Killing people and looting corpses is all about the unknown. If I become rich all of a sudden, what fun would there be in my life? If I don't have any motivation, won't I become a cripple? As for pills, I don't need mystic pills. How many benefits can Earth-class pills bring me? Probably less than what I can gain in a night of cultivation. As for heaven-class pills, forget it. I wonder if the sect is willing to give them to me. As for skill sets, I need points to level up. The higher the grade of the skill set, the more points I need. It would be so sad if I couldn't use it. Thinking of senior brother Zhang who was lying there, he felt a little pity. At the same time, senior brother Lu said that senior brother Zhang had been crippled, and it would be impossible for him to recover without a year. This was definitely a huge blow to senior brother Zhang, and as his good friend, he definitely couldn't leave him to die. Elder, I've thought about it. My senior brother Zhang Long's cultivation was destroyed in the arena, and he's severely injured. Even if he recovers, he won't be able to recover for a long time. So I want senior brother to recover. Lin Fan said. The surrounding disciples were all waiting for Lin Fan's request. To them, Lin Fan would definitely make a huge request, such as letting Elder Tiansu take over his position map, becoming a disciple in name, or enjoying the benefits of an elder, etc. It wasn't as though this had never happened before. But when they heard Lin Fan's request, everyone was dumbfounded. Is he crazy? This is such a great opportunity, and he's only making such a request. Help others recover? This. What's he thinking? Is there something wrong with his brain? Lu Qiming and the rest were looking forward to Lin Fan's request, but they were stunned when they heard it. Especially Huang Fugue, who stared at Lin Fan blankly. He did not expect Lin Fan to make such a request. Although they had a good relationship, no one would be willing to waste such a great opportunity on someone else in a situation where they could soar to the sky in one go. Elder Tiansu was stunned as well. He had rewarded many disciples over the years, but he had never heard of a disciple making such a request. At this moment, he started to doubt himself. Could it be that his promise was no longer important? The elders beside Elder Tiansu were dumbfounded as well. Their senior brother Tiansu's promise was something that countless disciples yearned for. But now, this disciple had made such a request. Obviously, they were shocked. Are you sure? Elder Tiansu asked again, just in case he heard it wrong. Lin Fan clasped his hands behind his back, slightly raised his head, and said with a serious expression, "Of course, I, Lin Fan, have never regretted it. As the saying goes, friends are easy to find, but friends are hard to find. Although I haven't known senior brother Zhang for a long time, at the critical moment, he helped me block my opponent and saved my life. I, Lin Fan, will never mistreat him." Hearing this, Lu Qiming and the rest felt that it was an honor to be friends with junior brother Lin. Huang Fugue rubbed his eyes. I'm so touched. I'm so touched. Countless female disciples were so touched that they were on the verge of tears. Senior brother Lin is such a good man. How blissful it would be to be able to stay by senior brother Lin's side. Elder Tiansu sighed. Good, not bad. Are you willing to be my disciple and inherit my legacy? Lin Fan was stunned. He was a little puzzled and didn't know what was going on. How did this happen? The surrounding disciples went crazy. Becoming a disciple of Elder Tiansu and inheriting his legacy? What a blessing! Elder Tiansu was one of the top 10 cultivators in the sect, and he held great power. Countless people wanted to become his disciple, and some were lucky enough to become his disciple. But he had never become a disciple of Elder Tiansu before. This was an opportunity for him to soar into the sky. Thank you, Elder, for your kindness. But what I want to say is that the reason I made this request is not to make Elder look at me in a different light. At the same time, I want to let all the brothers here know that we should support one another. Lin Fan said calmly and casually. Pooey, some of the disciples were about to vomit blood. Rejected. How dare he reject? Oh my God, please strike this guy dead. I can't take it anymore. To others, rejecting Elder Tiansu's good intentions was a brainless act. A direct disciple was no ordinary disciple. He would inherit Elder Tiansu's legacy and become someone with real power in the sect. It was a matter of life and death, and there was no way he could change it. Lin Fan could sense that some of the surrounding disciples were looking at him with a look of disdain. However, he couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He really wanted to sing "We're Different." I'm Lin Fan, a person with a golden finger. Be it strength or status, he could obtain them with his own hands. Status and whatnot were not important to him at all. It was too tiring and meaningless. His only goal in this world was to become an elite who could control everything. Elder Tiansu's evaluation of the disciple in front of him rose once again. However, he was starting to doubt his own charm. Has my charm really dropped so much? Elder Tiansu was disappointed that he rejected Lin Fan when he came to take him in as a disciple. Are you sure? Elder Tiansu asked again. It was clear what he meant. It's not too late for you to regret your decision now. Lin Fan nodded and cupped his fists. Elder, disciple is sure. Please save my senior brother, Elder. Alright, bring me there then. I'll treat your senior brother personally and make him stronger. That way, I can live up to your request. Elder Tiansu said, stroking his beard. Lin Fan had no idea how strong Elder Tiansu was, but he was sure that he was an Earth Star Border Cultivator or even a Heaven Star Border Cultivator. If a Heaven Star Border Cultivator were to help Lin Fan, the benefits would be unimaginable. After Lin Fan and Tiansu left, the disciples at the scene finally reacted. They started wailing. They could not believe that a disciple rejected Elder Tiansu. If he's not sick in the head, what else could it be? Sigh, helplessness. Senior brother Lu, this disciple. An inner disciple shook his head and sighed. He did not know what to say. Lu Daosheng was speechless as well. He did not expect Lin Fan to make such a decision. He had no idea what was going through Lin Fan's mind. On the other hand, the beautiful Lu Ruochen had a cold expression on her face as she said, ignorant fool. Perhaps he will understand in the future how foolish it was to reject such a great opportunity today. After saying this, she turned around and left. Only pairs of adoring eyes were locked on the figure in the distance. To countless disciples, Lu Ruochen was the goddess in their hearts. She was also their best partner. However, some disciples knew their own limits. They could only look at such a goddess for the rest of their lives. They might not even be able to touch the corner of her clothes. Lu Daosheng shook his head. He could not refute junior sister Lu's words. Junior brother Lin might regret his decision today. But no matter what, he finally understood that junior brother Lin was a person who valued relationships and was worthy of being friends with. He was also happy that junior brother Zhang had such a friend. Zhang Long lay on the bed alone, his heart gradually filled with despair. Although he did not know the extent of his injuries, he could feel that the blood and qi in his body was gradually drying up. Clearly, his qi acupoints had been broken, and he had become a cripple. But he did not regret it. If he had another chance, he would not have admitted defeat to the Sunshine Sect disciple. To him, admitting defeat to a Sunshine Sect disciple was an indelible humiliation. He would not accept it even if he died. Creak, the door was pushed open. Zhang Long knew that it must be junior brother Lin and the rest. He calmed himself down so that his junior brothers would not be worried about him. But when he saw a figure, he was stunned. He did not expect Elder Tiansu to come back to visit an outer disciple. Like him. He struggled to get up, but he could only stare helplessly at Lin Fan. Senior brother Zhang, don't move. Lin Fan went up to him. Zhang Long squeezed his eyes. He wanted Lin Fan to help him up, but he was wrapped up. It would be useless even if Lin Fan helped him up. Elder Tiansu went up to take a look at Zhang Long and nodded. Not bad. I have seen the battle on the stage. It is the sect's fortune to have a disciple like you. Elder, please help me. Lin Fan said. Elder Tiansu nodded. A mysterious aura could be felt from his body. His beard, which was perpendicular to the ground, started to move. Above senior brother Zhang, a ball of air started to gather. This ball of air kept spinning, as if it was absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Lin Fan and the rest's cultivation was too low, and they were too inexperienced. How could they understand what was going on? But no matter how they looked at it, they felt that it was a high-level technique. Come. With a wave of his hand, a crack suddenly appeared in the originally calm air, and a stream of emerald river water flowed out of the crack like a piece of cloth. Then, it wrapped around Zhang Long's body, and after washing him, it turned into droplets of water that fell down and seeped into every pore of his skin. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Done. Elder Tiansu stroked his beard and smiled. He then turned to Lin Fan. Let me ask you again. Are you sure? Lin Fan wanted to complain. How many times had he repeated himself? Disciple is sure. Lin Fan replied helplessly. All right, I shall not force you. With that, Elder Tiansu left. Just then, Lu Qiming and the rest rushed up to Zhang Long. How is it? Do you feel anything? Crack, The white gauze wrapping Xianlong was torn apart and scattered on the bed. I feel like I've recovered, Xianlong said in disbelief. He could feel that his depleted blood energy was getting stronger, filling every corner of his body. He even felt stronger than before. A blessing in disguise. A blessing in disguise. Lin Fan smiled. Congratulations, senior brother Zhang. It seems like a blessing in disguise. After recovering, your cultivation has improved, and you're one step closer to body tempering stage 9. Xianlong nodded. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Zhang. I feel like I'm full of energy now. But then he asked curiously, why is Elder Tiansu here to treat me? Xianlong turned to Huang Fugui. Junior brother Huang, please tell me. Huang Fugui did not hide anything. Senior brother, it's junior brother Lin. Junior brother Lin did a great job in the competition, so Elder Tiansu asked for a reward. Junior brother Lin asked Elder Tiansu to treat senior brother Lin. That's why Elder Tiansu came. Xianlong's heart skipped a beat. He stared at Lin Fan in disbelief. I never thought that Lin Fan would make such a request for me. Junior brother Lin, you. Xianlong's eyes turned red. Even though the sect seemed peaceful, there were many schemes and deceptions between the disciples. At a time like this, when everyone was thinking for themselves, there was actually someone who was thinking for themselves. Lin Fan waved his hand indifferently. Any reward is nothing compared to senior brother Zhang's health. Alright, this matter is over. Let's not talk about it anymore. Junior brother Lin. At this moment, Xianlong's eyes were completely red. This debt of gratitude was something that he would forever remember in his heart. Lin Fan sighed helplessly. Oh Fugui, don't you know how low profile I am? Why do I have to tell you the truth? Isn't this just making me feel helpless? Lin Fan reluctantly accepted senior brother Zhang's affectionate gaze. Elder Tiansu was indeed a strong cultivator. He could feel the changes in senior brother Zhang's body. He was happy that senior brother Zhang could keep up with him. Otherwise, it would be awkward if senior brother Zhang fell too far behind. After chatting for a while, Lin Fan prepared to go back to his room to cultivate. I can't relax on the path of cultivation. I have to work hard at all times. To Xianlong, Lin Fan owed him a lot. But, Lin Fan was not afraid at all. Even a big man like senior brother Zhang was so touched that he was crying bitterly. It was a tragic sight to behold. Inside the room, Lin Fan sat cross-legged. The Earth Star border realm is right in front of me. Today, I will break through the barrier and become an Earth Star border cultivator. I might not have the most experience in the body tempering realm, but I am definitely the most stable. Violent Mace, max level. Cruel Blood, max level. Violent Mace was a defensive skill, which focused on using brute force to suppress everything. It was very suitable for Lin Fan's style. Cruel Blood was a skill set that dealt 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 damage to oneself. But this side effect was useless to Lin Fan. When these two skill sets were used at the same time, the power that could be produced was not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. If there was a number, it would be 3. With the immortal body buff, Lin Fan's future path of cultivation would have to be based on his condition. The path that he should choose should be the path of violence. Not the path of agility or strangeness. The path of strength. The sun was setting, and the sky was getting darker. Lin Fan opened his eyes and smiled. Now that I have enough experience points, I can increase my cultivation. He tapped on the plus sign to increase his cultivation. Experience points, 256000. Cultivation, Earth Star border stage. O'Neill. Of a sudden, Lin Fan could feel a huge change in his body. His blood was boiling like lava, and he felt like he was in a furnace, giving off white steam. Lin Fan could feel the situation within his body. His blood chi had formed a vortex, and his inner world had even formed a vortex that resembled the Milky Way. Streams of blood chi were gathered within it, converging into a single point. This must be the only way to break through from body tempering stage 9 to the Earth Star border realm. If he wanted to break through to the Earth Star border realm, he would have to condense all the blood and chi in his body into an Earth Star border core to absorb Earth energy and strengthen himself. If he couldn't form an Earth-star border core, his chi and blood would disperse, and he would fail the breakthrough. His already full chi and blood would lose more than half of it. If he wanted to form another Earth-star border core, he would have to cultivate again until his chi and blood were full. This sounded simple, but it was actually extremely difficult. Countless disciples had been stuck at this step for months, unable to advance. However, all of this wasn't a problem for him because he didn't have any bottlenecks, and everything would come naturally to him. The originally cold ground began to heat up. Some kind of mysterious energy in the depths of the earth was being drawn in, slowly rising up and entering his body. Success! A soybean-sized core was spinning slowly in Lin Fan's dantian. At the same time, it was wrapped in a wisp of Earth-star border energy. Although it was very small, it had already undergone a qualitative change. With my current strength, I can easily defeat a body-tempering Stage 9 cultivator. Of course, even if I haven't broken through to the Earth-star border realm, I can still easily defeat a body-tempering Stage 9 cultivator. Opening his palm, with a thought, a layer of stellar energy suddenly enveloped his originally ordinary palm. This greatly increased his offensive power and physical defense. Of course, this earth energy couldn't leave his body yet. He had to continue to strengthen his Earth-star border core. When he reached Earth-star border stage 2, he would be able to leave his body and strike 100 meters away. When he thought of Lu Feng, who had been killed by the explosion that he had disguised as a magic lamp, he felt pity for him. Lin Fan was an Earth-star border stage 1 cultivator. With Lin Fan's strength at that time, he would have been no match for Lin Fan at all. He would have been killed in seconds, but Lin Fan managed to kill Lin Fan. It was truly a tragedy for the strong. Lin Fan took out the Mystic-class low-grade swordplay, Sword of Hurricane, that he had looted. Now that he was an Earth-star border realm cultivator, he could start cultivating, but he didn't like to play with swordplay. Forget it, I won't cultivate this for now. It's a waste of points. Since it was such a good day, he decided to try his luck at the lottery. He checked his interface and found that there was a slight change. Name, Lin Fan Cultivation, Earth-star border stage 1, plus, experience points, 0 points, 14960 talent, immortal, 100% empty-handed blade snatching specialty, golden body refinement secret, 3, skill sets, violent mace, max, cruel blood, max, lottery, bronze, 100, silver, 300, yet to be unlocked. Now that I have broken through to the Earth-star border realm, I have 2 more subcategories, major and skill set. It's a good thing that I can put my characteristics into words. 10,000 points might seem like a lot, but it's really not enough to upgrade my skill sets. Let's try my luck at the lottery. I'll do 9 bronze draws in a row to get rid of the remaining points. The bronze lottery didn't mean that I wouldn't get anything good, but the probability of getting something good was much lower than the silver lottery. Points-900 Lin Fan stared at the lottery. But when it was over, he only got a human high-class cultivation type pill, Liger pill. It's not bad, but the Liger pill won't be of much help to me now that I've broken through to the Earth-star border realm. 10 silver draws in a row. Points-3000 silver draw, thank you for your participation. Keep it up. Lin Fan didn't feel any regret. If I thought that I could get something good with just a few thousand points, then I wouldn't feel the excitement of getting something good. In life, playing was fun. It was okay to use cheats, but there was no entertainment at all when it came to those perverted cheats. But even so, if I don't get anything good, I won't be able to tell anyone. Jade Emperor, Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, please give me some strength. Please cover me with your light. Silver draw, congratulations on getting a mystic skill set creation guide. Damn. I can do it. Lin Fan snapped his fingers in excitement. 10 consecutive draws is indeed reliable. I get whatever I want. The mystic skill set creation guide is what I need the most right now. He had already made up his mind to upgrade the golden body refinement technique. He believed that no skill set could be underestimated, especially the most basic one. It had the most stable foundation, and if he improved it step by step, it would definitely become a skill set that defies the heavens. No more. I feel like I'm wasting points if I continue. I wonder what will happen when I get rich and do 100 draws in the future. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I might be an Earth-star border realm cultivator now, but I can't be arrogant. What's so comfortable about sleeping? I have to work hard. With my tireless efforts, if I don't become the strongest, who else can? After all, I have the heart to become the strongest. P.S. Don't say that I update slowly. This is the public period. Which book of mine doesn't have 4 updates after it's published? On the path of cultivation, one should never retreat. I might have a shortcut now, but I still have to work hard to become a truly powerful cultivator. By then, there's no place in the world that I can't go. As the sun rose, the Earth-star border energy seeped into my limbs and bones, strengthening me gradually. The Earth-star border core floated in my elixir field, and traces of Earth-star border energy spread throughout my body, affecting me. Experience points, 108,000. Suicide. 10 seconds. Go out. The main purpose of returning to the sect was to break through to the Earth-star border realm. Now that I have achieved my goal, it's time for me to go out and have fun. Everything I do is to increase my cultivation. However, after I break through to the Earth-star border realm, I can go to the sect to learn a mystic low-class skill set for free. This can be considered as a benefit of the sect. The sect needed to operate and feed a large number of disciples. Therefore, no resources were given to the disciples for free. Otherwise, the sect would have been destroyed long ago. The resources required for cultivation below the Earth-star border realm might be manageable. But after the Earth-star border realm, the amount of resources required was terrifying. It might be able to support the cultivation of thousands of Earth-star border realm disciples, but how long could it last? Furthermore, there were countless Earth-star border realm disciples in the sect. In the Hall of Skill Sets, a female disciple appeared. When the surrounding disciples saw her, they couldn't help but sigh and whisper to each other. "Look, isn't that figure very slim?" Some disciples gathered together and whispered to each other. A male disciple who did not know the truth swallowed his saliva when he saw the figure. His eyes lit up. "She has a great figure. Her butt is perky. Hee, it's just a beautiful figure. Look closely." One of the disciples sighed. He then turned to the female disciple and joked, "Mu Ling, turn around." When the female disciple turned around, the male disciple who was praising her figure was dumbfounded. He felt as if he had gone blind. This is too scary. However, as if she felt that she had gone overboard, she immediately covered her mouth and stood behind the crowd. Mu Ling turned around. She knew that the disciple who called her name was mocking her, but she was used to it. She had been in the sect for 10 years, but for some reason, her cultivation was only at body tempering stage 7. Those who started cultivating later than her had already surpassed her. However, she didn't mind at all, because she knew that she had always been working hard. When others were resting, she was also working hard. As long as she tried her best, she would have no regrets. And what they teased him about was his appearance. He was born with a birthmark on the left side of his face. The birthmark was like a burning flame occupying half of his face. When he was young, it was only a little, but as he grew older, the red birthmark grew larger and larger, even gradually expanding. Paying no heed to the gazes of the crowd, Xianxia made his way to the cultivation technique hall. After accumulating so much, he was finally able to purchase a mortal intermediate tier cultivation technique. She was very happy. At this moment, a group of people walked towards them. Among the group of people, there was a girl with a haughty expression. She was so beautiful that the moon and flowers would be put to shame. She was surrounded by a group of male disciples who were fawning over her. The male disciples who were mocking Mu Ling were shocked when they saw the girl. "That's Lu Yu, senior sister Lu Ruochen's younger sister. She's so beautiful, just like senior sister Ruochen." Mu Ling looked at the girl in front of her with envy. She envied other girls for having a flawless face. But soon, the envy disappeared. Lu Yu enjoyed the feeling of being protected, especially by the men around her. She couldn't get away from it. Every single one of them was fawning over her, and she could get whatever she wanted. Even though she was shrouded in the light of her sister, she accepted it calmly. At this moment, she saw the ugly girl in front of her, Mu Ling. She purposely walked over to her, and as if she had lost her balance, she tilted her body and pushed Mu Ling to the ground. She also accidentally sat on the ground. She frowned and let out a soft moan. Ouch, I think I sprained my ankle. When the surrounding male disciples saw this scene, they all rushed forward to help Lu Yu up and asked with concern, "Junior Sister Lu, are you all right? Where are you hurt? Does it hurt?" The male disciples were heartbroken. It was as if they had bumped into a treasure. Mu Ling fell to the ground. She frowned and her left shoulder was in pain. Lu Yu pretended to fall, but in fact, her palm was filled with strength. Then, the male disciples who were concerned about Lu Yu glared at Mu Ling. "Are you blind? Can't you see where you're going? If you hurt Junior Sister Lu, can you bear the responsibility?" Mu Ling's left shoulder was numb from the pain. She felt wronged. "I didn't even move." With the help of the surrounding men, Lu Yu stood up and looked at Mu Ling provocatively. It was as if she was saying, "Do you see the difference between a chicken and a phoenix? Senior brothers, I'm fine," Lu Yu said coquettishly. Her voice caused the surrounding male disciples to shiver. It was really nice to hear, really nice to hear. "I'm glad that Junior Sister is fine. My heart aches for you. If anything happens to Junior Sister, I'll teach her a lesson." Everyone looked at Mu Ling with disgust. Although this was a fantasy world, it was also an era where looks mattered. Lu Yu and Mu Ling formed a strong contrast. Everyone's attention was on Lu Yu, and they ignored Mu Ling. To them, Lu Yu's injury was like a knife cutting into their hearts. As for Mu Ling, she asked for it. No one cared. "Let's go." Lu Yu glanced at Mu Ling and said. Mu Ling's eyes were filled with tears, but she held them back. This was not the first time she had been in such a situation. She was used to it. She had no friends, no family, and no one to care about her. She longed for friends, but after so many encounters, she had gradually closed her heart. Just then, a voice came from behind. "Junior Sister, are you all right?" It was a magnetic voice. Mu Ling was stunned. She turned her head and her heart skipped a beat. In her eyes that were as bright as jewels, a harmonious smile appeared. It was like a spring breeze. "Is she showing concern for me?" When Lin Fan saw this face, he was stunned. He had to admit that it was a little scary. But in his previous life, he could admire Ru Hua's face for 60 minutes and even masturbate. This one in front of him was a piece of cake. Lin Fan's lips curled up, revealing his snow-white teeth. He bent down and opened his palm. "Junior Sister, can you stand up?" A gust of wind blew, and Lin Fan's long hair fluttered. In Mu Ling's eyes, the world seemed to have turned silent. A feeling of being cared for slowly sprouted from the depths of her heart. This was a feeling that she had never felt before. He was stunned. He was stunned. "Junior Sister, can you stand up?" Lin Fan asked curiously. "Could it be that I'm so handsome that this girl is mesmerized by me?" Sometimes, having too much charm was not a good thing. The illusion was broken, but everything was real. Mu Ling stretched out her snow-white hand and placed it on Lin Fan's palm. The feeling of touch made her feel that everything was real. "Your fingers are beautiful, just like a work of art. But your face is a big disadvantage," Lin Fan mumbled to himself. He then pulled Mu Ling up. Mu Ling lowered her head. Her face was slightly red, but because of her birthmark, it was not obvious. "Junior Sister, cultivate well. The beauty of the heart is the most beautiful existence in the world. Don't feel inferior because of your appearance." The voice was getting further and further away. Mu Ling's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. This was the first time she had heard someone say something like this to her. When he raised his head to look for his senior brother, he discovered that his senior brother had already entered the cultivation technique hall with his hands behind his back. "I still don't know your name." Mu Ling was eager to know Lin Fan's name. She was about to take a step forward, but she stopped. When the surrounding disciples saw someone helping Mu Ling up, they were shocked. They wanted to laugh at him, but someone recognized him. "Isn't that Lin Fan's senior brother Lin? Isn't that the senior brother Lin who fought 1 against 12 on the stage and crushed them? Yeah, he's my idol, okay? Senior brother Lin is indeed senior brother Lin. He is not afraid of Mu Ling's face and can still smile. I admire him. Look at Mu Ling. She is still watching. Does she think she is worthy of senior brother Lin with her looks? That's right. Senior brother Lin is just too nice. Does she really think a pheasant is worthy of a swan? Some of the female disciples said in disdain. They thought Mu Ling was asking to be humiliated. Mu Ling listened to the conversation of the surrounding disciples, but all the insults were filtered out by her. In her mind, she only remembered the words senior brother Lin. Looking at the crowd, Mu Ling did not go to the Hall of Skills. Instead, she turned around and left. Today was a happy day for her. In the Cultivation Method Hall, Lin Fan looked around. There were many disciples, both inner and outer sect disciples. Just then, an elderly man sat there calmly with his eyes closed. But in Lin Fan's eyes, this old man wasn't simple at all. Even without using his eyes, his aura had already enveloped the entire skills hall. On the left and right sides, there were disciples from the Hall of Cultivation techniques tidying up the items. As for those disciples who were choosing their cultivation techniques, they did not monitor them. It was as if they did not care if there were disciples who were secretly hiding cultivation techniques. Outer disciple Lin Fan, I've broken through to the Earth Star border realm today. I'm here to collect a skill set. Lin Fan came to the old man and said. The Magnificent Flame sect might be suppressed, but there were still many experts in the sect. There were experts in every sect. Right now, his cultivation was still a little low, and he was unable to see through this old man's cultivation. Forget it, it's better to keep a low profile. In Lin Fan's eyes, this old man did not move at all. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he realized that he seemed to have been wrapped up by some sort of power. Lin Fan could feel that there was an invisible wall behind the old man. When Lin Fan's body collided with the wall, ripples could be seen. Lin Fan finally understood. It's not that I'm not afraid of the skill sets being stolen here, but it's impossible to steal them. Everything here was under the old man's perception, especially the invisible wall. It was impossible to penetrate it. A voice could be heard in Lin Fan's ears. No takeout. Lin Fan mumbled to himself. How cruel. But it was very quiet here. The disciples who came to pick their skill sets were all sitting cross-legged, cultivating hard. Just then, a disciple from the Hall of Cultivation Techniques walked towards Lin Fan with a thick book in his hands. This is the list of mystic low-class skill sets. Choose one yourself. Let me know when you're done. The disciple placed the thick book in front of Lin Fan and left. Damn, it's so thick. How long do I have to choose? Lin Fan cursed in his heart. He then flipped open the book. It was very detailed. Mystic low-class skill sets, fist skill sets, sword skill sets, palm skill sets, blade skill sets, and so on. Lin Fan continued flipping. 13 Sea Breaker styles is missing. Xianming Gang Chi sword is missing. 6 Wise King palm is missing. Many skill sets were marked as missing in this thick list. But what surprised Lin Fan was that if he could find these skill sets outside and hand them into the Hall of Cultivation Techniques, he would be rewarded with a skill set of the same level for free. This looks good. I should take note of this when I go out in the future to loot for free. Now it's time to pick a skill set. I've already decided on my path. I'm going to walk on the path of strength. I need a lot of points to level up my skill set, so I can't pick too many skill sets. I can only take it slow. So I have to pick the one that suits me the best. Usually, disciples who just entered the Earth Star border realm would choose the following skill sets of the body refinement technique, but Lin Fan didn't need it. Now that he had gotten the Mystic Skill Set Creation Guide, he could continue with the Golden Body Refinement technique. There was no need for him to waste this opportunity. To him, the skill sets that could ignite one's potential and increase one's strength were the most suitable for him. I wonder if there are any in the list. After searching for a long time, Lin Fan felt like cursing. There are so many of them that my eyes are getting dizzy. I might as well draw a lottery. In the end, Lin Fan picked a skill set that would be useful to him for the time being. Quake Mountain Energy. There are 6 levels in this skill set, and it can increase one's strength to the maximum. This is the skill set that can increase one's strength the most out of all the skill sets. It seems that this skill set is too low-leveled. I don't have what I want. In the end, Lin Fan picked the skill set. The disciple in the Hall of Cultivation Techniques was surprised to see Lin Fan pick this skill set. Apart from increasing one's strength, there was nothing special about this skill set. Furthermore, this skill set is extremely difficult to cultivate. It's simply torture. There were disciples who chose this skill set in the past, but they all regretted it. The main reason was that they had to suffer a little in order to cultivate it to greater success. But if they could cultivate it to greater success, their strength would increase by quite a lot. After getting the skill set, Lin Fan flipped it open. Do you want to spend 1500 points to learn Quake Mountain Energy? Yes. Points minus 1500. Quake Mountain Energy, Level 1, Characteristics, Increase in Strength. After leveling it up to Level 1, Lin Fan could clearly feel that he could increase his strength. But this place is not suitable for leveling up. Lin Fan handed the skill set to the disciple and left. This time I won't be able to keep my points. I have to leave the sect to earn some points. Back in the house. Level 2. Lin Fan muttered. Points minus 3500. Mountain Energy, Level 2, Characteristics, Increase in Strength. There's not much change. It seems that there's only a small difference between Level 1 and 2. A Mystic Low-Class skill set is just a Mystic Low-Class skill set. It doesn't have much potential. Level 3. Points minus 5500. Mountain Energy, Level 3, Characteristics, Increase in Strength, Level 1. Lin Fan's heart ached as he looked at his points disappear. But it's not bad to Level 3. I have another characteristic. No matter what, at least my strength has increased. That's enough. I have to go out and earn points. Without points, I can't survive. Junior brother, just then, Lu Qiming and senior brother Zhang's voices could be heard from outside. Junior brother Lin, you broke through to the Earth Star border realm without informing us. You're such a bad friend. When Lin Fan opened the door, he realized that everyone who should be here was here. He was a little taken aback. Senior brother, what are you guys doing? Lu Qiming patted Lin Fan's shoulder. Junior brother, you hit it too well. If you didn't go to the Hall of Skill Sets to collect a skill set, we wouldn't even know that you broke through to the Earth Star border realm. Senior brothers, it's nothing. It's just an Earth Star border realm. Lin Fan replied calmly. It's just an Earth Star border realm. I should at least wait until I break through to the Heaven Star border realm before I can show off. Everyone stared at Lin Fan. Why did his words hurt them so much? They had worked so hard to become an Earth Star border realm cultivator. Who would have thought that Lin Fan would be the first one to do so? Oh, junior brother, since you've broken through to the Earth Star border realm, you should go and take on the Inner Disciple test. If you become an Inner Disciple, your status will be different from now on. Yin Xiaotian said. He was extremely impressed by junior brother Lin's rapid rise in cultivation. Perhaps he was a one-in-a-million genius. Inner Disciple. Lin Fan suddenly remembered that he was qualified to take on the Inner Disciple test after breaking through to the Earth Star border realm. With junior brother Lin's strength, you can definitely complete the test easily. By then, we will have to call you senior brother, Huang Fugue said in admiration. In the sect, the senior-junior brothers did not follow the order of arrival. Instead, it depended on one's status in the sect, as well as one's strength. Hearing this, Lin Fan was elated. I've become a senior brother all of a sudden. I just broke through to the Earth Star border realm, and I was thinking of going out to train. Since there's such a mission, I'll go and take it tomorrow and become an Inner Disciple. Lin Fan was full of confidence. But after becoming an Inner Disciple, he would have to live somewhere else. Everyone was happy for junior brother Lin's achievements. After chatting with each other for a while, they left. As for Lin Fan, he immediately started cultivating. Of course, now that I have the Mystic Skill Set Creation Guide, I have to develop my skill set. The Golden Body Refinement Technique is no longer a high-end skill set, and the experience points gained from the Earth Star border realm are much higher than the Body Tempering realm. He took out a small notebook and recorded all the experimental routes in it. Then, he found one and immersed himself in cultivation. It was not until dawn that there was light outside. Lin Fan opened his eyes. He had failed, he kept failing, and it was common for him to go berserk. And now, when it came to suicide, it was not so smooth. This sword that he had taken from Lu Feng was not sharp enough. It seemed like he had to find an even sharper suicide weapon. Inner Hall. When an outer disciple broke through to the Earth-Star border realm, he could come here to take on the inner disciple assessment mission. Even if he completed the mission, he would not become an inner disciple. He would only be qualified to take part in the inner disciple assessment. As for whether he could succeed in the end, it would depend on his own ability. He accepted the quest. So it was to kill a body-tempering stage 9 evil cultivator. This is a simple mission, but the journey is a little far. It seemed like this was the intention of the sect. After all, the journey wasn't going to be smooth sailing, and one could die prematurely. To the sect, it was impossible for them to take care of all their disciples, so they had to control their own fates. Junior brother, please wait a moment. Just as Lin Fan was about to leave, someone called out to him from behind. Lin Fan took a look at the person. He was dressed in expensive clothes, and he had a few disciples with him. They looked at Lin Fan unfriendly. What? Lin Fan asked. Oh, it's junior brother Lin, the one who went on a killing spree in the arena. I'm Yuan Tianjun. I saw that junior brother Lin has accepted a quest to kill an evil cultivator in Fengshan camp. We are going there too. Why don't we go together? Yuan Tianjun was slightly surprised. He did not expect the disciple in front of him to be the junior brother Lin who went on a killing spree in the arena. However, this astonishment soon disappeared, and he didn't take it to heart. At the same time, he heard that Lin Fan had rejected Elder Tian Su. To him, there must be something wrong with Lin Fan's brain. But in terms of strength, Lin Fan was qualified to join their team. Lin Fan took a glance at him. What an arrogant name. Heavenly Lord? Aren't you afraid of being crushed by this name? Also, the way these people are looking at me is weird. It's okay. I'm used to traveling alone. Goodbye. Lin Fan replied casually and left. If I go out now, I will definitely not team up with anyone. Why would I team up with anyone? It's not necessary. Furthermore, these people are all inner disciples. Nothing good will come out of this. They must be thinking of using me as cannon fodder. I will not agree unless I'm out of my mind. Yuan Tianjun did not expect junior brother Lin to reject him. The smile on his face turned cold. You don't know what's good for you. A few disciples walked over. This guy is really impudent. Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because he killed a Sunshine Sect disciple? Senior brother Yuan, I have a good idea. A man standing next to Yuan Tianjun revealed a smile and voiced out his idea. Lin Fan left the sect. Instantly, Lin Fan felt his entire body relax. Within the sect, he had to maintain his own unique aura. This was truly not his nature. Now that I'm leaving the sect alone, how can I restrain myself? After thinking about it for a while, Lin Fan realized that the journey was quite far. However, he didn't have many points right now, so he could kill his way over and earn a huge amount of points. When he reached Fengshan village, he would casually kill the evil cultivator and return to where he came from. I'm really touched by my own intelligence. I'm so smart to think of such a good idea. Lin Fan started to admire himself for coming up with a plan so quickly. A few days later, Lin Fan was already far away from the sect. He was now in a dense forest. He was very familiar with this place. Isn't this the place where the demonic blood-eyed ape used to be? Lin Fan sighed as he revisited this place. Whoosh, suddenly, Lin Fan's hair stood on end. He could feel a dangerous aura surrounding him. He could see a blurry black dot in the distance. It seemed to be flying towards him. What's that? Lin Fan blinked. He was curious. In the blink of an eye. It was only for a split second. Poochie, blood spurted out from his mouth. Lin Fan's eyes widened. His body fell backward and landed heavily on the ground. The huge impact caused a deep pit to appear on the ground. His last thought was, how could this world be so dangerous? I didn't do anything, how could I die without knowing why? Could it be that if I leave the sect, I will have the talent to face a calamity? In the distant void, two figures soared through the air. One of them was a green-robed man. He struck out with his palm, causing the entire world to change color. The person facing the green-robed man lost his grip on the sword in his hand. The sword flew out of his hand like a shooting star, disappearing without a trace. The three elders of the Imperial Sword Pavilion are only SOSO. I've killed two of them and you're the only one left. You'd better kneel down obediently and I might spare your life. The green-robed man had a handsome face and an incomparably dignified aura. As he stood between the heavens and the earth, he gave off a feeling of a brilliant heavenly might enveloping him. Jun Wutian, as the leader of the magnificent flame sect's 10 peaks, why did you kill 300 people of the Imperial Sword Pavilion? I'm going to the magnificent flame sect to seek justice. The old man glared at Jun Wutian. His heart was bleeding. 300 lives had been slaughtered by Jun Wutian in the blink of an eye. Redress? Jun Wutian was taken aback. Then, he threw his head back and laughed. Do you think you have the chance? You devil. The magnificent flame sect's sect leader had promised to set up the Imperial Sword Pavilion. How dare you kill all of us? Why? The old man was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out of his sockets. Jun Wutian looked at the old man in front of him as if he was thinking of a reason. Fine, since you're going to die soon, I'll tell you. It's because I, Jun Wutian, want to kill someone. Is this reason enough? Good, good, it's actually such a preposterous reason. Tears of blood flowed down the elder's face. He was unwilling to accept this in his heart. The calamity came so mysteriously, yet it was only because of this reason. The Imperial Sword Pavilion wasn't a sect, but an organization. It had always been led by the Magnificent Flame Sect, and it could be said that the Magnificent Flame Sect was willing to sacrifice its life for such a ridiculous reason. Who would have thought that the leader of the Magnificent Flame Sect's 10 peaks would annihilate the Imperial Sword Pavilion for such a ridiculous reason? No matter what, he had to go to the Magnificent Flame Sect to see the Patriarch and ask for an explanation. Still trying to run? Let's see where you can run to. Jun Wutian sneered and his face gradually turned ferocious. In his eyes, this old man was like an ant that could be crushed to death with a wave of his hand. Let's see where else he can run to. 10 seconds later. Lin Fan opened his eyes. He was a little stunned and a little angry. Who did I offend? In such a big world, who isn't unlucky? Am I the only unlucky one? What the F***ck? Who's so unscrupulous as to casually throw away a sword? Don't you know that you've already killed someone? I want to find you and ask you for disability compensation. Lin Fan was enraged. Looking at the sword, he was on the verge of breaking down. The hilt had already sunk into his body. How was he supposed to pull it out? Furthermore, he had just been revived and was heavily injured. The amount of blood he was bleeding was a little scary. With no other choice, Xianxia exerted his strength, and with a poochie sound, his entire body pierced through the hilt of the sword. Sitting on the ground, he looked at the bloody hole in his chest helplessly. Then, his aura grew weaker and weaker, and he died instantly. 10 seconds later. When he woke up, the wound on his chest had already healed. Then, he stared at the sword that had sunk into the ground, leaving only the hilt outside. He looked up at the sky. There was nothing wrong. Where did this thing come from? Pull it out and see what it is. Lin Fan grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands, raised his butt, and pulled out the sword with a clang. Ah, my eyes are going blind. Lin Fan closed his eyes. The light from the sword was too bright, and it was blinding. Looking at it carefully, Lin Fan's expression changed. The light from the sword flowed, and when he swung it gently, there was a dragon's roar. Treasure, that was his first reaction. This sword was definitely a treasure. There were a few words carved on the sword. Tai Sovereign Sword. The name of this sword is a little overbearing. Lin Fan's jaw dropped. He was already shocked by this name. Hee, it's really nice of you to kill your own people. If you want to kill me, go ahead. You even gave me such a huge gift. You're really too kind. Forget it. Although you've crippled me, I'm not a petty person. I won't argue with you. He was still thinking about how it would be harder to commit suicide in the future, but who would have thought that it would come to him? He lacked a suicide weapon, so he was given a weapon. He was in a good mood. Confiscated. After placing the treasure into his storage ring, Lin Fan looked around carefully. After making sure that there was no one around, he hurriedly ran away. He did not want the owner of the sword to find him and ask for the treasure back. That would be a huge loss. Since it was in his hands, the treasure was definitely going to be his. Although he didn't know who did this to him, he had already forgiven the other party. In fact, he wouldn't mind doing it a few more times. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to quickly escape and find a safe place. When he felt that he was far enough, he heaved a sigh of relief. He should be safe now. However, he couldn't look too excited. If he looked too excited, he would definitely be seen through by the owner. Hence, he had to be expressionless and act like an ignorant young man. Eh? The smell of blood. At this moment, Lin Fan stopped in his tracks. He sniffed the air with his nose and frowned. Something wasn't right here. He squatted down and walked forward carefully. He leaned against a huge tree and peeked out an eye. In front of it, there was a corpse. It seemed to be dead as it laid there motionlessly. What's going on? Could it be that an intense battle has taken place? Lin Fan was confused. He didn't know what was going on. He looked around and there was no movement. Then, he started to think. Based on his observation, the clothes of the corpse weren't ordinary. Furthermore, it was an old man, so it was definitely not ordinary. More importantly, the corpse didn't seem to have been touched by anyone. He picked up a rock and threw it at the corpse. There was no reaction. Without hesitation, he approached the corpse carefully. When he approached the corpse, he took in a deep breath. How pitiful. The chest was pierced by a strong force. The internal organs were all exposed. Lin Fan clasped his hands together and prayed. Without hesitation, he started to search the corpse. After searching for a while, there was nothing on the body. This made him feel helpless. He couldn't be that poor, could he? Suddenly, he saw a ring on the old man's finger. He smiled. A storage ring. So that's it. All the good stuff is in there. But I can't pull it out. This is a trap. Lin Fan's face turned red. He tried to pull, but the ring didn't budge. Pada, all of a sudden, the unmoving old man grabbed Lin Fan's wrist. F***ck, the corpse came back to life. This sudden scene scared Lin Fan so much that he almost kicked the old man. But his leg hung in the air and he put it down again. Avenge me, Jun Wu. Wu, the old man's head tilted to the side and he breathed his last. The ring that couldn't be pulled out slowly fell to the ground. Lin Fan caught the ring, looked at the old man, and sighed, so you've been suppressing your anger all this while, waiting for me, the fated one. Don't worry, since I, Lin Fan, have taken your things, as long as I meet this Jun Wu in the future, I will definitely avenge you. Then, he saw the long sword at the side. His heart sank. He picked it up and looked at it. Earthly Sovereign Sword. The sword that killed me was the Thai Sovereign Sword. Don't tell me this is a set? Lin Fan was confused. He looked around and was overjoyed. There was a corpse in the bushes. What day is it today? Did the goddess of luck take a fancy to me? Then, he clasped his hands together and started praying. In this forest, Lin Fan was sneakily lurking beside another corpse. Old man, I'm sorry. Your friend has already expressed his wishes to me. Don't worry, when I find Jun Wu in the future, I will definitely uphold justice for all of you. Leave the treasures on you to me. I'm a little weak right now and I need some assistance. Lin Fan mumbled to himself before starting to loot the corpse. The storage ring was taken down easily. Lin Fan then turned his gaze to the sword at the side. His heart was filled with excitement. Was it a set again? The human sovereign sword. Looking at the sword in his hand, Lin Fan's heart started pounding. Not bad at all. It seems like it's an auspicious day for me to be given such a gift. I'm satisfied. Originally, he wanted to bury the corpses of these old men. After all, they had helped him a lot, right? However, the current situation felt a little off. These people couldn't have died for no reason. They must have been killed by someone. But the person who killed them didn't search their bodies. That's weird. There's only one truth. That guy was still chasing after someone and didn't have time to search their bodies. After all, I've collected 3 swords, but I only saw 2 bodies. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's heart started pounding. Not good, it's dangerous. I have to leave now. Lin Fan looked at the 2 corpses. Without any hesitation, he broke into a run and ran into the depths of the forest. Somewhere. Jun Wutian, you will die a horrible death. The elder was severely injured. Half of his body was torn apart by some powerful force. Blood flowed out, and his aura was getting weaker. To the old man, his heart was filled with unwillingness and boundless anger. But now, there was nothing he could do. Jun Wutian was the leader of the magnificent flame sect's 10 peaks, and he was one of the contenders for the patriarch's position in the future. The magnificent flame sect must not fall into your hands, or it will be beyond redemption. The elder took his last breath and left in anger and indignation. Humph, beyond redemption, hee. Jun Wutian laughed and stepped on the elder's head. With a crack, the elder's head cracked. What a busybody. With a curl of his finger, the storage ring on the old man's finger slowly fell into Jun Wutian's hand. Checking it, he frowned. No, there's actually no. Jun Wutian's face turned horrifying. Looking at the old man who had turned into a pile of meat, his face turned even more malevolent. Damn it. You can't even let me feel at ease when you're dead. Jun Wutian was enraged. He took out a bottle of pills and poured them on the old man's body. He then floated up into the sky. Roar, not long after, a group of withered dogs, the lowest level of demonic beasts, rushed over from all directions. These withered dogs were thin and weak, and saliva was dripping from between their teeth. When they saw the pile of flesh, all the withered dogs rushed over. Humph, it's better to feed it to a dog. Jun Wutian glanced at the old man who was torn apart by Kugo. After that, he rushed off into the distance. Since the item was not with him, it must be with those 2 old fellows. However, when they looked for the corpses, they realized that the 2 corpses seemed to have been searched. The storage ring was gone, and the sword was gone too. Who is it? How dare you take my, Jun Wutian's, belongings? Jun Wutian, who was standing there, released a cold aura. The reason why he destroyed the Imperial Sword Pavilion was to obtain the transformation into God swordsmanship. But now, it was gone. Didn't that mean that everything he did was for nothing? Who is it? Damn it, don't let me find you. Jun Wutian stared ahead coldly. His heart was burning with anger. Floating in the air, he looked down at the dense forest below. Unable to take it anymore, he sent a palm strike that was filled with immense power down from the sky. Boom, the ancient trees were destroyed. A radius of 100 meters was instantly razed to the ground. Lin Fan, who was in the midst of running, suddenly heard this loud noise. He was so shocked that he was stunned. I've been discovered. I've been discovered. That person must have come to search the corpses but couldn't find anything. Now, he's completely enraged. From afar, Lin Fan could see trees collapsing in that direction. A boundless aura could be felt. Strong. This is definitely a strong person. No, I have to run or hide. Otherwise, I won't even know how I died. At this moment, Lin Fan regained his composure. Facing the search of a strong person, he had to pay attention to the following points in order to escape successfully. First, stay calm. Second, stay calm. Third, he had to be super calm. Damn it, he must be that Jun Wutian. I'll let you show off for now. When I'm stronger, I'll fight you fair and square. But for now, you can do whatever you want. Those who are targeted by me, Lin Fan, will definitely not have a good ending. With that, Lin Fan ran away. To Lin Fan, he could tell with one look that the person who could cause such a huge commotion was definitely terrifying. Even though Lin Fan had an immortal body, it was very likely that he would be beaten to a pulp if he met the other party. Therefore, for the sake of his own safety, he had to be a coward when he needed to be. Along the way, Lin Fan did not hesitate. F***ck. What is this? It's still warm. Lin Fan caught sight of a pile of hot stuff in front of him. It was the size of a small mountain, and it was even giving off steam. This thing was a little scary. When he passed by it, there was even a slight smell. Why did it look like sh*t? But, this sh*t was a little big. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could sh*t out. Jun Wutian had been searching for that figure the entire time. He wanted to see just who in the world would have the guts to steal his stuff. Damn it, he's really too damn it. No one could take anything that belonged to him, Jun Wutian. Anyone who took it would have to die. At this moment, a figure stood before that pile of hot, unknown stuff. Lin Fan had returned the way he came from. That was because he had caught sight of a black dot in the sky. It was getting brighter and brighter, and it seemed to be flying towards him. If he were to run like this, he might not be able to get away from it. Forget it. I'm a man. Which powerful being in this world doesn't have a painful past? And I, Lin Fan, am someone who wants to become an utmost powerful being and surpass all other powerful beings. My past is definitely more painful than most people. If I can't even endure a small test, how am I going to become an utmost powerful being in the future? Let's go. Without any hesitation, Lin Fan dove into the pile of hot stuff and started crawling in. Damn, it smells a little weird, but I have to bear with it. Lin Fan held his breath and hid inside without moving. From his point of view, if he was found, he would accept it. Even if he was killed, he would accept it. Not long later. He sensed that there was a trace of movement outside. Jun Wutian landed from the sky and looked around coldly. In the end, he fixed his gaze on the warm thing. It's the excrement of a heaven-devouring dragon python. It seems like there's an adult heaven-devouring dragon python around. Jun Wutian was about to leave. If it was a heaven-devouring dragon python below the Heaven Star border realm, he wouldn't be afraid. But judging from the size of the excrement, it was obviously above the Heaven Star border realm. Staying here would only increase the danger. Damn it, I sensed it just now. I didn't expect it to disappear. Don't let me find you, or I will tear you into pieces. Jun Wutian said coldly and left. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. But he didn't leave just like that. I have to wait a little longer. People nowadays are very cunning. If I'm not careful, I will be tricked. As expected, Jun Wutian's figure floated in the void as he scanned his surroundings. If Lin Fan were to come out from that place, he would definitely be spotted immediately. A day passed. Lin Fan even took a nap inside. Suddenly, he felt like the world was turning upside down. It was as if something terrible had happened. What's going on? What's going on? Lin Fan woke up in shock. I have no idea what's going on. I'm already hiding in the excrement. What's going on? Don't go overboard, alright, outside. Jun Wutian had already left a long time ago. He stayed here for a long time and searched through the entire forest. In the end, he left unwillingly. The main reason was that during the night, he discovered a pair of green eyes flickering in the distance. A boundless ferocious aura spread out in the night. This was the appearance of a high-level demonic beast. He couldn't fight it, so he left immediately. And now, a huge silver crocodile was standing outside the pile of hot feces. When it saw this thing, its pitch-black eyes shone with boundless joy. This was the excrement of the dragon-devouring python, and it contained a huge amount of energy. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the excrement into his stomach. Instantly, Lin Fan felt as though the seas were turning upside down. His head was spinning, and he did not know what was going on. Bang, he landed heavily on the ground, temporarily stabilizing himself. He quickly climbed out of the hole and looked around with a puzzled look on his face. Where is this place? He was now in a daze. The green light around him flickered like fireflies. That's not right. Wasn't I just lying down? How did I end up here? Lin Fan really could not understand what was going on right now. How did he end up in this place? Dong dong, the sound of a heartbeat could be heard. It seemed to be really close to him. Lin Fan had no idea what this was, so he walked forward. He wanted to see what this place was, and how did he end up in this broken place after sleeping? It stinks. Lin Fan covered his nose. A pungent smell came into his nose. When he saw the situation in front of him, he was dumbfounded. Below his feet was a green pond, and in this green pond there were many bubbles. Around the pond there were some corpses that had yet to decompose. I can't be in the stomach of some beast, right? Lin Fan was stunned. He felt that there was a high possibility of that happening. Outside, a huge silver crocodile was moving its 4 claws through the forest. When it reached an empty space, it raised its head, and its pitch-black eyes were filled with wariness. It covered the sky. A giant eagle spread its wings and clawed at the crocodile. If Lin Fan were to see this, he would definitely cry. This was a battle between 2 high-level demonic beasts. The giant eagle clawed at the skin of the crocodile, and the tough scales broke instantly. Blood spurted out, dyeing the ground red. Roar! The crocodile roared in pain and fought back crazily. The crocodile's tail swept across the sky, causing the surrounding rocks to collapse. But to the giant eagle flying in the sky, it was useless. Lin Fan was tossing and turning inside out. He had no idea what was going on. Suddenly, he felt a ray of light shining in from above. He was overjoyed. Finally, he could get out. But under Lin Fan's joyful gaze, a sharp claw grabbed the flesh on both sides of the crocodile and tore it apart. A huge eye, like the sun, appeared in his sight. Gulp. This? Lin Fan was stunned. Beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead. Not good, something bad is going to happen. Just as he reacted, the sharp beak of the eagle reached into the meat and swallowed the essence of the giant crocodile along with Lin Fan in one gulp. F***ck, I can't live in this world anymore. Why do I have to meet with all these **tty things? How am I supposed to live? Lin Fan roared in his heart. Didn't I just come out for a mission? Is there a need to bully people like this? Everyone wants to swallow me. Do they think I'm easy to bully? But soon, Lin Fan lost consciousness. He knew that he was dead. The giant eagle spread its wings and soared into the endless void. And on the ground, there was only a cold corpse of the crocodile. The demonic beasts that had been waiting in the surroundings for a long time rushed out one by one. This was the corpse of a high-level demonic beast. Although the most precious essence was no longer there, for these low-level demonic beasts, this piece of flesh and blood in front of them was boundless wealth. 10 seconds later. Lin Fan woke up. He sat on the soft, wet skin with a dumbfounded look on his face. Until now, he still hadn't come to his senses. He really didn't know why all this happened. Who did he offend? Why did he keep getting F***ed by people from the moment he came out? And it was all so strange. What's going on right now? Am I in the stomach of another demonic beast? I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. I'm already angry. How can you bully me like this, no matter what? I, Lin Fan, am a person of status. Now, I'm being eaten by beasts, and I don't even spit out the skin. Do they really think that I, Lin Fan, am easy to bully? Fight? At this moment, he was really going to explode. He took out his mace and smashed it on the wet skin. I, Lin Fan, am not so easy to bully. The giant eagle that was flying in the sky suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. There was a slight pain in its stomach. Did I eat something wrong? Lin Fan didn't expect the skin to be so hard. He couldn't break it. But all of a sudden, the situation was a little off. The skin around it gradually shrunk, squeezing the remaining things together. What's going to happen? Lin Fan was stunned. He didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, a ray of light shone in front of him. Lin Fan was elated. I can finally go out. But suddenly, his expression changed greatly, because he realized that there was something wrong with the hole where the light shone in. At this moment, a suction force came from the hole. Lin Fan grabbed the flesh beside him and screamed. No, I don't want to go out through the anus. I'm going to become the strongest man in the world. I can't embarrass myself like this. No, I'm going to F***ck you. He didn't dare to believe everything that was happening. He was a man who was going to become an ultimate expert, and now he had to suffer such humiliation. How was he going to face the world in the future? Thinking back to what had happened, he felt that everything had been planned. When he left the sect, he was killed, his corpse was looted, and he was chased. It just so happened that there was a super big pile of *T. He hid in it and was swallowed by a monster that swallowed him. Then, the monster that swallowed him was killed by an even stronger monster that swallowed him. Now, he was going to defecate. Tell me, what do these fellows think I am? No, I don't want it. Lin Fan grabbed onto the piece of meat. No matter how strong the suction force was, he wouldn't let go. If he really let go, his life would be over. For his pride, he wouldn't let go even if he was beaten to death. The giant eagle soared in the sky and felt more and more uncomfortable in its abdomen. It was as if a piece of meat was about to fall off. Then, it let out a sharp cry as if it was gathering energy. It gathered all the energy in its body at one point and released it. Lin Fan felt that something was wrong. The piece of meat was actually showing signs of falling off. His expression changed and he shook his head in disbelief. No. The world was spinning. His entire body was being sucked out. Just you wait, I will never forgive you. After being blown out of that weird hole, Lin Fan was completely enraged. The giant eagle let out a satisfied cry. Then, it turned around and looked at the huge pile of *T. It was a little confused. It seemed to have heard something just now. But it didn't think too much about it. It flapped its wings and flew up. To it, this was really comfortable. But to Lin Fan, it really wasn't comfortable. It took a lot of effort to struggle out of the pile of *T. He looked down and his throat moved. He was a little afraid. If I were to fall from this height, I would probably die a horrible death. He felt that ever since he left the sect, he hadn't met with any good things. He would always die in such a weird way. Whoosh, as he dove down, the strong wind made his clothes rustle. The stains on his body were all blown away in an instant. Hey-ish. Lin Fan sighed and crossed his arms. He closed his eyes and prepared to have a good sleep. Whatever, he didn't want to ask any more. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well enjoy the feeling of sleeping in the air before he died. Fengshan Fort. Xianxia came out from his seclusion room. He had finally mastered the goo poison. As long as he took another step forward, he would be able to become an Earth Star border realm cultivator. By then, he would be able to go anywhere in the world. Let me test my babies and see if they can do it. Xianxia mumbled to himself. Then, he opened his palm. His originally flat palm suddenly squirmed, as if something was crawling on it. Poochie, cracks appeared on the surface of his palm, and one poisonous goo after another crawled out from the bloody cracks on his palm. These venomous insects were very small in size, but they couldn't be underestimated. That was because these venomous insects were very poisonous. Wherever these venomous insects passed through, the green grass would all wither as if they were poisoned. Haha. Seeing this, Xianxia burst into laughter. I have finally mastered the goo poison, even though it is not complete yet. No one in this world can stop me now. Come out, my babies. Xianxia tore off his clothes, revealing his naked body. Gulp, gulp, lumps could be seen on his body, and they grew bigger and bigger. Finally, a bloody crack appeared on his body, and countless goo poison swarmed out from it, covering Xianxia's body in no time. In order to cultivate this goo poison skill, Xianxia had gone through a lot of suffering and torture. Finally, he managed to cultivate the goo poison to the first step, nurturing the goo poison with his body. All the goo poison would be nurtured in his body, becoming a part of him, turning him into a real goo poison man. Looking at the goo poison, Xianxia's face lit up with excitement. These are my babies, my most important babies. Babies, you must be hungry. Let me find some food to feed you. Xianxia left the Kaifeng mountain camp. Not long after, he returned with a girl on his shoulder. Judging from the girl's clothes, she was obviously from an ordinary family, and she lived at the foot of the mountain. The girl was unconscious, and she had no idea what was going on. Xianxia threw the girl on the ground, and with a lustful look in his eyes, he waited quietly. Not long after, the girl woke up. When she saw the scene in front of her, she panicked, and her eyes were filled with fear. That's great. Fresh food. My babies will definitely love it. Jianggu stared at the girl greedily, and his scarlet tongue moved slightly, as if he was going to swallow the girl whole. Who are you? What are you trying to do? The girl's face turned pale, and the fear in her eyes intensified. She knew that she had been kidnapped. She had heard from the villagers that bad people came to the mountain, and they were terrifying people who ate human blood. Originally, she had thought that this was merely a rumor. But now, she understood that it was not a rumor, but a fact. Hee hee. My babies are getting excited, and they can't wait any longer. Let me make love to you. Jianggu took off his clothes and faced the girl naked. The girl was dumbfounded when she saw the naked man. Especially when she saw the long thing below, she was scared out of her wits. Red worms crawled out from the tiny holes. Their ferocious surfaces were bulging with small bumps, and they were covered with densely packed sharp teeth. Furthermore, those sharp teeth were still moving. No. The girl was so scared that she lost all motivation. She sat on the ground and crawled slowly. Jianggu laughed, and his laughter grew louder as he moved. Don't move. It won't be long before my little babies enter your body. They'll suck your blood and eat your flesh. You'll become one with me, forever. Suddenly, an air-piercing sound came from the sky. Jianggu looked to his left and right, but he did not see anyone. When he raised his head, his eyes narrowed. In his vision, a figure grew bigger and bigger, and it was so fast that he could not react. Boom, the ground cracked, and a deep pit was formed. Cracks spread out in all directions like spider webs. The girl was dumbfounded. In her eyes, the sky was covered in blood, and her eyes were blinded. Ah! She hugged her head and screamed in fear. She did not know where the courage came from, but she stood up and ran into the distance. Everything was quiet and serene. Fengshan Camp was quiet. Evil cultivator Jianggu had endured unbearable pain to cultivate his evil skill. Finally, he succeeded and left the mountain, ready to carve out a new world for himself. But even though it was only for a short period of time, a person's life could shine brightly in just a few seconds. The deep pit was filled with blood. It was a gruesome sight to behold. Pieces of flesh were scattered all over the ground. And in that deep pit, a head rolled sideways, eyes wide open, eyes still filled with the terror of the last second. Perhaps Jianggu didn't know how he died, even at the moment of his death. Because of Jianggu's death, the goo worms died as well. 10 seconds later, they were revived. Oh my god, what just happened? Why did I get points? Did I bump into someone? Lin Fan stood up and shook his head. He was in a daze. Even though he was full of energy, he did not know what had happened. Why is there another head? When Lin Fan saw Jianggu's head, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he exclaimed, F***ck me. Did I implicate an innocent person? He could not accept this. He was someone who was going to become the strongest person in the world. How could he harm an innocent person? Sigh. But what else could he do since he was squashed to death? Where did these worms come from? Lin Fan kicked away the dead worms. Suddenly, a token appeared in front of him. Goo? The word goo was carved on the metal token. It was weird, but it felt familiar. He looked around, but for the time being, he didn't recognize where he was. But at this moment, he saw a few words written on a stone not too far in front of him, and he was stunned. Fengshan Camp. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. This place was so far away from where he was F***ed to death. Wait. All of a sudden, Lin Fan thought of something important. He quickly took out the description of the mission from his storage ring. Evil cultivator Jianggu, body tempering stage 9. At this moment, he stared at the mass of flesh and blood and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Don't tell me this guy is Jianggu. He was a little confused. He had accidentally smashed the mission target to death, and his mission was completed so inexplicably. In the end, he confirmed that the person he killed was the evil cultivator, Jianggu. In other words, Jianggu was the target he needed to kill. You demonic beast, I. Lin Fan was in a dilemma. He had already made a mental note of that beast. When he became stronger in the future, he would definitely make that beast pay the price. But what troubled him now was that this demonic beast had not only sent him to his destination, it had also assisted him in obtaining the first kill. What would he do if he were to encounter one in the future? Should he kill him, or should he just let it go? This question was a little complicated. Forget it, let's not think about it. This time, it was very easy. Lin Fan's heart was filled with joy. This mission was too easy to complete. He hadn't even gotten serious yet, and he had already completed it out of the blue. He put the token away so that he could hand in the mission when he returned. Lin Fan scoured the place for a bit and felt a little regretful. This guy was really terrifyingly poor. Other than giving him points, he didn't have any other benefits. Yuan Tianjun and the rest traveled through the night and finally arrived at the Fengshan camp. Their mission this time was to capture someone in the ancient river village of the Fengshan camp. This person was hiding in the ancient river village, disguising himself as an ordinary villager. However, the sect had already found out that this person was a member of an evil organization in the Magnificent Flame sect, and they were trying to destroy the sect. "Senior brother, what should we do now?" a disciple asked. "Don't be impatient. Let's wait outside the ancient river village and see if that person has appeared. If he is alone, we will take action," Yuan Tianjun said. "Senior brother, we wanted to call that guy over to be our cannon fodder. But now that we don't even have cannon fodder, it's affecting our mission." The cannon fodder that the disciple was talking about was actually Lin Fan. Back when they were in the sect, they had wanted to drag someone in to be their cannon fodder. Wasn't it a coincidence that they had bumped into Lin Fan? But what they hadn't expected was that this fellow wouldn't give them any face at all. He didn't even want to come. This had them really pissed off. Yuan Tianjun waved his hand. "Don't worry about it. Just follow our plan. You guys should also pay attention to the kids' movements. With our speed, we should be the first to arrive. If we see him, don't alert him." "Understood, senior brother." Ancient River Village. Along the way, Lin Fan went through the items given to him by the two grandpas. He was very curious about the items in the storage rings, and he was in a good mood. The two grandpas were obviously wealthy people. They must have hidden a lot of treasures. Walking on the small path, Lin Fan had a smile on his face. "Grandpas, don't worry. I, Lin Fan, swear that as long as there's something valuable in here, I, Lin Fan, will definitely kill Jun Wu Wu if I ever meet him again." Lin Fan opened one of the storage rings. Her little heart started beating furiously, but this smile only lasted for a second before it disappeared. Huh? He could not understand what was going on. It was empty. What was going on? F***ck, he could not believe his eyes. He had never seen such a clean storage ring before. There was not a single thing in it. Are you scared? Regardless of whether others were scared or not, he was really scared. F***ck. There's nothing in it. You have seriously hurt our friendship. He really did not want to say anything more. Where was the trust between people? He had risked his life to loot the corpse, but in the end, he got an empty shell. He could not take it anymore. Then, he opened the other storage ring. He no longer had any hope. After all, the first and second storage rings were too big of a blow. He sneaked a peek. His heart could not calm down. F***ck, this is too much. This time, he was really angry. He felt like he had been played. But at this moment, he saw a book in the corner of the second storage ring. His originally helpless face broke into a bright smile. Good, there's something to comfort me." He could not wait to take the book out. When he saw the name, he was stunned. Transformation into God Swordsmanship. Do you want to spend 50,000 points to comprehend it? Yes, comprehend it. Insufficient points. Lin Fan was astonished. He felt that this happiness had come way too quickly. What kind of skill set would require so many points to comprehend it with 50,000 points? This. To Lin Fan, 50,000 points was an astronomical figure. "I guess I'll have to risk my life to earn more points." I might be speechless at the start, but I did pretty well at the end. I completed the mission out of the blue, and I even got an awesome skill set. I might need a lot of points to learn it, but I'm confident that I can get it as long as I work hard. Lin Fan walked on the path. Auntie, where is this? Lin Fan stood by the roadside and shouted at the auntie who was working in the fields. The auntie looked at Lin Fan, stunned. You came down from the mountain? Yeah. Lin Fan nodded. What's wrong? I came from far away, so I came down from the mountain. Lin Fan could tell from the auntie's expression that she was afraid of the evil cultivator on the mountain. But it's a pity that the evil cultivator was killed by me. Did you meet anyone? The auntie asked curiously. No, I'm alone. Auntie, you haven't told me where this is. Lin Fan shook his head. This is Ancient River Village. The auntie said doubtfully. Lin Fan waved his hand and walked forward. So this is Ancient River Village. I was going to go back after completing the mission, but it seems like I can't go back now. Now that this was a skill, if he didn't gather enough points to comprehend it, he would definitely not be able to get his thoughts straight. The auntie, who was initially worried and confused, looked at Lin Fan's back. She calmed down, but her eyes shone with contemplation. Not long later, Lin Fan saw rows of houses. This must be Ancient River Village. It wasn't a big place, with at most 100 houses. There weren't many young people here, and most of them were old. Lin Fan looked around, but he didn't find anything strange. Lord, are you from the Magnificent Flame sect? Just as Lin Fan was looking around, an old man appeared in front of him. The old man held a walking stick in his hand, and he looked kind and peaceful. Yes, and you are? Lin Fan asked curiously. This old man is the village chief of Ancient River Village, by sure. Your Excellency has come from afar to visit Ancient River Village. Please come in and have a seat. The village chief said slowly. His expression was filled with respect. In the house. Why aren't there any young people in the village? Lin Fan asked curiously. Whitestone said, Sir, the young people in the village have all left, leaving only the old and the young here. Usually, very few people come here. Sir, you are the first outsider to come to Ancient River Village during this period. Oh, do you know anyone in Fengshan Camp? Lin Fan asked. Whitestone smiled and shook his head. Lord, Fengshan Camp has been empty for a long time. It used to be a den of bandits, but the Magnificent Flame sect sent disciples to wipe out the bandits and saved our village. Then, the village chief did not say anything more. He stood up and said, Please wait for a moment, my lord. I will instruct someone to prepare a sumptuous feast for you. It's all right. Lin Fan waved his hands. As a Magnificent Flame sect disciple, how could he be a freeloader? It's no trouble at all. Please wait a moment, my lord. The village chief stood at the door and smiled at Lin Fan. Then, he looked at the door and left. Not too far away from Ancient River Village, a pair of eyes had been staring at this place. When they saw Lin Fan, they left immediately. Outside Fengshan Fort. Senior Brother Yuan, that guy has appeared in Ancient River Village. He seems to have come down from Fengshan Stronghold. It seems like he has completed his mission. Yuan Tianjun was stunned and in disbelief. How is that possible? We are not slow. How could he have arrived before us? But it doesn't matter anymore. Did you say that he has entered Ancient River Village? Yes, he entered Ancient River Village and was received by the village chief. He was led into a house. According to my investigation, this village is very strange. It is different from the sect's investigation. There is not a single young person in the village. They are all old, weak, and disabled. The strangest one is the village chief, Whitestone. Yuan Tianjun nodded. His junior brother's analysis made sense. All right, continue watching him. Let's see what happens to him in the end. Yes. Ancient River Village. It's a Magnificent Flame sect disciple, what should we do? Should we kill him? I don't think it's necessary. He looks like a fool. He must have come to Fengshan Fort to complete the sect's mission. That Jianggu was stupid enough to be killed. Prepare some food. I will send him out of the village after he is done eating. Don't alert him. Lin Fan sat in the house, waiting. He felt that the village was lifeless. It was an indescribable feeling. Just as he was thinking about this, village chief White Stone walked in with a tray in his hands. Looking at all these delicacies, Lin Fan's heart was thumping furiously. It had been a long time since he had a good meal ever since he came out of that place. The people of Ancient River Village are really nice. Lin Fan's impression of them has increased. Aya, you are too kind. Lin Fan's heart was filled with happiness. His hands didn't stop moving as he picked up the chopsticks and started eating. White Stone sat there. Every time Lin Fan lowered his head, a creepy smile would appear on his face. But when Lin Fan lifted his head, the smile would change into a peaceful one. After a hearty meal, Lin Fan took out some money from his storage ring to pay for the meal. Thank you for your hospitality. I will not stay any longer. Lin Fan only had one thought in his mind, and that was to look for beasts as soon as possible. I need to accumulate more points. White Stone stood up. Lord, are you not going to stay a little longer? Lin Fan waved his hands. No, I have something to do. It's tiring to travel all the way. There was no one at the entrance of the village. White Stone followed behind Lin Fan. Village chief, you don't have to send me off. You can go back. Lin Fan waved his hands. Of course, of course. This way, Lord. White Stone smiled as he followed behind Lin Fan. At the same time, he stared at Lin Fan's head, as if he was thinking about something. Lin Fan shuddered. For some reason, he felt a little uncomfortable being stared at from the back. My lord, this old man will see you off here, White Stone said. Hearing this, Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. Scary. If I continue to send him off, who knows how long he will be staring at me. All right. Thank you, village chief. Goodbye. Lin Fan said and walked forward. White Stone looked at the gradually disappearing figure and twisted his neck, muttering to himself with a creaking sound. Seems like I was thinking too much. Lin Fan was elated right now. He felt that the people outside were simply way too friendly. Especially these villagers. They were simple, kind, and hospitable. Moreover, they had enough respect for him. If not for the fact that I have a bigger goal, I would really like to interact with you guys. There aren't any strong young men in the village. There must be a lot of things that I can't do. At this moment, Lin Fan felt that he was really kind. If he wasn't, he wouldn't have thought of these things. Senior brother Yuan, Chief White Stone sent that kid away. Along the way, I realized that the chief wanted to kill that kid, but for some reason, he did not do anything. Yuan Tianjun sneered. That kid is lucky. I guess White Stone is afraid of the consequences of killing a magnificent flame sect disciple. Since we have confirmed it, it's time for us to take action. Senior brother, should we kill him halfway, or should we enter the village and kill him in front of everyone? Huang Ho asked. Yuan Tianjun didn't even think about it. His lips curled into a smile. Of course we will enter the village and kill him. That way, we can let those ignorant people sing our praises. Hearing this, the other disciples grinned. Good idea, senior brother. To them, cultivation was indeed very important. However, they were also very concerned about their reputation outside. The group moved quickly and waited in the village. They were sure that Chief White Stone was their target. As for the rest of the villagers, they had observed them, and there was nothing wrong with them. To be honest, White Stone was smart. He knew how to hide among the villagers. At the entrance of the village, a child with a ponytail could be seen running around barefooted at the entrance of the village with a rattle drum in her hand. Bang, the child accidentally bumped into something and sat on the ground. Then, he raised his big watery eyes and looked at the strangers in front of him. Who are you? Yuan Tianjun looked at her in disdain. Little girl, where are the adults? He asked calmly. Senior brother, do we need to check on the little girl? Yuan Tianjun asked softly. No need. She's just a little girl. What's wrong with her? Yuan Tianjun said. Soon, Huang Ho, who had gone to scout for information, returned. Senior brother, that guy is about to arrive. All right. Yuan Tianjun nodded and said sternly, go and gather everyone in the village. The child looked at the people in front of him and felt quite afraid. He then picked up the rattledrum and ran into the village. Someone's coming. Someone's coming. The little girl ran happily on the road, shouting to every household. In an ordinary kitchen, a hunched old woman scooped up water with a watermelon ladle and poured it into a pot. Her voice was low and calm. Old man, add some fire and boil the water. We're going to kill the pig soon. The old man who was lighting the fire nodded. His withered hand grabbed a handful of firewood and smiled, got it. Go and see how the pig is doing. Don't let it run away. Don't worry, with the village chief here, the pigs won't be able to run. Senior brother, this village is really strange. There's not even a strong man here. Did they all leave? Yuan Tianjun stood at the entrance of the village and stared ahead. That's normal. This village can't support many people. I'm afraid they've all left for the outside world, leaving only the old and the young behind for the evil organization to infiltrate. Senior brother, they're here. White Stone, the village chief, walked slowly towards the entrance of the village with his walking stick. He looked at Yuan Tianjun, but then lowered his gaze and looked at the ground. Lords, is there anything I can help you with? White Stone's voice was calm, completely different from the way he spoke to Lin Fan previously. Although he still addressed Lin Fan as Lord, there was a hint of mockery in his tone. Huang Ho took a step forward. White Stone, stop pretending. Do you think we don't know who you are? Hiding in this village, all alone and destitute, it must be tough. I didn't expect to be discovered by you guys. What a pity. White Stone grinned. It's not tough at all. I'm the village chief. How can it be tough? Lords, don't you think so? Just then, the villagers walked out of their houses and stood at the entrance of the village. There were more than 30 of them. Seeing that there were only 30 of them, Yuan Tianjun frowned. Where are the rest of the villagers? Lord, they're all asleep. They haven't woken up yet. What happened to the village chief? The old lady said calmly. In each of the houses, there was a corpse lying in a pool of blood. It was a gruesome death. Yuan Tianjun did not think too much about it. Your village chief is from the evil organization. He's hiding among you guys. We're here on behalf of the sect to kill him and save you guys from your suffering. White Stone stood there calmly with a disdainful look in his eyes. However, Yuan Tianjun and the rest didn't notice it. To them, White Stone was just a turtle in a jar. He said so much because he wanted the villagers to understand that they were here to save their lives. Sigh, what a pity. White Stone shook his head. It's a pity indeed. You've hidden yourself so well. If not for the sect's discovery, you would have killed all the villagers after you're done with them. But don't worry, you won't have the chance to do so. Yuan Tianjun said. Big brother, do you think a person can still walk without a leg? The child came to Huang Ho and sat on the ground. He hugged Huang Ho's leg and asked curiously. Of course not. Huang Ho replied. Oh. The child seemed to have understood something. He patted Huang Ho's leg with his tiny hands. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed. Huang Ho felt something strange. He lowered his head and realized that his left calf seemed to have been separated from his body. In a split second, he screamed in pain. My leg, my leg. Huang Ho fell to the ground in a daze. He held on to his broken leg with both hands as blood gushed out of his wound, staining the ground red. Seeing this, Yuan Tianjun was shocked. Without any hesitation, he slapped at the child. As for the little child that they thought was harmless, his body nimbly dodged the palm. You guys. Yuan Tianjun was stunned. He looked at White Stone in disbelief, then at the villagers. He did not expect this harmless child to, I've said it before. Hiding in ancient river village isn't tiring at all. There are so many of my people here. White Stone's lips were torn apart. He then pressed on the torn skin. It's all your fault. You guys ruined my clothes when you came. You. Yuan Tianjun and the rest suddenly felt that something was amiss. This was different from what they had expected. And at this moment, a horrifying scene happened. Grandpa Chief, I can't take it anymore. This shirt is too small for me. The child laid on his scalp. With a swipe of his hands, his scalp and hair were ripped off. In this small body, there was a man curled up. Crack! The man's bones vibrated and his body contorted. He then stood up slowly and looked at Yuan Tianjun and the rest with a cruel smile. Alright, I feel much better now. This skin is too small. That's right, but it's a pity that you found out too late. The man who came out from the child's body laughed sinisterly. Big brother, do you think I can still live if I lose my head? Yuan Tianjun and the rest gulped. They felt that something was wrong. These people were all practicing evil skills, and they were extremely weird. The man who hid in the child's body was using an evil skill to kill the child and hide in it. He might be an Earthstar Border Stage 2 cultivator, but he and his junior brothers could easily kill White Stone. However, there were so many of them. If they didn't run, they would die here. The old lady stood up. Alright, stop hiding. Let's kill them and leave. Then, just like the man before him, he directly pulled open the old woman's skin. Her true appearance was terrifying, and the fiendish look on her face was very strong. I feel much better now. If I didn't look like a bad guy, I wouldn't need this skin. He then pointed at Yuan Tianjun. I want this skin. Maybe I can become a disciple of the Magnificent Flame sect. If you hide in this skin and go to the Magnificent Flame sect, I'm afraid you won't live past the second day. Hearing the words of the evil cultivators, the faces of Yuan Tianjun and the rest turned pale. Go. Without hesitation, Yuan Tianjun started to run for his life. He couldn't care less anymore. As long as he could escape and stay alive, anything would be worth it. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him if he were to fall into their hands. Skin me? It's scary just thinking about it. Trying to run? Do you think you can? The evil cultivators who were disguised as villagers sneered and charged at Yuan Tianjun and the rest. Whitestone watched quietly. He was not anxious at all. To him, these Magnificent Flame sect disciples were just corpses that were temporarily alive. Senior brother, take me with you. Huang Ho, who was lying on the ground, cried out in despair. But Yuan Tianjun didn't even look back. He abandoned Huang Ho completely. Big brother, let me play with you. The man who came out from the child's body stood in front of Huang Ho with a bright smile. To Huang Ho, his smile was extremely scary. No. Ah. Blood-curdling screams resounded. When Yuan Tianjun heard the screams coming from behind him, his heart started pounding as if it was going to jump out of his body. He was truly frightened, to the point that he didn't even have the courage to fight against his opponent. Even though he knew that he could kill a small portion of these evil cultivators if he used his full strength, he didn't have the courage to face them when he thought of his final outcome. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk many figures were madly attacking on the road. Yuan Tianjun took a peek from the corner of his eyes and was terrified. The evil cultivators had been following him and looking at him. He knew that if he were to fall into their hands, he would end up in a tragic state. However, could he really escape like this? Senior brother, what should we do? Huang Feilong was panicking. His speed could barely keep up with Yuan Tianjun, but he did not want to die. He could only run for his life. Let's fight it out with them. If we keep running like this, we definitely won't be able to escape, Chen Hu said. Yuan Tianjun did not say a word because he did not want to say anything. He just wanted to return to the sect and report the situation. All of a sudden, he felt a murderous aura coming from behind him. Without turning around, he pulled his junior brother over. That junior brother did not expect this either. Pfft. Senior brother, you. Huang Feilong only felt a burning pain on his back. When he turned his head, he discovered that his chest had been pierced by a metal chain. Fresh blood flowed down his chest and flowed down with a walala sound. Chen, who did not expect senior brother Yuan to pull his junior brother over to be his shield. There's no other way, Yuan Tianjun said. Run, we might have a chance of survival. Chen, who was in agony. The senior brother that he respected the most was using them as shields. He gritted his teeth and glared at Yuan Tianjun. Senior brother. What are you doing? Yuan Tianjun asked. You've really disappointed me. Chen Hu looked at Yuan Tianjun in despair and stopped in his tracks. He looked at the evil cultivators and roared. I'll kill you all. Not long after, Yuan Tianjun heard Chen Hu's screams. Yuan Tianjun was taken aback. Bastard, it's good that you're dead. Help me buy some time. Suddenly, a voice rang in Yuan Tianjun's ears. As expected of a magnificent flame sect disciple. Betraying your own sect member is a good move. Unknowingly, white stone had appeared behind Yuan Tianjun, maintaining a certain distance between them. Yuan Tianjun did not say a word. To him, all he wanted was to stay alive. Nothing else mattered. Time to go and earn points. Lin Fan walked around leisurely. Whenever he came across a beast, he would have a good chat with it. Right now, Lin Fan was extremely curious about the sword formation transformation. He wondered how it would look like after he successfully cultivated it, and how strong he would become. I'm looking forward to it. Junior brother, save me. Suddenly, a cry for help came from behind. Lin Fan was confused. Turning around, he saw a bloodied man running towards him in a pathetic manner. Yuan Tianjun saw a glimmer of hope when he saw Lin Fan. But it was not because he believed that Lin Fan could win against these people. Soon, Yuan Tianjun came up to Lin Fan. Junior brother Lin, save me. Eh? Isn't it senior brother Yuan? Why are you in such a state? Lin Fan was stunned. He recognized the man in front of him. It was Yuan Tianjun. He was the guy who invited Lin Fan to team up with him. But Lin Fan rejected him because he was dishonest and he wanted to act alone. But who would have thought that he would bump into him? Not far away, a group of people could be seen. Lin Fan took a casual glance at them, but he did not take it to heart. In his opinion, if he was really discovered, he would either kill the other party or be killed. There was no third option. A figure appeared in front of Lin Fan and Yuan Tianjun. Lin Fan was stunned. Village Chief Baishir, what are you doing? When Whitestone saw Lin Fan, his face revealed the same smile as before. Looks like I'm not overthinking it. You're really going to die, Lin Fan was confused. What does he mean? Yuan Tianjun was in despair. He hid behind Lin Fan. Junior brother, save me. You have to save me. I can't die here. Suddenly, Yuan Tianjun pushed Lin Fan's back, trying to push him in front of Baishir. However, Yuan Tianjun ran in front of Baishir. Just then, Lin Fan came back to his senses. He was furious. He took out his mace from his storage ring and swung it at Yuan Tianjun. F***CK. Just tell me if you have something to say. Why did you sell me out? Unforgivable. P.S. Thank you for the 10,000 Qidian coins reward from the 200 kilograms boss. Everything was done in one go. There was no pause in his movements at all. It was as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. Yuan Tianjun could only run. When he saw Lin Fan, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. If Lin Fan can help me, I will definitely be able to escape. Thus, when Lin Fan wasn't paying attention, he pushed Lin Fan in front of White Stone so that White Stone could protect him. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, making Lin Fan's back drenched in sweat. Yuan Tianjun turned around abruptly, only to see the black shadow charging towards him. His initially relieved expression changed drastically as he screamed in fear. No! Bang! With a loud boom, Yuan Tianjun was smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. I knew that you're not a good person. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Fan said angrily. He lifted the mace up slowly and swung it. The blood on the mace splattered all over the ground. Points plus 300. I gained 200 experience points when I killed Lu Feng. Lu Feng was only in the Earth Star Border Stage 1, and Yuan Tianjun was in the Earth Star Border Stage 2. Obviously, it wasn't easy to earn experience points. Even if I killed someone of a higher cultivation, there wouldn't be much of a difference in experience points. Silence fell over the place. Lin Fan squatted down and searched Yuan Tianjuan's body. He took out 2 bottles of pills. You're so poor. I thought you were a tycoon. Lin Fan was disappointed. Just then, he remembered that there were still some people around. It's time to talk to them. Lin Fan turned around and cracked his neck, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Village chief, what are you doing? Whitestone frowned. He couldn't understand Lin Fan. But he soon burst into laughter. Impressive. Indeed impressive. The magnificent flame sect's disciples are indeed ruthless. Lin Fan waved his hand modestly. No, it's just that I don't like it when people betray me. Village chief, your village is full of hidden ghosts. I couldn't tell that all of you are so strong. Whitestone leaned on his walking stick as he stood there with a very strange smile on his face. It's really a pity. I didn't want to kill you at first, but I found out that I was thinking too much. Now that I see you, I really want to kill you. I want you to feel your blood drip by drip, hee. I really like this person's skin. I want it. A malevolent-looking man held onto a child's skin in his hands. His face was crazed as he glared at Lin Fan, as though he really wanted to get his hands on it. Lin Fan frowned. It wasn't that the man before him made him unhappy, but the leather bag in his hands made him uncomfortable. Your hand? Lin Fan asked calmly. However, in his heart, there was a small flame burning. This? The malevolent-looking man raised the leather bag in his hands and placed it on his face. His face was full of enjoyment. This is the leather bag that I really like. This little girl is so cute. I really like her. I let her blood drip by drip. Those big round eyes of hers were filled with fear. It made me really emotional, really excited. Especially those tears, but it was really sweet. The malevolent-looking man went crazy. It was as though he was reminiscing about how wonderful that feeling was. ****************************************************************** Lin Fan was furious. Such a cute little girl. Not only did they not cherish her, they even treated her so cruelly. What *********************** Initially, he wanted to play with them. But now, there was no need for that. Anymore. Torturing and killing a little girl deserved to die. Even their lives couldn't make up for all of this. Hee, village chief, I'll go first. This leather bag is mine. The malevolent-looking man casually threw the little girl's leather bag away. His hands gradually turned black and his fingertips grew longer. They were extremely sharp and gave off a dark aura. You're mine. I'm going to make a hole in your throat and let your blood dye the sky red. Mysterious blood claw. Whoosh, the malevolent-looking man disappeared from where he was standing and charged at Lin Fan. A sharp and creepy voice rang in Lin Fan's ears. Hee, don't worry. You'll be free soon. Whitestone's expression changed. He could feel that Lin Fan's aura had become creepy. Xiai Gui, get back. But to Xiai Gui, this was his prey. No one could take it away from him. In an instant, Xiai Gui appeared on Lin Fan's right. His red tongue was exposed in the air. As if he was greedy for Lin Fan's body, he aimed his black claws at Lin Fan's throat. Lin Fan did not move an inch. He did not even look at Xiai Gui. Suddenly, he moved his arm, and a shadow danced in the air. Boom. You're so disgusting. I don't want you to waste any more time, not even for a second. The mace landed on Xiai Gui's body, pinning him to the ground. Puke, Xiai Gui's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It doesn't hurt at all. It's too exciting. He said in a weak and hoarse voice. Lin Fan lifted the mace vertically and smashed it down on Piercing Bone's 4 limbs. Piercing Bone's limbs were smashed into a bloody mess, and blood flowed everywhere. Xiai Gui let out a blood-curdling scream. Lin Fan raised his mace again, but this time, he aimed it at Xiai Gui's head. Tell me, is it still exciting? A crazed look appeared on Xiai Gui's face, but his eyes were filled with fear. Exciting, bang, the mace landed on Xiai Gui's body. Points plus 90, only 90 points, Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Trash. A body tempering stage 9 dares to come out. Lin Fan opened his eyes and flicked the flesh on his mace. Alright, it seems like you all think that your methods are disgusting. That's great. I never go easy on my enemies. Let's see who's more ferocious. What do you guys think? Silence filled the area. To them, the magnificent flame sect disciple in front of them was very different from the magnificent flame sect disciples they had seen before. Especially when Xiaigu was just killed, which made them even more shocked. No one answered. Lin Fan lifted his head and placed the mace on his shoulder. He walked forward step by step with a sharp look in his eyes. Tell me, what do you think? Whitestone did not speak. He could not understand Lin Fan at all. Just then, one of the evil cultivators could not help but roar. Good, since it's good, here I come. Lin Fan said with a smile. Cruel blood. In the blink of an eye, the magnificent flame sect disciple changed. Two streams of blood energy coiled around Lin Fan like two dragons. Blood energy exploded from Lin Fan's body. Blood tattoos appeared. Feeling this violent power, he was in a state of extreme excitement. To others, cruel blood was a skill set that dealt 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 to oneself. But to Lin Fan, it was a skill set made for him. What a strong murderous aura. He's burning his own blood energy. Whitestone frowned. He felt that this guy was difficult to deal with. He was on a completely different level from those guys. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. The evil cultivator hiding under the old man's skin couldn't take it anymore. He peeled off his skin and revealed himself. He looked at Lin Fan with killing intent. Die. These guys were hiding under their skins to avoid detection. But now, they didn't want to hide anymore. Their skins cracked one by one, and the atmosphere was extremely disgusting. The evil cultivator appeared right next to Lin Fan and punched out with a strong killing intent. Evidently, this skill required one to kill to cultivate, and it was unknown how many people this strong killing intent had killed. Do you think you're strong? Let me tell you, I've killed 1,000 people. You will die a horrible death just like them. The evil cultivator said proudly. He wanted to let Lin Fan know about his achievements. Lin Fan swung his mace, not giving the evil cultivator a chance to retaliate. I don't want to know how many people you've killed, because you're already dead. Boom, his strength, speed, and explosiveness had all increased. Lin Fan had received a huge boost in all aspects. His attack was so powerful that it was impossible for a mortal to block it. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered all over the place. Lin Fan didn't want to show mercy to these people anymore. Leaving their corpses intact was already a mercy to them. Damn it. The evil cultivators couldn't take it anymore. They attacked together. Whitestone stood where he was, waiting for an opportunity to kill Lin Fan in one strike. A beam of sword light flashed out and slashed out at Lin Fan in a sinister manner. As for the other evil cultivators, they blocked off Lin Fan's path of escape. I'll tear you into pieces and make you wish you were dead. The evil cultivators were enraged. They charged at Lin Fan from all directions. They did not want to give him any chance. With just the likes of you? Dream on. With a loud boom, the place where Lin Fan was just a moment ago crumbled. An afterimage dragged a long, blood-colored line in the air as it slashed into the midst of the evil cultivators. Big explosion. The mace in Lin Fan's hand was filled with murderous intent, as if it could destroy an army of 1,000. The mace landed on one of the evil cultivators, instantly shattering his upper body. Blood splattered everywhere. His internal organs were also ruptured. He was as dead as a doornail. Poochie, just as Lin Fan was about to kill the evil cultivators, the evil cultivator who had been hiding in the crowd all this while stabbed out with his sword. This sword was extremely fast, and it was coming at Lin Fan in a tricky way. Haha, die. The evil cultivator had a crazed look on his face. He did not expect Lin Fan to be so strong that he could kill so many of his companions. But suddenly, this sword strike stopped abruptly, and it didn't take another step forward. What are you talking about? Lin Fan's left hand turned into an afterimage. By the time it reappeared, he had already grabbed hold of the sword. Even though the sharp edge of the sword had sliced through his palm, Lin Fan didn't feel anything at all. You. The evil cultivator was shocked. He tried to pull the sword out of Lin Fan's hand, but it was as if Lin Fan could not feel pain. He grabbed the sword tightly. You must be joking with me. Remember, don't play with your sword in front of me. You're playing with your life. Lin Fan hollered. His hammer descended from the sky and smashed the evil cultivator into a meat patty. He shook off the blood on his hands and stared at the remaining evil cultivators. Then, he turned to White Stone and said, Village Chief, if you're going to continue watching, all your people are going to die. How much longer do you want to watch? Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan charged into the crowd again. White Stone's throat moved as he swallowed his saliva. He felt that this fellow was even crazier than them, and his methods were cruel to the extreme. The scene was a sea of blood. Flesh and blood were scattered all over the place. Not a single corpse was left intact. At the same time, the bloody figure was like a demon in a sea of blood. He raised his mace high and swung it down, causing flesh and blood to fly everywhere. How can he be so strong? An Earthstar Border Stage 1 cultivator can't even take 2 moves from me. He knew that there were people who claimed to be invincible when they were only in the Earthstar Border Stage 1, but they were not as strong as him. Snake body. All of a sudden, one of the evil cultivators started twisting his body in a weird manner. It was as though he had turned soft and flexible. Like a python, he coiled around Lin Fan and locked him down. His neck was stretched out so long that his head was at the same level as Lin Fan's. Haha, he's tied up. I've tied him up. Kill him. The evil cultivator shouted. His eyes were shining with madness. All of a sudden, a horrifying scene unfolded before him. Lin Fan tilted his head back and rammed it into the evil cultivator's head. Boom, the evil cultivator was dizzy from Lin Fan's attack. Blood was flowing out of his body, but he still managed to tie Lin Fan up. Let me do it. One of the evil cultivators charged at Lin Fan with a spear, but Lin Fan did not even look at him. He rammed his head again and again. Is your head harder than mine? Lin Fan said as he rammed his head. The golden body tempering technique might not be a high-end skill set, but the strength of Lin Fan's body was not something he could compare with. Puke, the spear pierced through Lin Fan's body. Blood flowed down the sword. But Lin Fan did not even frown. He rammed his head again and again. The evil cultivator's face was already covered in blood. He was killed by Lin Fan. His body went limp, and he fell to the ground. How is this possible? The evil cultivator who was holding the spear was shocked. He wanted to pull the spear out, but he realized that it would not budge at all. Since you're here, don't leave. Lin Fan grabbed onto the spear that had pierced through his body. He then exerted strength and pulled the spear forward. The evil cultivator could feel that the spear was no longer under his control. A huge pulling force was exerting on him, causing him to fall forward. Lin Fan threw the spear to the side and turned around. Just as the evil cultivator came to his senses and wanted to retreat, Lin Fan grabbed his head. Tell me, who are you trying to scare? I told you to stab me, but you can't even hit me. Remember, stab the head or the organs next time. You're only stabbing the flesh. It won't hurt at all. Lin Fan lifted the evil cultivator up and swung his mace, giving him a home run. But the evil cultivator did not fly away. Instead, he exploded in midair. At this moment, all the evil cultivators were dumbfounded. They could not believe that Lin Fan could still be so calm. Doesn't he know how badly injured he is? Lin Fan lowered his head and looked at the hole that was pierced through. Blood flowed freely, and he felt a little helpless. Then, he thought of an idea. He bent down and picked up the spear, broke it, and stuffed it back into the hole. He was touched by his own intelligence. Alright, it's done. You're not bleeding anymore. Let's continue. Tell me, are you guys ready? I don't want to play anymore. It's time to finish you guys. But you guys have made me happy. I'll leave your corpses intact. Carrying his mace, Lin Fan let out a bright smile. But in the eyes of the evil cultivators, his smile was terrifying. Village Chief Whitestone's fingers trembled slightly. He had a feeling that the guy standing in front of him was not human. This guy was much stronger than he had imagined. Boom, Lin Fan might not be able to shatter the earth with a single strike, but every time he swung his hammer, blood and flesh splattered all over the place. Village Chief Whitestone, I can't do anything to you with your appearance. Why don't you reveal your true self? Lin Fan swung his hammer and took ahead. He then turned around and looked at Whitestone. The rest of the evil cultivators could no longer hold on. They were terrified of Lin Fan. They even had the guts to believe that the fellow in front of them was not human at all. Lin Fan was so seriously injured, but he acted as if nothing had happened. How could he be so calm and smile at them? How could he possibly be healed? When did the magnificent flame sect have such a perverted disciple? He was born to fight, and he was extremely ruthless. Compared to us, you're even more ruthless. Whitestone said coldly, trying to suppress his fear. Ruthless? No, this isn't ruthless. This is the only way you can treat me. Then, he pointed at the pile of minced meat and said unhappily, it's this piece of trash that cruelly tortured and killed such a cute Lolita. Do you know what crimes you have committed? My heart is aching. Bang, as soon as he finished his words, Lin Fan disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was standing in front of a one-eyed evil cultivator. You. The one-eyed evil cultivator was stunned. He was suppressed by Lin Fan's aura. He had never been surrounded before. No. I'm an evil cultivator. How can I be intimidated by a magnificent flame sect disciple? The one-eyed evil cultivator's aura increased, and his arm swelled up. Don't bully us. We're evil cultivators, he shouted. Bang, with a swing of his hammer, the one-eyed evil cultivator was smashed into the ground, turning into a pile of minced meat. So what if I bully you? Lin Fan said calmly. He then turned to the side. Chief Whitestone, are you really going to sit here and wait for your death? But don't worry. Take your time and watch. It'll be your turn soon. The rest of the evil cultivators panicked. Whitestone, how long are you going to watch? We're all going to die if you keep watching. To them, the magnificent flame sect disciples were like fish on a chopping board. They did not expect to meet such a violent person, and they could not take it anymore. Lin Fan sneered, stop shouting, he's already scared silly. How dare you? Whitestone couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't let this guy continue killing. If this went on, they would really be wiped out. Cruel blood was fully activated, and the gun handle was still stuck in his chest. In this state, who else could be better than him? Just in time. The scariest thing has just begun. Lin Fan hollered out, his battle intent surging. The remaining evil cultivators were nothing in his eyes. Earthstar Border Stage 1 was enough to kill him with one strike. If that wasn't enough, then 2 strikes would be enough. In fact, there were even some body-tempering realm trash among this group of evil cultivators. Bastard. The walking stick in Whitestone's hand flipped over violently. It was covered with a sharp earth energy as it slashed towards Lin Fan. The only thought in Lin Fan's mind now was to kill all these ant-like evil cultivators before dealing with Whitestone. After all, Lin Fan could tell that Lin Fan was an expert since he had been watching the whole fight. Since he was an expert, he would definitely be left for the last fight. Lin Fan swung his hammer, and the evil cultivator exploded. It was impossible for him to block such an explosive force. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The evil cultivator standing next to the nameless evil cultivator widened his eyes as he witnessed everything that had happened. The bloody and violent scene was enough to send chills down his spine. He was sure that if Lin Fan were to join their organization, he would definitely be the most terrifying existence. Poochie, Whitestone's sharp attack sliced through the air and chopped off Lin Fan's arm. The remaining evil cultivators were overjoyed to see this. Damn it, you'll die soon. Lin Fan turned around and swung his hammer at Whitestone, who did not expect Lin Fan to still have the strength to fight back. Without hesitation, he blocked the attack. Boom, Whitestone frowned. Lin Fan's explosive force is so strong. Even though he's injured, he can still exert such strength. How terrifying. Lin Fan grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. His eyes shone with a terrifying battle intent. It doesn't hurt at all. Whitestone, is this all you've got? Gulp, Whitestone gulped. This was one of the most terrifying enemies he had ever met. It was as if he could not be killed. Impossible. This is impossible. Save me, Poochie. Just as he was in a daze, another evil cultivator was crushed and killed. How annoying. I'm not as agile as I used to be because I'm missing an arm. Otherwise, I would have killed you with my hammer. Lin Fan looked at the remaining 4 evil cultivators and said regretfully. Clang, the evil cultivator's weapon fell to the ground, and he fell into a daze. Are you a human or a ghost? The evil cultivator asked in fear. He had lost all his battle intent. Wherever his gaze passed, the entire ground was dyed red. Just by breathing slightly, he could smell the pungent smell of blood. It's about time. Lin Fan could feel the life in his body disappearing. He stopped hiding and pulled out the spear from his chest. Gulp, a stream of blood that had accumulated in his body flowed down his chest like a flood. Die. Lin Fan swung his mace as if nothing had happened. He locked his eyes on one of the evil cultivators and swung his mace at him. Whitestone could not take it anymore. He turned into a shadow and released a sharp aura from the walking stick in his hand. He was going to kill the evil cultivator with this attack. Bang, Poochie, 2 loud noises could be heard. The mace smashed into the evil cultivator again. The 2 evil cultivators, who were standing on the ground, did not dare to move. They were terrified when they saw the bloody scene. But when they saw Lin Fan's condition, they could not help but feel excited. Lin Fan looked at the walking stick that had pierced through his heart, and his lips curled into a smile. He bent his body and took a step forward, pulling the walking stick out. Then, with a loud bang, he stabbed the mace into the ground. Not bad, you finally killed me. Chief Whitestone, you are indeed strong. Lin Fan smiled and stood up straight. Then, he leaned back and fell to the ground. Even though Lin Fan was dead, Whitestone's heart was beating very fast. He had an indescribable feeling. He's dead. Whitestone said softly. The remaining 2 evil cultivators were in an uproar. He's dead. He's finally dead. What kind of demon is he? Why did he last until now? What happened to us? They sat on the ground with tears streaming down their faces. They had sunk into despair, and now they were finally rescued. Whitestone heaved a sigh of relief as he looked at the man lying on the ground, soaked in his own blood. He had never seen a person like Lin Fan, who did not even flinch even when his arm was chopped off. Lin Fan fought bravely, showing no signs of dodging. It's too scary. Fortunately, he was finally dead. It was just that the losses on his side were too heavy for him to bear. When the 2 of them regained their senses, they glared at Whitestone and flew into a rage. Whitestone, why didn't you make a move earlier? Could it be that you really wanted to see us die before you made a move? At this moment, Whitestone's gaze froze. The 2 of them, who were in despair, suddenly came to their senses. They were just little brothers, while Whitestone was their big brother. Speaking in such a tone was simply asking for death. Then, they lowered their heads and gasped for breath. Who is this guy? How can he be so strong? One of the evil cultivators was still in a state of shock. He had long been scared out of his wits by Lin Fan's bloody methods. If Whitestone hadn't killed him in the end, he would have died like those people and turned into a pile of minced meat. Whitestone knocked on the ground with his walking stick. So many of us died. How are we going to explain this? We can say that our whereabouts were exposed, and we were surrounded by the magnificent flame sect. We fought our way out. Yes, that's right. The magnificent flame sect sent out elites, and we fought our way out. Is that so? Whitestone fell silent. He had suffered heavy losses, and there was no way he could hide it anymore. He liked this body a lot, but he had no choice but to give it up. If not for this guy, we wouldn't have lost so many people. The 3 of them stood with their backs facing Lin Fan. They could not bear to look at the scene. It was too bloody. It was unbearable. 10 seconds passed. Resurrection, Lin Fan opened his eyes. He could see the blue sky and white clouds in front of him. What a beautiful world. His energy had reached its peak. Damn it. We didn't expect such a guy to appear in the magnificent flame sect. We are lucky that we are still alive. Whitestone, are you injured? One of the evil cultivators saw Whitestone's palm split open and blood flowing out. His heart sank. Whitestone is an Earthstar Border Stage 2, but he is injured. How strong is he? Whitestone raised his hand and looked at the wound. He had been too careless. He hadn't expected the strength of the other party to be so strong, to be able to tear the web between his thumb and forefinger. What a tyrannical strength. Kacha, kacha, suddenly, a strange sound of bones rubbing against each other rang in their ears. The three of them were taken aback and their expressions changed slightly, as if they had thought of something terrifying. They slowly turned their necks and shifted their gazes. In an instant, an unbelievable scene unfolded before them. Lin Fan laid on the ground, using his legs as leverage to move up and down. His neck twisted, his arms twisted, and the crisp sound of his bones could be heard. Alright, the warm-up exercise is over. Are you guys ready? Lin Fan used some strength and lifted the mace from the ground. He put it on his shoulder and smirked. Tell me, are you ready for the real battle? Impossible. Other than Whitestone, the pupils of the other two evil cultivators shrunk, as if they had just seen a ghost. They exclaimed in shock. To them, this was impossible. Lin Fan was already dead. How could he come back to life? Hallucination, it must be an illusion. You. Whitestone was shocked. He couldn't believe it. He had seen all kinds of strange things, but he couldn't believe this. He stared at Lin Fan's left arm. It was cut off just now. How could it recover? My apologies, I was just too angry earlier on. That was why my methods were a little violent. But don't worry, my mental state has regained its composure once more. I can take good care of you guys. There will definitely not be a situation where my body explodes. Lin Fan mumbled to himself, not bothered about the mental states of the three of them in the slightest. Collapse, Whitestone was still able to keep his composure, but the two evil cultivators could no longer keep their composure. Their mentality had completely collapsed. Facing such a terrifying guy, they didn't even have the heart to resist. Whitestone was the only Earthstar Border cultivator left. The rest were all killed by Lin Fan. How could they resist in front of such a terrifying person? Plop, the two of them knelt on the ground, falling into despair once again. They had fought so many people, but they still couldn't kill Lin Fan. And now, Lin Fan seemed to be at his wit's end, just like before. What else could they use to fight Lin Fan? No, I must be living in an illusion. Despair. No, I don't want to despair. The evil cultivator had a weird expression on his face, as if he was in a state of panic. He picked up his weapon with a crazy look on his face. Yes, this must be it. This is a dream. As long as I understand it, everything will return to normal. Perfection, enlightenment, God King, we're here, puke. The two evil cultivators committed suicide without hesitation. Eh? Lin Fan was surprised. He then looked at Whitestone. Your two companions are having a mental breakdown. I have no choice. You have to face this alone. Cruel blood. Blood-colored light intertwined and blood-colored runes appeared. Just like before, a powerful aura burst forth. Whitestone, look at how good I am to you. I saved my best for you. Don't die in my hands so quickly, or I'll be very bored. Bang, Lin Fan disappeared on the spot. Whitestone's expression changed drastically. His opponent's speed was too fast. He could already tell that Lin Fan was only in the first stage of the Earthstar Border realm and couldn't release Earth energy from his body. But the power that he could unleash was terrifying. Lin Fan looked around, searching for his target. Whitestone, I'm here. A voice could be heard from behind Whitestone. Whitestone reacted instantly. His aura skyrocketed, and earth energy burst out from his iron crutch, attacking his target. Boom! Such strength. Whitestone's arms shook. He felt a strong force coming from Lin Fan, and he retreated immediately. So weak, really so weak. Can you be a little stronger? Lin Fan charged forward. An Earthstar Border Stage 2 expert had disappointed him. He was not what he had expected. After a few moves, the two were facing each other. Whitestone looked at his cracked skin, his heart burning with rage. Damn it, you've successfully angered me. I want you to pay the price. Lin Fan tore off the old man's skin, revealing his real body. The bald, burly man was about 2 feet tall. He stared at Lin Fan coldly. You have successfully angered me. Since that's the case, I want you to die. Looking at Whitestone, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. So this is your real appearance? I didn't expect you to be so different from the old man. His muscles looked ferocious, as if he was filled with violent energy. Magnificent flame sect disciple, I didn't want you to see my true appearance. But now, you asked for it. Whitestone clenched his fists and smiled cruelly. Since that's the case, I'll show you my real strength. Remember, you will die in my hands. Violent body. Bang, Whitestone's body abruptly grew taller and his arms swelled up. Astral energy surged out of his body and his entire being became incomparably violent, filled with supreme destructive power. This is more interesting. Lin Fan smiled. Alright, I'll be serious with you. Faced with such an arrogant fellow, Whitestone could no longer tolerate it. He clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. With a violent might, he charged toward Xianxia. Go to hell. Mountain quake energy. Boom, there was a huge explosion. The ground that the two of them were standing on suddenly collapsed. Dust and dirt covered everything, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Gradually, the dust settled. A figure stood there. There was a pile of fresh meat under his feet, giving off a strong smell of blood. Lin Fan carried the mace on his shoulder and stood in the sea of blood. He stared into the distance, looking depressed. He let out a long sigh, expressing his disappointment at his weak opponent. Whitestone, who was 2 feet short, had originally thought that he would explode with dazzling brilliance like fireworks. However, it turned out that he had been overthinking things. He was smashed into a pulp by the hammer, and there wasn't even a blister. What else can I do? I'm helpless. Looking at the blood and flesh on the ground, I still have to do some follow-up work. I'm so poor. How am I going to get rich if I don't loot corpses? But it's too difficult to loot corpses now. I regret leaving Whitestone's corpse in one piece. Now that it's all bloody, it's going to take me a lot of effort to find him. Lin Fan stopped using cruel blood. His body is still fine, but it's not perfect yet. There are still some side effects, but I don't need to worry about it for now. The most important thing now is to solve the problem here. Lin Fan checked his points and was in a good mood. 6,760 points. An Earth Star Border Stage 1 can get 200 points, and an Earth Star Border Stage 2 can get 300 points. The difference between the two is not big. It seems that the points won't be obtained just by skipping levels, but by quantity. But this mountain quake energy is not bad. It increases the strength of the first stage. The force from the hammer was indeed strong. Whitestone, an Earth Star Border Stage 2, could not withstand it at all. He was smashed into a pulp instantly. Lin Fan was impressed by his own strength. I'm so strong. What can I do in the future? Lin Fan started looting. His first target was Whitestone. Although he had smashed him into pieces, it did not affect his mood when he looted the corpse. However, this Whitestone was really short. With one hammer strike, his entire body was gone. It was really speechless. Eh? Just then, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. A ring appeared in his sight. It was Whitestone's storage ring. Lin Fan was looking forward to it. Please don't disappoint me. Open. Oh my god. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat when he saw the items in the storage ring. Rich, he's really rich. There were dozens of bottles of pills and a lot of YHB. There were also 2 skill sets. Skin Changing Collection, a Mantier upper grade technique. Violent Body, Mystic low class skill set. Apart from the old man, this was definitely the moment that made him the most excited since he started searching corpses. However, this Skin Changing Collection was impossible to cultivate, mainly because its function was too simple and useless. This evil technique could be hidden under one's skin because of this technique. On the other hand, Violent Body was not bad. He could cultivate it, but he did not have enough points to use it. He could only put it aside for now. The corpses at the scene were not easy to loot, but there were still some things. Although it could not be compared to Whitestone's wealth, it was still a fortune. He quickly left the scene. The next day, several figures rushed over from afar. When they arrived at the scene, they all covered their noses. The smell here was too pungent and unbearable. All dead? One of them was a man wearing a long gray robe. The only thing that was revealed was the finger that he used to cover his nose. That finger was embroidered with black patterns. When he saw this scene, his heart ached. "Sir, they're all dead." The surrounding people looked around and confirmed that there was no one alive. They did not know what had happened. There was not even a complete corpse. Could it be that they met a beast that liked to dismember corpses? "Where's Whitestone?" The man's tone was cold. The surrounding people could feel the cold aura coming from him. They all took a step back and lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. "Sir, he's under your feet." The man lowered his head and lifted his foot. Traces of sticky blood were stuck to the soles of his shoes. At the same time, Whitestone, who only had half a face left, stood beside him. His remaining eye was filled with incomparable terror. How could this be? He could not imagine what had happened. Whitestone's cultivation was not weak, but he had died such a horrible death. Furthermore, the methods used at the scene were too cruel. Go to Ancient River Village, a group of people rushed into the distance. They wanted to find the murderer and bring him back. Lin Fan had already arrived at a forest. He found a place and started tasting the spoils of war. He poured the pills into his hands. There are quite a lot of human upper-class pills and mystic ones. It seems like Whitestone has accumulated quite a lot of good stuff. Lin Fan was quite tempted by the pills. Although human upper-class pills were nothing to him, they were still experience points, right? He poured the pills into his hands and swallowed them. The pills turned into medicinal energy and exploded in his body, filling every corner of his body. As he refined them, his experience points increased rapidly. He had set a small goal for himself. This time, he had to train himself to the extreme before returning. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss. Mountain Quake energy had a total of 6 levels, and he had only reached level 3. If he were to return without reaching the peak, he would lose face. Since he had not practiced Violent Body, he had to work hard. Transformation into God Swordsmanship required 50,000 points. Lin Fan's goal was still very far away, and he had to work hard. Crack. The medicinal energy is too strong. I might have taken human upper-class pills, but the huge amount of medicinal energy almost made me explode. Luckily, I managed to stabilize myself. Lin Fan sighed helplessly as he looked at his chest, which was showing signs of cracking. Just take a small amount of the mystic level pills. If you take too much, the medicinal energy will be too strong and cause you to explode. But I'm really lucky this time. They are all cultivation pills. If they were support pills, it would be a waste. Lin Fan's heart was filled with happiness as he sighed at his good luck. In terms of quality, cultivation-type pills were much more precious than support-type pills. Other than a few support-type pills that were more expensive, there was basically no comparison between these two types of pills. Moreover, every grade of medicinal pill would have the same medicinal efficacy. It was just that the higher the grade, the better the effect, and the lower the side effects. A few hours passed. After digesting all the pills, Lin Fan's experience points rose to 255,470. He then checked his stats. Name, Lin Fan Cultivation, Earth Star Border Stage 1, plus, experience points, 255470 points, 6760 talent, Immortal, 100% empty-handed blade snatching specialization, Golden Body Tempering Secret, 3, Martial Skills, Violent Spiked Mace, Max, Cruel Blood, Max, Mountain Quake Energy Level 3. Lottery, Bronze, 100, Silver, 300, yet to be unlocked. Taking pills to increase my experience points was much faster than cultivating. Lin Fan had made up his mind. I have to be perfect in every stage. Lin Fan had used up all his spoils of war. Now, he just had to do what he needed to do before he reached his target. He took out the Tai Sovereign sword and stabbed himself with it. A divine weapon is indeed a divine weapon. Everything was done in one go. There was no hindrance. 10 seconds later, he was revived. Lin Fan was back to his peak condition. He stood on a branch and looked at the endless forest in front of him, cheering himself on. This time I won't stop until the end of time. That's all I have to say. He then jumped down and landed on the ground. He carried the mace and walked into the forest. The point farming demon, Lin Fan, had officially started work. Not long later, Lin Fan stopped and hid behind a giant tree. He looked at a small group of moving beasts in front of him. It's good to be in a new place. I had killed so many beasts in the outer area of Xianxia forest that it was hard to meet any beasts. This is a good place. But my cultivation is too low. I can't go in. The beasts in the forest are all very strong. I can't fight them now. It seems that I can only go in when I'm stronger. As for now, he would just have to obediently grind for some points. Creak, the crisp sound attracted the beasts' attention. They stared at the direction where the sound came from. Lin Fan carried his mace and walked out with a smile on his face. Brothers, don't be nervous. Let's have a special welcome party. Roar, these low-level beasts did not have much intelligence. Everything they did was based on instinct. Lin Fan's appearance triggered their ferocity, and they charged at him. It seems like you guys are not very friendly. I'm sorry. Lin Fan was disappointed. Looking at the beast leaping in the air, he swung the mace in his hand and smashed it. Points plus 80. The greenwood puppet was green like a plant, but it had the ferocity of a wolf. It was one of the more difficult beasts to deal with. If one had not broken through to the Earth-Star border realm, he would have to run when he encountered a group of beasts. There was no other choice. I don't have many points, but the benefits are not bad. I won't lose points because of my cultivation. A violent battle broke out. To Lin Fan, who used his strength to blast everything in his path, it was easy for him to deal with all these beasts with a single hammer strike. Not long after, the battle ended. In just this wave, he had gained more than 1,000 points. For the current him, it might not be a lot, but Lin Fan was already very satisfied. He wasn't here to farm for a short while. He had to farm for a long time. This is a good life. The wave of demonic beasts in front of him had already been dealt with. It was time to go to another place. 2 days later, Lin Fan had been fighting and killing here without getting tired. Each time he felt a little tired, he would close his eyes and imagine himself becoming a powerful being in the future. Just like that, he would be filled with motivation. If he did not suffer now, how could he become an expert in the future? Xiao, a blood python that was completely red, wrapped around Lin Fan as fast as lightning. Furthermore, its strength was getting stronger and stronger, as if it wanted to crush all of Lin Fan's bones. Seeing the 2 Earth-Star border stage 1 blood pythons, Lin Fan had the idea of killing them directly. However, after killing one, he was entangled by another. This was a little troublesome. Although the blood python was only in the first stage of the Earth-Star border realm, it was much stronger than humans due to its innate nature. Perhaps God is fair. It didn't have the intelligence of a human, but it had a strong body. Hiss, the blood python opened its mouth wide, wanting to swallow Lin Fan whole. That's too much. Lin Fan let go of the mace and grabbed the blood python's smooth body with both hands. He exerted force and tore it apart. A huge force burst out, causing the blood python to writhe in pain. Go to hell, bang! Lin Fan tore the blood python in half with both hands, and its blood splattered all over the ground. Heh, today's food is here. Let's eat snake stew. Lin Fan might not know if the blood python was poisonous or not, but he was not afraid. He was immune to all poisons. At most, he would just die and start all over again. 10 seconds later, he was a hero again. Who's afraid of who? The sky gradually darkened. There was an obvious difference compared to before. After a day of farming, Lin Fan was really tired. But even so, he had gained quite a lot. With 40,000 points in hand, he was one step closer to his goal. Hiss, in this kind of place, it was very dangerous to start a fire in the open. It would attract unnecessary beasts, but Lin Fan really hoped that there would be beasts coming over. He didn't know if he was too fierce or what, but anyway, beasts were not easy to find. He felt that the beasts were avoiding him. Just then, Lin Fan heard a soft sound from afar. He stood up and looked into the distance. He had no idea what was going on. He thought he was hallucinating, but when he was about to sit down, he heard another sound. What's going on? Something seems to have happened. It sounds like a person. Could it be that someone is in my vicinity? Lin Fan mumbled to himself. He was wondering if he should go and take a look. In the end, he decided to go and take a look. After the incident with the old man, Lin Fan was very interested in collecting corpses. Every time he did so, he would be surprised. When Lin Fan arrived at the scene, he saw a group of people surrounded by beasts. And he felt that he had seen 2 of them before. Thinking about it, he remembered. Yunluo City, Wang family. Wang Shufeng and Wang Ziyan. Aren't these 2 the guys I met when I went to complete the mission with my senior brothers? But they don't seem to be in a good situation. Go, all of you. I will give you a reward when we get back. Wang Ziyan looked at the scene in front of her. Her face turned pale. She hid behind the tree, shivering, not daring to face the situation in front of her. Lin Fan stood on a branch and smiled. Heaven-burning rhinoceros, Earth Star Border Stage 2. Interesting. They were surrounded by a herd of heaven-burning rhinoceros, and one of them was an Earth Star Border Stage 2. It might be difficult to deal with them, but it was not a problem to save them. Wang Ziyan and the rest were able to hold on until now because there was an Earth Star Border Stage 2 expert among them. But from the looks of it, he was going to be crippled soon. If not for the Earth Star Border Stage 2 expert protecting Wang Ziyan and the rest, they would have died long ago. But the rest were not so lucky. They were basically done for. Compared to the heaven-burning rhinoceros, an ordinary Earth Star Border Stage 2 expert was nothing. Hey! Lin Fan shouted. Hope rose in the hearts of the desperate crowd when they heard that someone was there. Wang Shufeng was prepared to abandon Wang Ziyan and let the Earth Star Border Stage 2 expert take him away. After all, the Earth Star Border Stage 2 expert was on his side. As for Wang Ziyan, forget it. At this moment, staying alive was the most important thing. Brother Lin, save us! Wang Shufeng shouted. The herd of heaven-burning rhinoceros turned to look at Lin Fan. They could feel danger, but it was impossible for them to give up on the prey in front of them. Seeing Lin Fan, Wang Ziyan thought of how strong he was. She grabbed onto him as if he was her last hope. Quick, save me. If you save me, I will give you everything. Lin Fan looked at the heaven-burning rhinoceros and shouted, Brother Rhinoceros, give me some face. Stand there and don't move. Let me finish the deal. The heaven-burning rhinoceros had no idea what Lin Fan was talking about, but they could sense that Lin Fan was the most dangerous one. Therefore, they kept their guard up. As long as Lin Fan didn't move, they wouldn't move. Alright, it's not that I can't save you guys. However, you guys have to pay up first. My request is simple. Give me everything that you guys have on you, including your storage rings. Compared to your lives, these shouldn't be a problem, right? Hearing this, Wang Ziyan felt suffocated. She was already scared out of her wits. How can you be so shameless? I am the daughter of the Wang family, and you are a disciple of the Magnificent Flame sect. You have to save me. If I am alive, I will report you to the Magnificent Flame sect and punish you. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and save me, I am the daughter of the Wang family. Lin Fan was speechless by Wang Ziyan's actions. Is she brainless? Alright, you guys can continue. It's none of my business. Just as Lin Fan was about to leave, Wang Shufeng's voice could be heard. Brother Lin, we will definitely thank you for saving us. This is my clansman, an Earth Star Border Stage 2 cultivator. It won't be a problem for him to escape, but if he goes to the Magnificent Flame sect and tells them about this, what do you think the consequences will be? Of course, as long as Brother Lin saves us, we will definitely thank you. Why do these words sound so harsh to Lin Fan? It's as if they are giving me a stick and giving me a date. Lin Fan jumped down from the tree and walked towards Wang Ziyan and the rest. Wang Ziyan, Wang Shufeng, and the rest burst out laughing. Finally, it's done. As for giving him everything, that's impossible. Just think about it and you know it's impossible. Nice words and threats. As long as you think about it, you should know what to do. And they had an Earthstar Border Stage 2 clansman with them. He might not be able to kill the herd of heaven-burning rhinoceros, but it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. As long as he could escape, he would definitely be punished when the Wang family went to the Magnificent Flame sect to demand justice. Lin Fan walked towards them step by step. When he was close to them, he opened his mouth. You're right. You guys have reminded me. If you're alive, you will sue me. But if you're dead, you won't be able to sue me. At this moment, Lin Fan raised his head. His eyes were shining. Tell me, am I right? What are you doing? Wang Shufeng was shocked, as if he had thought of something terrifying. Remember, I will never be threatened by others, especially you guys. Lin Fan said unhappily. Because I have no obligation to save you. Boom, the mace exploded and went towards the Earthstar Border Stage 2 cultivator. Boom, the Wang family's Earthstar Border Stage 2 expert died. Now that the threat is gone, what else do you have to threaten me with? Please continue. With a clang, the mace fell to the ground. Lin Fan smiled playfully and stared at the two. Both of them had high positions in the Wang family. They were filthy rich, and they lived a luxurious life. Lin Fan was tempted. Previously, Xianxia didn't even want the object in exchange for his life, insisting on threatening him. Now that things had changed, Xianxia's words had reminded him, so he couldn't blame him anymore. Also, I hate it when people threaten me. Vomit, Wang Ziyan's face turned pale. The bloody mash on the ground made her want to puke. As the daughter of the Wang family, she had never seen such cruel methods. She regretted her actions. Brother Lin, this is a misunderstanding. We are willing to give you everything we have. We only hope that you can save us. Wang Shufeng said anxiously. He did not expect this Magnificent Flame sect disciple to be so ruthless. He would kill just because of a disagreement. Now that the heaven-burning rhinoceroses were surrounding them, and this killing machine was in front of them, they could only rely on Lin Fan if they wanted to live. Right now, he hated Wang Ziyan to the core. This B*TCH was a total failure. If it weren't for her words, he would never have said what he had just said. I can only hope that she will forgive me if I lower my head now. The heaven-burning rhinoceroses could not understand what was happening. They did not know what the humans were doing. Why did they suddenly start killing each other? Humans are indeed the most dangerous existence. They are not as united as the rhinoceroses. They would never kill their own kind. However, this human gave them a strong sense of danger. He was a very dangerous existence. Lin Fan felt that Wang Shufeng was toying with his intelligence. He was reluctant to do so earlier, but now he was willing. You guys make me feel lost. Lin Fan felt that it was hard to communicate with them. He lowered his head. The mace is better. I can just kill them directly. Wang Shufeng was already scared out of his wits. But seeing that Lin Fan had not made a move yet, hope rose in his heart. At least, Lin Fan did not intend to kill him. Brother Lin, what are you confused about? Please tell me. As long as I know, I will tell you. Lin Fan smiled, picked up his mace, and put it on his shoulder. What you guys are saying is so confusing. Which one should I believe? Brother Lin, it's true. It's all true. I'll hand everything over to Brother Lin right now to show my sincerity. Wang Shufeng hurriedly pulled out the storage ring and presented it to Lin Fan with both hands. Wang Shufeng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Fan keeping the storage ring. Brother Lin, save me. As long as I can make it back, I will reward you handsomely. Lin Fan chuckled, if you guys had cooperated with me from the start, I would have definitely saved you guys. But what you guys said at the end did remind me that even if you guys gave me the item, you guys could report me to the sect after we return. Wouldn't I be in deep trouble then? If that's the case, then shut up. In an instant, the mace whizzed toward Wang Shufeng. Wang Shufeng was shocked. His eyes widened as he roared, "No!" Bang, with a swing of the hammer, it was instantly smashed into pieces. Lin Fan admitted that he had been too careless earlier. But these two were indeed kind people. They reminded him that even if he took the item, he would still be in trouble when he returned. Since that's the case, I might as well get rid of all the trouble quickly and cleanly. A thick stack of money could be seen from Wang Shufeng's sleeves. I knew you wouldn't be honest. Lin Fan picked up the stack of money and placed it in his storage ring. Then, he looked at the last person. The daughter of the Wang family, Wang Ziyan, was a beautiful but selfish woman. Wang Ziyan stood there, dumbfounded. Her mind was blank. Everyone was dead. They died in the hands of this guy. And I'm the daughter of the Wang family. I have a long road ahead of me, and I can enjoy wealth and glory. How can I die here? No, definitely not. What are you trying to do? Wang Ziyan asked in fear. She retreated, but the horde of heaven-burning rhinoceroses was right behind her. She was at her wit's end. She really did not know what to do. The guy in front of her would definitely kill her. She was definitely going to die. Lin Fan smiled. What else can I do? Of course I'm going to pull out the roots. Wang Ziyan did not dare to imagine what would happen to her if this guy attacked. Would she be drenched in blood? She was so beautiful. How could he do this to her? Let me go. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to do anything. Wealth, status, even myself, I can give it all to you. Wang Ziyan was very confident in her looks. She believed that no man could resist her beauty. As long as she was alive, there was still hope. As long as she could return to the family alive, she would definitely tear this guy into pieces. Suddenly, just as Wang Ziyan was thinking about this, she realized that a violent force was coming towards her. When she raised her head, her face turned pale. Then, there was nothing else. Villains died because they talked too much. She did not want to be a villain. The hammer landed, and the world quietened down. Comfortable. Lin Fan sighed. He felt that he was too violent. He was willing to kill such a beautiful girl. It seemed that he had the mentality of a powerful man. Even those who had already been killed by the demonic beasts were not spared. I've gained a lot from this trip. It seems like collecting corpses is the fastest way to get rich. Lin Fan sighed in his heart. He was originally a pauper. But now, he had suddenly become rich. It was a little strange. Wait, something's not right. There's still something important I haven't done. Lin Fan thought carefully. He had to get rid of the corpses. After everything was done, he looked at the herd of heaven-burning rhinoceroses and ran away without hesitation. The heaven-burning rhinoceroses looked at the figure leaving. They were confused, not knowing what this human meant. With their cruel nature, they would not be afraid even if the human was dangerous. But the human ran too fast, and they could not catch up. Far away, behind an ancient tree, Lin Fan peeked out and waited quietly. He was waiting for the heaven-burning rhinoceroses to clean up the scene. These guys were smashed to pieces by him, and it was hard to clean them up. But if he handed them over to the heaven-burning rhinoceroses, then there would be no problem. And after that, he would kill the heaven-burning rhinoceroses. Wouldn't that be the perfect solution? How clever of him. If I don't become powerful, who can? The leader of the heaven-burning rhinoceroses let out a low growl, signaling his subordinates to fill their stomachs. The heaven-burning rhinoceroses swarmed in, opening their mouths and feasting on the human corpses greedily. They did not care whether the corpses were flesh or blood. They were food anyway. Lin Fan looked on secretly and muttered in his heart. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for having ill intentions towards me and being too presumptuous. These guys are trouble, especially that Wang Ziyan. She is so arrogant. She looks at people with the same expression. It's your fortune that I can look at you. I will kill as many people as they come. My mace is not to be trifled with. These people are not ordinary people. If I leave their corpses in the wild, they might be found and bring me unnecessary trouble. Now that the heaven-burning rhinoceroses have killed them, it will be perfect. If they can still find me, then I will be satisfied. Soon. The battlefield was cleared by the heaven-burning rhinoceroses. Lin Fan felt that it was time for him to show up. His current points were still far from reaching his requirements. He had to make a ruthless wave in order to do so. Guys, it's time to go. Lin Fan carried his mace and jumped down from the ancient tree, heading towards the heaven-burning rhinoceroses. I will end this quickly and not waste any time. The heaven-burning rhinoceroses roared angrily when they saw the human who had just left coming back. To Lin Fan, the most threatening one was the Earth Star Border Stage 2 heaven-burning rhinoceros leader. The rest were just trash that was slightly stronger than trash. Let's go. Lin Fan swung his mace and hit one of the heaven-burning rhinoceroses. Bang! Lin Fan sent the rhinoceroses flying with one hit. Due to the characteristics of the weapon, it was difficult to leave a complete corpse. Lin Fan felt that this was a little too much, but he had not found a good weapon yet. He could only use it for now. Moreover, the mace was a combination of the violent mace technique, and the power it could unleash was extraordinary. However, he felt that he couldn't use the Three Sovereign Sword for the time being. It was a little dangerous. Those grandpas were killed by someone, and before he could confirm who Jun Wuwu was, he had to be careful. The leader of the heaven-burning rhinoceros roared angrily at the sight of its little ones being slaughtered by this human. It stomped its hooves and charged towards Lin Fan. An Earth Star Border Stage 2 heaven-burning rhinoceros had a ball of black flame burning on its body. It was considered a talent inherited from its bloodline. Compared to ordinary low-level monsters, it was much stronger. This was also the leader of the heaven-burning rhinoceros. It had broken through to the Earth Star Border realm and activated its bloodline, forming a unique flame. As for the body-tempering realm heaven-burning rhinoceros, they were not even fully developed yet. Bang! Lin Fan had a subjective experience with the attack. This burning rhino leader was indeed strong and powerful. It was actually able to push him back. Not bad. You are indeed powerful. However, I will have to clear out all of your lackeys first. Lin Fan did not tangle with the leader of the burning rhinoceros. Instead, he charged towards the other burning rhinoceros. These were all points, so it was relatively easy to collect them. It wasn't too difficult. Wherever the mace passed by, everything turned into a sea of blood. Every burning rhinoceros was huge. It was a scene that no one dared to look at. It was too cruel. Roar. The leader of the heaven-burning rhinoceros was furious. This human is too cunning. He keeps killing its little ones. It charged forward with a roar, and the black flame on its body burned. However, Lin Fan did not fight it head-on. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the remaining burning rhinoceros and charged towards them. The burning rhinoceros were on the verge of breaking down. They had followed their leader out to explore the world. They wanted to live a good life, but who would have thought that they would meet such a pervert who would target them and watch as their comrades were sent flying one by one? Fear had filled their hearts. Don't run. Seeing that the remaining burning rhinoceros were about to run away, Lin Fan could not bear it any longer. It would be a great loss if I let them go. But just as he was about to chase after it, the berserk heaven-burning rhinoceros blocked his way and stared at Lin Fan with its eyes full of rage. Alright, since you can't wait any longer, let's do it. Let me see how strong an Earth Star Border Stage 2 monster is. Lin Fan was fully prepared for a fierce battle with the heaven-burning rhinoceros leader. Cruel blood. Big bang. Lin Fan shouted and charged towards the burning rhinoceros. Mountain quake energy. Boom, the two clashed. The burning rhinoceros was much stronger than Baishur, and with its innate abilities, it was even stronger. Amazing, you can actually take it. Looks like I've underestimated you. Lin Fan laughed and attacked the burning rhinoceros leader again and again. It was a clash of strength, a clash between a man and a beast. If you're a man, don't be a coward. Let's fight head-on. Lin Fan hammered the side of the burning rhinoceros, but the burning rhinoceros charged towards Lin Fan, flames rising from its body. Bang! The burning rhinoceros let out a blood-curdling scream. Its skin was torn, and blood flowed down to the ground. To it, this human was dead. But when it saw Lin Fan, its pupils constricted. It could not believe what it saw. Not bad. Not bad. Lin Fan's body was covered in black flames, making him look like a demon. Sizzle, the burning rhinoceros skin started to crack. But to Lin Fan, it was useless. Come, let's continue. Lin Fan was full of fighting spirit. He swung his mace at the burning rhinoceros, leaving a long trail of black flames in his wake. Wherever he went, he left a trail of black flames. If any ordinary person were to come into contact with this black flame, they would have long been burnt to death in excruciating pain. But to Lin Fan, as long as he had a single breath left, it was time to fight. The leader of the heaven-burning rhinoceros stood rooted to the ground and retreated. It was as if it was stunned by the black flame demon god in front of it. Its ferocious nature was suppressed. What's wrong? Are you afraid? The battle has just begun. What are you thinking about? I haven't had my fun yet. Violent Mace was already maxed out, and its special effects had reached its peak. With a swing of the hammer, the power that erupted from it was even more violent than before. The burning rhinoceros let out a roar and clashed with Lin Fan. The area within a few hundred meters had turned into a battlefield. An Earth-Star Border Stage 1 human fighting an Earth-Star Border Stage 2 burning rhinoceros was simply courting death. However, this incident happened when no one was paying attention to it. Soon, a blood-curdling scream could be heard. The burning rhinoceros let out a cry, and its huge body fell to the ground. It did not expect a human to defeat it. Lin Fan stood there, panting. It was indeed a bit difficult to kill an Earth-Star Border Stage 2 burning rhinoceros so easily, but at least it proved that he had the ability to do so. Crack, his skin completely cracked open and black flames surged. He had long since been burnt into charcoal. His body fell piece by piece and scattered on the ground. Sure enough, the fire talent is extraordinary. But I will be reborn from the fire. In the end, all that was left was a pile of black rocks on the ground. P.S. Thank you, Fat Cat is an idiot, for your 10,000 Chidian coins. Thank you. End of chapter 83. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.